Chapter 1. Reincarnation in the world of Dragon Ball in the year 749 of the Age of the Gods, in the frigid lands of the far north. What is this place? It's so cold. Muccio blinked vigorously, attempting to clarify his vision. Upon gaining a clearer perspective of his surroundings, a wave of astonishment washed over him. He found himself enveloped by a desolate expanse of ice and snow, thick layers of frost and ice surrounding him, as he lay beside the wreckage of a crashed aircraft. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, overwhelming him with a sense of excruciating pain, as if his head might explode. Unable to endure the intensity, Muccio succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, after sifting through his memories, he exclaimed in delight, "Oh my goodness, I've actually transmigrated into the world of Dragon Ball and become Son Goku." It turned out that the original inhabitant of this body was indeed the young Goku, whose aircraft had exploded midair and subsequently plummeted to this desolate location. However, in stark contrast to the original narrative, there was no little girl named Suno to rescue him and take him home instead. The young Goku lay abandoned, neglected, and on the brink of death. Just as Goku's soul was about to depart, Muccio arrived, and for reasons unknown, he merged with Goku's essence. Forming a new soul, Muccio couldn't help but reflect deeply, murmuring to himself, "How unpredictable is fate. I never imagined my idol, Goku, would meet such an end." Pondering the situation, he eventually came to terms with the reality that he had become Son Goku, inheriting his powers and abilities, recalling his childhood admiration for Goku. While watching Dragon Ball, a profound sense of regret welled up within him, yet soon, his gaze hardened with resolve. He shouted towards the heavens, "Son Goku, fear not, though I know not how I came to this world. Since I have taken your place, I shall live on in your stead and strive for the pinnacle of martial arts." At that moment, a voice reached Muccio's ears, and this time, he felt no surprise, as Goku's subconscious had been inexplicably altered. From now on, all his words would be expressed in the language of Dragon Ball, and he found it entirely reasonable that everyone spoke in such a manner. Unbeknownst to him, his subconscious had transformed. Instead, he heard the voices around him and paused, attentively listening to their conversation. "Hey, did you hear that? It seems there was a strange sound coming from over there." One person queried with confusion. "No, I heard that too. It might be the voice of the kid we're looking for. He should be nearby. Let's hurry and find him." Another responded. A sense of dread gripped Muccio's heart as he inwardly lamented, "Oh no, surely my earlier exclamation has drawn their attention. The original body is gravely injured and hardly capable of movement. Now, I find myself ensnared in a perilous predicament. What on earth shall I do?" Just as Muccio pondered his next move, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "Found him! Son Goku is over here! Everyone, come quickly and help him!" As footsteps echoed through the air, Muccio beheld a group of individuals clad in uniform, bearing firearms, rushing towards him. Regrettably, no matter how much he strained, he found himself utterly unable to move, forced to watch as he was unearthed. Soon, a figure approached and administered an injection, after which he succumbed to unconsciousness. Subsequently, he was transported back to headquarters by the Crimson Ribbon Corps. The commanding officer, towering at over a meter, gazed down at the recumbent figure of little Wukong with satisfaction and called out to his subordinates, "Quickly summon Dr. Gallo to see me." His underlings, not daring to delay, responded promptly, "Yes, Commander." They hurriedly exited to fetch the doctor. Moments later, a soldier returned, accompanied by a tall black man clad in a white lab coat, who saluted and reported. Reporting to the commander, "The individual has been summoned." The commander nodded and addressed the 7 guards in the room. "Everyone, except the doctor, please leave." The 7 men executed a precise military salute in unison. "Yes, Commander," before promptly vacating the command room. Once the door was closed, the commander turned to Dr. Gallo, ambition gleaming in his eyes. "Doctor, there's an imperative task that requires your expertise. This is the formidable little demon who has repeatedly thwarted my plans, known as Son Wukong. See if you can transform him into our weapon. If he possesses the potential, you will be responsible for his healing and reformation into a killing machine that utterly obeys my commands. With his immense power, we can expedite our quest for world domination." Dr. Gallo stepped forward to scrutinize little Wukong and replied, "From an external assessment, this child indeed shows potential, yet further testing is necessary to ascertain the extent." The commander nodded in agreement and inquired, "If we were to convert him into our weapon, how long would it take?" After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Gallo responded, "At least 2.5 years. Achieving perfection may require even longer." The commander furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased with the protracted timeline, but reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well. Let us commence the reformation plan. I hope he becomes Our most powerful weapon, Dr. Gallo, inclined his head in understanding and turned towards the unconscious little Wukong, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Dr. Gallo promptly rose and respectfully bowed to the commander. Rest assured, Commander, this matter is in capable hands. I will devote myself fully to ensure the task is accomplished. The commander nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, your confidence brings me much reassurance. Immediately take him away from here. Time is of the essence. Understood, I shall commence this task forthwith, Dr. Gallo replied. He then swiftly exited the command room, summoning two subordinates and instructing them to escort Son Wukong away. The two complied, carefully lifting Son Wukong and departing the command room. Upon returning to the laboratory, Dr. Gallo directed the others to place Wukong into his latest medical pod and instructed them to leave subsequently. He busied himself preparing various experimental data and surgical instruments. His mood exceptionally exhilarated. The anticipation of soon creating a formidable artificial being rendered his movements particularly animated. Based on Wukong's life condition, Dr. Gallo meticulously planned the timing of his awakening. However, unexpectedly, not long after, the young Wukong awakened prematurely within the medical chamber. Peering through the transparent walls of the chamber, he observed a figure fervently typing on a computer keyboard, occasionally muttering to himself and erupting in fits of laughter from the stranger's utterances. He learned that this individual was named Dr. Gallo, the very scientist who had healed him and intended to implant a chip in his brain to control him, transforming him into an artificial being. Upon hearing this, young Wukong could not help but murmur to himself, "This is disastrous. I have fallen into the clutches of this deranged scientist." He thought, as a fully grown traveler, how could I ever consent to being manipulated at another's whim? That is utterly out of the question. Upon noticing Dr. Gallo glancing in his direction, he promptly feigned sleep, contemplating, I must avoid revealing that I am awake. I need time to strategize my next move. Dr. Gallo, observing that Wukong's injuries had largely healed, cackled with glee. Ha ha ha, how splendid. This is the perfect opportunity to covertly proceed with his transformation while Son Wukong remains asleep. Yet, the doctor was oblivious to the fact that this seemingly innocent young Wukong had already discerned his intentions. Young Wukong pondered. While I am indeed tempted by the boundless energy of an artificial being, I am uncertain whether I could retain my original self and the unique traits of a scion after such a transformation. Thus, I cannot allow Dr. Gallo to succeed. Consequently, he resolved to await an opportune moment to strike a decisive blow against the doctor and successfully escape before long. Dr. Gallo extracted young Wukong from the nutrient solution and carefully placed him on the operating table, or rather, the experimental table. At that moment, a perverse smile spread across the doctor's face as he excitedly proclaimed, "At last, it begins. With this transformation, I shall create the most perfect and powerful artificial being." Ha 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 ha. Just as the doctor was poised to commence the dissection and modification, young Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a sinister smile as he declared, "You vile scientist, not only are you hideous, but your thoughts are equally depraved. Perish." In an instant, Wukong unleashed a powerful fist, piercing directly through the doctor's heart, instantly slaying him. Following this, young Wukong placed his hands on his hips in a sunflower pose and shouted, "Kamehameha." A brilliant blue energy wave coalesced between his palms before he forcefully propelled it forward. In that moment, the dreams of Mu Qiu, embodied in a young boy, came to fruition as the energy wave incinerated the laboratory, penetrating the entirety of the Red Ribbon Army. Headquarters within this vast organization, a colossal breach emerged, triggering a chaotic melee. However, we soon encountered an awkward predicament. Despite the formidable prowess of the Red Ribbon Army, being far inferior to my resurrected self, I had yet to master the art of aerial maneuvering. Although the Nimbus cloud had been summoned, my ineptitude rendered me unstable upon it, as if the cloud itself were reluctant to bear my weight, causing me to nearly lose control. On several occasions, nevertheless, I persevered in commanding the Nimbus cloud, engaging fiercely with my adversaries. For me, the most arduous aspect of this battle was contending with the early-stage boss, Android 8, along with the colossal mech. Had it not been for the timely arrival of my companions, Bulma and Master Roshi, providing strategic counsel after I defeated Android 8, this victory would likely not have come so easily. After the skirmish, I relished a sumptuous meal, a contented smile gracing my face as I remarked, "Thank goodness, Bulma, you prepared an ample supply of food in the capsules. Otherwise, in this desolate battlefield, I would find nothing else to eat." "Thank you." Bulma, with an exasperated expression, retorted, "You are truly a monster. You just emerged from an intense battle, and yet here you are, devouring your food as if nothing happened." The others nodded in agreement with her observation. Yamcha sighed. His stamina is indeed astonishing, and his appetite is frightfully immense. As I continued to eat, I chuckled, big bowls, big appetite. This elicited laughter from everyone present. Chapter 2. Goku's Ascent in the golden hues painted by the setting sun. I savored my modest meal, a look of satisfaction adorning my visage with a gentle wipe of my mouth. I turned my gaze towards Bulma and Master Roshi, who were gathered around the campfire, and resolutely stated, "Everyone, could you grant me the opportunity to make a wish with the Dragon Balls? I am aware that I may appear small and my strength is not yet formidable, but I desire to grow stronger to protect us all." Upon hearing this, Master Rose's eyes flickered with a subtle approval, though he maintained a facade of seriousness as he replied, "Goku, if you can dedicate yourself to training with me, in due course, you will become unparalleled in strength, without the need to rely on the dragon's power." His words carried an undeniable authority. Bulma glanced at Yamcha with dissatisfaction, saying, "I also wish to make a wish to find a boyfriend who is both handsome and caring." Her complaint wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, stirring little reaction among the others. The rest remained silent or nodded, neither endorsing nor dismissing my request. Feeling a warm surge of emotion, I earnestly continued, "While I emerged victorious this time, it was largely due to my opponent's lack of strength. Should more powerful foes arise in the future, I fear I may not be able to stand alone. Therefore, I implore you to allow me to harness the power of the Dragon Balls." Upon my declaration, there was no dissent among the group, and all eyes turned expectantly toward Master Roshi. He pondered for a moment, his thoughts drifting back to the past battle against the Demon King Piccolo. Then he slowly rose, handing the Dragon Ball to Goku. "Since you have made up your mind, and everyone is in agreement, this Dragon Ball is entrusted to you. I hope you can fulfill your promise." A radiant smile blossomed on Goku's face. "Haha. Thank you all. I will not forget your trust and support, nor will I let you down." Subsequently, Goku arranged the 7 Dragon Balls and raised both hands, taking a deep breath before shouting, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." The 7 Dragon Balls on the ground simultaneously emitted a dazzling light, and the entire sky abruptly darkened, as if it were night, thick clouds gathering and lightning intertwining within them. The ground began to tremble violently, and Shenron finally emerged slowly from the brilliance, its form resembling a grand and majestic Easter dragon. Shenron lowered its head gradually, its ruby-like eyes gazing down at Goku and his companions, its voice deep and solemn. "You who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish, no matter what it is. I can grant one." Upon hearing this, Goku realized that Shenron was boasting, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he took a deep breath, gazing into Shenron's eyes, and firmly articulated his wish. "Shenron, I beseech you to unleash the latent potential within me, using your mightiest power." Shenron, after a moment's pause to assess Goku's potential, spoke slowly. "Your potential is indeed formidable. Even I cannot fully unlock it. However, I shall do my utmost to extract as much power as possible for you." A swell of gratitude surged within Goku, and with a respectful nod, he said, "Very well. I entrust this to you." Shenron's eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant red light, and the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Goku felt a refreshing stream pouring into his body from above, coursing through his meridians, as if an invisible power was awakening and boiling within him. The intensity of this power left Goku in awe, as if every cell within him was rejoicing, celebrating this newfound vitality. As the power continued to surge forth, Goku's body began to radiate a faint glow, a symbol of the awakening potential within him. For Goku, this was an unparalleled and boundless strength. When he finally regained his composure, Shenron had already departed, leaving Master Roshi in astonishment as he gazed at young Goku. After a moment, Master Roshi emerged from his daze, contemplatively stating, "Goku, I sense your energy is now extraordinarily powerful. I never expected your potential to be so vast. The safety of Earth will now rest upon your shoulders. I am growing old. The world will soon belong to your generation." In unison, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha replied, "Rest assured, Master, we will not let you down." Master Roshi looked at his 3 disciples, nodding with satisfaction. Goku assessed his newfound strength. According to the original story, he had nearly 100 power level when he defeated the Red Ribbon Army, but with his resurrection and soul absorption, his power level should now be around 200. However, through the potential development of the Divine Dragon, Goku estimated that his power had increased by approximately 50-fold, meaning that his combat strength now reached around 10,000 yet. What astonished Goku the most was the exponential rise in his cultivation talent. With his newfound strength, young Goku felt invincible in the world. However, the thought of facing a formidable opponent with a power level of 120 million quickly dispelled his arrogance. Determined to proceed cautiously, Goku decided to focus on his development in the early stages. He then addressed everyone, saying, "I have completed my task. Now, let us return." The others had little to say, and they all went back. Proceeding as per the original storyline, Goku deliberately suppressed his energy, and while others did not realize the extent of his power, they were aware that he had become significantly stronger. The following year, Goku once again sought the Dragon Balls and stealthily journeyed to a secluded location to summon the Eternal Dragon. He wished for the extraordinary ability of rapid regeneration. Initially, Goku desired the regenerative powers of Majin Buu. However, the Earth's dragon was constrained by its limitations and bestowed upon him a regeneration capability equivalent to that of Perfect Cell. Subsequently, Goku vanquished Tao Pai Pai and others, soaring directly to Korin Tower. It is noteworthy that once Goku's potential was awakened, he acquired the ability to fly. Wukong brought a plethora of small fish-dried capsules to seek out Master Karen, also known as the Cat Sage. This figure is characterized by a diminutive stature and a rotund physique, resembling a cat adorned with a thick coat of white fur. His large, luminous eyes exude intelligence and wit. The Cat Sage perpetually wears a mysterious smile, as if he is privy to countless hidden secrets. Gazing at the little imp before him, Master Karen inquired, "Who might you be, little spirit?" Wukong, "Greetings, Master Karen. I am Son Wukong, a disciple of Master Roshi." Master Karen, "Ah, now I recall. I did not expect you to be the disciple of that man. Indeed, he still lives. By the way, what brings you to me?" With a cheerful smile, Wukong remarked, "I heard from Grandpa Turtle Sage that you possess miraculous beans for healing injuries and sacred water to unlock potential, so I came specifically to request some." Without waiting for Master Mao to respond, he promptly produced a capsule, opened it, and handed over all the dried fish within. Initially intending to ask Wukong to descend and then ascend the carrying tower to receive those items, the Cat Sage decisively presented a jar of divine beans and extraordinary holy water to Wukong, who eagerly indulged in the dried fish. Wukong pondered, "If I were to ascend, and you refused my offering of dried fish, forcing me to climb back up, I might just frighten you a little to show my displeasure. Fortunately, you seem to understand." The cat immortal, while savoring the fish, reminded Wukong, "By the way, little Wukong, the celestial beans not only aid in healing your wounds, but also serve to satiate your hunger. Consuming one will keep you from feeling famished for an entire week. So make good use of them, meow." After a brief pause, with a grave tone, he added that super holy water is merely ordinary water. What I have given you is divine water, which, though it can unleash your potential, is fraught with peril. It contains a deadly poison. Most individuals who take even a sip are doomed to succumb. You must drink with caution and never sacrifice your life in the pursuit of overwhelming power, meow. Wukong chuckled heartily. "All right, rest assured, Cat Immortal. I shall be vigilant. I hold my life in high esteem and would not recklessly endanger it." The Cat Immortal replied, "It is good that you understand, meow." Wukong feigned a sniff and inquired, "By the way, Immortal, are there deities that surpass you in this world?" The Cat Sage, without reservation, replied, "Indeed, there exists a divine sanctuary above my Corinta, known as the Temple of the Celestial Gods, which serves as the abode of the heavenly deities. That being is far more formidable than I." Wukong feigned excitement and exclaimed, "That is splendid. I am eager to seek out the celestial deity for training. Thank you for sharing this with me." He then placed a jar of miraculous beans and a flask of divine water into a capsule and soared upwards in search of the celestial temple. Chapter 3. The Surge of Power. As Wukong soared through the skies, a magnificent hemispherical palace, reminiscent of an island in the heavens, gradually came into view. Without a moment's hesitation, he veered toward the palace. Upon setting foot on this land, the first sight to greet him was the ethereal clouds swirling above the temple and the neatly arranged rows of diminutive trees. He could not help but exclaim, "The beauty of this place is truly exquisite." Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. "This is indeed the abode of the celestial beings, a place that is, without a doubt, the most beautiful on earth." Wukong turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a man clad in traditional Indian attire, his head adorned with a turban. The man's skin was entirely enveloped in a deep, dark hue, and he exuded an air of calm composure, his eyes steady and resolute. In an instant, Wukong recalled the memories from before his transference and immediately recognized that the person before him was none other than Mr. Bobo. However, in order to conceal his true identity, he deliberately assumed an expression of vigilance and confusion, quietly observing Mr. Bobo. Just as Wukong prepared to speak, Mr. Bobo preemptively posed 3 questions in a calm tone. "Who are you? Where do you come from? Where are you going? Upon hearing these words, Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Inwardly muttering, could it be that Bobo is also a traveler? Otherwise, how could he utter such classic lines? Observing the silence from the other party, Bobo felt a flicker of uncertainty but decided to introduce himself nonetheless. I am Bobo, a servant of the celestial being. This is the celestial hall. May I inquire as to who you are and what brings you here? Upon hearing the voice of Bobo, Wukong emerged from his astonishment and promptly replied, I am Son Wukong, the disciple of Master Roshi. I have come here because the cat sage informed me of how to locate this place and meet the heavenly deity. With the hope of becoming stronger, Bobo nodded in understanding and then said, I see, Mr. Son Wukong. Although I am unaware of your reasons for seeking strength. Since you have arrived here and wish to meet the heavenly deity, you must first overcome my challenge. Only by defeating me will you be granted an audience with the heavenly deity. Within his heart, Wukong understood that although Mr. Popo was a servant of the celestial beings, he remained, until the end of the Rithi's arc, the most formidable force within the Dragon Ball universe. Despite the original narrative suggesting that Popo's combat prowess was a mere 1,000, his ethereal agility and mastery over power were far beyond what an ordinary adversary could contend with. Particularly notable was his command over a technique akin to the rudimentary form of the Zai Zai Ji Gong, which instilled within Wukong a sense of caution. Contemplating this, a sly smile crept upon Wukong's lips as he resolved to unleash his signature technique, the Kamehameha Wave. With a beaming smile, he addressed Mr. Popo, saying, Very well. But you mustn't move at all. Do you dare to withstand a Kamehameha Wave from me? In response, Mr. Popo remained unperturbed, his tone calm as he replied, A skill similar to the Kamehameha Wave? No problem at all. I shall stand here motionless, inviting your attack. Witnessing Mr. Bobo's unwavering confidence, Wukong felt a surge of delight within, contemplating, this time I shall certainly teach Mr. Bobo a lesson. Without further ado, Wukong summoned all his strength, unleashing an immensely powerful Kamehameha Wave. However, Mr. Bobo could not have anticipated the sheer magnitude of Wukong's attack. He had presumed he could effortlessly withstand the onslaught. Yet, as he beheld the tumultuous energy rushing towards him, he realized he had gravely underestimated Wukong's prowess. In a flurry, Bobo extended his hands in an attempt to shield himself from the formidable torrent, but alas, the force was far too fierce to repel. As the energy wave hurtled toward him, Mr. Bobo felt a jolt of alarm. Just then, Wukong unexpectedly redirected the Kamehameha Wave downward, causing it to veer off at a right angle, narrowly grazing Mr. Bobo's nose before vanishing into the ether. Mr. Bobo, taken aback by this turn of events, displayed a look of astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a maneuver. Meanwhile, Wukong beamed with pride, evidently pleased with his recent display of skill. With a smile, Wukong gazed at Mr. Bobo and said, Thank you, Mr. Bobo. After a moment, Bobo finally recovered from his astonishment and muttered, I truly did not expect that there now exists a being on Earth stronger than myself. He then continued, Mr. Wukong, please wait here for a moment. I shall consult the Lord of Heaven at once, and thereafter, I will arrange for your meeting. With a faint smile, Wukong nodded in agreement, saying, Very well. Then I shall trouble you. After a brief moment, Mr. Bobo returned, accompanied by a tall figure. This towering being possessed green skin, 2 antennae sprouting from its head, and was adorned in a flowing cloak. A divine emblem graced its chest, and it held a staff firmly in its grasp. With a single glance, Wukong instantly recognized the identity of the individual before him, and a wave of reverence surged within his heart. Mr. Bobo introduced, This is the most magnificent being on our earth, the esteemed Lord of the Heavens. With utmost courtesy, Wukong greeted the celestial deity, saying, Esteemed divine being, greetings. I am Son Wukong, and I have come in hopes of acquiring your esteemed advice and methods on how to enhance my strength. The deity, wearing a gentle smile, looked upon the young warrior with satisfaction and replied softly, Son Wukong, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the heavenly guardian of Earth. Just moments ago, Bobo informed me of your circumstances. Your prowess is indeed formidable, far surpassing that of Mr. Bobo, which is truly commendable. Wukong humbly responded, I am grateful for your kind words, esteemed deity. However, I am acutely aware of my many shortcomings. Thus, I have come here to seek your guidance, so that I may grow even stronger. The deity observed Wukong with careful scrutiny and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Your power has undoubtedly surpassed our own. If you wish to further enhance your abilities, I can reveal to you a unique place known as the hyperbolic time chamber. Within its confines, Time flows differently. What transpires outside in a single day equates to an entire year inside. The deity paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, the gravity within is tenfold that of Earth. It is crucial to note, however, that each individual is permitted only 2 days of entry throughout their lifetime. You could train for 2 years inside. Are you intrigued by the prospect of entering the hyperbolic time chamber? Wukong, through the sheer dominance of his unparalleled strength, overwhelmed Bobo, thereby compelling him to reveal the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong exclaimed with excitement, "How wonderful it is to discover such a remarkable place. I am eager to enter and cultivate within." Mr. Popo smiled and nodded. "Excellent. I shall now guide you into the hyperbolic time chamber. Your aura is imbued with the essence of righteousness. For Earth, your growing strength is undoubtedly a fortuitous blessing." Upon hearing these words, Wukong could not help but beam with joy, sincerely expressing his gratitude to the deity. "Thank you, esteemed Lord of the Heavens." The deity responded in a gentle tone. "I hope that when Earth faces adversity in the future, you will rise to protect this land." Without hesitation, Wukong expressed, "Rest assured, if I can grow stronger, I will dedicate myself to protecting the Earth." Bobo then sought permission from the deity. "Oh, Divine One, I shall lead him to the room of spirit and time now." The deity nodded slightly, granting permission to depart, before turning back towards the palace. Bobo quietly observed the deity's retreating figure, then turned to Wukong and gently said, "Mr. Wukong, please follow me." After guiding Wukong through the room of spirit and time, Bobo retrieved several outfits from a nearby cabinet and handed them to Wukong, saying, "These garments were specially crafted for you by the Divine One. Due to their unique material, they are significantly heavier than ordinary armor. Once you acclimate to this environment, you may don them for further training." Grateful, Wukong accepted the garment and smiled at Bobo, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Bobo. Please convey my heartfelt gratitude to the Divine Being." Bobo nodded and reminded him, "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. All that needed to be conveyed has been shared with you. Allow me to reiterate, do not remain inside for more than 2 days, lest you find yourself eternally trapped within." "Yes, I shall remember that. You are truly kind, Mr. Bobo," Wukong replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Bobo smiled and said, "Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Mr. Wukong." With that, he turned and departed from the room of spirit and time. Wukong waved goodbye to the departing Mr. Bobo, calling out loudly, "Indeed, we shall meet again soon." Goku set aside the weighted clothing, intending to don it later, as he first wished to acclimate to the tenfold gravity and the extreme climatic conditions of this time chamber. Despite his formidable combat prowess, the environment still proved to be quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Goku was undeterred by the challenges ahead. Instead, he resolved to undertake some gravity adaptation training. "Hey, it's time for me to unleash my potential," he mused, a resolute gleam illuminating his eyes. In the ensuing days, Goku embarked on an arduous training regimen, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. Whenever he felt close to collapse, he would consume a senzu bean, sip on a bottle of super divine water, and then indulge in a rejuvenating slumber, only to awaken and resume his relentless training, perpetuating this cycle. After 3 months spent in the time chamber, Goku finally donned the weighted attire bestowed upon him by the Supreme Kai and ramped up the intensity of his workouts. Naturally, senzu beans and super divine water became indispensable provisions in his daily routine. Thus, Goku devoted a full 6 months within the time chamber, depleting all his senzu beans, ultimately realizing that his body had reached its utmost limit. With a resigned shake of his head, Wukong sighed. "It appears that there is no way to continue enhancing my strength in the short term. I must take my leave from this place." Indeed, the narrative's portrayal of characters exploiting loopholes to grow ever more powerful is, after all, rather implausible. At this moment, Wukong reflected on his progress, realizing that he had become at least tenfold stronger compared to when he first entered the time chamber 6 months prior. Indeed, Wukong had finally succeeded in breaking through the formidable barrier of 100,000 in battle power. This achievement held profound significance for him, as it signified a qualitative leap in his capabilities. However, rather than succumbing to arrogance, Wukong recognized his own shortcomings. After all, the outside world teems with formidable foes awaiting his challenge. Chapter 4. Accumulating Power. Upon Wukong's emergence, Bobo approached and inquired, "Alas, how is it that Mr. Wukong has spent merely half a year inside? Does that not leave another year and a half?" With a light-hearted chuckle, Wukong scratched his head and remarked, "Qiqi, I don't wish for this either, but my strength has burgeoned too rapidly. I must gradually assimilate and adapt to my current power to continue my ascent. If I were to linger in the hyperbolic time chamber, not only would I fail to enhance myself, but I would also squander 2 precious years of time. Hence my decision to emerge. Mr. Bobo, unfazed by Wukong's reasoning, replied, "Then congratulations, Mr. Wukong, on your increased strength." "Thank you, Mr. Bobo. I must take my leave now. But I shall return. Please extend my regards to Lord Qiqi." With that, Wukong leaped directly from the Qiqi's palace. At that moment, Qiqi slowly stepped out of the palace. Approaching the edge of the shrine, silently observing Wukong's rapid descent. With a serious expression, Bobo inquired, "Lord Qiqi, can you discern just how powerful Wukong has become?" After a brief silence, Qiqi glanced down once more, then lifted his gaze to Bobo and spoke, "Mr. Bobo, although he conceals a significant portion of his true strength, my estimation suggests that if he so desired, not a single being on earth could withstand even one of his strikes without perishing. Faced with such formidable power, we are utterly incapable of opposing him. Thus, the safety of Earth must be entrusted to him." Upon hearing this, Bobo sighed, nodding in understanding. Meanwhile, Son Goku was plummeting swiftly from the sky. As he passed by Korin Tower, he spotted the cat sage relishing some dried fish. Enthusiastically, Wukong greeted him, "Hey, Lord Korin, how does the dried fish taste?" Upon hearing his voice, the cat sage lifted his head and immediately recognized Wukong, standing on the railing. He licked his paw and joyfully replied, "Oh, it's you. This dried fish is simply delectable, meow. Haha, I'm glad you like it. If you enjoy it, I shall bring you more in the future. However, you must cultivate more senza beans for my use," Wukong responded. "Of course, meow. But do remember our agreement, meow." With a relaxed smile, Wukong assured him, "Hee, I certainly won't forget. By the way, Wukong, why have you returned so swiftly? Did Lord Qiqi not wish to see you?" "Meow? Rest assured, Lord Korin. I have already met with Qiqi, and my strength has grown even greater. As for other matters, I cannot divulge much. I must take my leave now. Take care, goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong waved his hand and leaped down from Korin Tower. The cat sage watched Wukong's imminent departure with a twinge of reluctance, yet understood this was a necessary path for Wukong's growth. Thus, he waved goodbye, calling out, "Take care. And don't forget the dried fish, meow," his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. With a smile, Wukong bid farewell to the cat sage, then turned and embarked on his lengthy journey around the world. This expedition was not merely a path of self-cultivation, but also a profound opportunity for personal rejuvenation, holding immense significance for him. Along the way of his spiritual quest, Wukong endeavored to assist those in need at every place he visited. Whether rescuing villages besieged by monsters or helping the hopeless regain their confidence, Wukong unwaveringly extended his hand in aid. Through these benevolent acts, he forged friendships with a diverse array of individuals from various walks of life. Among them were valiant warriors, sagacious scholars, and compassionate ordinary folk. Throughout this journey, Wukong gradually comprehended the power of friendship and mutual assistance, as well as how to harness his abilities for the betterment of others. During this period, he also learned the art of human connection, understanding the needs of others, and his heart became resolute, filled with anticipation for the future. Wukong's adventurous tale transformed into a cherished legend recounted by people far and wide, inspiring many to courageously pursue their dreams. 1 year later, on a radiant day with a sapphire sky, Wukong stood atop a mountain, his gaze unwavering as he looked into the distance. Once again embarking on the quest to seek the Dragon Balls, Wukong traversed familiar paths, crossing mountains, rivers, and forests, and soon arrived at the locations of the Dragon Balls. In merely a few hours, he successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and arranged them neatly on the ground. Gazing at the shimmering orbs that radiated a mysterious glow, Wukong took a deep breath and called out, "Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish." Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls blazed with brilliant light, illuminating the entire valley. Amidst the radiance, a slender, green dragon gradually materialized. The divine dragon lowered its head, its crimson eyes fixating on Wukong below, and spoke softly, "O summoner, articulate your desire. Whatever it may be, I shall grant one wish." Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong boldly addressed the dragon, exclaiming, "O dragon, I wish to master the art of instant teleportation as Jebet does." Upon hearing this request, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness flickered across the dragon's face. It sighed deeply and replied, "I regret to inform you that this desire surpasses the extent of my abilities. I am unable to fulfill such a wish. Perhaps you might consider another?" Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart. However, he had long anticipated such an outcome. Thus it did not come as a great surprise. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke. Very well, Dragon. I wish to master all the techniques of the Adralitarians, including their unique application of energy. Can you grant this wish? The dragon furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before replying. Indeed. This wish poses a certain degree of difficulty, but I shall endeavor to assist you in its realization. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes blazed with a brilliant red light, and the heavens transformed with tumultuous winds and crackling thunder. Wukong felt a formidable force surging into his body, while simultaneously, his mind was flooded with an array of marvelous techniques, unique applications of energy, and profound insights into the flow of space. After a period of time, Wukong opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise and excitement dancing within them. Thank you ever so much, Dragon. Wukong expressed his gratitude fervently. The dragon, with an air of majesty, replied, Your wish has been granted, so farewell. With that, the dragon's figure gradually faded from the sky, transforming into 7 radiant Dragon Balls. Wukong promptly sprang to his feet, reaching out to seize one of the Dragon Balls, the 4-star ball, and tucked it into his embrace, chuckling, Heh. I shall keep this treasure close to my heart. It brings back fond memories. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls swiftly scattered across the globe, biding their time for the next summoning. Goku, filled with exhilaration, raised his arms high and joyfully leaped, exclaiming, What a remarkable ability! These extraordinary techniques are simply beyond words. They're absolutely fantastic. With the acquisition of teleportation, Goku's mobility soared to unprecedented heights. He could even envision future battles against foes, swiftly maneuvering behind them, utilizing his teleportation skills, followed by unleashing a powerful Kamehameha. The elegance of such seamless execution instilled in him an unparalleled sense of confidence. After indulging in his fantasies and excitement, Goku composed himself, pondering, Well, there remains a year until the World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, I should seek out Bobo to learn his techniques. After all, his movements bear resemblance to the embryonic form of the Ultra Instinct, a profoundly sophisticated martial art. Wukong soared directly towards the Celestial Temple, his target clearly defined. He tempered his energy to match that of Bobo, as he was not in a rush. Thus, his flight was leisurely. Moreover, he occasionally descended to relish the scenic beauty along the way, ultimately taking an entire day to reach the Celestial Temple. Upon his arrival, Wukong immediately spotted Mr. Bobo, who was engaged in sweeping the grounds. He approached with a warm smile and greeted, Mr. Bobo, it has been quite some time. Bobo paused his sweeping, returning the smile, Mr. Wukong, indeed it has been a while. Your accomplishments over the past year continue to impress. The celestial beings often bring me here to witness your adventures in the mortal realm. They truly recognized your potential from the very beginning. Upon hearing that the celestial beings had taken the time to concern themselves with his affairs in the mortal realm, Wukong felt a twinge of unease and promptly inquired, When was the last time the esteemed celestial being cast their gaze upon me? Bobo replied, The celestial being has been resting these past few days. The last occasion would have been approximately a week ago. With a deep breath, Wukong silently rejoiced, murmuring to himself, Phew, thankfully. No one witnessed my use of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, a voice drifted into his ears, Mr. Wukong, what are you speaking about? Wukong promptly replied, It's nothing at all. Then, a sudden thought struck him, and he continued, By the way, Mr. Bobo, I wish to request your guidance in mastering your evasion technique. Bobo looked at him with a puzzled expression and inquired, I could teach you, considering you have the acknowledgement of the Celestial Lord. But how did you come to know that I possess such a technique? Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile, Well, I suppose it's just a guess. As the strongest person on earth before me, you must possess skills beyond mere strength. Bobo smiled modestly and said, I wouldn't dare claim to be the strongest on earth before, but I do possess a set of evasion techniques. If you wish to learn, I would be more than willing to teach you. Upon hearing this, Wukong was filled with immense joy and silently rejoiced within himself. Initially, he had feared that acquiring this skill would require considerable persuasion. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Bobo's prompt agreement. With great excitement, he responded, Then let us commence, Mr. Bobo. I humbly request your guidance in mastering the art of evasion. Bobo nodded and smiled, saying, Very well, let us begin, Mr. Wukong. Thus, the two embarked on a unique and enlightening journey of teaching and training. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before they knew it, another year had swiftly passed. Throughout this year, Wukong diligently practiced and enhanced his skills, ultimately mastering the extraordinary technique. On the eve of the deadline for registration for the martial arts tournament, he approached Bobo and the heavenly god, bidding them a heartfelt farewell. I am immensely grateful to both of you for your hospitality and guidance over the past year. If I have caused any inconvenience or disturbance, I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. The heavenly god smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formality. Oh, it's quite all right. We have grown quite familiar with one another. There is no need for such distance. However, I must remind you of an important matter. Someone in the lower realm has broken a significant seal, releasing a formidable demon within. As Bobo and I are unable to leave the heavenly palace, we hope you can assist in eliminating this threat. Wukong naturally comprehended who the celestial being referred to, and he resolutely nodded. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter. With that, he leapt down from the celestial palace and soared toward the registration area for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. As he flew, Wukong murmured to himself, the last time. My original self lost to Jackie Chan in the competition, securing only second place. This time, I must apologize, Tian, for first place is already destined to be mine. The other contestants must have arrived as well. Chapter 5, the 22nd Grand Martial Arts Tournament indeed, as Wukong anticipated. Master Roshi and Krillin had long since arrived at the registration area, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon catching sight of Wukong, their faces illuminated with expressions of joy. With a nimble stride, Wukong approached them, laughing heartily as he waved in greeting. Hello, everyone. It has been quite a while. Krillin, filled with excitement, rushed forward, his eyes sparkling with joy. Wukong, my friend, it has truly been ages. He then stepped up to give Wukong a warm embrace, and, seizing the moment, compared their heights. Feigning dissatisfaction, he remarked, TCH, you're still a tad taller than me. I was under the impression that I had grown taller than you. With a subtle smile, Wukong's eyes glimmered with a hint of confidence. Hee, Krillin, it is quite possible that you may surpass me in the future. Krillin, with unwavering determination, nodded affirmatively. Yes. I will certainly strive to exceed you. Bulma approached, gently ruffling Wukong's hair, and tenderly remarked, Little Wukong remains as adorable as ever. Wukong burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, you have not changed at all. At that moment, Master Roshi keenly sensed the formidable aura emanating from Wukong and remarked in admiration, Wukong, you appear to have become immensely powerful. It seems your strength has undergone significant transformation over these past few years. With a proud chest and a gleeful smile, Wukong confidently declared, Hee, you can't fool you, teacher. I've become incredibly strong. This time, victory is assured. Yamucha, gazing at Son Wukong, allowed a smile to grace his lips as he replied, Wukong, you are not the only one who has grown stronger. Krillin and I have been diligently training under Master Roshi for the past few years, so do be cautious. Son Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Ha, is that so? I look forward to witnessing your growth. At that moment, Lan Qi timidly interjected, Mr. Wukong, you haven't signed up yet, have you? If you don't hurry, it might be too late. Wulong chimed in. Yes, Wukong, you should go quickly. Pure nodded in agreement, saying, you're the only one left who hasn't registered. Realizing this, Son Wukong promptly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Oh no, I forgot to sign up. Everyone, see you soon. With that, Wukong dashed towards the registration area. The others waved him off, urging, hurry and go. After exchanging farewells, Wukong hurried away. Unfortunately, during this journey, he did not encounter Tian Shinhan and the others. Therefore, when they met for the first time at the martial arts tournament, there was no particular emotional display. The competition unfolded as per the original storyline, with the pre-selection rounds leading to the final 4 matchups. Wukong was set to face Krillin, while Jackie Chan would contend against Tian Shinhan. As anticipated, Wukong effortlessly triumphed over Krillin. However, to everyone's astonishment, last year's champion, Jackie Chan, was defeated by Tian Shinhan. This unexpected outcome left the audience in shock, as they began to recognize the formidable strength of Tian Shinhan from the Crane School. At last, the moment of the finals arrived. A host, donned in sunglasses, of average stature and clad in a black suit with a neat haircut, took to the stage. With a warm smile and a friendly tone, he addressed the audience. Hello. Dear friends, welcome to the finals of the 22nd World Martial Arts Championship. After an intense series of competitions, we have finally arrived at the showdown between our 2 strongest contenders, Wukong and Tian Shinhan. They will engage in a peak confrontation for the championship title. A wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the audience, who eagerly anticipated the match. The host continued, "Now, allow me to introduce our two contestants. First, we have Son Wukong, a pupil of Master Rashi, who has showcased remarkable strength and a unique fighting style, making him a favorite in this tournament. Secondly, we have Tian Shinhan from the Crane School, who has equally displayed extraordinary prowess by successfully defeating last year's champion, Jackie Chan. Emerging as the dark horse of this competition, as the host introduced them, Wukong and Tian Shinhan made their respective entrances from either side of the stage. Wukong remains adorned in his signature orange robe, his tail trailing behind him, and his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination and confidence. In contrast, Tian Shinhan is clad in a green and white robe of the Crane School, a conical hat perched atop his head, his gaze radiating a sharp brilliance. Amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience, the resolute and self-assured Wukong, with his robust tail wrapped around his waist, and the muscular Tian, dressed in a green robe with red trim and possessing 3 vigilant eyes, stride to the center of the arena. The two stand upon the podium of the finals, exchanging glances that seem to convey an unspoken rivalry, enveloped in a palpable tension. The host proclaims, "First, allow me to elucidate the rules of this competition. 1. The use of weapons and external powers is strictly prohibited during the match. 2. Attacking the opponent's eyes or vital points is forbidden. 3. Falling outside the arena, conceding, or being knocked down, defined as being unable to rise within 10 seconds after falling, constitutes defeat. 4. Losing sight of the opponent or being sent flying is also deemed a failure. 5. The intentional killing of an opponent will result in disqualification. 6. Any assault on the audience will lead to disqualification. I hope both competitors will adhere to these regulations, showcasing their utmost abilities to deliver a spectacular contest for us all. Now, I declare the match officially commenced." Goku stood firmly in the center of the arena, his legs slightly bent, and his hands gently clenched into fists resting at his waist. He resembled a poised leopard, brimming with latent energy, his eyes gleaming not only with confidence but also with exhilaration. With a mysterious smile directed at his opponent, Tian, he exuded a blend of provocation and camaraderie, his voice laced with playful teasing. "Go ahead, Tian, make your move. Otherwise, I fear you might miss your chance." Upon hearing these words, Tian's chest heaved violently, as though an unstoppable force surged within him. He took a deep breath, reminiscent of a torrent poised to break through a dam, and with a resounding shout, his form transformed into a swift green gale, hurtling toward Goku. His fists were tightly clenched, producing a subtle crackling sound between his knuckles, as if every inch of his skin and every fiber of his muscle harbored the power to obliterate all in its path. As Tian charged forward, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, a formidable aura radiating from him, enveloping everyone present in a palpable sense of impending conflict. As Wukong confronted the relentless onslaught of Tian Shinhan, his countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, it radiated an air of unflappable composure. He swiftly crossed his fists before his chest, adopting an impregnable defensive stance that effectively absorbed Tian Shinhan's formidable strike. When their fists and arms collided in midair, an ominous and resonant sound reverberated, as if the very air had crystallized in that fleeting moment. With a subtle smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Wukong's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of approval as he remarked, "Your strength is quite commendable, yet to conquer me, it is far from sufficient." Upon hearing these words, Tian Shinhan's gaze flickered with a hint of defiance and tenacity. He clenched his teeth, seemingly channeling all his dissatisfaction and fighting spirit into his fists. He launched another assault, his punches falling like a relentless downpour upon Wukong, each strike imbued with the might to shake the very mountains. Nevertheless, Wukong effortlessly evaded or blocked these onslaughts. His movements swift and agile, each dodge executed with impeccable precision, almost as if he were toying with his opponent. "Enough of the chatter, prepare yourself," Tian Shinhan bellowed, intensifying his offensive. Every punch and kick radiated with the potential to alter the course of the battle. Wukong, unwilling to be outdone, engaged in an increasingly fierce battle, their speed so swift that it left the spectators breathless. Their figures danced across the arena, leaving behind fleeting shadows that dazzled the audience and quickened their pulses. It was unimaginable how such an intense confrontation could endure for so long, yet the two warriors appeared tireless, growing ever more formidable as they escalated the duel to its zenith. To the onlookers, the clash had reached a fevered pitch, a brutal exchange of blows that was truly captivating. However, only Tian Shinhan was aware of the frustration he felt each time he unleashed his full force upon Wukong. It seemed an exercise in futility. To those watching, Wukong appeared to struggle defensively, but Tian Shinhan knew the truth. His opponent was exceptionally powerful. Each attack felt as though Wukong could effortlessly evade, yet on numerous occasions, he deliberately absorbed the strikes, almost mocking Tian Shinhan. As time passed, despite Tian Shinhan's relentless onslaught, he remained unable to penetrate Wukong's seemingly casual yet impenetrable defense, leading to a growing sense of defeat and indignation within him. Finally, unable to bear the sensation of being underestimated any longer, Tian Shinhan propelled himself off the ground, creating distance between himself and Wukong. With a grave expression, he proclaimed, "You should not underestimate me." He prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Crouching low, his hands tightened into fists, his muscles coiled with tension as he bellowed, "Ah, for demon fists." At his cry, 2 additional arms sprouted from his shoulders, a startling transformation that astonished everyone present. Sweat beaded on Tian Shinhan's forehead as he gasped for breath, striving to regain his composure. After a moment, he steadied himself, his gaze resolute as he locked eyes with Wukong. "Son Wukong, I acknowledge you as a worthy adversary. However, this is where your journey ends." With a mischievous smile, Wukong's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "I specifically awaited your preliminary move. Do not let me down." No sooner had he spoken than the two commenced a new round of combat. This time, Tian Shinhan's formidable fist indeed posed a considerable challenge for Wukong, yet to the onlookers, it appeared as though Wukong was ensnared in a predicament. Nevertheless, despite Tian Shinhan's relentless efforts, he could not inflict any genuine harm upon Wukong. As time passed, Tian Shinhan accumulated more injuries, while Wukong remained effortlessly agile. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with Wukong suddenly employing his tail to unexpectedly strike Tian Shinhan, transitioning to a dual assault with both hands and tail. After a brief period of combat, Wukong distanced himself once more, a hint of mockery dancing in his gaze. With an inexplicable surge of confidence, Tian Shinhan, despite his disheveled state, defiantly proclaimed, "Son Wukong, even with your tail and elusive movements, I possess an even mightier technique. Concede defeat." With a mischievous grin, Wukong's eyes sparkled with cunning. "Do you think having more hands makes you formidable? You possess 4, but I have 8. As he spoke, Wukong mimicked Tian Shinhan's movements, shouting, "Ah, ah, 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 8 demon fists." The audience, including Krillin and Jiaozi, was taken aback. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, "No way. Could it be that Wukong can transform into a multi-handed monster as well?" Jiaozi shook his head in confusion, murmuring, "This technique should only belong to Tian Shinhan." Upon hearing Wukong's declaration, Tian Shinhan couldn't help but ponder. Could he truly have mastered a technique akin to mine? However, as he observed Wukong suddenly waving his arms with a flurry, leaving behind the illusion of 8 hands, his expression turned ashen. Wukong gazed at Tian Shinhan with a playful smirk, chuckling, "Hee hee, it seems I now possess more hands than you. Concede your defeat." The audience, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in astonishment. Tian Shinhan, his brow furrowed in frustration, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Enough of the banter, let us proceed." With a crooked smile, Wukong radiated an unprecedented confidence. "Enough, I have grown weary of this charade. I shall reveal my true self. I am formidable, stronger than you could ever imagine. Now, let us conclude this contest." As his words echoed, he vanished in a flash, darting towards Tian Shinhan like a specter, unleashing his final onslaught. Chapter 6. The Mighty Son Goku. The two warriors clashed once more with fervor, yet this time, Wukong exerted only a fraction of his strength, rendering Tian Shinhan utterly defenseless. The spectators were left in awe, astounded by the sheer might displayed by Wukong. Tian Shinhan found himself in a precarious position mid-air, placing his right hand upon his left. The pinky of his right hand gently touching the index finger of his left, while his thumbs pressed together to form a frame, aiming at the arena below. He bellowed, "You have forced my hand. Allow me to demonstrate my true power." "Ah, ah, Kamehameha." Jiaozi, filled with desperation, cried out from the sky, "Tian Shinhan, no. Do you realize how perilous this technique is?" Master Roshi furrowed his brow, remarking, "I never anticipated that old Crane would impart such a dangerous move to his disciple." Meanwhile, Krillin shouted in alarm, "Goku, be careful." A colossal wave of energy surged forth like a cannonball towards the arena where Wukong stood, yet he merely smiled, murmuring to himself, "Heh, it is finally time to bring this to an end." With his hands positioned in a sunflower shape at his waist, Wukong's gaze sharpened, and energy began to coalesce between his palms. He forcefully thrust his hands upwards while exclaiming, "Kamehameha." A powerful blue energy wave erupted from Wukong's hands. hurtling directly towards Tian Shinhan. Unyielding, Tian Shinhan summoned all his strength to unleash a powerful energy cannon in response. The two energy waves collided midair, resulting in an immense explosion that sent shockwaves through the surrounding atmosphere, as if the very air itself were being torn asunder. However, Tian Shinhan's energy cannon was short-lived, quickly succumbing to the force of Wukong's wave. A look of resignation washed over Tian Shinhan as he let out a deep sigh. Despite recognizing that he could not withstand Wukong's assault, he resolutely adopted a defensive stance, proclaiming, "Even if I know I cannot block it, I will not give up." Just as the spectators braced themselves for the inevitable impact on Tian Shinhan, Wukong unexpectedly diverted the energy wave, allowing it to skim past Tian Shinhan's head and descend into the sky. This turn of events left the onlookers in sheer astonishment, as they had not anticipated Wukong sparing Tian Shinhan at such a critical moment. After a brief moment of confusion, Tian Shinhan realized that Wukong had intentionally held back, igniting a surge of fury within him. Enraged, he soared onto the stage, charging towards Wukong, and shouted, "I do not need your pity." As Wukong observed Tian Shinhan's desperate struggle, he gently shook his head and murmured to himself, "Ah, truly a noble, yet foolish adversary." In the next moment, Wukong swiftly evaded a punch thrown by Tian Shinhan, silently calculating the force he would exert. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch that precisely struck Tian Shinhan's abdomen. At the instant of impact, Tian Shinhan's eyes rolled back, and his body collapsed weakly to the ground. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The spectators, dumbfounded, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. They were paralyzed by shock, caught in a profound silence. After a full 10 seconds, the host finally regained his composure. He leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, a champion has emerged." What a spectacular moment! After a thrilling contest, the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is none other than Son Wukong. As the host's words echoed through the arena, a thunderous roar of cheers and applause erupted. The majority of the audience celebrated Wukong's victory, captivated by his formidable strength and exquisite technique, wholeheartedly acknowledging his champion status. However, a small fraction of the spectators felt astonished and disappointed by the outcome, particularly those who had supported other competitors. Some sat quietly in their seats, while others displayed visible discontent. Nevertheless, Son Wukong had undeniably claimed his rightful title, proving his worth through sheer might. Medical personnel arrived to place Tian Shinhan on a stretcher and transport him to a nearby hospital for treatment. Following this, the organizers held a formal award ceremony and congratulatory speeches, to which Wukong begrudgingly complied. After a brief flurry of activity, the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament officially concluded, and Master Roshi and the others reunited with Wukong. As soon as Krillin approached Wukong, he could not contain his curiosity. "Wukong, how did you become so strong?" Wukong replied with a grin, "Hee, don't be envious, my friends. I visited the Korin Tower where Master Roshi once trained, and there I encountered Master Korin. I trained under him for a while, and through the guidance of the Cat Sage, I learned of the existence of gods, which led me to seek out the Heavenly God. After that, I trained in the Heavenly God's temple, which is how I became so powerful." The others listened in astonishment and disbelief. Bulma anxiously inquired, "Is the Heavenly God handsome?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, finding her focus rather peculiar. They were left speechless. And Krillin could not help but retort, "Bulma, is there nothing in your mind apart from handsome men? Aren't we discussing the astonishing fact that gods truly exist?" Yamcha then chimed in with curiosity, "So, does that mean the gods are incredibly powerful?" Wukong pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words before replying, "Indeed. The celestial being appears rather peculiar, and undeniably, his power is formidable for us at this juncture." Master Roshi, filled with profound emotion, remarked, "It is truly astonishing that you have ascended to the Korin Tower and earned the recognition of Korin Sage. Furthermore, you have discovered the whereabouts of Lord Celestial and the Celestial Palace. Even I lack such a privilege." With a smile, Wukong remarked, "In fact, Master Karen holds you in high regard and has inquired about your recent developments." Upon hearing this, Master Roshi displayed a satisfied grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. That is truly wonderful." The group then engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while, preparing to celebrate together. At that moment, Tian Shinhan approached, carrying dumplings. He looked at Wukong earnestly and declared, "Son Goku, I acknowledge your extraordinary strength. You are indeed a worthy adversary. However, I firmly believe that one day I shall catch up to you, and you will become my lifelong rival." Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, "Hee, you must strive harder. for I shall only grow stronger. Tian Shinhan regarded Master Roshi earnestly and then bowed. I understand that my current predicament is somewhat awkward, but please allow me to speak a few words. I was originally a disciple of Master Crane, and I ought not to act in this manner. However, I have had a falling out with my master, and having witnessed the formidable prowess of your disciples, you are indeed revered as the teacher of martial arts. Thus, I earnestly wish to become your student and aspire to grow even more powerful. Please accept us as your disciples. Master Roshi displayed a troubled expression and replied, Although Master Crane is my old rival, it is indeed quite challenging for me to accept you as a disciple. At that moment, Wukong interjected, Master Roshi, I believe both of them are sincere, and their abilities and talents are commendable. Why not accept them? Krillin and Yamcha chimed in. Yes, Master Roshi, they seem quite amiable. If they join us, we could also learn their flying martial arts. Please accept them. After a moment of hesitation, Master Roshi finally nodded. Very well. Since everyone feels this way, from today onward, you two shall be disciples of the Turtle School. Tian Shinhan and Jiaozi knelt on both knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground, and respectfully proclaimed, We pay our respects to our master. Master Roshi patted his bald head and smiled. All right, all right. No need for such formalities. We were just about to celebrate Wukong's championship and enjoy a hearty feast. Since you two have decided to join the Turtle School, come along with us. This meal shall serve as your welcoming banquet. Tian Shinhan and Jiaozi exclaimed in unison. Thank you, Master Roshi. They proceeded to a restaurant, seated themselves, and awaited the arrival of their meal. At that moment, Tian Shinhan suddenly turned to Wukong and remarked, I never imagined that you, son Wukong, would ultimately triumph over me. You are truly formidable. Wukong scratched his head, revealing a radiant smile as he replied, Qiqi, Tian Shinhan, you are quite impressive yourself. This match is truly exhilarating. As everyone finished their meal, Wukong suddenly tapped his forehead and muttered to himself, Oh no. It seems I have left the 4-star ball in the storage area at the venue. Simultaneously, Tian Shinhan recalled that his luggage was still there as well. Consequently, Krillin and Jiaozi rose one after the other, expressing their willingness to retrieve their belongings. The group paid little heed to this matter and continued to revel in the joyous atmosphere. However, a subtle smile crept upon Wukong's lips. After a while, Wukong announced his need to visit the restroom and headed towards the storage area. Just as Krillin was on the brink of demise, Wukong intervened, blocking the fatal strike aimed at him and Jiaozi, thus averting their deaths. Upon witnessing Wukong's timely rescue, Krillin was instantly filled with courage and confidence, standing tall and gazing resolutely at the monstrous figure before him. The creature was imposing, with a tall stature, light green skin, sharp horns protruding from its head, and glowing red eyes. Clad in a black combat suit, it sported a pair of enormous wings on its back. Undaunted, Krillin inquired, Hey, you monster, who exactly are you? Why are you attacking me? The creature sneered, revealing a grotesque visage as it boomed, Regardless, you are destined to perish at my hands. It matters not if I divulge my name. I am Dambalin, the most loyal servant of Lord King Piccolo. My mission is to eliminate powerful martial artists and gather the Dragon Balls. Now that you comprehend, prepare to meet your demise. Startled by this revelation, Krillin felt a jolt of fear, yet he did not falter. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, ready to confront his adversary in a battle to the death. At that moment, Wukong suddenly appeared, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha wave and shouted, Since you have finished your monologue, it's time for you to die. Kamehameha wave. As Wukong's words echoed, a formidable surge of energy erupted from his hands, hurtling towards Dambalin. The monster attempted to brace himself against this overwhelming force, but soon realized he could not withstand its might. His eyes widened in terror, filled with despair and fear. What is this power? No. Lord Piccolo will surely avenge me. Dambalin let out a final, anguished scream as the energy wave pierced through his heart, causing his body to convulse violently before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 7. The Resurgence of King Piccolo. At that moment, the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Upon seeing the lifeless body of the monster on the ground, they could not help but jump back in fright. Master Roshi gazed at the creature's corpse, lost in contemplation, and after a considerable pause, finally spoke, Wukong, what on earth is happening? Krillin hastily explained. I had just gone to retrieve the 4-star ball when this creature suddenly appeared, demanding that I hand it over. Naturally, I refused to comply, and at that moment, Dumpling arrived. Just as this monster was about to strike us down, Goku arrived in the nick of time and saved us, swiftly vanquishing the creature. Dumpling nodded in agreement. affirming Krylan's account, and added, "Yes, indeed, that's how it transpired." I was truly terrified, nearly convinced I would never see Tian again. Tian approached and embraced Dumpling tightly, gently reassuring him, "Do not fear, all is well now. See, I am still here, and everyone is safe." Yamcha, still shaken, patted his chest and remarked, "Thank goodness for Goku. Now that the monster is dead, we should be out of danger. Let's hurry back." Bulma, Oolong, and Pu'er echoed in agreement. "Yes, yes. It's a relief that everything is fine. We should return home swiftly." However, Master Roshi furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting profound worry and sorrow. He spoke slowly. "No. Things are not that simple. I have witnessed such creatures before, and that memory still haunts me. Long ago, I embarked on a quest to vanquish the evil King Piccolo alongside my master, the renowned and formidable Master Mateto, and my fellow disciples. King Piccolo was immensely powerful, reveling in destruction, arson, and pillage, commanding a legion of demons. Humanity fell into despair, and the world morphed into a hellish existence. Ultimately, my comrades perished in battle, and my master sacrificed his life to seal the demon away. Yet, I was the only one who survived. Now, seeing this creature again, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the demons of yore, likely a minion of the Dark King, though I am reluctant to believe it. Perhaps someone has indeed released King Piccolo. Soon, the entire world may face the threat of obliteration." Upon hearing this, everyone stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Their faces filled with disbelief, as if the very foundations of their world had crumbled. Bulma, Oolong, and Yamcha turned pale with fear, nearly on the verge of tears. In this suffocating atmosphere, a bright voice suddenly rang out, "Do not worry, everyone. I will defeat King Piccolo and protect you all." The group turned in unison to see Goku standing there, his expression resolute, eyes glimmering with confidence. Upon witnessing this, Bulma and the others instantly transformed their dread into joy, excitedly dancing with elation. "How wonderful! We completely forgot about Goku's incredible strength." Wukong comforted them, saying, "You may leave first. I can handle this on my own. Do not worry, for I have mastered a new technique that allows me to traverse any location imbued with energy at will. Now, I shall take my leave and will return shortly." No sooner had he spoken than Wukong pressed his index and middle fingers to his forehead. Before anyone could react, his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Krillin, eyes wide with astonishment, inquired of Master Roshi, "Did you see how Wukong disappeared?" After a moment of silence, Master Roshi replied, "No. But from what Wukong just stated, it appears he did not leave due to excessive speed preventing us from seeing him depart. Rather, he utilized that new technique that allows for instantaneous relocation. Who would have thought he could create such a technique? It seems Wukong's talent has indeed flourished." With that, Master Roshi could not help but smile with pride. Tian Shinhan, with unwavering resolve, declared, "Regardless of how extraordinary Son Wukong may be, I shall ultimately defeat him." Jiaozi nodded with a smile, affirming, "Yes, Tian Shinhan, you can do it." Yamcha, with a serious expression, added, "Krillin, and I will also strive earnestly." Bulma observed them and suddenly suggested, "I propose we are not accomplishing anything by standing here. Why don't we head to the hotel to rest while we wait for Wukong's return?" Oolong immediately concurred, "Yes, indeed, that sounds reasonable." However, Pu'er teased with a grin, "Oolong, you merely wish to sneak a peek at the beauties, don't you?" Oolong's face turned a deep crimson as he stammered, "And no, that's not me." The group chimed in unison, "Yes, it is." Oolong, exasperated, stomped his foot, "You all are bullying me." Laughter erupted among them, and they proceeded back, preparing to wait at the hotel for Son Wukong's return. Only Tian Shinhan quietly turned away, seeking Master Roshi to learn the ancient technique used to seal away Demon King Piccolo. In the grand hall of a presidential palace, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Upon the throne sat a figure exuding a chilling aura of terror, tall and imposing. His green skin appeared to be encased in an evil armor, imparting an impression of invulnerability. Two twisted horns adorned his head, and his eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, revealing sharp teeth beneath a broad grin, all while draped in a flowing white robe. Kneeling before him were the Pilaf gang and numerous demons, the very minions of the recently ascendant Demon King Piccolo. Pilaf, with utmost caution, cradled a platter bearing 6 gleaming dragon balls, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he gazed fearfully at the figure seated upon the throne. "Your Majesty, Demon King Piccolo, we have gathered 6 dragon balls. We only lack the final one. Please grant us a little more time." Pilaf trembled as he spoke, his voice betraying his palpable fear. The seated King Piccolo appeared oblivious, offering no reaction, while the others dared not interrupt. Suddenly, King Piccolo's eyes widened in fury. An overwhelming pressure emanating from him that left those beneath him unable to stand upright. How could this be? My son Damblin has been slain in an instant. I never anticipated such a formidable opponent emerging on Earth. The onlookers, equally astonished, refrained from voicing their disbelief, fully aware of King Piccolo's volatile temperament. The consequences of his wrath were unimaginable. Subsequently, they lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. King Piccolo surveyed those before him, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "You may leave," he commanded, "for I sense an ominous premonition. I must now summon a true progeny for future contingencies." Although those present believed no one could best their sovereign, none dared disobey. They respectfully replied, "We shall obey," and gradually retreated, leaving King Piccolo in solitude. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as a soft radiance began to emanate from his form. With a slight squint, he concentrated, and gradually, a peculiar energy surged forth from within him, causing his body to tremble subtly. Subsequently, a sphere glowing faintly began to materialize beneath his abdomen. In the dim and oppressive atmosphere, King Piccolo's expression contorted into a grotesque grimace, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, he unleashed a deep, resonant roar. As the sound faded, a colossal egg was slowly expelled from his mouth, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. This immense egg exuded a malevolent aura. King Piccolo gazed upon it, taking a deep breath before speaking. "You are the sole bloodline of the great King Piccolo in this world. I shall name you Piccolo Jr. May your power surpass mine and establish dominion over this realm." The egg seemed to sense King Piccolo's anticipation, quivering slightly as if responding to his call. Witnessing this, a satisfied smile spread across King Piccolo's face. However, at that moment, applause erupted from a shadowy corner, shattering the brief tranquility. "What a splendid performance!" the voice chimed, laced with mockery and admiration, as if witnessing a captivating play. That scene truly opened my eyes. I am certain I shall never forget this moment for the rest of my life. As the formidable King Piccolo turned his gaze towards the sound, he beheld, in a corner, an unexpected sight. A young boy adorned with a monkey's tail, a stick bound to his back, and clad in an orange martial arts uniform, who was smiling at him. That smile inexplicably instilled within him a sense of foreboding. The illustrious King Piccolo, renowned for his might, had failed to notice this boy lurking in the shadows, which birthed a tumultuous blend of fear and fury within his heart. "Who are you? Why are you here? How could I have overlooked your presence?" King Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide with suspicion and indignation. The boy, grinning broadly and revealing his pearly white teeth, replied, "Qiqi. My apologies, my apologies. The previous performance was so captivating that I completely forgot to introduce myself. I am Son Wukong, a martial artist." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have come here because your subordinate nearly killed my comrade, and I subsequently avenged him. Thus, I seek justice from you. And I would like to express my gratitude for the 6 Dragon Balls you are about to bestow upon me. As for why you failed to notice me, it is simply because you are too weak." The last 3 words were accentuated with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Chapter 8. The demise of King Piccolo. Upon hearing such audacious words from a mere child, King Piccolo was instantly consumed by rage. "Do you even know who I am, you little brat? I am the King Piccolo, the one who wreaked havoc 3 centuries ago and was subsequently sealed away. I am nothing to scoff at." Son Wukong replied nonchalantly. King Piccolo retorted, "So you are the one who killed my son, Tambourine? You not only come to slay me, but also to steal my Dragon Balls." "Indeed," Son Wukong answered fearlessly. King Piccolo sneered, "How utterly laughable, that I, the mighty King Piccolo, should find myself regarded as a soft target, subjected to such insolent provocations. Even if you're elusive, since you seek your own demise, I shall not hold back. You may attempt it, but I have no interest in wasting time with you," Son Wukong calmly responded. "Rest assured, a child like you, who overestimates his own capabilities, shall find himself swiftly dispatched," King Piccolo growled, extending his hand to prepare for an assault. Yet, in that very moment, Son Wukong abruptly vanished from sight. "What? How is this possible?" King Piccolo gasped in shock, surveying the empty space before him, his mind swirling with confusion and disbelief. He widened his eyes, searching for any trace of Son Wukong, but his efforts were in vain. As the formidable Majin Buu found himself distracted, Son Wukong suddenly materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Majin Buu crashed to the ground, a mix of astonishment and fury coursing through him. He had not anticipated that this seemingly feeble child possessed such astonishing strength and speed, catching him entirely off guard. Before Buu could articulate his thoughts, an excruciating pain surged from his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was astounded to discover that Wukong's fist had pierced through his torso, blood cascading down Wukong's arm. The sight of his own devastated chest etched disbelief across Bu's face. He could scarcely comprehend the events unfolding before him. In the next moment, Wukong retracted his fist. And with the motion, a copious amount of blood erupted forth, splattering onto the ground around them. Bu's body quaked violently, and he could not suppress a torrent of blood from escaping his mouth as he staggered backward. I never imagined your strength could be so formidable. I couldn't even discern your trajectory. Your speed is such that I was unable to react in time. Who would have thought that I, the great Majin Bu, would meet my demise at the hands of a mere child? Struggling to breathe, blood continued to pour from his chest and mouth. He slowly made his way to the giant egg, clutching it tightly in his grasp. Bu too, you must remember this. You must defeat Son Wukong in the future. Avenging your father, he murmured to the egg. With that, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, shattering the ceiling, and soared into the sky, effortlessly grasping the egg with one hand before hurling it into the heavens. Noticing that Wukong showed no intention of pursuing the egg, Bu finally exhaled in relief, yet could not restrain himself from asking, "Why did you not stop me from casting my egg into the sky all this time?" Wukong soared to heights surpassing those of the formidable King Piccolo, gazing down below with an air of absolute dominance. In a tone steeped in arrogance, he proclaimed, "I simply do not care. I shall grant your son the time to pursue me until he finds me utterly unreachable." Upon hearing these words, King Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. My son will undoubtedly make you pay for your arrogance today, Son Wukong." No sooner had he spoken than, without waiting for a response from Wukong, King Piccolo resolutely chose to self-destruct, leaving not even a trace of ash in his wake. Gazing quietly in the direction where the colossal egg had been cast, Wukong softly murmured, "Piccolo, strive with all your might to grow stronger. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." Meanwhile, the demon army, having witnessed the bizarre spectacle unfolding in the sky, glanced at the spot where the great demon King Piccolo had vanished, then turned their eyes towards Wukong. Without hesitation, they knelt before him in submission. The leader of the demon army, kneeling on one knee, proclaimed, "Though we know not who you are, the fact that you have vanquished the great demon King Piccolo compels us to follow you. We pledge our allegiance to you as the new sovereign of the demon realm. All members of the demon army shall heed your command." As Wukong gazed down at the kneeling generals and the prostrate soldiers, a moment of hesitation washed over him. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, pondering for a brief moment before shaking his head. Then, raising his palm towards the kneeling demons on the ground, his expression turned grave as he declared, "You vile, grotesque, and utterly depraved demons, who engage in unspeakable acts of destruction and regard human life as mere fodder, as a harbinger of justice. How could I ever condescend to associate with such scoundrels? Vanish from my sight." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed a sphere of energy with a flick of his wrist. Instantly, the ground appeared to bear the brunt of a cataclysmic missile strike, producing a thunderous explosion that left behind a massive crater. The demons were vaporized in the blast, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. After sensing the auras around him, Wukong realized that aside from the three familiar signatures, there were no other demonic presences to be felt. He did not need to deliberate. Those three auras undoubtedly belonged to the Pilaf trio. After all, when all the demons collectively knelt, they had not been present, clearly having fled after King Piccolo's self-detonation. However, Wukong had no time to dwell on them. He merely touched the 6 Dragon Balls secured in the pouch at his waist, and then teleported, vanishing from the spot. Tian Shinhan, remember, the demon seal wave must not be used lightly, for it drains a tremendous amount of life force. It should only be employed in dire circumstances. As for other techniques, feel free to utilize them, Master Roshi cautioned earnestly. Tian Shinhan clasped his hands in respect and bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Wu Tian, for your diligent instruction and teachings. I have committed the methods of these techniques to memory and have already grasped a portion of them. I will continue to train diligently until I master every move completely. Additionally, I will exercise utmost caution with the use of the demon seal wave." Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. "Ah, indeed, you are teachable. Remember the tenets of the Turtle School: train hard, play well, rest well, and eat well." "I understand," Tian Shinhan replied. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out. "Oh, Tian Shinhan is actually learning from Master Wu Tian." Upon hearing the voice, both men became alert. But upon recognizing it was Son Wukong, they relaxed. Tian Shinhan retorted, "Humph, so what if I'm learning? Son Wukong, if you can learn the Turtle School techniques, why can't I? I will surely surpass you one day." "Ha ha, I'll be waiting for that day," Wukong replied. Ah, it's you, Wukong. Are you well? It's been a day since I last saw you, and I was quite worried, Master Roshi said. I'm fine, just delayed a bit with King Piccolo, Wukong responded. And what was the outcome? Master Roshi inquired. Wukong presented a gesture of victory with his fingers and smiled, exclaiming, Hee hee, I have vanquished the formidable Piccolo Daimao. Tian Shinhan replied. Though I have not encountered the Piccolo Daimao myself, I have heard from Master Wu Tian that he was a powerful demon from 3 centuries ago, even the mightiest of warriors. Master Tatu could only manage to seal him with great difficulty. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily redirecting the conversation. While we have previously surmised that your power exceeds that of Piccolo Daimao based on the energy you exhibited, witnessing such an event unfold before our very eyes is still profoundly astonishing. Wukong, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied with a smile, Hee hee, in truth, my strength is quite formidable. Meanwhile, Tian Shinhan resolutely declared, Rest assured, Wukong, I shall strive diligently to keep pace with you. Wukong gently patted Tian Shinhan on the shoulder, expressing his eager anticipation. Suddenly, a thought struck Wukong, and he turned to Master Roshi, inquiring, By the way, Master Wu Tian, do you remember who currently possesses the 4-star ball that my grandfather gifted you? After a brief moment of contemplation, Master Roshi responded, Ah, you mean the 4-star ball. Let me think. If memory serves, it should still be in Krillin's care. With the answer in hand, Wukong bid farewell to everyone, saying, All right then. I shall go find Krillin. Farewell, everyone. In an instant, Wukong placed his finger lightly on his forehead and vanished without a trace. Tian Shinhan couldn't help but exclaim. This instantaneous movement ability is truly convenient. Master Roshi, shaking his head in awe, slowly walked away, lamenting, Alas, time waits for no one. It seems I can no longer keep pace with you young fellows. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha were engaged in meditation at the hotel, their eyes tightly shut, focusing intently on the surrounding energy. Suddenly, a familiar and powerful aura manifested beside them, prompting Krillin and Yamcha to open their eyes and exit their meditative state. Indeed, they beheld Wukong standing there, a smile gracing his face. Wukong, you rascal, you finally returned. I was so worried. I thought you might not come back. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace Wukong tightly, his eyes brimming with joy and emotion. Wukong felt Krillin's enthusiasm and gently patted him on the back, reassuringly saying, I have returned. So there is no need to worry. I am perfectly fine. Yamcha also approached excitedly and exclaimed, It is truly wonderful to see you alive. What was the outcome? Wukong, did you really defeat King Piccolo? With a confident nod, Wukong replied with a smile, Hee hee, the demon King Piccolo has already been vanquished by me. Upon hearing this, Krillin and Yamcha both sighed in relief, their faces adorned with expressions of gratitude. This is truly wonderful news. Thank you, Wukong, for once again saving our Earth. Krillin expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Indeed, Wukong, without you, we would be at a complete loss, Yamcha added. Wukong smiled humbly, saying, As a part of Earth, it is my duty to protect it. The three of them gathered together, exchanging their respective experiences. Krillin and Yamcha recounted their lives during this period, while Wukong shared the details of his battles against the demon King Piccolo. By the way, Krillin, do you have my 4-star ball? Krillin retrieved the 4-star ball from his backpack and handed it to Wukong. Oh, I almost forgot. Here it is. Thank you for keeping it safe. And I must thank you for saving my life, too, Wukong replied with a hearty laugh. Chapter 9. 3 years of seclusion upon acquiring the 4-star Dragon Ball. Wukong promptly relayed the entirety of the situation concerning the resurrected demon King Piccolo to Krillin and Yamcha, urging them to disseminate the information to others. The demon King Piccolo too still lives, and we must not let our guard down. We must continue our training to enhance our strength. He then added, Moreover, there is another matter of which I believe you ought to be aware, the existence of Karen Tower and the Heavenly Temple. It is a wondrous place where the wise Karen resides, and the God of Heaven dwells in the temple above Karen Tower. If we all journey together to train at Karen Tower and the Heavenly Temple above, both the wise Karen and the God will undoubtedly offer us guidance to elevate our powers. Observing Krillin and Yamcha's dawning comprehension, Wukong nodded with satisfaction and smiled, saying, Very well, Krillin and Yamcha, what I have just shared with you is of utmost importance, so be sure to relay it to everyone. With that, Wukong turned to depart. However, Krillin sensed something amiss and called out to Wukong, Wait, Wukong, why do you not inform everyone yourself? Wukong replied, I am about to leave. I intend to continue my training in solitude to grow stronger, and I wish to commence as soon as possible, thus I entrust this task to you. I am off now. Please convey my regards to everyone. Until we meet again at the martial arts tournament in 3 years. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong vanished from sight, leaving Krillin and Yamcha momentarily speechless. In a secluded village in the Arctic, Wukong suddenly appeared and took to the skies. In less than a minute, he discovered a remote glacial valley. From a pouch at his waist, he retrieved 7 Dragon Balls and placed them upon the ground, then called out, "Arise, Shenron. Grant me my wish." After a brief moment, the Eastern Azure Dragon, resembling a dragon of legend, manifested before him. "O summoner of my presence, speak forth your desire. Regardless of its nature, I shall endeavor to fulfill one wish for you." Wukong, brimming with anticipation, declared, "Shenron, I seek a spacecraft of the utmost technological advancement in the universe, one befitting your extraordinary capabilities." Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Shenron's brow, yet he nodded resolutely and replied, "Very well. Though this wish poses a challenge, I shall exert every effort to grant it." With a brilliant red light emanating from Shenron's eyes, the surrounding air began to tumultuously swirl, and a fierce wind arose, causing Wukong to squint against the onslaught. Suddenly, a colossal spacecraft appeared in midair, descending gracefully before him. "I have fulfilled your wish. Farewell," Shenron's voice echoed, as he transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Wukong leapt into the air, seizing one of the Dragon Balls. The 4-star ball. "Ah, this brings back fond memories. I'll keep this one with me." The other 6 Dragon Balls swiftly scattered, darting towards the far corners of Earth. The 4-star ball in Wukong's hand instantly lost its luster, transforming into an ordinary stone. However, at that moment, Wukong had no time to concern himself with such trivialities. His heart brimmed with joy as he gazed upon the colossal spaceship before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon closer inspection, Wukong noted that the exterior of this vessel bore a striking resemblance to the spaceship depicted in the original tale, which he had once boarded on his journey to Namek. Yet it was more than 5 times larger. Its color was an exquisite and opulent platinum, and as Wukong stepped inside, he wandered through its interior. Within, there were not merely hundreds but around 50 rooms, along with circular staircases spanning several levels. At the center lay a spacious gravity chamber, fully equipped with an array of fitness and training apparatuses. In his heart, Wukong silently bestowed a commendation upon the divine dragon. As Wukong approached the gravity control device he had long anticipated, he was pleasantly astonished to discover that its maximum setting could be adjusted to an astounding 500 times the gravity of Earth, which instantly filled him with immense joy. Wukong promptly returned to the control room, diligently gathering and inputting his information, and transformed the spacecraft's control mode to voice command. It is worth mentioning that the benevolent dragon had thoughtfully affixed simple labels to all control devices, elucidating their functions. Fortunately, during his 2.5 years of training and experience on Earth, Wukong had acquired the knowledge to utilize many advanced technological gadgets. As he gazed upon these cutting-edge instruments, his heart brimmed with reflections. Though these devices were novel to him, after 2 years of study, he had become adept at operating them with ease. Seated in the captain's chair, Wukong relished the comfort of the plush seat and the convenience of the control panel. As he gently caressed the dashboard, a wave of accomplishment surged within him. "Ah, such is the power of advanced technology. I can now navigate this vessel freely and explore far beyond." Wukong, filled with exhilaration, ignited the spaceship's engines, feeling the awe-inspiring power surging through him. The vessel ascended gracefully, gradually distancing itself from the Earth below. Wukong gazed through the window, observing the Earth receding into the distance, his heart brimming with aspirations and anticipation for the future. Subsequently, Wukong adeptly manipulated the spacecraft's control panel, switching to voice command mode, and issued the directive to depart from the solar system. With a single command, the vessel swiftly ignited, traversing the cosmos at an astonishing velocity, and in the blink of an eye, it had departed from the solar system. Wukong stood in the control room, gazing through the porthole at the boundless darkness of the universe and the resplendent grandeur of the solar system, his heart brimming with emotions and enchantment. However, time waits for no one. Wukong soon regained his composure and resolved to return to Earth. Wukong piloted his spacecraft back to Earth, selecting a remarkably secluded location in the Arctic as his docking point. Once the vessel had landed steadily, he activated its cloaking mode, ensuring that it would remain undetected by the outside world. Subsequently, Wukong ventured into a nearby town, purchasing several cans of dried fish to satiate his culinary cravings. As for the payment for these provisions, he had his means, having seized a considerable fortune of gold and silver from the lair of the demon king Piccolo, ample enough to indulge himself for a while. After concluding his shopping, Wukong executed his teleportation skill, instantly reappearing within the confines of Corin Tower. With great excitement, Wukong called out to the summit, "Ah, Cat Sage, it has been far too long." Startled by the unexpected voice, the Cat Sage leaped up in alarm. But upon recognizing Wukong, it immediately relaxed and said, "Wukong, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Is there something you wish to discuss, Meow?" With a playful grin, Wukong scratched his head and sheepishly remarked, "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just came to ask for some celestial beans." The Cat Sage, with a resigned shake of its head, sighed and replied, "You consumed all my celestial beans last time, and now I have none left." Upon finishing its words, it extended a paw, rubbing its thumb and forefinger together, signaling Wukong to provide some dried fish. Wukong's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he tossed a capsule to the ground. In the next instant, several cans of delectable dried fish, emanating an enticing aroma, appeared on the floor. Wukong blinked playfully and teased, "Why not ponder a moment longer? Could it be that you have stored some celestial beans elsewhere as well?" The cat immortal's gaze was captivated by the pile of dried fish, its eyes transforming into the shape of the delectable morsels. Excitedly, it extended its paw and, seemingly from thin air, produced a jar of celestial beans, exclaiming with delight, "I just remembered, there is still a jar of celestial beans here, Meow. Do take a look. Are these sufficient, Meow?" Wukong nodded in satisfaction, indicating his acceptance of the offered quantity and pledged to exchange an abundance of dried fish for more. Although he was well aware that the Cat Sage possessed a considerable supply of celestial beans, he refrained from greedily demanding more. Instead, he smiled and said, "I am not avaricious. This is sufficient for the time being. I hope that the Cat Sage will cultivate more celestial beans in the future, and I shall trade you ample dried fish in return." Upon hearing this, the Cat Sage, filled with excitement, nodded fervently and readily replied, "No problem at all. From now on, you may come to me at any time, and I will specifically cultivate celestial beans for you." Wukong is undoubtedly aware that the cat immortal possesses a considerable quantity of magical beans. After all, without the squandering by a Kairobe, the supply of these precious beans remains ample. In this lifetime, a Kairobe never crossed paths with Wukong, thus he did not journey to the Corin Tower. In return, Wukong presented the cat immortal with a generous offering of small fish snacks, bringing immense joy to the immortal. After taking the divine beans, Wukong informed the cat immortal and Krillin that they would soon arrive for training, hoping that the cat immortal would take good care of his brothers. He recommended that they proceed to the Celestial Palace for further cultivation upon completing their training here. The cat immortal, affirming his willingness, watched as Wukong vanished with a swift teleportation. Gazing at the spot where Wukong had disappeared, the cat immortal remarked, "Indeed, he is a prodigious talent, Meow. Kamsanin. You have acquired an exceptional disciple, Meow." Wukong appeared in the vicinity closest to the Arctic, where he could sense the ethereal energies, and then soared forth. Before long, he found himself entering the spacecraft. Wukong procured a substantial supply of easily preserved provisions along his journey, sufficient to sustain himself for roughly 3 to 5 years. Wukong resolved to enter a period of seclusion aboard the spacecraft. After finishing his meal and cleansing himself, he commenced his cultivation, sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, and mind-focused, attuning himself to the energy within. As time progressed, Wukong's aura grew increasingly potent, and the atmosphere around him became dense with intensity. After a while, he opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, as he sensed a notable enhancement in his abilities, though he recognized this was merely the beginning. In the days that followed, Wukong diligently continued his training, persistently surpassing his limits. During his retreat within the spacecraft, apart from eating and sleeping, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation, relentlessly challenging his boundaries and experimenting with a myriad of new techniques and moves. Each breakthrough filled Wukong with immense exhilaration, simultaneously igniting an even greater fighting spirit within him. Unbeknownst to him, 3 years slipped by. Wukong's strength has experienced a remarkable enhancement, yet he remains unsatisfied. Acutely aware that greater challenges lie ahead, his purpose is to relentlessly forge onward. Over the past 2 years, Wukong has devoted himself to cultivating his mental state, engaging in physical training only sparingly. Nonetheless, he occasionally resorts to the use of divine water and celestial beans to augment his training, thereby enhancing his combat prowess. Upon reflection, Wukong has discerned that, in comparison to 2 years ago, his battle power has increased by approximately 50%, yet it stands at a mere 150,000. This perplexes Wukong greatly, for he recalls that during his 6-month training at the Celestial Temple using the same methods, the results were far more favorable than what he experiences now. After deep contemplation, Wukong ultimately arrived at a seemingly plausible explanation. It could be that his body had developed a resistance to the super divine water and immortal beings, resulting in a significant diminishment of his cultivation efficacy. Wukong continued to immerse himself in arduous training. As time swiftly passed, 3 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this period, he ventured out once, with the purpose of gathering the Dragon Balls and making a wish to the Eternal Dragon. Wukong expressed his desire to attain infinite energy, however. The dragon made it unequivocally clear that such a wish could not be fulfilled. Confronted with this reality, Wukong reluctantly revised his wish, yearning for boundless stamina, yet regrettably, the dragon was also unable to grant this request. Consequently, he opted to wish for the ability to autonomously decide whether to transform into a great ape upon witnessing a full moon, while retaining his reason after the transformation. This particular wish proved to be a considerable challenge for the dragon to accomplish. Chapter 10. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Throughout these 3 years, Wukong remained in the gravity chamber, diligently honing his skills, resulting in remarkable progress. Unlike the original Wukong, who simply adjusted to a specific level of gravity before seeking higher challenges, he chose instead to continually surpass his limits within a consistently high-gravity environment. Goku's current training regimen resembles that of Vegeta, as he strives for unparalleled speed and agility. In his 3rd year, Goku continues to train under the extreme conditions of 200 times Earth's gravity, seamlessly integrating this intense environment into his daily life. He chuckles, having fully acclimated to this gravity. Even dining, sleeping, and indulging in a game of League of Legends pose no challenges for him. Now, it is time to venture outside. Wukong commanded the mainframe, Shenron. Assess my current combat power. The voice of Shenron resonated through the broadcast. At your command, Master. Please pay attention to the screen during the assessment. Moments later, upon witnessing the astonishing figures displayed on the large screen, Wukong leaped with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Wow! Ha ha ha! I can scarcely believe it. My base combat power has actually reached 15 million. This is utterly magnificent." With a sigh, Wukong murmured to himself, "Alas, I sensed my potential to become a Super Saiyan as early as last year. Regrettably, had I not been concerned that prematurely revealing such formidable power might incite unnecessary troubles and attract undue attention, potentially triggering a cascade of unforeseen consequences, I would have embraced that transformation. Instead, I have restrained myself, channeling all my energy into enhancing my base combat abilities. Of course, should the moment arise for me to transform into a Super Saiyan, it would merely yield a 50-fold increase in my combat prowess. After all, only a solid foundation can propel me further. Moreover, there has been no pressing situation that necessitates the full display of my strength. I believe I am always poised to achieve transformation into a Super Saiyan, and any challenger would ultimately meet with failure. Therefore, it is prudent to proceed with patience, awaiting the opportune moment to venture into the room of spirit and time, to further explore and unlock the potential of the Super Saiyan. Yet, all of this remains a plan for the future. There is no need for haste at present. It has been approximately 3 years since I departed from Earth. It is time to reunite with everyone at the Tournament of Power and participate in the competition together. However, I wonder if they have already visited the Heavenly Temple. Wukong meticulously organized his belongings and then called out loudly, "Dragon ship, are you there?" The interior of the spacecraft resonated with the authoritative voice of the dragon. "I am here, Master. Please convey your specific requests." Listening to the familiar voice, Wukong couldn't help but smile. He reminisced about the amusing decision he made 3 years ago to name his spaceship's intelligence system Shenron. After all, it was indeed born from the Shenron itself. 2 years prior, when he first summoned the Shenron, Wukong had recorded its voice and transformed it into the tone of his spaceship's intelligence. "Well, it's nothing particularly special. I just wanted to let you know that I will soon be departing from here. While I am away, I entrust you with the guardianship of this home." Wukong said with a smile to the intelligence system. "Rest assured, Master. With me here, no one shall trespass," replied the intelligence system. "All right. Remember to activate the automatic defense and stealth modes once I leave," Wukong instructed. "No problem, Master. Please embark on your journey with peace of mind." The intelligence system loyally responded. Wukong nodded in satisfaction, then focused his mind to sense the auras of Master Roshi and the others. Upon realizing that they had all gathered together, he made an effort to diminish his own presence and swiftly employed his instantaneous movement ability, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hey, you old geezer, can you move a bit faster? Quit dawdling. Lanky, with a submachine gun slung over her shoulder, impatiently urged. Master Rashi, glancing at the golden-haired Lanky, immediately broke into a light sweat. I'm coming, Lanky. Can't you show a little understanding for an elderly man? Look at my age. It's only natural for me to move a bit slower. Oolong was the first to interject. Nonsense. You lecherous old man. You're just distracted by all the lovely ladies around and don't want to move. Puer chimed in. Exactly. You're nothing but a big fraud. Upon hearing this, Lanky promptly drew 2 submachine guns and aimed them toward Master Rashi, unhesitatingly pulling the triggers. What? You dare deceive my feelings, you old fool? You might as well die. A barrage of gunfire erupted, causing Master Rashi to cower in fear, clutching his head and fleeing, while pedestrians scattered in panic. Once the clip was emptied, Lanky, in high spirits, holstered her weapons and sauntered away, declaring, that felt great to vent. Let us go, keep up. Or I won't be so courteous. The others hastily followed, anxious not to provoke the wrath of this violent woman. Meanwhile, Master Rashi, lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up like a carp, trailing behind them while shouting, Aha! I'm coming, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Din, stay close. The 4 exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Exhaling a sigh, here we go again. After a while, everyone had checked in, just in time to encounter Bulma, who had just exited her supercar. Master Rashi, spotting her, instantly flashed to her side with remarkable speed. Grasping her hand with one hand, he cheerfully patted her backside with the other, exclaiming, Bulma. Long time no see. You're becoming more alluring with age. Bulma, with a slight smile, produced a black hammer from behind her and brought it crashing down onto Master Rashi's head. Discarding the hammer, she dusted off her hands and looked down at the fallen master, her voice laced with irritation. Yes, it's been a while and you're still the same old self. Then, she happily waved to everyone, and to all of you. Long time no see. How have you been? Oolong licked his lips and remarked, Qiqi, Bulma. You truly look stunning in that body-hugging dress. Puar swiftly delivered a punch to Oolong's head, advising him to remain silent. Tian Shinhan and Jiaozi nodded at Bulma, acknowledging her presence, which she did not seem to mind. Krillin gazed at the sleek supercar behind Bulma, exclaiming, Wow, Bulma, your car is incredibly stylish. The life of the affluent is undeniably splendid, isn't it? Indeed, this is a globally limited edition, she replied. Yamcha, feeling somewhat awkward, greeted her. Hi, Bulma. It's been a while. Bulma cast a dismissive glance at him. Oh. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between Bulma and the others with a whoosh. Everyone tensed. And as Tian Shinhan prepared to strike, the youth greeted Master Rashi and the others with a smile. Hello, Master Rashi, Krillin, Yamcha, Puar, Tian Shinhan, Jiaozi, Bulma, Launch, and Oolong. It's been a long time. The group stared at one another, momentarily bewildered, trying to recall who he was. Master Rashi, noticing the Turtle School martial arts uniform, the distinctive hairstyle, and the Rui Bang tied behind the youth, was the first to react. In disbelief, he asked, could it be Goku? The others echoed in confusion, huh? Qiqi, yes, it's me, Goku. Have you all forgotten me? They realized that the now 18-year-old Goku was momentarily unrecognizable. Krillin, gazing at the tall and handsome figure before him, struggled to accept the reality. Goku? Is that really you? You better not be impersonating him. The consequences could be severe. What are you talking about, Krillin? How could I impersonate myself? I'm Son Goku. After a while, once everyone comprehended that he was indeed Goku, they warmly greeted him and accompanied him to the registration area before returning to their dormitories to rest. Krillin and Goku shared a standard double room. As Goku prepared to lie down, Krillin remarked, Goku, although I am unaware of how much stronger you have become in these 3 years, I have not neglected my training either. After you left, Yamcha, Tian Shinhan, Jiaozi, and I trained for a year at Korin Tower, followed by 2 years at the Heavenly Temple. We are all quite strong now. If we were to face the likes of Piccolo Daimao from back then, I could easily defeat him. Perhaps I am even stronger than you now, haha. With a faint smile, Wukong remarked, I never anticipated that you all would be present. I am eagerly looking forward to witnessing your performances at the tournament. The following day, on the 5th month of the year 756 in the age of the calendar, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament commenced in earnest, as Wukong had envisioned. He could not evade the ceremony of marrying Qiqi on the arena stage. Nevertheless, he embraced this joyous occasion and fulfilled the wedding vows, with the final match pitting him against Tian Shinhan. This turn of events arose after Krillin single-handedly vanquished the Demon King Piccolo II, prompting Piccolo to depart with a scathing remark. Despite the collective desire to eliminate Piccolo forthwith, the group ultimately chose to trust Wukong upon his fervent insistence. Although the Supreme Kai did not participate in the competition, he made an appearance to observe the events unfold. Approaching Wukong with a smile, the Supreme Kai expressed, "Thank you, Wukong. You have brought these remarkable warriors into my presence, and I am astonished by the depth of their potential. Once again, you have safeguarded the earth and spared my life. This constitutes a significant act of virtue. Have you ever considered stepping into my role as the new Supreme Kai?" Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed deity, but I have merely done what is within my capabilities. As for succeeding you, I believe I am not yet worthy." The deity shook his head and replied, "No, Wukong, you possess both the strength and virtue requisite for such a role. Furthermore, your unwavering commitment to justice and your bravery are truly admirable. If you are willing, I would be delighted to impart my knowledge and power to you, aiding you in your noble endeavor to protect the earth." Wukong pondered thoughtfully for a moment and then replied with unwavering resolve, "Esteemed celestial being, should there come a day when I truly attain that realm, I shall accept this responsibility without hesitation. However, at present, there remains much for me to learn and ways in which I must grow." The celestial being nodded in approval and remarked, "Very well. Let us anticipate the arrival of that day. Until then, continue your diligent cultivation and ceaselessly enhance your strength." Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and remarked, "The earth is also my home. Safeguarding it is my duty. However, I do prefer a bit more freedom. I believe the role of a deity does not suit me. My apologies, esteemed divine being." The deity chuckled softly, "No worries. Should you change your mind, simply visit me at the Divine Palace. I must take my leave now. Farewell." "Very well, esteemed deity," Wukong replied. "It appears that matters here have reached a conclusion, so I shall depart. Goodbye." With that, the deity vanished without a trace. "Goodbye," Wukong murmured as he gazed at the sky. The event concluded smoothly, and after collecting the prize money with Qiqi, Wukong exchanged farewells with everyone before returning to Mount Baozi. Chapter 11. 5 years later. 5 years swiftly elapsed. In the first year, Wukong entrusted the countless treasures and spoils acquired from the Demon King Piccolo to Qiqi for management. "Qiqi, please take these treasures and use them as you wish. Feel free to spend this money however you like." Upon seeing the riches, Qiqi fainted and took considerable time to regain her composure from the shock of her sudden wealth. She embraced Wukong with fervor and exclaimed, "Wukong, you are simply incredible. I adore you." "Hee. I'm glad you're pleased, Qiqi. From now on, spend as you wish. All the money is yours to manage." Wukong replied with a silly grin. In the days that followed, Qiqi indulged in a shopping spree, reveling in unprecedented joy and satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wukong continued his rigorous training, consistently enhancing his strength. Thus, Wukong and Qiqi's lives unfolded in a state of bliss. In the aftermath, Qiqi's affection for Wukong deepened, and the couple enjoyed a life filled with happiness. Wukong took a moment to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." As a brilliant light flashed, a slender green dragon descended gracefully from the heavens, its immense form enveloping the entire earth. Upon its emergence, the dragon remained unchanged and proclaimed, "O summoner of my being, articulate your desire. No matter the wish, I possess the power to fulfill one for you." Wukong took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Dragon, I beseech you to bestow upon me the divine cultivation method to elevate the essence of my existence." The dragon nodded, its eyes glowing with a crimson light, as a mysterious energy surged into Wukong's mind. Wukong sensed a remarkable transformation occurring within his body, realizing that it was the essence of divine cultivation techniques. Subsequently, he embarked on a journey to hone his celestial powers. In the following year, Wukong chose to depart from Earth, journeying to Mars where he resided for a month. There, he immersed himself entirely in his training, gradually mastering the stable transformation into a Super Saiyan and the second stage of Super Saiyan 1. Upon his return to Baotou Mountain, he discovered that Qiqi's belly had begun to gently swell, cradling their unborn child. Wukong felt an overwhelming excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of this new life. Months later, Wukong and Qiqi welcomed the fruit of their love, a delightful son. The little one entered the world with a resounding cry, enveloping the entire family in joyous celebration. As the child grew day by day, he began to exhibit remarkable talents and potential. In the 5th year, Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and gently shook his head, exclaiming, "Ah, I have finally succeeded in overcoming the extreme conditions of 400 times the gravitational force of the spaceship's gravity chamber. Alas, my progress still feels painfully slow. Although I have undergone training under normal conditions and conquered this formidable gravity, while also finding time to accompany Qiqi and occasionally care for Gohan, I remain somewhat dissatisfied." Wukong steadfastly adheres to the principle that one's current state determines future strength. Believing that only through the relentless enhancement of his present abilities can he unleash a more formidable power in battle. However, having accomplished this initial step, it is time to ascertain the true extent of his capabilities. Wukong mused to himself, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He resolved to test the pinnacle of his combat prowess in his current state and commanded the dragon, navigate the spaceship beyond the solar system and assess my fighting power. Understood, Master, the dragon replied, promptly executing Wukong's directive. The spaceship swiftly traversed the solar system, soaring toward the distant cosmos. Once the vessel had departed the solar system, Wukong took a deep breath, unleashing his entire aura without reservation. Wukong's entire physique was taut with muscle, emanating an intense surge of energy that seemed to reverberate throughout the cosmos. The chimes of combat power resonated. 150 million. Congratulations, Master. Your combat prowess has ascended to the pinnacle of universal biological strength. The system's voice resounded, heralding Wukong's remarkable achievement. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Wukong's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of joy. In this moment, he realized that he had truly ascended to the ranks of the formidable beings within the universe. Yet, instead of succumbing to complacency, he resolutely continued his quest for even higher and more potent realms. For Wukong was acutely aware that within the vast cosmos, there existed countless entities far more powerful than himself. With a sigh, Wukong lamented, "Dragon number, oh dragon number, your database is in dire need of an update. Such limited combat prowess will soon render you insignificant in the vast cosmos." He recognized that as formidable beings continued to emerge throughout the universe, relying solely on the current data and strength would no longer suffice. It was time to hone the power of the Super Saiyan. After 5 years of diligent accumulation, a moment of explosive revelation was at hand. Wukong's heart brimmed with anticipation. Upon emerging from the gravity chamber, Wukong instantaneously transported himself to the heavenly palace. As soon as he touched down, he beheld Bobo diligently sweeping outside. "Ah, Mr. Bobo, it has been quite some time," Wukong greeted with a cheerful smile. Bobo maintained his usual calm demeanor, his inscrutable eyes gazing steadily at Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, you have arrived. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Wukong scratched his head and said, "Qiqi, I would like to borrow the room of spirit and time." Bobo nodded and replied, "Mr. Wukong, there remains 1.5 years of usage time for you there. However, do not forget to adhere to that limit. You may enter on your own." For Lord Kami sent Mr. Piccolo, who had been training here for 4 years, away just yesterday. He is currently in meditation and is unable to attend to you. Wukong found it rather peculiar that Piccolo would come to the sacred temple for training. Piccolo, how did he come to know of this place? And why has he chosen to train here for a mere 4 years? Though he did not divulge his reasons, I surmise he may have inherited the memories of the Demon King Piccolo, which undoubtedly contained information about this location. As for his motivation to train here, it likely stems from Piccolo's competitive nature. The pressure exerted by you, Krillin, and Tian must have been overwhelming. After a year of solitary training without the means to surpass you, he discovered that you both had previously trained at the sacred temple, thus leading him to seek the same path. The great Kami sensed the possibility of Piccolo's redemption and did not believe he would surpass you upon completion of his training. Hence, the great Kami agreed to guide Piccolo in his endeavors. I never would have anticipated that Piccolo's ambition would compel him to request the great Kami's guidance in order to surpass me. However, rest assured, should he resort to malevolence, I shall once again defeat him. With a shift in tone, Wukong remarked, "However, I must first enter the room of spirit and time to cultivate. I shall take my leave now. My gratitude to Mr. Popo and Lord Ko." Upon stepping into the familiar surroundings of the chamber, he nodded appreciatively. "This place remains unchanged. Its seclusion is perfectly suited for my training to unlock the Super Saiyan form. It is time to commence my true cultivation." In the initial 3 months, Wukong relentlessly challenged himself, pushing the boundaries of Super Saiyan capabilities to their utmost limits, ultimately achieving the state of Super Saiyan full power. in the following 3 months. He utilized this newfound strength as a foundation for rigorous training, yielding remarkable results. He ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the subsequent 2 months, Wukong devoted himself entirely to a profound understanding and adaptation to Super Saiyan 2, gradually mastering the essence of this formidable power. After a comprehensive 4 months of intensive training, he successfully unlocked the full potential of Super Saiyan 2. Goku gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his face radiating with joy. How splendid! I have finally learned to compress the aura of Super Saiyan 2 within myself, achieving precise control over my power and maintaining this state for an extended duration without excessive energy expenditure. Perhaps this is due to the divine training technique bestowing some remarkable transformations upon Super Saiyan 2. I shall refer to this unprecedented transformation, never before seen in the original narrative, as Super Saiyan 2 full power. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized that he had unknowingly spent an entire year here. The gains from this experience were indeed substantial. It was time to depart. As Goku, now in his transformed state with diminished aura, stepped out of the hyperbolic time chamber, a wave of malevolent energy surged towards him. Wukong furrowed his brows, keenly attuned to this familiar yet foreign power, and silently reflected on the narrative. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Judging by the intensity of this malevolent aura in the timeline, if not for my intervention in the plot, the strongest being on Earth at this very moment would undoubtedly be my half-brother, Raditz. With this thought in mind, a subtle smile graced Wukong's lips, barely perceptible yet revealing his delight. Wukong murmured softly, "It seems that things are becoming increasingly intriguing. In that case, let us meet this intriguing brother of mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. The next moment, he found himself back home, gazing at his son, Son Gohan, who was diligently studying. A glimmer of affection passed through Wukong's eyes. Gently lifting Gohan, he tenderly remarked, "Gohan, father will take you to meet some fascinating individuals." Subsequently, Wukong brought Gohan to Kame House. Upon their arrival, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others were gathered, engaged in animated conversation. Seeing Wukong, everyone rose to greet him. Wukong smiled and exchanged pleasantries, introducing Son Gohan to them. At that instant, a formidable aura manifested at the location where Piccolo was training. Raditz glanced down at a towering figure meditating upon a mountain peak. The individual was tall, with dark green skin and 2 antennae protruding from his head, bearing a distinctly villainous appearance, draped in a white cloak. After a cursory glance at his scouter, which indicated the opponent's power level was merely 408, he disdainfully scoffed, "Humph. You are not Kakarot." Piccolo raised his gaze to the imposing figure before him, who had long, flowing black hair, donned dark armor, and sported a black monkey tail around his waist. One eye was adorned with a peculiar device, and his chiseled facial features, prominent nose, and deep-set eyes radiated pride and confidence. Rather than feeling fear, he coldly inquired, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" A sinister smile crept upon Raditz's lips as he replied, "I am Raditz, and I have no business with the likes of you." At this juncture, Raditz's demeanor grew more menacing, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. Piccolo let out a derisive laugh, retorting, "Then what brings you here? Are you seeking death?" Raditz did not deign to answer Piccolo's question. Instead, he hurled an energy blast at him, clearly indicating his intent. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 12. The Scion Raditz swiftly advanced, aiming to seize the upper hand with his speed. However, Piccolo remained remarkably composed, refraining from rushing into an attack. He stood his ground, meticulously observing each of Raditz's movements. As Raditz charged once more, Piccolo suddenly unleashed his power, evading the incoming attack with lightning speed, and cleverly countered. His movements fluid and forceful, catching Raditz off guard. After several exchanges, it became evident that Raditz was losing stamina, while Piccolo maintained a steady performance. Ultimately, during a stunning counterattack, Piccolo effortlessly defeated Raditz. Looking down at Raditz, who lay incapacitated on the ground, Piccolo wore a contemptuous smile, remarking, "You are indeed formidable. Stronger than the likes of Son Wukong and his companions from 5 years ago. Never has Earth known of someone like you. You would do well to divulge your identity and intentions for appearing here. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I shall not spare you." Raditz spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise. I was careless earlier. Never did I expect to be defeated by you. Judging by your appearance, you must be one of those Namekians. No wonder you possess such formidable power. Although I could not vanquish you Earthlings, The opportunity to measure my strength against you is not in vain. Since you have seen through my facade, I shall no longer conceal my identity. I hail from the obliterated planet Vegeta, a warrior race known as the Saiyans. Piccolo, arms crossed defiantly, inquired with a haughty demeanor. So, you mean to say that the one with the tail, Goku, is the brother you sought, the Saiyan Kakarot, is it not? Indeed, that is correct. However, if I could merely catch a glimpse of him, I could ascertain it more fully. Very well then, I sense that Goku and the others have gathered in one location. I happen to be on my way to confront them. Follow me, but do not attempt any tricks along the way. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Piccolo gestured menacingly to his throat, and the seemingly subdued Raditz nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, I shall certainly heed your command. At Kame House, the intoxicated Master Roshi, donning sunglasses and clad in a floral shirt and shorts, staggered over to Goku, clutching 2 large frothy mugs of cold beer. Hee, come on, Goku. It's a rare occasion that you all gather for a party. Don't just feast on the meat. Join me for a drink. Bulma has prepared quite an assortment of fine wines this time. Bulma glanced at Gohan, who was seated by Goku's feet, handing him a glass of juice. Hey, old man. Don't lead Goku astray. We still have Gohan here. With a faint smile, Yukong remarked, I seldom indulge in alcohol, so just a single glass will suffice. Krillin raised his glass towards Yamcha, exclaiming, Yamcha, come here and share a drink with Yukong. Coming. Master Roshi led the gathering. Lifting his glass and addressing the assembled circle, to our reunion, cheers. The crowd echoed, cheers. As the revelry reached its peak, a thunderous roar pierced the air. What a delightful commotion, Son Goku. This voice, akin to a clap of thunder, reverberated across the land, drawing the attention of all present. Shortly thereafter, another voice chimed in. Indeed, it is Lord Piccolo. That Son Goku is my brother, Kakarot. His visage mirrors that of our father. Yet his battle power is a mere 50, truly the detritus of the Saiyans, a lowly warrior. The speaker was Raditz, casting a scornful gaze at Goku and the others, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Meanwhile, Piccolo coldly observed the scene before him, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. He glanced at Raditz beside him, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Gradually, he raised his palm, directing it towards Raditz, and coldly stated, I have come to a realization. Allow me to share a piece of information. He, like myself, can manipulate his own battle power. Furthermore, I appreciate your confirmation. You may now meet your end. As the words left his lips, a formidable surge of energy coalesced in Piccolo's palm, as though it were poised to rend the surrounding space asunder. Raditz gazed at Piccolo in terror, involuntarily retreating, a tide of dread swelling within him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, and no, this was not our agreement. You promised that as long as I divulged the truth, you would spare me. I have concealed nothing. I swear all I have said is true. I beg you. Spare my life. However, Piccolo exhibited no trace of mercy, shaking his head with a cold smirk as the energy sphere in his hand intensified. Raditz stumbled backward, protesting, and no. This was not what we agreed upon. You said that if I revealed all, and if I had anything to hide, you would kill me. I speak only the truth. You cannot kill me. A powerful aura began to accumulate in Piccolo's hand as he prepared to unleash his power. I did say that. But I never stated that your lack of concealment would exempt you from death. I am the great demon King Piccolo. Apologies, but I have altered my decision. Moreover, you have outlived your usefulness. Die. Without a hint of mercy, Piccolo declared, and then abruptly hurled the energy sphere towards Raditz. The panicked Raditz, realizing there was no escape, immediately shouted down to Goku below. My brother Kakarot? No, Goku, I am your elder brother. I do not know the extent of your strength. But if you do not save me, your only blood relative shall perish. Enough with the nonsense. Perish? In that decisive moment, Goku appeared before Raditz as if transcending time and space, his energy blast striking him with unwavering precision. A thick haze enveloped the sky, obscuring everyone's vision. The air around seemed to solidify, as tension and anxiety seeped into the hearts of all present. Goku, Dad. The crowd almost chorused in unison, their voices laden with urgency and unease. Krillin, unable to contain his inner turmoil, was about to recklessly charge into the fog, but was promptly restrained by the experienced Master Roshi beside him. Do not rush. Krillin. Master Roshi's voice was calm and resolute. Goku's energy remains undisturbed, indicating he has not sustained any harm. Now, everyone, take a moment to steady your hearts and sense the situation carefully. Upon hearing these words, Gohan promptly closed his eyes, concentrating intently to perceive the fluctuations of energy surrounding him. After a brief moment, a radiant smile illuminated Gohan's face. Indeed, Father's aura, along with that peculiar uncle's, remained steadfast, showing no signs of diminishment. As if to validate Gohan's assertion, a gentle breeze swept through, gradually dispersing the mist, revealing the unmistakable figures of Goku and Raditz once more. They stood there, unscathed, as if the preceding events had merely been a fleeting illusion. Witnessing this scene, Piccolo's eyes flickered with a mix of astonishment and reluctance. It is astonishing that even after I set aside my pride and implored the deities at the heavenly temple for guidance in my training, I still find it challenging to easily overcome you. You are indeed a formidable adversary deserving of respect. Raditz gazed at Goku's familiar orange-clad silhouette, a profound sense of gratitude swelling within him like never before. The previous arrogance and disdain had long since evaporated, replaced by deep reverence and appreciation. I once believed I was sufficiently powerful, yet I never anticipated your growth to such an extraordinary extent. Moreover, you saved me in my moment of need. This kindness, Raditz, shall never forget. Thank you, my brother Kakarot. Wukong turned around, a warm smile illuminating his face. I am not entirely familiar with your situation, but let us find a moment later to discuss it in detail. For now, allow me to address the trouble at hand. Piccolo, evidently losing his patience, launched a powerful punch towards Wukong, laced with a hint of provocation. Son Wukong, how audacious of you to engage in conversation while standing against me, without moving an inch. Wukong effortlessly parried Piccolo's attack, a hint of displeasure flickering in his gaze. I mentioned that I was prepared, and yet you resort to a sneak attack, leaving me embarrassed before everyone, he remarked. Before his words had fully settled, Wukong swiftly seized upon a flaw in Piccolo's defense, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen before Piccolo could react. Like a kite severed from its string, Piccolo was sent soaring away. I am quite upset and have no time to engage with you further. Let us conclude this battle swiftly, Wukong declared with an undeniable firmness, struggling to regain his balance. Piccolo wiped the bitter fluid from the corner of his mouth, surprise and anger flashing in his eyes. You have indeed grown significantly stronger, thus. It is time for me to reveal my true power. Raditz, observing Piccolo in a state of peak fury, exclaimed incredulously, his battle power has astonishingly reached 3,000. Can Kakarot truly prevail? Piccolo, with an arrogant gaze fixed upon Wukong and a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, taunted. What do you think? Did you ever anticipate that I could become this formidable, Son Goku? Wukong cast a fleeting glance at Raditz and his detector, remarking nonchalantly, you are indeed formidable, worthy of my full strength in battle. As Wukong unleashed a powerful aura, Raditz quickly glanced at the detector and exclaimed, I never anticipated that Kakarot's full combat power would reach 3,500. It seems victory is within reach. Subsequently, Wukong and Piccolo engaged in an even more intense melee combat. Although the battle appeared evenly matched, discerning observers could clearly see that Wukong was gradually gaining the upper hand. After a brief interval, Wukong seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Piccolo's chin, rendering him unconscious and concluding the skirmish. That Kakarot fellow, astonishingly, has broken through during the fight. His combat power peaked at 4,000 with that final blow. Raditz marveled. Goku stepped forward and grasped the unconscious Piccolo, then suddenly vanished for a fleeting second. When he reappeared, he was already by Gohan's side, while Piccolo had completely disappeared without a trace. Raditz also landed on the shores of Kame House, anxiously inquiring, Kakarot, where is that damn Namekian? Wukong feigned nonchalance as he stated, I have transported him to another realm. This matter is none of your concern. Now, let us discuss your affairs and why you refer to me as your brother Kakarot. My name is, in fact, Son Wukong. Gohan peered out from behind Goku, chiming in. Indeed. My father is certainly not Kakarot. Raditz cast a glance at the child behind Goku, who bore a tail, and smiled gently. This must be your offspring. Quite adorable indeed. However, on another note, Kakarot, have you perhaps suffered a blow to the head in the past, resulting in amnesia? Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression subtly shifted as he recalled. Indeed, there is some truth to this. I once heard my grandfather mention that I fell from a cliff during my childhood, striking my head against a stone. This revelation made sense to Raditz, who sighed, you have indeed lost your memory. Allow me to recount the tale to you. Chapter 13. The king of the netherworld cleanse suddenly understood, exclaiming, now it all makes sense. No wonder Wukong possesses such formidable strength in a tale. He is indeed a member of the warrior race known as the Scions from outer space. Curious, Gohan inquired, if my father is a scion, does that mean I am one as well? At that moment, Raditz interjected, indeed, due to the formidable lineage of the scions. Any offspring born to a scion in another race will invariably possess scion blood, hence they are referred to as hybrid scions. However, the concentration of scion blood may vary from individual to individual. Typically, we scions refrain from intermingling with other races, as we believe the noble blood of the scions should not be tainted by the blood of others. Gohan nodded, seemingly in understanding. So that's how it is. I am a half-breed scion. Therefore, according to your words, you have traversed interstellar distances merely to invite me to join your team? Goku gazed at Raditz with a look of confusion. Indeed, Kakarot, it is as simple as that. After all, the only remaining scions are the two comrades I mentioned and yourself. Oh, and of course, your son, Raditz replied with a smile. Goku glanced at Raditz's detector and remarked, that is not entirely accurate. Our Earth possesses a wondrous artifact known as the Dragon Balls. By gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, who may grant us the opportunity to resurrect those scions who have perished and have yet to be reborn. Raditz's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible that such a miraculous object exists on Earth? Indeed, it can fulfill any wish of the summoner, Goku replied, his expression radiating pride. How splendid! If that is the case, our parents could be brought back to life. But such a remarkable creation, was it fashioned by you Earthlings? Raditz inquired eagerly. Alas, the Eternal Dragon cannot revive anyone who has been dead for over a year, and the Dragon Balls were created by our Earth's deity, who is, in fact, a Namekian. The individual who nearly ended your life moments ago is the embodiment of the dark thoughts that the deity expelled, Goku explained earnestly. Ah, what a pity, Raditz sighed. However, if the Dragon Balls were indeed crafted by the Namekians, it is not so surprising, as they are said to inherently possess peculiar abilities. May I take a look at the device adorning your ear? Goku suddenly expressed curiosity about the machine by Raditz's side. Without hesitation, Raditz removed it and handed it to Goku, saying, of course, here you go. After carefully examining the device in his hand for a moment, Wukong decisively crushed it. He smiled sheepishly and remarked, my apologies, I didn't expect this contraption to be so fragile. Raditz was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Ah, it's fine. I can simply request another when we return to the core. In a distant corner of the universe, on an unknown planet, a rugged and slightly exhilarated voice suddenly resonated. Prince Vegeta, did you hear that? The message from Raditz mentioned the Dragon Balls. Immediately, another voice, laced with arrogance and irritation, retorted, of course, I heard it, Nappa. I'm not deaf. Do not bother me with such foolish questions again, or you shall regret it. The man addressed as Nappa hastily apologized. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. I was merely overwhelmed by such astonishing news. Make sure there isn't a next time. Understood, Your Highness. However, speaking of which, Raditz's signal has abruptly ceased. He hasn't been slain by Kakarot, has he? After all, scions are not particularly sentimental. Should we not head to Earth and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him? That is a possibility. We shall travel to Earth, but not to revive that worthless Raditz. Instead, I aim for immortality. Prepare for our journey to Earth. As Vegeta turned and strode towards the spaceship, Nappa hurriedly followed. Wait for me, Prince Vegeta. What are your plans now? Raditz pondered for a moment. My comrades must have overheard our conversation, and now my signal has been interrupted. Given their understanding of science, they are likely to believe you have killed me. I must clarify the truth to them. They will undoubtedly come to Earth seeking vengeance on my behalf and resurrect me with the Dragon Balls. Based on the speed of our spaceship, they should arrive in about a year. I intend to wait here for their arrival and then leave with you, Raditz declared with conviction. Goku scratched his head. It's a noble idea, but for now, I do not intend to leave Earth. If you wish to wait for them, you are welcome to stay at my home. Moreover, your comrades may not come to Earth to avenge you, but rather to utilize the power of the Dragon Balls for themselves. Upon hearing this, Raditz's expression twisted into a snarl as he suddenly roared at Goku. I refuse to believe that. You are mistaken. We are comrades bound by life and death. They would not act thus. Goku gently patted Raditz's shoulder, offering comfort. Calm down. We will see what they decide when they arrive. For now, let me take you home. Raditz gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and nodded. All right. On the Nimbus Cloud, Goku and Gohan gazed down upon Master Roshi and Krillin, proclaiming, listen closely, everyone. In preparation for the impending arrival of the Scions in a year, we must not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. I cannot guarantee the Earth's safety at all times. Therefore, it is imperative that you all diligently train to enhance your abilities. Farewell. With that, Goku soared into the sky, accompanied by Gohan. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai was preoccupied within the temple when suddenly, a figure materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, the Supreme Kai was taken aback and exclaimed, "Goku? What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home with your brother and family at this hour?" With a scratch of his head, Wukong chuckled and replied, "Qiqi. I have settled everything at home. My brother intends to take Gohan for training, though Gohan has always been resistant to the idea, as he dreams of becoming a great scholar. However, my brother cannot stand to see his weak scion nephew, so he forcibly took him for rigorous training." Qiqi, believing that they are family and that spending time together would deepen their bond, consented to this arrangement. As for me, I wish to remain here to continue my training and grow stronger. I have a premonition that a fierce battle awaits in the future. The two scions from a year hence are merely a prelude. Your idea is commendable, but I fear I have little more to teach you. Perhaps I should send you to Lord Kai for training? The deity looked at the earnest son Goku. Sure, Goku exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the new challenge. Aren't you curious about who Lord Kai is? The deity asked, somewhat astonished. Not really. As long as he can guide me to become stronger, Goku replied nonchalantly, his heart consumed by the pursuit of power and the thirst for growth. Very well, then. Grasp my shoulder. The deity chuckled helplessly, extending his hand towards Goku. Okay. Goku responded, following suit. In an instant, a whirlwind engulfed them, and they silently appeared in a vast office. Goku curiously surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is enormous. And is that a desk? It can't possibly be for giants. Can it? Is Lord Kai a giant?" A thunderous voice erupted from above. Who dares to shout in the hall of Yama? Turning to the source of the voice, Goku beheld a tall, imposing figure with a red face, a full beard, and a robust build. He bore a striking resemblance to a fusion of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, exuding an air of authority and strength. Dressed in a formal suit and adorned with a horned helmet, he appeared both mysterious and dignified. Goku, nearly bouncing with excitement, shouted, "Wow! What a gigantic giant! This Lord Kai must be incredibly powerful. Hello, I am Son Goku. Can we have a spar?" Flustered by the scene before him, King Yama wore a perplexed expression. Meanwhile, the perspiring deity quickly grabbed Goku's arm and anxiously said, "Goku, please refrain from speaking out of turn. This is not Lord Kai. It is King Yama, who governs the underworld. Allow me to speak on your behalf. Greetings, King Yama. I am a deity from a planet called Earth in the North Galaxy. I bring this Mr. Son Goku, hoping he might receive guidance in his training from Lord Kai." After a lengthy conversation, the King of Hell dispatched someone to lead Wukong onto the serpent path. Once the celestial beings and Wukong had departed, the King of Hell pondered. This son of Wukong's soul is indeed extraordinary. He is a being who should have perished long ago, yet he continues to thrive. His essence so potent that it appears as though the souls of two individuals have merged into one. Chapter 14. Z Warriors and Scions Year 762 of the Age of the Gods, November 3rd. Gohan, you have made significant progress this year. Wufan brushed off the dust from his attire, his voice tinged with a hint of delight as he exclaimed, "Raditz, I believe I have finally passed your rigorous training. Does this mean I will no longer be subjected to your relentless drills?" Raditz cast a disdainful glance in his direction, his tone laced with mild irritation. "Look at you. A scion, yet you harbor a distaste for battle and training, preferring instead to delve into the pursuit of human knowledge, as if you aspire to be some scholar. Your family is quite affluent, so why the relentless dedication to your studies?" Wufan scratched his head, a resolute expression gracing his face as he earnestly replied, "It is because I have a passion for reading that I aspire to become a renowned scholar." Raditz sighed in resignation, gesturing in acquiescence. "Very well, very well. Since even that little rascal Kakarot supports your pursuit of knowledge, I shall not oppose it any further. You may proceed as you wish." Upon hearing these words, Gohan leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Raditz." Raditz furrowed his brow and corrected him, saying, "If you must address me, you should refer to me as elder, but do refrain from that, as it makes me seem quite old. Simply calling me brother will suffice. Our scion lifespan is quite extensive. I am still relatively young." Gohan promptly nodded in agreement, obediently altering his words. "Oh, brother. By the way, where has our father gone? That lad has not engaged in cultivation since his return from the North Kai 6 months ago, during which he imparted to me the Kaioken technique. Yet he himself has ceased training. Instead, he leisurely strolls and fishes outside every day. Where has he ventured today?" Raditz inquired with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure. But this morning I saw Dad mentioning that he was heading to East City to purchase ingredients, Gohan replied, scratching his head. TCH, that Kakarot fellow. Taking it upon himself to undertake such tasks typically reserved for women, Raditz grumbled. The Kaioken technique he taught me, I can only harness to twice its potential. I intended to seek his counsel on how to further develop it. Meanwhile, in the distant East City, Wukong glanced at the clock on the street. Having procured all the items that Qiqi had instructed him to buy, neatly packed into capsules. Now, he merely needed to await the arrival of those two individuals. Hoping they would not wreak havoc upon the city, for the local delicacies were quite delightful. After a while, as Wukong idly gazed at the sky, he suddenly sensed two formidable presences approaching the edge of the atmosphere. Ah, they have finally arrived. I was beginning to grow impatient. Meanwhile, a little girl walking along the road curiously tugged at her mother's hand, pointing towards the sky, exclaiming, "Mommy, I see two shooting stars over there." Her mother, irritated, pulled her daughter along and responded, "You silly child, where would shooting stars come from in broad daylight? We mustn't waste time. Let us hurry." Just then, two piercing sounds of air being sliced open resonated, as two circular unidentified objects emerged into view. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, a thunderous boom echoed, and the ground in the center of the street suddenly cracked open, revealing a vast depression. The two spheres landed steadily in the middle of the street, drawing the attention of onlookers who quickly gathered around, chattering animatedly. "What is that thing?" One person exclaimed in astonishment. "I have no idea," another replied. Some speculated. "It looks like an egg." Others retorted, "No, that is a large sphere." Yet more ventured, "I believe it resembles a spaceship." Various opinions surged forth, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly, the doors of the two spacecraft began to open slowly, and two figures emerged. A sharp-eyed individual in the crowd shouted, "Hey, look! That thing is indeed a spaceship, and two people are actually coming out of it." Another responded, "Something feels off, my friend. Just look at their peculiar skin-tight suits, with tails trailing behind them. Could these beings be extraterrestrials?" At that moment, one figure stepping out of the spacecraft caught everyone's attention, towering and imposing. Standing over 2 meters tall, his bald head gleamed under the sunlight, reflecting a soft glow. With thick, dark eyebrows and wide, expressive eyes, he radiated vitality. Clad in a specially designed combat suit, the intricate design accentuated his muscular physique brimming with explosive power as he exclaimed with excitement, "Haha! We have finally arrived at our destination. This planet appears to be quite fragile." Another figure stood tall and robust, clad in combat attire that hugged his muscular form, accentuating the powerful lines of his physique. The battle suit was predominantly black and deep blue, while his short black hair stood erect like steel needles. His sharply defined facial features, with a high-bridged nose and tightly pressed lips, exuded an air of coldness and arrogance. With arms crossed over his chest, he radiated a proud confidence, his chin slightly raised as he surveyed the earth beneath him from a lofty vantage point. Casting a glance at his companion, a disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Of course, these earthlings could never hope to match us Scions. I alone am more than capable of their annihilation. Prince Vegeta, let us swiftly locate the Dragon Balls and sell this planet for a handsome sum," a deep voice interjected nearby. Upon hearing this, Prince Vegeta frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He scoffed coldly, replying, "Humph, Nappa, I do not require your guidance to carry out my tasks. I have no interest in wealth. My sole purpose here is to find Kakarot and defeat him, proving that I am the strongest Scion. As for the power of the Dragon Balls, that will undoubtedly be harnessed for my own use." Nappa, intimidated by Vegeta's imposing presence, immediately offered a respectful apology. Glancing around, a glimmer of greed ignited in his eyes as he cautiously asked, "My apologies, but I may dispose of the people around us at will, correct?" Vegeta regarded Nappa with an icy stare, his tone devoid of warmth as he replied, "Do as you wish, but do not linger too long. Then I shall eliminate them all at once," Nappa declared, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique to ensnare those nearby. Just then, a brazen voice interrupted his actions. "Pardon me, but this territory is under my protection. You shall not lay a finger on it." Both men turned their displeasure towards the source of the voice, revealing a figure clad in a worn orange martial arts gi, slightly tattered and frayed. A blue belt secured his waist, and a black tail swayed behind him as he strode confidently in sturdy black martial arts shoes. Blue wristbands adorned his arms, and his short black hair stood on end. Vegeta recognized him instantly, a cold smirk forming on his lips. You must be the worthless brother of that fool Raditz, Kakarot. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Wukong's gaze sharpened, and he replied with a frigid tone, Indeed, it is I. Moreover, we are not the worthless beings you presume us to be. Lower-tier warriors are merely lower-tier warriors, even if your combat prowess escalates to 4,000. You shall remain a lower-tier warrior. Vegeta scoffed derisively. You, a mere waste, dare to slay my comrade? I shall promptly demonstrate to you what constitutes a true genius elite warrior. Goku cast a cold glance at Vegeta and proclaimed, Very well. I too wish to engage in some sparring with you. However, you must first catch up to me. With that, Goku's form flickered and he soared into the distance in an instant. Without hesitation, Nappa and Vegeta immediately pursued him. On the desolate plains, the howling winds roared and the yellow sands swirled through the air. Wukong surveyed his surroundings and chose a relatively flat spot to descend upon the ground. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta's silhouette emerged in the sky. He gazed down at Wukong, his eyes brimming with indifference and arrogance, remarking, Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? It seems rather fitting. Wukong paid no heed to Vegeta's derision. He merely stood there in serene anticipation of the impending battle. At that moment, Nappa approached and addressed Vegeta, saying, Haha, Prince Vegeta, allow me to handle this one first. In response, Vegeta nodded slightly, his tone icy as he replied, Do as you wish. But do not bring shame upon me. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept across Nappa's face as he turned his gaze toward Wukong, his eyes glimmering with a cruel light. Wukong, wait. That said, Nappa's fury reached its zenith. His eyes widened as he bellowed, Do you dare to deceive me? However, Vegeta remained markedly more composed than Nappa. Observing Nappa's impending charge, he calmly remarked, Nappa, hold on a moment. Take a look at your scouter. Several powerful energy signatures are converging here on Earth. Let us await their arrival, and then we shall capture them all at once. Nappa, though seething with rage, could only begrudgingly nod in agreement, muttering, Fine. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Wukong. Upon hearing this, Wukong turned to see Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Tian Shinhan swiftly approaching. Their figures painted a vibrant scene across the desolate plains before they gracefully landed beside Wukong. Ah, Krillin, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Tian. How astonishingly swift you all are. And you arrived together. Wukong greeted them with a smile. Krillin explained, We sensed a formidable and malevolent energy manifesting on Earth. So Yamcha and I decided to investigate. Along the way, we encountered Tian and Kaiatsu flying this direction, and thus we joined forces. Tian Shinhan looked at Wukong, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, and remarked, Wukong, you seem to have grown significantly stronger. It appears I still cannot surpass you. Wukong chuckled softly and patted Tian Shinhan on the shoulder, saying, Do not rush. There will be ample time ahead. Let us first address these two scions before us, for they seem intent on the earth and the Dragon Balls. At that moment, a boisterous voice thundered through the air, shattering the tension that had enveloped the scene. I shall not allow you to succeed. The earth belongs to me, Piccolo the Demon King. As the words resonated, a green figure descended from the heavens, landing firmly before the gathered group. Upon witnessing the scene, Wukong raised his hand in greeting, exclaiming, Ah, Piccolo, you have arrived. It has been quite some time. However, Piccolo offered no warm demeanor in return. With a disdainful huff, he replied in a frigid tone, Son Goku. We are not friends but adversaries. Do not speak so familiarly. I have merely agreed to his terms to grow stronger and train with Rithis. And thus I have imparted some knowledge to Gohan. Upon hearing this, Wukong chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Piccolo's indifference, and continued, You remain as prideful as ever, Piccolo. Piccolo, taken aback by Wukong's words, furrowed his brow momentarily. However, he swiftly returned to his stoic demeanor, letting out a disdainful grunt. Humph, tedious. Chapter 15. The Rise of Raditz. Punaba spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping the remnants from the corner of his lips, struggling to rise. His eyes brimming with shock and fury. This is impossible. How could an Namekian become so powerful? I refuse to accept this. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms, as if attempting to expel the bitterness within. Vegeta observed Punaba, who was utterly helpless against Piccolo's onslaught, battered and bruised. Disappointment etched across his face. Punaba, you were truly bringing disgrace to us scions. Vegeta's eyes flickered with contempt and dissatisfaction, clearly unimpressed by Punaba's performance. Trembling with fear, Punaba stammered, I am sorry, Prince Vegeta. I did not expect this Namekian to be so formidable. I let my guard down. His voice quivered. beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze revealing profound terror. Vegeta, growing impatient, interrupted Punaba. Enough. You are of no use to me anymore. Return. His tone was cold and resolute, as though Punaba had become an unbearable burden. Defeated, Punaba lowered his head, trudging back to Vegeta's side. His heart heavy with shame and self-reproach. Vegeta approached Punaba slowly, extending his hand. Punaba's eyes filled with gratitude and emotion as he grasped Vegeta's hand tightly, as if seizing the last lifeline of his existence. Yet, just as he was about to express his thanks, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from Vegeta's grip. This power was insurmountable, and in an instant, he was hurled into the sky. Punaba looked down in terror at Vegeta, who was gathering a massive energy sphere, aiming it at him as he soared through the air. Fear and confusion flooded Punaba's heart. He could not comprehend why Vegeta would act in such a manner. Vegeta. Why? He shouted with all his might, his voice laced with bewilderment and despair. Vegeta regarded Punaba with an expression devoid of emotion, coldly stating, "Humph. I have no need for a scion who has lost his combat abilities." Upon finishing his words, Vegeta unhesitatingly unleashed Energy Blast. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the energy sphere hurtle towards him. He emitted a desperate roar, but was powerless to avert his fate. With a resounding explosion, Nappa's form was obliterated by the blast, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind. Piccolo observed this scene with a hint of displeasure etched on his countenance. You, indeed, are utterly malevolent. Even I, the cold-blooded demon King Piccolo, would not treat my subordinates in such a manner. Humph, simply a worthless fool. His demise is fortuitous, sparing a science from further disgrace, Vegeta remarked disdainfully. As for you, Namekian, I never anticipated that you would possess the strength to vanquish Nappa. However, this is your limit. Now, allow me to demonstrate the true power of elite science. Vegeta's tone brimmed with confidence and arrogance. Humph, bring it on, Piccolo retorted defiantly. At that moment, Goku, who had been spectating from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. Hey, wait a minute. Piccolo, you're being too cunning. I entrusted Nappa to you. It is my turn to confront Vegeta. Just then, Raditz, flying at full speed with Gohan in tow, appeared in the distance, shouting, Kakarot, wait. We are not enemies of Prince Vegeta. I was unable to save Nappa in time, but I cannot stand by and watch you fall to Prince Vegeta. The number of scions is dwindling. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Raditz as he landed, his voice icy. I did not expect you to escape death. It appears that the Namekian S-words hold truth. You have been residing with Kakarot for training. I just observed that your combat power has reached 5,500. You are indeed progressing swiftly. Raditz quickly clarified. This is all thanks to my frequent life and death sparring with that Namekian and completing the Earth martial artist training, which has led to such significant advancement. I have learned numerous combat techniques from them, and their assistance has been invaluable. They are certainly not our enemies. Humph, your affairs are of no consequence to me. I find that Namekian particularly irksome, especially Kakarot, who has forgotten the Scion mission. He even spawned a hybrid Scion, utterly preposterous. I shall slay everyone here and then seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill my wishes. No, Kakarot is my brother, and Gohan is my nephew. You cannot harm them. Vegeta found the situation amusing. Raditz, you wouldn't dare attempt to stop me, would you? It seems that my terror has slipped from your memory. But allow me to jog your recollection, Vegeta proclaimed, emanating an overwhelming aura, his gaze sharp and fierce, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to strike. Before Raditz could respond, Piccolo, impatient, hurled himself towards Vegeta with a clenched fist. Vegeta, I, the great demon King Piccolo, shall confront you first. Piccolo's form darted forward like a bolt of lightning. His fist propelled with fierce momentum, aimed directly at Vegeta. However, Vegeta effortlessly seized Piccolo's fist with a single hand, a scornful smile gracing his lips. With disdain, Vegeta remarked, I have already witnessed your full strength. A mere battle power of 6,000 is utterly insufficient. Piccolo's expression darkened, shocked at how easily his assault had been neutralized. With a powerful sweep of his arm, Vegeta flung Piccolo aside, his body tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Piccolo struggled to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. A flicker of appreciation crossed Vegeta's eyes as he observed Piccolo. Not bad. You possess some spirit. But this level of power is still far from adequate. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta unleashed a devastating punch to Piccolo's abdomen. The force was immense, and Piccolo, caught off guard, instantly lost his balance, hurtling away like a cannonball. Upon landing, Piccolo struggled to regain his footing, spitting out blood. His eyes filled with shock and indignation. I never imagined I could easily defeat that cockroach, yet I cannot withstand a single blow from you. No wonder that Scion fears you. You truly are a monster. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he gathered a formidable energy in his palm, targeting Piccolo with a cold laugh. Ha! Do not dare to compare me with such filth. Your weakness is astonishing. It would be best for you to perish. Just then, Raditz surged forward, positioning himself defiantly in front of Piccolo, resolutely stating, "Wait, allow me to be your opponent." Vegeta regarded him with utter contempt, mocking, "You? Are you certain? You are even weaker than the Namekian behind you, daring to act so bravely. Do not assume that just because you are my ally, I would hesitate to kill you." Kakarot serves as your prime example. Yet Piccolo, ungrateful, bellowed in fury, "Get lost, Raditz. Do not interfere. I, the great demon King Piccolo, require no one to come to my aid." His pride had been severely wounded, unable to accept the pity and salvation of others. I am well aware. I am not here to save you. I have come to test the new technique I recently mastered, although I often fall slightly short in our sparring sessions. This time is different. Prepare to witness my true power, Raditz declared confidently. Vegeta, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. "Oh, Raditz, you claim to have mastered a technique that enhances your strength? How amusing. I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your prowess. But do not forget that in the end, I shall emerge victorious." Raditz assumed a posture of intense concentration, his demeanor exceedingly grave. "Now behold my combat prowess." He then unleashed a surge of energy, exclaiming loudly, "Ah!" A formidable aura enveloped his form, propelling his power to unprecedented heights, twice the Kaioken. Vegeta observed as the numbers on the scouter escalated to 6,000, momentarily taken aback, yet he had not the time to mock his opponent. Suddenly, a crimson flame manifested around Raditz, engulfing his entire being. The readings on the scouter began to fluctuate wildly. "This is impossible. How could your power level rise so swiftly? 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, no, it has already surpassed 10,000 and continues to ascend." Vegeta was utterly astounded, unable to fathom the events unfolding before him. At that moment, Raditz launched himself towards Vegeta with astonishing speed, his fist imbued with overwhelming force, striking Vegeta squarely in the face. Caught off guard, Vegeta was sent flying. Raditz chuckled triumphantly. "What do you think, my Prince Vegeta? Did my ultimate technique fail to impress?" Vegeta lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his heart brimming with fury and indignation. Beyond Wukong, the others who sensed Raditz's aura were rendered speechless by their astonishment. Piccolo, too, fell into a profound silence, grappling with a mix of reluctance, shock, and an enigmatic sensation. As Gohan cheered from the sidelines, "Wow, Raditz, you are truly impressive." Vegeta rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire. "I never expected you to master such formidable techniques. Your talent is commendable. To have elevated your combat power from 5,005 to 6,000, and then to double it, is indeed worthy of praise. However, my strength surpasses yours." Vegeta began to emanate an intense aura, a white energy surging forth, creating a tempest that swept away numerous fragments of stone and scattered leaves. With a slight smirk directed at Raditz, he proclaimed, "Now, behold my full power. You must realize that my combat power exceeds yours by 6,000. How do you intend to contend with that?" Raditz gazed at Vegeta, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. Vegeta, you are undeniably powerful. But I shall not retreat. I have mastered the perception of Qi, and I am well aware of the disparity in our strengths. Yet, do not forget, I am an elite warrior. The pressure you exert upon me is precisely the catalyst for my breakthroughs. Allow me to showcase the strength I have just acquired." With that, Raditz assumed a peculiar stance reminiscent of someone in distress and bellowed, "Kaioken, times 3. In an instant, his crimson aura expanded dramatically, resembling a raging inferno. Vegeta watched in astonishment as the power level displayed on his scouter soared to 18,000. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Raditz surged forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a devastating punch with all his might. The blow struck Vegeta's abdomen, the tremendous force causing him to collapse to the ground, spewing forth a mixture of blood and gastric acid. Caught completely off guard, Vegeta sustained severe injuries. However, Raditz himself succumbed to exhaustion from overexerting the Kaioken and fell to the ground. Chapter 16, The Tragic Stubbornness of Vegeta. Vegeta, with a sputter, coughed up blood. his body trembling slightly, yet he managed to rise with great effort, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute as they met Raditz. I never imagined Raditz would become this formidable. It seems I must intensify my training. Nevertheless, it appears you can no longer stand, Raditz. This battle is mine. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily, his tone brimming with confidence and pride. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted. Hey, what are you doing? Don't forget I'm still here. Vegeta turned to see Goku standing nearby, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Damn it, I almost overlooked you, the most unforgivable Kakarot. Well, I am merely injured. Not mortally wounded. Let me see your strength, Vegeta gritted through his teeth, his eyes glinting with fighting spirit. Oh, I see you can still fight. You may seem diminutive. Yet your physique is quite impressive, Goku remarked. Son Goku chuckled, his tone relaxed. Upon hearing the term short, Vegeta was instantly infuriated. Unable to tolerate such an insult any longer, he stormed towards Wukong, fists clenched, and shouted vehemently, Do not dare to call me short. Wukong adeptly sidestepped the oncoming attack, a faint smile gracing his lips. If you choose not to speak, then so be it, he remarked, observing the irritation etched upon his opponent's face. However, since you appear so spirited, allow me the pleasure of defeating you. Vegeta let out a derisive snort, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Such audacity. Aside from the initial display of your 8,000 battle power during your flight, I have yet to witness any greater strength from you. With a faint smile, Wukong gently raised his finger to his forehead and said, Now, take a closer look at the detector. As he spoke, he subtly released a fraction of his energy. In an instant, the readings on the detector surged dramatically, the numbers fluctuating vigorously, ultimately surpassing 24,000. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief before he could comprehend the situation. The detector suddenly exploded with a tremendous roar. Staring incredulously at the shattered device, Vegeta was engulfed in confusion and astonishment. Damn it, this detector has malfunctioned. How could your combat power possibly exceed the limits of my detector? Its threshold is only 24,000. Upon hearing Vegeta's skepticism, Wukong could not help but laugh. Oh? You doubt my battle power? Vegeta, with a grave expression, responded, It's no surprise. Your battle power was merely 4,000 a year ago. How could it possibly surge to 24,000 in such a short span? Wukong retracted his smile, his expression turning serious. Then come and try it yourself. In a fit of rage, Vegeta's form flickered and he charged at Wukong like a bolt of lightning, the two engaging in an intense battle. For a moment, fists blurred and energy surged between them. However, it wasn't long before Vegeta halted his assault, panting heavily, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Impossible. How could you have become so powerful? Damn it, this defies logic. He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Wukong. Wukong's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding a sense of confidence. Vegeta, your understanding remains rather limited. Do you ponder why I possess such strength? It is simply because my artistic style transcends yours. Goku's voice was calm and resolute, as if proclaiming an undeniable truth. Nonsense, Vegeta bellowed, launching into a renewed onslaught. This time, his speed was swifter and his strength more formidable, yet Goku effortlessly evaded each strike, occasionally raising a hand in defense, as if playfully toying with Vegeta. Vegeta, your attacks are still too sluggish, and your power is disappointingly feeble. How can you call yourself a prince of the Saiyans? Wukong's words dripped with a hint of sarcasm, igniting a deeper fury within Vegeta. Already feeling cornered, the provocation struck a raw nerve, causing his rage to flare to an unprecedented intensity. He swung his fists wildly, bellowing, I shall not let you escape. Simultaneously, Gohan sensed Vegeta's formidable aura and turned to Piccolo, inquiring with a hint of confusion. Piccolo, has that Saiyans power truly escalated once more? His brow furrowed, a flicker of concern darting through his eyes. Piccolo, equally astonished, replied, Indeed, his strength has surged. I never anticipated this Saiyan would break through in the heat of battle. The Saiyan race is truly formidable. Vegeta's power has at least increased by 1/3 from its original state. By the way, Gohan, what has become of Raditz? Gohan quickly responded, Rest assured, Uncle Piccolo. I have checked, and Brother Raditz has merely lost consciousness. He is not seriously injured. That is good to hear. Let us continue watching the battle, Piccolo replied. Though somewhat reluctant, it was evident that even with Vegeta's heightened energy, it amounted to only about 2/3 of Goku's current power. One could only ponder how Goku had trained under North Kai to become so remarkably strong, almost like a monster. Piccolo was filled with admiration. Indeed. Father has become extraordinarily powerful, Gohan concurred. With the ease of a cat playing with a mouse, Goku deftly evaded Vegeta's onslaught. A mocking smile adorning his face as he taunted, Vegeta, is this truly the extent of your power when angered? What a disappointment you are. You bastard. Aya. Vegeta roared in fury, his aura becoming increasingly ferocious, yet he remained unable to land a blow on Goku. Oh, it seems my technique works wonders for you. Indeed. It suits you remarkably well. Look, with my assistance, your energy has surged, likely increasing by a quarter of what it was just moments ago. You ought to express gratitude for my role in enhancing your strength. Goku continued to tease Vegeta. However, rather than feeling pleased by Goku's remarks, Vegeta's anger intensified as he launched an even more ferocious assault on Goku, exclaiming, "You shall pay for this, detestable Kakarot." After playfully toying with Vegeta for a while, Wukong noticed that his energy no longer increased. He then remarked, "Hey, it seems you have reached your limit. Let us conclude for today. After all, you cannot surpass me. So it would be wise to return and come back when you have grown stronger." Vegeta, however, paid no heed to Wukong's words, resolutely continuing to assault his opponent with his princely combat techniques. Upon witnessing the scene, Wukong could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Pondering to himself, why is this individual so obstinate? Is he truly willing to risk everything in a life-or-death struggle? However, he soon resolved to take action. In an instant, Wukong's form flickered, appearing above Vegeta, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a swift and powerful kick. This strike was imbued with tremendous force, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky towards the ground. Yet, Wukong adeptly employed his instant transmission, materializing on the ground just before Vegeta's descent. Following this, he unleashed a heavy punch that struck Vegeta squarely on the chin. This relentless barrage left Vegeta utterly defenseless, ultimately causing him to succumb and collapse to the ground. Wukong gazed at the unconscious Vegeta sprawled on the ground, shaking his head with a resigned sigh. He then seized Vegeta's tail and effortlessly tossed him into the spacecraft that Vegeta had arrived in. Wukong swiftly located the button for the return base and, without hesitation, pressed it. With a faint sound, the spaceship slowly ascended, gradually distancing itself from the ground and soaring into the distance. As he watched the vessel vanish from sight, Wukong nodded with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Indeed, this is much better. It would have been preferable to avoid this lengthy discourse. Had you not been so reluctant to depart, I would not have been compelled to take such measures." Just then, the others rushed to the scene, and Krillin, taken aback by Wukong's decision to release Vegeta, felt a surge of anger within him. He had intended to thwart this outcome, but events unfolded too rapidly. By the time he arrived, Vegeta's spaceship had already departed, disappearing into the horizon. "Wukong, what on earth are you doing? Why would you let this scion go? Are you not aware that he is a notorious villain in the universe?" Krillin exclaimed, his eyes widening with reproach. Wufan chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. That uncle's fierce demeanor surely indicates he is no good. Father, why did you let him go? What if he grows more powerful and returns to seek revenge on us?" Yamcha and Chaos also expressed their agreement, their confusion and concern regarding Goku's decision to spare Vegeta evident. However, Tian and Piccolo remained silent, merely observing Goku, their minds replaying the intense battle that had just transpired. Wukong scratched his head, revealing an awkward smile. "Qiqi, I have actually discovered a formidable opponent, and I am loath to let him perish so easily. If he dares to return to Earth, I am confident I can defeat him once more, so do not worry." Krillin gazed at Wukong for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. "Well, he is already gone. Besides, you just said you would defeat him again, which would be akin to saving all our lives. I believe you can certainly vanquish him once more. Don't you all agree?" The others nodded in agreement, affirming Krillin's perspective. "Qiqi, rest assured, I will not disappoint you," Wukong declared, brimming with confidence. At that moment, Piccolo spoke up. "Wukong, just how strong are you now? Your battle with Raditz earlier did not seem to exhaust your full power, did it? Furthermore, the Kaioken technique Raditz employed, its very name reveals it was imparted by you. You must have mastered this technique that doubles one's fighting ability, correct?" "Qiqi, I cannot hide anything from you. Indeed, I have some strength in reserve. And I certainly know the Kaioken," Wukong admitted with a smile. "Humph, do not get too pleased with yourself. I, the great demon King Piccolo, will not easily concede defeat to you. The next time we meet, I shall definitely prevail." With that fierce declaration, Piccolo turned and soared away. Tian Shinhan looked at Son Wukong, his gaze resolute. "I feel the same way. Although you may currently be stronger than I, I will relentlessly pursue my training. Remember, do not become complacent due to a temporary lead, or I shall soon catch up and surpass you. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Shinhan flew away alongside Jiaozi. Krillin waved goodbye to the others before turning to depart as well. At that moment, only Wukong, Gohan, and Raditz remained, standing together. Their hearts filled with reflection as they watched the silhouettes of Tian Shinhan and Krillin fade into the distance. Wukong smiled at Gohan and said, "All right, my son. It is time for us to return home. Today has truly been an exhilarating battle." Gohan nodded, following his father, Goku, as they embarked on their journey home. Meanwhile, Raditz trailed silently behind, acutely aware of the vast realms of knowledge and skills he still needed to acquire and refine. Chapter 17. Onward to Namek. In a distant corner of the universe, a palpable tension enveloped Frisia's stronghold. "Lord Frisia, the situation is as follows. Should we proceed to Earth? Or shall we choose Namek?" One of his subordinates inquired cautiously. Seated upon his throne, Frisia's cold and authoritative voice reverberated through the hall. "Ho ho ho. Traveling to Earth would be a tremendous waste of time. Besides, the Dragon Balls on Namek are likely far more potent than those on Earth. We shall head to Namek." "At once, Lord Frisia." The gathered minions responded in unison. "Oh, and do remember to summon the Jinyu force as well. I have an unsettling premonition," Frisia added. "Yes. I shall contact them immediately," the subordinate replied hastily as he withdrew. Meanwhile, in a hospital on Earth, Goku remained vigilantly at the bedside. His gaze filled with concern for Raditz, who lay wrapped in bandages. Raditz attempted to rise, yet Goku swiftly restrained him. "Brother, you cannot get out of bed just yet. You have been unconscious for 3 days and only awakened this morning. You need to rest properly," Goku urged anxiously. "It's nothing to worry about," Raditz murmured softly, but ultimately acquiesced to Goku's advice, lying back down. "You have multiple fractures, and your internal organs and blood vessels have sustained damage. Employing the Kaioken ×3 is still too strenuous for you," Goku continued. "I am still too weak. It seems I must commit to rigorous training henceforth," Raditz reflected. "Brother, once you recover, will you return to Frisia's army?" Goku asked. "I have already clashed with Prince Vegeta, so it seems I cannot return to Frisia's forces." "I am currently uncertain about my future direction," Raditz replied. Gohan, who had been diligently working on his exercises nearby, perked up at this remark and exclaimed, "Then, Raditz brother, you could stay on Earth. Our house is quite spacious, and besides us, there are no other residents on Mount Pozu, so it would not be too troublesome." Seeing the eager expression on Gohan's face, Raditz pondered for a moment before smiling and responding, "Very well, I have no other place to go, so I shall impose on you, Gohan." Gohan leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful." With utmost care, Wukong prepared a steaming cup of fragrant black tea and presented it to Raditz. Smiling as he inquired, "By the way, brother, I intend to journey to Namek. Would you be interested in accompanying me?" Raditz accepted the exquisite mug, savoring a sip of the rich tea, and curiously asked, "What compels you to venture there?" Goku gently stroked his head, revealing a sincere and simple smile. "I hope to take my family and friends on an interstellar journey, allowing them to experience the unique beauty of alien worlds. Coincidentally, the planet Namek is inhabited by the kin of the celestial beings, who have previously offered me considerable assistance. Thus, I have resolved to personally visit the relatives of these divine beings on Namek." Raditz, taken aback, gazed intently at Goku, a flicker of surprise and contemplation passing through his eyes. "I never imagined you would become such a person. We Saiyans have always prioritized combat, showing little regard for family bonds, let alone spending time traveling and savoring life." Initially, Gohan was filled with joy, but upon hearing Raditz's words, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, pondering the possibility that the other party might decline to accompany him. However, at that moment, Raditz took a deep breath and a relieved smile graced his face. "Nonetheless, you are quite fine as you are now, and I am willing to journey with you to Namek." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was elated, bursting into jubilant leaps and exclaiming, "Hooray! That's splendid!" The room was imbued with an atmosphere of sheer joy. Just then, the door to the ward swung open, and a rather irate nurse strode in. With a furrowed brow and a stern tone, she admonished, "Do you realize this is a hospital? You must not raise your voices." Wu Fan lowered his head and replied softly, "I apologize, nurse, I will be more mindful." The nurse nodded in approval and said, "That is good to hear." She then gently closed the door and departed from the ward. Raditz turned to Goku and inquired, "By the way, Kakarot, how do you intend to reach Namek with such a large group?" Moreover, if you wish for me to accompany you, it may have to wait until I have fully recovered." With a cheerful grin, Wukong scratched his head and confidently proclaimed, "Hehe, I've already taken care of these matters. I possess a magnificent spaceship equipped for cultivation, and it boasts impressive speed. Moreover, based on the coordinates of Namek recorded in your vessel, I have prepared everything. Once Gohan completes his examination in half a month, we shall embark." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement appeared on Gohan's face. Lattice nodded in agreement with the plan, though he still harbored concerns about whether his injuries would heal in time. Wukong seemed to perceive the concerns of Raditz. He patted his companion's shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry, brother, your injuries will surely heal swiftly. By the way, regarding your wounds, I possess a miraculous medicine. Open your mouth." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong retrieved a wondrous bean from his pocket and held it to Raditz's lips. Without hesitation, Raditz opened his mouth and swallowed the bean. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. He felt his injuries mend rapidly, and his strength gradually returned. Just then, the bandages that enveloped Raditz began to unravel on their own, and to his astonishment, he stood up from the bed, firmly planting his feet on the ground. His face was a mask of disbelief as he marveled at his own condition. What manner of miraculous being is this? My injuries have completely healed. Moreover, I feel an abundance of power within me, nearly 10 times greater than before. Isn't it extraordinary? Wukong exclaimed. This bean is known as a Sinza bean, a unique healing remedy from Earth, possessing remarkable efficacy for warriors like us who have sustained grave injuries and are on the brink of death. However, it is important to note that its effects are most potent upon first use, subsequently diminishing with each application. It is a pity that you were not at the point of death during your first use, for your power would have significantly amplified. Upon hearing this, Raditz's confidence surged, and he declared triumphantly, my strength is already formidable. If that Vegeta dares to challenge me again, a single strike will be sufficient to vanquish him. Rest assured. From now on, I shall protect you." Yet, Wukong smiled mysteriously and replied, "That may not be the case. My true strength is far beyond your imagination. In truth, I am considerably more powerful than you. However, to witness my full capabilities, you may have to wait a while longer." Raditz, believing Wukong was merely boasting, chose not to pursue the matter any further. Instead, he glanced at the syringe nearby and remarked, "Well then, let us depart. I have no desire to linger in this wretched hospital any longer." Upon hearing the news, Gohan joyfully exclaimed, "At last, we can return home." With that, he closely followed his father and uncle as they departed from the hospital. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the universe, in Frisia's stronghold, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed the familiar surroundings, confirming that he had indeed returned to Frisia's domain. Anger surged within him as he clenched his fists, muttering to himself, "That detestable cockroach dares to repeatedly insult me, the prince of the Saiyans. I shall never forgive him." He then unleashed a formidable energy, shattering the nutrient pod beside him before stepping out. At that moment, a voice resonated, "You have finally awakened, Vegeta. Given the severity of your injuries, I assumed it would take you much longer to regain consciousness. It is truly astonishing that you have awakened in less than a day. Your resilience is nothing short of miraculous. How do you feel now?" Vegeta assessed his strength, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he replied with a hint of malevolence, "Kakarot, it seems you have surprised me quite a bit. However, when we meet again, I shall repay you in kind. By the way, Vegeta, Lord Frieza has ordered you to remain on standby at the base," a scientist informed him. "What of the Frieza Force?" Vegeta inquired, furrowing his brow. "They have already departed for Namek with the Ginyu Force, claiming that they would spare you punishment since you discovered the Dragon Balls," the researcher answered. "What? Damn it. It's only been 18 days since I left Earth. And yet Frieza has acted so swiftly, bringing the Ginyu Force along as well. I must hurry. The Dragon Balls are mine," Vegeta declared in fury. The scientist positioned himself in front of Vegeta and resolutely stated, "No, you cannot leave the base without Lord Frieza's orders." Silence. Vegeta, growing impatient, unleashed an energy blast that instantaneously vaporized the scientist. He then swiftly boarded a spaceship, racing towards Namek. Inside the vessel, Vegeta was consumed by urgency. Acutely aware of Frieza and the Ginyu Force's formidable power, he was resolute in his determination not to lose the Dragon Balls. As time passed, the spaceship drew closer to Namek. Vegeta's gaze was filled with resolve and fighting spirit. He was fully prepared to battle for his objective. Wukong delivered the final batch of supplies to the spacecraft and then called out to Bulma, who was intently observing his vessel from below. Bulma, hurry up. I have completed the loading, and everyone else is already aboard. We are just waiting for you. If you dawdle any longer, we might have to depart without you. Bulma, grumbling, hurried onto the ship, exclaiming, I'm coming. Honestly, you possess such an advanced and magnificent spacecraft, yet kept it hidden from me until today. I have had merely half a day to study it, which is utterly insufficient. How stingy. With a smile, Wukong replied, Qiqi, please do not be upset. Upon our return, I shall ensure you have ample opportunity to delve into your research. For now, let us embark. As Bulma entered the cabin, the spacecraft gradually ascended from the ground, soaring into the vast expanse of the universe. Below, Dr. Brief, puffing on his pipe, kept his gaze fixed on the direction in which the spacecraft had vanished, his eyes lingering there for quite some time. After a moment, he turned to his wife, softly inquiring, Bulma, dear, shall we not join them in this cosmic adventure? Mrs. Brief smiled gently and shook her head, responding tenderly, my dear, let us remain here on Earth. I have numerous tasks awaiting my attention, such as tending to our beautiful garden, where my cherished flowers require my nurturing. Dr. Brief nodded in understanding, letting out a soft sigh as he remarked, very well then. If that is the case, we shall find peace in our stay here. Yet, our children have grown, embarking on their own lives and adventures. We ought to take pride in them. With that, the couple exchanged a knowing smile, hand in hand, and turned to re-enter their home. Chapter 18. The Frisia Force in the depths of an infinite dark universe. A spacecraft was racing through the void. Inside the vessel, the air was filled with laughter and cheer. Wukong, come on, let us have a drink, exclaimed Master Roshi, clad in trendy attire, as he unsteadily held out a bottle of beer towards Wukong, grinning broadly. Wukong took the wine bottle, clinked glasses with Master Roshi, and downed the contents in one go. He remarked, all right, I shall stop here. Master Wu Tian, you ought to refrain from drinking further, for you are already quite inebriated. Unfazed, Master Roshi replied, but this is merely seizing the fleeting moments of life. With an opportunity to venture into the cosmos, how could I not revel in joy? Beside them, Bulma shot Master Roshi a disapproving glance and retorted, you old lecher, you simply wish to take advantage of your drunken state to entertain some mischievous thoughts, don't you? Let me remind you, I possess anti-wolf spray. Meanwhile, Qiqi gently interjected, I highly doubt Master Wu Tian would behave in such a manner. My husband Wukong and Gohan are right here. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi quickly diverted his gaze from Bulma's posterior and Qiqi's bosom, offering an awkward chuckle, hee. Even in their absence, I assure you I harbor no improper intentions. I am but a respectable old man. With that, he raised the wine bottle once more and took another hearty swig. Bulma, observing this incorrigible old man, rolled her eyes and then turned her attention to the surroundings, curiously inquiring, by the way, where are Gohan and Raditz? As Wukong chewed heartily on his meat, he mumbled in response, Gohan is studying in his bedroom. As for my brother, he is training in the gravity room. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Aren't we supposed to be on vacation? Why are they both so unwilling to relax and enjoy the journey? With a proud expression, Qiqi replied, Gohan is determined to become a scholar, and as his parents, we must support him. Besides, he has already self-studied and passed the third grade exam. Wow, Gohan is truly impressive. I still remember he was just 5 years old. Children his age haven't even finished kindergarten yet. Bulma exclaimed in admiration. After savoring the morsel in his mouth, Wukong chuckled. Hee, I have no inclination towards reading. Fortunately, Gohan hasn't followed in my footsteps in this regard. As for Raditz, I find him rather handsome, albeit a bit intimidating. Bulma, recalling Raditz, couldn't help but shiver. My brother is training. He claims he is still too weak. Upon learning that there is a gravity chamber here for training, he has been diligently honing his skills within. What about you, Wukong? Aren't you training? I remember you used to be quite the training enthusiast, she inquired. Hee. My current focus of training lies not in the physical realm, but in the spiritual. Enjoying life and immersing oneself in nature greatly aids my cultivation, Wukong replied. Master Roshi nodded in approval, stating, indeed, there are times when relentless training can lead to complications. A normal life can also contribute to one's cultivation. It's a pity that Krillin, Yamcha, and the others have yet to reach your level. I wonder if they have made it to King Kai yet. Qiqi. With their current abilities, they must have reached King Kai's planet within the past couple of weeks. I firmly believe that their training under King Kai will yield significant improvements. Let us hope so. I eagerly anticipate the changes they will bring upon their return. I, too, look forward to it, for King Kai is an exceptionally formidable figure. Receiving his guidance will undoubtedly empower them further. On King Kai's planet, tranquility and serenity reigned. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu, your first phase of training has concluded. You may now join the second phase of training, which Piccolo completed earlier. King Kai's voice resonated, filled with anticipation and encouragement. Upon hearing this, the group displayed confident expressions and responded in unison, "Yes, King Kai." Observing everyone immersed in their training, King Kai turned to Piccolo, who was meditating nearby, and spoke earnestly. "Piccolo, I understand your eagerness to grow stronger, but the path of cultivation must be approached gradually. One must not be overly hasty." However, Piccolo dismissed the advice. A surge of dissatisfaction and anger swelling within him as he glared at King Kai, exclaiming, "Old man, what are you playing at? Are tasks like catching monkeys and smashing fireflies considered training? This is nothing more than childish play." King Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, offering an awkward smile as he explained, this is unavoidable. After all, you are so powerful that, like Wukong, you easily completed my 2 trials in quick succession." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's fury intensified. He rose to his feet and approached King Kai, demanding, "Then what should I do now? When will you impart to me the true methods of cultivation? Ever since I completed your 2 trials, I have been waiting here for your guidance. I merely wish to test your composure. It seems we are nearing the moment. Come with me." With that, King Beijia turned and strode away, hands clasped behind his back. After a brief moment of hesitation, Piccolo took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within, and followed in the footsteps of King Beijia. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Namek, a realm brimming with verdant flora and crystalline lakes, where the sun perpetually graces the skies, life flourishes vibrantly. The Namekians have devoted themselves to cultivating trees to enhance the ecological balance of their world, living in joy and harmony. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the arrival of a colossal spaceship, heralding an unforeseen crisis. Seated within a levitating infant carriage was an alien of diminutive stature, yet exuding an aura of chilling dominance. Its pallid skin suggested an existence devoid of sunlight, and its head formed a sharp triangle, adorned with 2 curved antennae. Small, piercing eyes glimmered with a cruel light, while it donned a snug-fitting purple battle armor, complemented by a long, agile tail that swayed with grace. This alien radiated an air of coldness, malevolence, and formidable power as it surveyed its surroundings, glancing at the combat power readings on a nearby device, chuckling softly. "How quaint. This planet truly is primitive. I never imagined that such a low-powered civilization could create something as extraordinary as the Dragon Balls. Dodoria, I trust you know what to do." From the crowd emerged a robust figure, his striking red skin a vivid spectacle. His head was adorned with numerous irregularly arranged spikes, while a pair of pointed beast-like ears extended slightly outward, hinting at a keen instinct. Clad in brown and blue armor that clung tightly to his form, accentuating his muscular physique, he wore purple trousers. Yet, the most striking feature was his left eye, a mechanical eye that flickered with an eerie light, evoking a sense of dread. His entire presence exuded a ferocious and ruthless aura, making it difficult to meet his gaze. The attendant promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully and proclaiming in a booming voice, "Yes, Lord Frisia, I shall make arrangements immediately." With that, he turned and departed. Dodoria positioned himself before the assembled legion, his gaze cold and sharp, his voice deep and authoritative. "You will heed my commands. From this moment forth, we shall comprehensively search for the Namekians, employing any means necessary to extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from them and bring them here." The soldiers, in perfect unison, placed their right fists against their left chests, standing tall with resolute eyes, responding in unison, "At your command." Frisia nodded in satisfaction, watching as the legion dispersed to seek out the Namekians. He turned to Dodoria and Zarbin, saying, "Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbin, you are both my most capable subordinates in Frisia's army. I entrust you with the mission of locating the Dragon Balls. The Jinyu Force and I will await your return aboard the spaceship. I hope you do not disappoint me." Dodoria and Zarbin exchanged a glance, determination flickering in their eyes. They were acutely aware of the significance of this mission and understood the weight of Frisia's expectations. Dodoria respectfully bowed, alongside a striking figure with green hair and skin, who mirrored his gesture, saying, "Rest assured, my lord, we shall not fail in our duty." This handsome figure boasted a neat and orderly mane of green hair that framed his face, lending him an air of enigma. His skin gleamed a vivid green, smooth and radiant like jade. With soft facial contours and exquisite features, he bore a subtle smile that exuded elegance with a hint of mischief. Furthermore, his physique was well-proportioned, with natural muscle lines accentuated by a specially designed combat suit that showcased his robust build and formidable strength. Frisia nodded in satisfaction and returned to the spaceship. It was only then that Dodoria and Zarbon lifted their heads, exchanged a final glance, and departed with their respective teams. The atmosphere on the planet was charged with tension, as the Namekians faced a formidable threat. Meanwhile, Frisia awaited news of the Dragon Balls from the confines of his ship, eager to fulfill his aspiration for immortality. Chapter 19. Vegeta and the Frisia army. The Namekian sky shimmered a gem-like green, with clouds as white as snow, resembling a beautiful canvas. Upon this tranquil and mysterious planet, a spaceship breached the atmosphere, gracefully descending onto a vast plain. As the hatch opened, a somewhat short, muscular figure emerged, clad in battle attire. His gaze cold yet brimming with confidence and authority, none other than the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. I've finally arrived, Vegeta muttered to himself, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Stepping onto this unfamiliar terrain, he was singularly focused on one objective: to locate the 7 Dragon Balls and realize his wish for immortality. I hope that Frisia hasn't gathered all 7 Dragon Balls yet, Vegeta murmured, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He was well aware that Frisia was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Yet he firmly believed in his own strength to confront Frisia head-on. Only I, the Prince of the Saiyans, am destined for immortality, he announced aloud, his voice resonating through the air. At that moment, yet another spacecraft descended slowly, coming to rest beside Vegeta's ship. Shortly thereafter, an oddly shaped extraterrestrial emerged from the vessel. This alien's face resembled that of an octopus, broad and menacing, with protruding eyes that exuded malice, a small and unremarkable nose, and an astonishingly large mouth. Its skin bore a dull gray-brown hue, imparting an impression of uncleanliness, even malevolence. The overall appearance was both grotesque and bizarre, unmistakably identifying him as a villain. Clad in the battle attire of Frisia's army, the alien surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze firmly upon Vegeta. With a hint of disdain, he declared, "Hey, Vegeta, I've heard tales of your humiliations on Earth. You've brought shame upon the Saiyan name." In the face of such provocation, a surge of fury welled up within Vegeta, yet he refrained from immediate action, instead fixing a cold stare upon Qiqi, the corners of his lips curling into a slight, icy smirk. "Qiqi, you wretched lackey of Frisia, do not presume to act arrogantly here. Do you truly believe you are stronger than I?" Vegeta's voice dripped with sarcasm, mocking Qiqi's overestimation of his own abilities. Upon hearing this, Qiqi's countenance darkened, his gaze turning venomous as he glared at Vegeta, his eyes glinting with malice. Vegeta, you are but a fallen prince, now merely surviving under the thumb of King Frisia." His words were laced with contempt and provocation. A flicker of anger flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, exuding a formidable aura. "Qiqi, you shall pay for your words, and witness the true power of Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans." Anyone can boast. I am." Qiqi began, but before he could finish, a powerful energy blast erupted from Vegeta's hand, striking him squarely in the chest. Qiqi's body was obliterated, disintegrating into a mist of blood that vanished into the ether. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the spot where Qiqi had stood, a sneer curling his lips. "Tch. So much bluster, yet you were so easily vanquished, wasting my precious time." With that, he soared away, leaving behind a silent battlefield. The recently reunited Dodoria and Zarbon stared at the shattered battle power detector in disbelief. Dodoria looked at the readings on his device, swallowing hard. "Did you just feel that, Zarbon?" A power level seemingly comparable to Vegeta's appeared, only to be annihilated by an even greater force. "I suspect Vegeta has killed Qiqi." Zarbon, his expression grim, replied, "I certainly saw it too. It must have been Vegeta who dispatched Qiqi. However, I did not anticipate his power could obliterate my detector." Dodoria, recalling correctly, inquired, "Your detector is the latest model, is it not? Tell me, what is Vegeta's current power level?" Dodoria hesitated momentarily before stammering. "The combat power exhibited by Vegeta just now is 30,000. Upon hearing this figure, Sabo furrowed his brow, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, that wretched Saiyan. I heard he suffered a severe fatal injury on Earth last time. It seems the rumors about Saiyans enhancing their combat power after recovering from deadly wounds are indeed true. With my current strength, even in transformed state, I cannot defeat him. Dodoria, let us go together." After a brief moment of contemplation, Dodoria suggested, "What if we summon the Ginyu Force?" Sabo immediately dismissed the idea. "No way. If we leave this matter to the Ginyu Force, our status will diminish. And it may displease the king. We should handle this ourselves. If we join forces, we may yet prevail. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment, replied Dodoria. And the two flew toward Vegeta's location. Vegeta soared through the skies, his gaze sweeping across the terrain below, secretly relieved, fortunately. That scoundrel Frieza hasn't gathered all the Dragon Balls yet. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. This thought led him to recall the Dragon Ball he had just seized, prompting him to decide to hide it in a nearby cave, where it would likely remain undiscovered for the time being. As Vegeta flew on, he eventually located a concealed cave and cautiously placed the Dragon Ball within, setting up some rudimentary defenses. After completing this task, he breathed a sigh of relief. Muttering to himself, I have slain numerous Namekians to obtain this, it must not be taken from me. However, just as he prepared to take flight again in search of the second Dragon Ball, he suddenly sensed two formidable auras drawing near. He halted, carefully attuning himself to the approaching energies, his brow furrowing. After a moment, a cold smile crept across his face. These energies must belong to that loathsome lord, Dodoria, and the effeminate Sabo. Very well, come forth. Eliminating you will serve to weaken Frieza's power. With that, Vegeta descended to a mountainous area, quietly awaiting the arrival of his foes. Before long, two figures appeared in the sky, and none other than Dodoria and Sabo. Dodoria regarded Vegeta with a flicker of trepidation, yet feigned composure as he declared, Vegeta, you traitor, not only did you venture to Earth without permission, but you also dared defy the king's orders by coming to this planet. That village you attacked must have been your doing, right? Do not think that just because your combat power has reached 30,000, you can act with impunity. Sabo, intrigued by another matter, interjected, Vegeta, on my way here, I noticed a village had been attacked, and the Dragon Ball was stolen, yet our people have not yet reached there. According to the survivors' accounts, the individual who took the Dragon Ball must be you. Now, you will hand over the Dragon Ball and accompany us to face King Frieza. Otherwise, Vegeta interjected disdainfully. What will you do then? Do you truly believe you can kill me? Such absurdity. Do you think that by joining forces, you can defeat me? Spare me your futile endeavors. If you possess any courage, then face me together. You two pathetic lackeys of Frieza are nothing but refuse. Upon hearing these words, Dodoria's face flushed with anger, yet he hesitated to act recklessly, mindful of Vegeta's overwhelming strength. He turned his gaze towards the nearby Zaban, hoping he would take the initiative. Zaban cast a cold glance at Dodoria, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Instead of attacking directly, he issued a warning. I know the schemes you harbor in your mind. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Otherwise, once I am finished with Vegeta, you shall be next. In that moment, I will inform Lord Frieza that it was you who fell to Vegeta. Without allowing Dodoria any time to respond, Zaban charged at Vegeta with a swift punch. Observing Zaban engage Vegeta, Dodoria hesitated no longer and joined the fray. The three fought fiercely, appearing evenly matched, much to the delight of Zaban and Dodoria. However, after a brief exchange, Vegeta unexpectedly retreated a step, distancing himself from the conflict. I have had enough of this. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve, then prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta's voice was chillingly merciless, as if he had pronounced their death sentences. In an instant, he unleashed a punch with astonishing speed, his fist striking Dodoria like a bolt of lightning. Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been so easily vanquished. Zaban, filled with terror, quickly distanced himself from Vegeta, muttering, Curse Scion, how can he be so powerful, able to eliminate Dodoria without my notice? Our combined efforts have yielded no results. My combat prowess has always paled in comparison to yours, and now it is utterly insurmountable. It seems my only chance for survival lies in transforming. Upon concluding his utterance, Zabo commenced his transformation, exuding a peculiar aura that rendered his visage increasingly grotesque and bizarre. The once handsome features contorted into a nightmarish semblance, as if countless insects writhed beneath the surface of his skin, inducing an immediate sense of revulsion in those who dared to gaze upon him. His physique swelled, muscles developing to an extraordinary degree, each sinew resembling hardened steel, brimming with raw power. His skin adopted a deep green hue, reminiscent of a thick layer of moss, presenting an unsettling appearance. His hair became wild and unkempt, akin to rampant weeds, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. His eyes shrank to the size of green beans, radiating a malevolent glint. His mouth expanded, revealing a set of sharp teeth that glimmered ominously, as if capable of effortlessly rending anything apart. As Vegeta stood aghast at Zabo's transformation, Zabo surged forth into the air. However, scarcely had he taken flight when a figure abruptly materialized before him, obstructing his path. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Vegeta sneered, his voice laced with disdain. Upon seeing Vegeta in his way, Zabo's heart sank, yet he resolved to press onward. In an instant, Vegeta struck, delivering a powerful punch that sent Zabo crashing to the ground. Is this your transformation? Your energy hasn't even increased by a quarter. Such a wretched and grotesque transformation belongs to the likes of you, an abomination. With that hideous appearance, you might as well perish, Vegeta derided, simultaneously unleashing a formidable aura that subdued Zabo. With a single-handed energy wave, Zabo, still prone on the ground, was obliterated into dust. Vegeta nonchalantly brushed away a speck of ash, muttering, "What a filthy display. Now, it's time to continue the search for the Dragon Balls." Just as he prepared to depart, a familiar yet loathsome voice echoed from the distance. "I've found you, traitor Vegeta." The sudden proclamation caused Vegeta to furrow his brow. Recalling memories of the past that ignited a simmering rage within him, he turned to see 5 figures rapidly materializing before him. As an exuberant melody filled the air, they began to perform an excruciatingly awkward dance. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed their bizarre postures, his face betraying an unmistakable embarrassment. He felt as though the ground beneath him had become intolerably uncomfortable, as if his toes might excavate a 3-bedroom apartment from the earth. In unison, they shouted, "Ginyu Force! Ginyu Force! Ginyu! Battle! We are the Ginyu Force!" Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he beheld the scene before him. After taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure, bracing himself for the imminent events that were likely to unfold. After all, Vegeta was acutely aware that the so-called Ginyu Force was far from benevolent. Their arrival heralded the onset of an intense battle. Chapter 20. Arrival at Namek. Within the confines of the spaceship, Shenron, the Master, informed, "In half an hour, we shall arrive at Namek. Please remain patient." Wukong scratched his head and exclaimed, "Oh dear, we've arrived sooner than expected. I thought we could delay a bit longer, perhaps even a little more." Bulma, visibly irritated, approached him and remarked, "Humph, it's all your fault, Wukong. You insisted on descending to admire the beautiful planets in the universe, and as a result, what was supposed to be a 6-day journey has stretched into nearly 22 days. Had we not lingered on several planets along the way, we would have reached Namek much earlier." Qiqi then came over and wrapped her arms around Wukong's, saying, "Don't be upset, Bulma. Wukong merely wanted us to enjoy our time exploring other planets. After all, we are on a journey for leisure, and it is quite delightful to witness the scenery of various celestial bodies." Bulma, slightly overwhelmed by the sudden display of affection, responded, "You too. Fine, fine. After all, you are married and ought to support one another. But this journey has certainly served me a fair share of relationship envy. I've longed for a chance to stroll alone." Upon hearing the broadcast, Gohan exited the study room, filled with excitement as he inquired, "And Bulma, have we arrived?" Bulma gently responded, "Yes, Gohan, you have finished your studies, haven't you?" "Indeed, I have completed my lessons, and now I can enjoy my time with you all on Namek." Gohan replied joyfully, "That's wonderful. I wonder if there are any handsome men on Namek with whom I could engage in romance." "I certainly do not wish to continue witnessing Goku and Qiqi's incessant displays of affection," Bulma lamented. Goku cleared his throat and said, "Prepare the items you wish to take. I will fetch my brother." He knew that if he did not keep an eye on him, Raditz would remain in the gravity chamber, engrossed in his training. "Gohan, you should also awaken Master Roshi from his slumber," he added. "All right," Gohan responded, promptly making his way towards Master Roshi's quarters, while Goku turned to seek out Raditz. Watching them depart, Qiqi felt a surge of delight. She had finally discovered an opportunity. Quietly, she approached Bulma and gently grasped her arm, signaling her to come closer. Bulma, somewhat puzzled, cast a questioning glance at Qiqi but complied nonetheless. As Qiqi leaned in closer, she whispered, "Bulma, I believe Raditz is quite remarkable. Why not consider him?" Upon hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head and softly replied, "Who? That training fanatic Raditz? I think we are ill-suited for one another. Besides, I am off to Namek in search of my Prince Charming." As their conversation continued, Gohan and Master Roshi, along with Goku and Raditz, approached, engaged in light banter. Goku smiled at Raditz and exclaimed, "Brother, I can hardly believe that in just 20 days, you have mastered 100 times the gravity." Raditz replied, "Indeed. I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I might have only managed 50 times the gravity in this brief period. Those magical senzu beans you provided were truly miraculous." Raditz paused for a moment before continuing, "Not only do they heal injuries, but they also restore stamina and energy to peak condition, enhancing the combat capabilities of us Scions. Alas, I only have 3 left, and their effectiveness in boosting my power has diminished. Well, once I run out of Senzu beans, I can always request more from Korin when I return to Earth. The reduced effectiveness is likely due to my cells becoming accustomed to this healing method. Goku chuckled and suggested, next time, we can try a different method of healing. That's a minor issue. But let us not dwell on that. Brother, would you like to measure your current maximum combat power? Raditz responded, if your ship possesses that function, then let us measure it. I too am curious about my present strength. Wonderful. Bulma just upgraded the scanning feature, so stand still for a moment, Goku said, pressing a button. Following the instructions, Raditz stood still, and suddenly, a transparent glass dome, just large enough to encase one person, rose from the ground, enveloping Raditz and isolating him from the others. Brother, this dome will protect everyone aboard from any explosive energy you might unleash, so feel free to exert your full strength inside. Raditz nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding, and without hesitation, began to channel his energy. Wukong stood to the side, intently gazing in the direction of Raditz, and called out loudly, Dragon, assess Raditz's current combat power. An authoritative voice responded immediately, as you wish, Master. Following the assessment, it was revealed that Raditz's combat power stood at an astonishing 300,000. Upon hearing this figure, the crowd erupted in exclamations of awe and admiration. They were profoundly astonished and filled with respect for the strength that Raditz had demonstrated. With exhilaration, Gohan leapt into the air, finding the experience immensely amusing. He turned to Goku and exclaimed, Father, I wish to test my combat power as well. Previously, during training with his brother Raditz, he had insisted on training alongside him until Gohan successfully overcame the 20-fold gravity, at which point Raditz allowed him to return to his studies. He had indeed exerted considerable effort. Subsequently, emulating Raditz's earlier actions, Gohan conducted a combat power assessment. At that moment, Gohan's combat power registered at 30,000. The announcement echoed once again, declaring Gohan's impressive power level. The crowd gasped in astonishment, gathering around Gohan to shower him with praise. Meanwhile, Goku quietly muttered his thoughts, truly a prodigy, while Raditz required a 100-fold gravity to achieve a 5-fold increase in power. You attained a 10-fold increase with merely 20-fold gravity. This talent surpasses that of the original tale by leaps and bounds. Could it be that my giving birth to Gohan coincided with my ability to transform into a Super Saiyan and my relentless training in the divine methods? How enviable! Wufan, feeling a tad bashful from the compliments, scratched his head and replied, Hee, it's really nothing much, just a stroke of good fortune. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, the group began to gather their belongings in preparation for disembarking. Gohan slung his backpack over his shoulders and approached the window to gaze at the scenery outside. Namek is a verdant planet, its surface adorned with lush forests and expansive grasslands. After a brief period of lively chatter, everyone resumed organizing their belongings. Just as they completed their tasks, the ship's intercom crackled to life once more. We have arrived at Namek, and the spacecraft is about to land. Below is the newly acquired and previously stored ecological information about Namek, along with our conjectures. All present ceased their activities, attentively listening to the broadcast's introduction. Namek resides within a unique star system, orbited by 3 stars that collectively illuminate the planet, resulting in an everlasting daylight. It comprises hundreds of islands, with the surface primarily consisting of vast bodies of water interspersed with land masses. This geographical configuration endows Namek with abundant water resources, providing essential conditions for the sustenance of life. The land is cloaked in a variety of flora and fungi, with isolated hills and continents shrouded in peculiar mushrooms. These plants and fungi form a crucial part of Namek's ecosystem, supplying nourishment and resources for the planet's inhabitants while playing a significant role in maintaining ecological balance. The atmosphere is comprised of 66 nitrogen, 32 oxygen, and 2 carbon dioxide. This composition renders Namek's atmospheric environment conducive to life, with the oxygen levels adequately meeting respiratory needs. The greenhouse effect generated by carbon dioxide, combined with continuous sunlight, stabilizes surface temperatures, creating a comfortable climate devoid of seasonal fluctuations, perpetually resembling early summer. Ideal for exploration. Wishing everyone a pleasant journey, the broadcast concluded, leaving all filled with anticipation for their adventure on Namek. Wufan exclaimed with excitement, at last. We are about to set foot on this enigmatic planet. I wonder what kind of adventures await us. With a smile, Wukong replied, I hope that Namek is devoid of any dangers, and that we can coexist amicably with the deity's kin. Laughter erupted among the group as they made their way towards the exit, eagerly awaiting the descent of their spacecraft. Just as the last words were spoken, the vessel gracefully touched down upon the surface, its grand doors slowly creaking open. As Gohan was the first to leap from the spacecraft, he gazed at the surrounding landscape with exuberance, exclaiming joyfully, "Hooray! I, Son Gohan, have arrived on Namek." One by one, the others descended from the ship. Master Roshi, upon disembarking, furrowed his brow and looked towards Goku, saying, "Goku, the presence of formidable warriors on this planet is overwhelming, and most of them exude a malevolent aura. Among them, one particular energy stands out, cold, sinister, and immensely powerful. Raditz, too, sensed the atmosphere of the planet, rendered speechless by his astonishment. FFF Freeze? And the presence of his army and the Ginyu Force? But what of the energy nearby? Prince Vegeta? His power is rapidly waning, as if he is on the brink of death. What on earth has transpired on this planet?" With a calm demeanor, Wukong remarked, "Do not panic. Have you forgotten that Vegeta's previous scouter possesses a listening function? It is likely that the Frieza you mentioned discovered the existence of the Dragon Balls through that device. Compared to Earth, Namek is closer to Frieza's base, which is why he has come to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. As for Vegeta, his intentions probably align with Frieza's. Things are becoming quite intriguing indeed." Chapter 21. Vegeta declares war on Son Goku. Ginyu stood with his foot pressed against the head of the barely conscious Vegeta, irritation evident in his voice. "You've grown stronger. Vegeta, I can comprehend how you managed to kill the superpowered Goldo, whose battle power was 12,000, but to think that my strongest team member, Raikum, with a battle power of 50,000, also fell to you is astonishing. If it weren't for the fusion technique of Bardock and Guys, they too would have succumbed to you while I searched for the Dragon Balls you concealed. In that case, my entire team would have been wiped out. You have certainly surprised me. I never anticipated your battle power would reach 60,000. However, it is over now. I shall avenge my comrades by ending your life." With that, Ginyu retracted his foot and began to gather an energy wave aimed directly at Vegeta's head. Just as he was about to unleash it, several figures materialized beside Vegeta. Ginyu halted his action, gazing at the presence of Raditz and two figures resembling scions, one large and one small. Recognizing Raditz, Ginyu taunted, "Isn't this the former weakling scion, Raditz? Long time no see. I thought you would never dare to show your face in front of Frieza's army again. And these two beside you must be the scions from Earth, correct? You have come here, presumably to rescue your scion prince, have you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Raditz unleashed a sudden burst of speed, delivering 3 consecutive punches that sent Ginyu, Bardock, and Guys crashing to the ground. With disdain, he declared, "Humph, to call me garbage? I see that your Ginyu force is even less than that." Wukong cast an appreciative glance at Raditz and remarked, "What I said holds true. You are even inferior to Refuse, let alone my brother, who is far from being worthless." Wu Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings and, upon noticing Vegeta's dire condition, warned Goku, "Father, that scion named Vegeta seems on the brink of death. What shall we do?" Raditz reminisced about the years spent alongside Vegeta. Glancing at the bloodied and battered figure of Vegeta, motionless and in agony, he turned to Goku and suggested, "I believe we should intervene. After all, he is one of the few remaining scions." Wukong retrieved a bottle of water from Gohan's backpack and handed it to Raditz, saying, "Brother, the choice is yours." Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force, having just risen and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, eyed Raditz warily as he received the water. He then produced a bean and placed it in Vegeta's mouth, followed by pouring an entire bottle of water down his throat. They stepped back, observing Vegeta's condition, hesitant to take any action for the moment. After a brief interval, Vegeta's wounds vanished instantaneously, and he returned to his former self. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, instinctively leaping to his feet, entering a state of readiness as he scanned his surroundings and assessed his body. Upon recognizing the familiar landscape of Namek, along with the Ginyu Force and the detestable Kakarot, he momentarily lost his composure, then erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ha! I, Prince Vegeta of the Scions, am still alive. This is splendid. I feel invigorated with an abundance of power. Although I remain unaware of your current circumstances, it is of no consequence. With my newfound strength, even Frieza could be vanquished. As for you, my adversaries, your demise is inevitable." Before anyone could react, Berta and Guys, unable to tolerate the arrogance of one they had previously defeated, launched themselves at him using their fusion technique. Upon witnessing their audacity, Vegeta smirked wickedly. Did you truly believe I was still the Vegeta you bested earlier? How laughable. Before the two could close the distance, Vegeta appeared before them with a speed imperceptible even to Jinyu. His fists simultaneously pierced their bodies. In their expressions of horror, a surge of potent energy erupted from the fists embedded within them, coinciding with the explosive demise of the combat power detectors worn by the Jinyu force. Berta and Guise were vaporized, reduced to mere ashes, vanishing from sight. Raditz, Gohan, and Jinyu were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless. At that moment, Wukong clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Oh, impressive, Vegeta. I did not expect your power to have grown so formidable. Truly, you are the elite genius of the Saiyans." As Goku spoke, the others emerged from their astonishment. Jinyu's body trembled uncontrollably, his disbelief spiraling into madness as he shouted, "No, no, impossible. This cannot be true. My detector must be malfunctioning. Yes, that must be it. How could your battle power exceed 500,000? I refuse to believe it. This is not real." Observing Jinyu's grotesque state, Vegeta responded with scorn, "There is nothing impossible. A Saiyan on the brink of death can indeed experience a resurgence in strength. Although I remain perplexed as to why this enhancement is so significant and why my recovery was so swift. Your current demeanor as the esteemed captain of the Jinyu force is nothing short of ludicrous and repulsive. Therefore, I shall grant you release. You may now perish." As soon as the words left his lips, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast, catching Jinyu completely off guard and reducing him to mere ashes. Vegeta then turned his attention to Kakarot and his companions, arrogantly declaring, "Now it is your turn, especially you, cursed Kakarot." Gohan cast a glance at Goku and Raditz beside him, suppressing the fear that surged within. Gathering his courage, he proclaimed loudly, "You villain! We saved your life with the Senzu beans, and this is how you repay us?" Hearing this, Vegeta turned to Raditz. "Raditz, is it truly you who saved me?" Raditz, feeling a tumult of emotions, reflected on his arduous training that had finally made him strong, only to find Vegeta surpassing his efforts in an instant. Yet, he accepted the reality. "Indeed, Vegeta, it was we who rescued you with a miraculous healing herb from Earth, the Senzu bean, just as you were on the brink of death." Irritated by this revelation, Vegeta retorted, "Humph, considering you saved my life, I shall spare you for now. However, Kakarot, I demand a duel to determine who the mightiest Saiyan truly is." Wukong intended to challenge this individual, who had become somewhat arrogant due to his sudden surge in power. "Very well, I accept your challenge." At that moment, Raditz interjected, "Kakarot, are you truly confident in your ability to contend with him? His energy is currently double that of mine. Although you claimed aboard the spaceship that you were stronger than I, and that your Kaioken technique was more adeptly mastered, I still harbor some doubts regarding your true combat prowess. Perhaps I should step in. I can effortlessly defeat him using the Kaioken." With one hand resting on Raditz's shoulder, Wukong reassured him, "Do not worry, brother, I am not jesting. Although it may seem to you that I have not engaged in much training or exhibited formidable combat prowess, rest assured, my strength is sufficient to vanquish the present threat posed by Vegeta." Upon overhearing their conversation, Vegeta erupted with fury, launching himself towards Son Wukong with a clenched fist. Chapter 22, A Visit to the Grand Elder of Namek. Without the slightest hesitation, Wukong boldly took Vegeta's attack head-on with his face, revealing a benevolent smile. "I say, Vegeta, could you refrain from striking until I finish speaking?" Immediately thereafter, Wukong unleashed a surge of energy comparable to Vegeta's, swiftly delivering a punch to Vegeta's face that sent him flying. Under the astonished and exhilarated gazes of Raditz and Gohan, the two engaged in a breathtaking battle. Their figures intertwined in the air, each blow resonating with palpable force that shook the very atmosphere. Wukong skillfully evaded Vegeta's strikes while simultaneously counterattacking. His fists fell like rain, each carrying tremendous power that left Vegeta momentarily overwhelmed. Vegeta, however, exhibited his formidable and tenacious spirit. Muscles taut and eyes resolute, he launched relentless assaults. His speed and strength astounded Gohan and Raditz, yet for Wukong, it was a matter of ease. To onlookers, the clash appeared extraordinarily intense, with neither party showing any inclination to retreat. Their combat skills and strategies reached their zenith, with each strike posing a lethal threat. Yet, beneath this fierce exchange lay no genuine animosity, but rather a mutual respect and challenge towards each other's prowess. As time progressed, the battle escalated. Vegeta bore more and more scars, yet he persisted, unwilling to concede easily. This was not merely a contest of strength, but a duel of wills. Ultimately, observing Vegeta nearing his breaking point, Wukong could no longer stand idly by. Vegeta, let us call it a day. We shall spar again when we have more time. Shall we? Vegeta snorted dismissively. Humph. What is this, Kakarot? Are you afraid? I have yet to unleash my true power. Wukong shook his head and sighed. Alas. You remain as proud and headstrong as ever. I knew that reasoning with you would be futile, since you refuse to engage in rational discourse. Let us resort to the language of physics instead. Suddenly, Wukong unleashed an aura that surpassed Vegeta's by an astonishing magnitude, while Gohan, Raditz, and even Vegeta himself were perplexed by Wukong's inexplicable surge in strength. Without resorting to the Kaioken, he delivered a powerful blow directly to Vegeta's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. Observing the tranquil form of Vegeta resting quietly, Wukong smiled with satisfaction, remarking to himself, this is how it should be. Indeed, as the saying goes, when one can act, there is no need for idle chatter. Gohan rushed over to embrace Goku, exuberantly exclaiming, Father, you are amazing. I never expected that you could overpower that villain, Vegeta. Without employing the Kaioken, Raditz, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a brief pause, he shook his head and smiled in understanding, approaching Goku to pat him on the shoulder. Kakarot, splendid job. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their silent communication conveying more than words ever could. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged before the gathering. This figure bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, yet radiated an even more formidable aura. He stepped forth from behind a colossal boulder, his gaze imbued with authority and confidence. Greetings, I am Nail, the guardian of the Grand Elder. He introduced himself, his voice deep and resonant. As Wukong joined forces with Gohan, Lottie gazed at him in astonishment, while both Gohan and Lottie silently speculated about his intentions. Nair continued, stating, I have come here to observe your character and ascertain whether you are worthy of trust. Furthermore, I wish to express my gratitude for your valiant defeat of the demon Vegeta, who has caused the demise of many of our kin. Upon hearing these words, Wukong exhaled in relief, mimicking the reactions of the other two, realizing that he was not an adversary. Subsequently, Nair conveyed the wishes of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder desires to meet you brave warriors in person and thus invites you to accompany me to his presence. Wukong and his companions exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. They were filled with curiosity about the enigmatic Grand Elder and eagerly anticipated their meeting with him. Now, everyone, please follow me, Nyla proclaimed as he prepared to take flight and lead the way. However, Wukong stopped him, asking, You can discern the aura of your Grand Elder, correct? Nyla looked at Wukong in confusion, but eventually nodded. That's splendid, Wukong replied with a smile. This will save us considerable time. Nailu, still puzzled, inquired, What do you mean? Wukong patiently elucidated, I possess a unique ability that allows me to instantaneously transport myself to any location. As long as you can perceive the Elder's position and essence and discern it with your mind, upon making contact with my being, I shall be able to ascertain his whereabouts and aura, thus enabling us to teleport directly to him. Naira's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had never encountered such a wondrous capability before. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to concentrate intently on sensing the Elder's presence. After considerable effort, Nairu finally pinpointed the direction of the Elder's location. He nodded at Wukong, indicating that he was prepared. Goku closed his eyes, adjusted his breath, and placed his fingertips upon his brow. One hand grasped Gohan, while Lottie's and Nero each rested their hands upon Goku's shoulders. Suddenly, Goku opened his eyes wide. He had found it. With a flash of light and a whoosh, their group vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the depths of Namek, right in front of the Grand Elder's abode. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained unconscious, left behind in their previous location. On the other side, Goku and his companions found themselves standing before an oddly shaped silver structure. The door of the building opened slowly and automatically, and Nera led everyone inside, where an elderly Namekian awaited them. Welcome, esteemed guests from afar, the Grand Elder spoke in a deep voice. Greetings, Grand Elder, Goku and the others replied respectfully. I have sensed the immense power within you, the Grand Elder said, smiling as he regarded them, particularly Goku. Wukong smiled apologetically, saying, Oh, there's no need for such modesty. The purpose of inviting you here is to gain a deeper understanding of you kind-hearted outsiders and to engage in further communication. What do you think? Is that agreeable? With a smile, Wukong replied, Of course, Grand Elder. However, what would you propose? One of you may step forward to stand before me. and I shall delve into their memories, thereby achieving a profound understanding of your kind. If agreeable, who among you would dare to take this challenge? Gohan, filled with excitement and wonder, immediately leaped forward and exclaimed, Me. Let me give it a try. The elder nodded slightly, gesturing for Gohan to step before him. Gohan, filled with excitement, stepped forward and stood before the elder. The elder extended his hand, gently placing it above Gohan's forehead, and closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, the elder's eyes, which seemed to possess the ability to perceive the essence of all things, slowly opened, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of astonishment and admiration. Indeed, you are a fascinating and resilient child, he whispered softly, nodding in satisfaction as a gentle smile graced his aged visage. Through Son Gohan's memories, I have come to comprehend your world, witnessing your experiences and growth. The elder's voice was deep and resonant, each word imbued with boundless strength and wisdom. You are a courageous band of warriors who traverse the stars, undaunted by formidable foes. You have sacrificed so much to protect a blue planet known as Earth. At this juncture, the elder's gaze inadvertently flickered toward the silent Raditz, a look in his eyes that conveyed both understanding and encouragement. He recognized that this former member of Frisia's army, despite his past misdeeds, had undergone a transformation through the events on Earth. Seeing you so powerful and united stirs within me a perhaps audacious request. The elder's tone grew solemn. I implore you, on my behalf and for all Namekians, to safeguard our homeland, preventing it from being obliterated by the tyrant Frisia's ambitions. The elder's words brimmed with trust and hope. He understood that this group of extraterrestrial warriors, despite their diverse cultures and backgrounds, shared a relentless pursuit of peace and justice within their hearts. This resonance, transcending race and interstellar boundaries, illuminated the future of Namek with promise. Though we inhabit different planets, our hearts are intertwined in the face of evil and tyranny. The elder continued, his voice echoing across the vast sanctum, as if proclaiming to the entire universe. Please accept our plea and become the guardians of Namek, standing together against the darkness to protect our world. In Wukong's eyes flickered a glint of cunning, as he feigned curiosity, his voice laced with a hint of jest and inquiry. Ah, esteemed elder, since you possess the ability to glimpse our world through my memories and comprehend our experiences, are you also aware of how we might vanquish the overwhelmingly formidable Frisia? After all, with our current strength, it seems arduous to confront him directly. Upon hearing this, the elder's lips curled into a mysterious smile, one that encapsulated boundless wisdom and profundity. Wukong, your question is indeed both direct and piercing, he replied softly, his tone imbued with a reassuring strength. Frisia's might is undoubtedly beyond imagination. However, in this world, there exists no absolute invincibility, only those who continually transcend their own limits. To defeat Frisia, it is not merely an enhancement of power that you require, but rather the harmonious amalgamation of wisdom and strategy. The elder's eyes shimmered with sagacity. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, through my recent observation of Gohan's memories, I am convinced that within you lies the power to overcome him. Yet, a portion of that potential remains untapped. I can awaken your latent abilities, perhaps enhancing your strength. Subsequently, the elder's eyes, filled with the wisdom of ages, glimmered softly as he gently placed his wrinkled hand upon the young Gohan's head. In that instant, it felt as though time had stilled, and the air was imbued with an ancient and enigmatic force. Wu Fan felt a warm and profound energy surging from above, cascading down like the vast Milky Way, instantly filling every vein and bone within him. His body felt so light that it seemed capable of dancing with the wind, and an unprecedented sense of strength welled up within him. Father, I feel as though I have become incredibly powerful. Gohan's anger surged dramatically, and both Goku and Raditz sensed that his energy had reached the level previously exhibited by Vegeta. Everyone present in the room felt an overwhelming disbelief at Gohan's newly unleashed potential, yet they also rejoiced at his newfound strength, which promised to bolster their collective might. When it came time for Goku and Raditz, although both were tempted, they ultimately declined for reasons unique to each of them. Wukong was acutely aware of his formidable strength. Should the Grand Elder perceive its entirety, it might incite unnecessary turmoil and misunderstandings. As for Lattice, his austere visage was etched with an indomitable pride. Regarding any attempt to intrude upon his head as a violation of his dignity, a profound resistance coursed through him. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Wukong's eyes. As an exquisite plan quietly took shape within his mind, he suggested, Grand Elder, why not invite our comrades who fought alongside us on planet North Kai? Although they are not present here, they too yearn for the enhancement of their powers, and may well provide your kin with additional support. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with a hint of approval, a recognition of Wukong's wisdom and magnanimity. Thus, Wukong utilized his instant transmission, swiftly traversing the vast interstellar expanse to arrive at planet North Kai. He recounted the extraordinary experiences and requests from Namek, and upon hearing his words, his companions were filled with longing and eager anticipation. Under Wukong's guidance, the elite warriors, including Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Din, and Tien, were instantaneously transported before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder gazed upon this vibrant assembly of resolute warriors, and an ineffable awe surged within him. Their essence was potent and pure, particularly Piccolo, the Grand Elder. Utilizing his abilities, glimpsed the memories of the Namekians Wukong had brought forth. Feeling the latent warrior blood of the Namekian race within Piccolo, he experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort and familiarity. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a barely perceptible excitement. You must be Piccolo, the child of Caddis. Are you aware that you and Nail share the same lineage, both descendants of the proud warrior race of Namek? Due to the climate's drastic changes on Namek, which led to a deteriorating habitat, your father sent you to Earth in search of a new habitable planet to ensure the survival of your race. Upon arriving on Earth, influenced by its climate and humanity, the malevolence within you began to accumulate, gradually developing an independent consciousness. Otherwise, you would surely possess the strength to defeat Frisia. At these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Piccolo's eyes, soon replaced by a profound tranquility. In that moment, he felt a subtle connection to his distant past, a resonance deep within his bloodline. Are you suggesting that I should return and merge with that deity? I am not inclined to do so, the Grand Elder, with a gentle demeanor, replied. There is no need for such complications. I have a second method available, but we shall discuss that later. Come forth, all of you, and I shall help unlock your potential. Subsequently, the Grand Elder began to awaken the latent potential within these valiant warriors. Each gentle touch of his hand accompanied by a surge of energy, as if nature itself were sculpting their strength, resulting in a remarkable qualitative leap. When the final glimmer of light faded, Piccolo and the others felt an unprecedented power coursing through them, filled with exhilaration and excitement. Chapter 24, Warriors of 10 Million and New Foes. Upon sensing Piccolo's aura, Raditz was taken aback. How has Piccolo suddenly become so powerful? He feels about 3 times stronger than before. He hurriedly scanned the auras of his comrades, discovering that Krillin and Tien's energies had also reached a level comparable to his own. Furthermore, Yamcha and Kaiatsu's auras surpassed half of his strength. This revelation left Raditz utterly astonished. With wide eyes, Raditz turned to the Grand Elder and implored, Grand Elder, please help me unlock my potential immediately. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, saying, very well, my child. With that, he extended his finger and placed it upon Raditz's forehead. As the Grand Elder's power flowed into him, Raditz's body began to transform. His muscles tightened, and his aura intensified. After a brief moment, Raditz's potential was fully unleashed. At this point, his energy had increased 5-fold compared to before. Raditz reveled in his transformation, his face alight with ecstatic joy. The others gazed in awe at Raditz's newfound strength, soon offering their heartfelt congratulations. The Grand Elder looked upon Raditz and the others with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Once the celebration subsided, the Grand Elder concluded his mental exchange with Nail and spoke slowly. Nail, go forth, my child. For the sake of Namek, I regret the burden placed upon you. Nail deeply bowed to the Grand Elder, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination as he earnestly replied, It is my honor, Grand Elder. I am grateful for your care and nurturing over the years. Nail approached Piccolo, his expression solemn and focused. He locked eyes with Piccolo and earnestly declared, I am the second method the Grand Elder spoke of. Let us merge. We are both elite warrior Namekians. Through this fusion, I can replenish and enhance your soul and bloodline, thereby unlocking your potential and elevating your strength. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow, appearing hesitant as he softly inquired, If I merge with you, will I still be the same me? The Grand Elder promptly reassured him, Rest assured. The fusion will enhance your abilities in every aspect but will not alter your personality or thoughts. Nail will cease to exist in this world, yet your essence will remain intact. Relieved by this explanation, Piccolo exhaled deeply, a hint of relief gracing his features. He nodded in acceptance and asked, If that is the case, how shall we proceed with the fusion? Are there any preparations we must undertake? Naru extended his hand towards Piccolo, responding with unwavering conviction. No special preparation is necessary. As long as you are willing, we can commence the process of assimilation at any moment. It is a natural and gradual phenomenon that will occur automatically upon our physical contact. Trust me, you will undoubtedly sense the surge of power and transformation. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo nodded resolutely in agreement. He grasped Neru's hand firmly, his eyes brimming with determination and anticipation, as a radiant white light enveloped their bodies. A potent energy began to flow between them. Suddenly, Neru's brilliance intensified, and his form transformed into a beam of white light, merging into Piccolo's being. The assimilation was complete, and the two figures were permanently fused into a singular, new entity. Throughout this process, Piccolo experienced an overwhelming surge of power, his aura burgeoning with extraordinary strength. As time progressed, his energy escalated dramatically, akin to a volcanic eruption, soaring uncontrollably. A subtle green luminescence surrounded his form, growing increasingly intense as if it sought to pierce the heavens. In his gaze, there resided an unwavering resolve. He clenched his fists, acutely aware of the relentless tide of power swelling within him. He understood that this was the outcome of his assimilation with Neru, a testament to their united strength. However, this ascent of energy did not persist for long. Once Piccolo's aura reached an alarming magnitude, it gradually began to decelerate, ultimately coming to a halt. Estimating his current power, Piccolo discerned that it was approximately 15 times that of his pre-assimilation state. He then consciously reined in his energy, restoring a tranquil demeanor. At that moment, Piccolo was no longer the solitary warrior he once was. Through his union with Neru, he had attained greater strength and confidence, firmly believing that with this newfound power, he could indeed vanquish Frisia and safeguard Namek. Just then, everyone suddenly sensed a formidable, cold, and malevolent aura swiftly expanding, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. This presence bore an unending darkness and chill, instilling fear and despair in the hearts of those who felt it. It resembled a demon rising from the abyss, exuding an oppressive atmosphere that was almost suffocating. Simultaneously, another individual's energy caught the attention of the crowd. It was Vegeta, whose power had doubled, leaving everyone astonished. Yet, in comparison to the recently ascended sinister aura, Vegeta's energy was merely half of its intensity, and the two forces stood in stark opposition. Despite the considerable distance, the presence of this aura was palpable, declaring its might and dominance to all. The Grand Elder gazed at the Dragon Balls before him, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his eyes. He resolved to bestow the Dragon Ball he had safeguarded upon Goku and his companions, for he understood that this was the only way to aid them in confronting the impending crisis. The Elder entrusted the Dragon Ball to Goku, speaking with profound sincerity. "This Dragon Ball is now in your hands. May it grant you strength and courage." Goku received the Dragon Balls, and the group expressed their gratitude to the Elder before bidding farewell. Subsequently, Goku utilized his instant transmission ability, swiftly transporting everyone to the battlefield where Vegeta awaited. Upon their arrival, they beheld a colossal spacecraft, its design resembling a massive, flattened disc suspended in the cosmos. The sheer size of the vessel created a striking visual impact, evoking a profound sense of grandeur. The top of the spacecraft featured a particularly distinctive design, with a circular entrance at its center, encircled by observation windows of Frisia's command room. Although these windows did not reveal the internal structure, their gradient purple finish imbued the ship with an air of mystery and nobility. The intricately designed circular hatch at the top complemented the orderly arrangement of round blue portholes along the sides, their metallic sheen gleaming brilliantly. Upon landing, multiple mechanical tentacles emerged to provide sturdy support. The design of the bottom struts was equally exquisite, each tip adorned with a metallic blue gradient, showcasing meticulous craftsmanship. Chapter 25. Piccolo vs. Frisia. Not far from the spacecraft, Vegeta engaged in fierce combat with an adversary that resembled an alien creature. This foe boasted pink arms and legs, a robust physique cloaked in hard purple scales that shimmered with a metallic luster, their edges razor-sharp. The creature's hands and feet, along with portions of its upper body, were clad in white armor, while its shoulders and chest were marked by purple accents. Its elongated skull was adorned with 2 large and 2 small horns that grew backward, its features grotesquely protruding, with a nearly degenerated nose leaving only a pair of cold, merciless eyes. The expression was one of icy cruelty, with blood-red eyes glinting with a vicious light that instilled fear. Protruding from its back were numerous sharp spines, and its limbs were muscular and powerful, resembling sturdy columns supporting its form. A long tail, akin to a flexible whip, swayed behind it, tipped with sharp spines. its color matching that of its body and adorned with black circular patterns, exuding an aura of malevolence and dread. In this confrontation, Vegeta recognized the formidable nature of his opponent, yet faced it with unwavering courage, his gaze filled with determination and defiance. The malevolent aura continued to radiate a chilling pressure, attempting to crush Vegeta's spirit. Nevertheless, despite being overwhelmed in combat, Vegeta did not retreat. At that moment, Goku swung his right hand, unleashing a powerful energy blast toward the two combatants. Upon recognizing the alien creature as Frieza, he shouted, "Hey, you must be Frieza, right?" In the midst of an intense battle, Vegeta and Frieza immediately sensed the powerful energy and swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. They both turned their gazes toward the assailant, their eyes filled with vigilance. Upon recognizing Goku, Vegeta felt an internal sigh of relief, yet a peculiar smile emerged on his face. He realized that his combat power had surged to a level comparable to the force that Goku had unleashed when he had once knocked him unconscious. He no longer believed he would be defeated by Goku. Conversely, Frieza, upon seeing Goku's face, was reminded of the scion who had bravely stood against him years ago in an attempt to prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, when their eyes shifted to the individuals behind Goku, they discovered Raditz, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan, who was holding a Dragon Ball. An expression of exhilaration spread across Frieza's face, for he had finally located the last Dragon Ball. Frieza felt a pang of frustration. Ever since his and his Legion's power detectors had been obliterated by an overwhelming force exceeding 500,000, he had been in a passive state. He had gone to that location only to find the unconscious Vegeta and a hidden Dragon Ball nearby. Now, he had finally gathered 6 Dragon Balls, yet without the detectors. He was unable to track down the Namekian to inquire about the whereabouts of the final one. In desperation, he had to take Vegeta back to his lair for treatment, planning to devise a strategy once he awoke. Unexpectedly, upon awakening, Vegeta's power had dramatically increased, and he declared war against Frieza. Although surprised, Frieza felt no fear. After all, he was the emperor of the universe. Yet, when he engaged Vegeta in combat, he discovered that the latter's strength surpassed his expectations. His first form proved entirely inadequate against Vegeta, who swiftly defeated him. Consequently, Frieza was compelled to transform into his second form, barely managing to hold his ground against Vegeta. Witnessing Vegeta's terrifying growth rate, he resolved to abandon restraint and transformed into his third form. In this new guise, he toyed with Vegeta, pushing him into a dire situation. However, to Frieza's astonishment, Vegeta refused to yield, fiercely resisting. Just as Frieza savored the hunt, the last Dragon Ball unexpectedly presented itself before him. Overjoyed, he immediately ceased his assault on Vegeta and turned his attention to the Dragon Ball, believing that once he possessed it, he could fulfill his wish for immortality and forever remain seated upon the throne of the universe. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Frieza had no time to respond to Goku's inquiries. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Gohan. Frieza had arrived. He stood before Gohan, extending a hand with the intention of swiftly eliminating the young boy clutching the Dragon Ball, before reclaiming it for himself. In an instant, Frieza's action took everyone by surprise, leaving them momentarily stunned. As Gohan's body appeared on the brink of being pierced by Frieza's outstretched fingers, a figure darted forward, seizing Frieza's arm with a firm grip, halting his advance entirely. Once the onlookers regained their senses, they were astonished to discover that the one who had intercepted Frieza was none other than Piccolo. Without uttering a word, Piccolo delivered a powerful punch squarely to Frieza's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Frieza soared like a cannonball, crashing through numerous hills before finally becoming lodged in the surface of the last one, struggling to extricate himself from the mound. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Blinded by rage, he could scarcely believe that the Namekian had dared to thwart his plans, and with such strength to inflict harm upon him. "You insolent fool, how dare you impede my progress?" Frieza seethed, gritting his teeth. Piccolo, exuding an air of authority, retorted, "Umph. Gohan is but half my pupil, and you shall not lay a finger on him in my presence." With that, the two resumed their fierce clash. However, this time, the tide of battle was markedly different. Every move Frieza attempted was effortlessly countered by Piccolo, leaving him utterly defenseless. Frieza felt a profound sense of frustration and bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden surge in Piccolo's power. Meanwhile, Piccolo toyed with Frieza, relishing in his torment. After a while, Frieza finally grasped the gravity of his situation and roared in fury, "Damn it! How dare you humiliate me in such a manner? With that declaration, he resolved to unleash his ultimate transformation. As a brilliant light flickered, a powerful surge of energy enveloped him, and his form began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His body gradually shrank, yet his muscles became more defined, cloaked in an unapproachable radiance. As the light subsided, Frieza presented himself in his final form before the assembled crowd. Though his stature had diminished, he now appeared more compact, exuding an aura of chilling terror. His head is smooth, faintly glimmering with a purplish sheen reminiscent of a gemstone's texture. His face is adorned with a pair of elongated, blood-red eyes that exude an endless chill and cruelty, as if their gaze could penetrate the very soul. His lips, a deep shade of purple, are accentuated by two streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes, further amplifying the coldness and ruthlessness reflected in his expression. Clad in a purple armor that fits his form perfectly, every line accentuates his athletic physique. His hands are slender and elongated, fingers slightly curved, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. One foot possesses 3 toes, producing a creaking sound with each step. Every movement he makes carries an ineffable elegance intertwined with a deadly threat, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, ever ready to annihilate his adversary. Chapter 26. Defeat and Eruption. The new round of battle between Piccolo and Frieza commences. Although Frieza's newly transformed state boasts considerable power compared to his previous form, a distinct gap remains when measured against Piccolo. However, as the battle ensues, everyone can clearly perceive Frieza's energy continuously escalating, while Piccolo finds the fight increasingly strenuous. In a short while, it becomes evident that Piccolo is no longer a match for Frieza. The tide has completely turned, with Frieza now mocking him, leaving Piccolo with almost no capacity to retaliate. Finding the battle rather tedious, Frieza resolves to conclude this game. He raises a finger, and a beam of death swiftly shoots forth, its speed so extraordinary that Piccolo cannot evade it, resulting in a direct strike to his left chest. The potency of this death ray is immense, piercing through Piccolo's body and leaving a gaping, horrifying wound as he gradually collapses in defiance. At this moment, Goku, having just transported Krillin and the others back to the dragon ship via instant transmission, witnesses Piccolo's fall, sensing Gohan's fury intensifying 20-fold beside him. He is about to rush in to confront Frieza. Goku immediately intervenes, urging, "Gohan, don't act rashly. You are not yet Frieza's match." However, Gohan, driven by rage and devoid of reason, disregards Goku's words, charging forward like a furious beast. His speed is remarkable, vanishing from sight in an instant, only to reappear behind the unsuspecting Frieza. Without hesitation, he unleashes his full might, delivering a ferocious kick that strikes Frieza squarely in the back, sending him hurtling through the air. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Frieza tumbles midair. Meanwhile, Gohan does not relent. He raises both hands above his head, palms pressed together, channeling all his energy into a singular point. With a mighty shout, he proclaims Masenko. A formidable wave of energy surged forth from his palm. This wave, imbued with unparalleled power, struck Frieza, who was still airborne, with unerring precision. A resounding roar echoed as the energy collided with Frieza's form, resulting in an immense explosion that illuminated the entire space, as if a miniature sun had erupted at that very moment. Gohan, having exhausted his stamina from the excessive use of power, found himself engulfed in darkness and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Goku appeared instantaneously behind him, catching him in his arms. He gazed down at the slumbering Gohan, his heart brimming with emotion. This child possesses remarkable potential. The power encapsulated in that previous move was, astonishingly, twice the energy of the energy wave itself. It seems that the careless Frieza may indeed require a moment of respite this time. Goku gently set Gohan down upon the ground, his gaze heavy with gravity as he surveyed the unfolding scene. He cast a glance at Piccolo, who lay motionless on the ground, his wounds healing at an agonizingly slow pace, and at Vegeta, who stood nearby, battered and bloodied, his face a mask of defiance. Turning his head, Goku fixed his determined gaze upon Raditz and softly inquired, "Brother, you should have 2 senzu beans left, right?" Raditz nodded slightly, instantly comprehending Goku's intent. Without hesitation, he tossed the last 2 remaining senzu beans to Goku, saying, "Go and do what you must. I will hold the fort here." Wukong steadily caught the magical bean, a flicker of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. He sincerely expressed his thanks to Rithis, saying, "Thank you, brother." Turning his gaze towards Vegeta, he shouted, "Vegeta, catch." This is the sacred earth potion that revived you from Jinyu's grasp. With that, Yukong forcefully tossed a magical beam towards Vegeta. Vegeta, filled with uncertainty, nonetheless followed Yukong's instructions and placed the bean in his mouth, chewing it before swallowing. Meanwhile, Yukong swiftly approached Piccolo and carefully inserted another magical bean into his mouth. Though Piccolo was on the brink of death, he retained a flicker of consciousness. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he managed to crush the bean and swallow it. Instantly, the wounds on both individuals healed, their cells rapidly regenerating, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their prime state. As if the battle had never transpired, Piccolo rose from the ground, casting a complex gaze at Yukong, and gently nodded in gratitude. He then lifted the sleeping Gohan from the ground and gradually retreated to the side. On the other hand, Vegeta stood up with exuberance, a loud laugh escaping him as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, I have indeed fully recovered from my injuries. The sensation of being filled with power is simply magnificent." He clenched his fists, reveling in the surging strength within him, as an unprecedented confidence welled up in his heart. As Wukong sensed the aura of Vegeta, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this power emanating from Vegeta is thrice as potent as before. Truly, he embodies the essence of an elite scion. Concurrently, Rithis turned to gaze at Wukong, seemingly perceiving his thoughts. With a smile, he too nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, this fellow Vegeta has managed to elevate his strength to such heights in such a brief span of time, undeniably worthy of the title of Prince of the Scions. Upon hearing their commendations, Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly. Humph! Once I escape this wretched planet and devote some time to training, I shall surely vanquish that accursed Frieza. I am the mightiest scion. After placing Gohan upon a somewhat secluded rock, Piccolo's heart brimmed with confusion, utterly bewildered by the events unfolding before him. He spoke urgently. "Hey, old son, this is not the time for such discussions. That Frieza might awaken at any moment, and his aura has not diminished significantly." Piccolo was acutely aware of Frieza's terrifying power and cruel methods. Should he regain consciousness, the consequences would be dire. They ought to focus their energies on the impending crisis rather than entangle themselves in trivial matters. However, Sun Wukong appeared unfazed by the threat posed by Frieza, responding calmly. "There is no rush. When Frieza arrives, you will understand." Piccolo, perplexed by Wukong's perspective, believed that one must not underestimate the danger. After all, Frieza's might was a well-known fact, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Wukong shouted towards Frieza, "Hey, Frieza, stop pretending and get up. I know you're unscathed. This is no fun at all." Chapter 27, Raditz vs. Frieza. Frieza rose from the ground, slowly approaching while emitting a sinister laugh. "Ho ho ho, I didn't expect you to see through my ruse. I was eager to witness how you would react after believing you had defeated me." Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's swift recovery, felt a surge of dread, murmuring in bitterness and despair, "Damn, I didn't foresee his speed. I haven't even had the chance to leave this planet. Am I destined to perish here? No, I cannot meet my end in this manner. I have far more significant matters to attend to." Piccolo lamented, "If only I had known he was this formidable, I should have eliminated him sooner to avoid this predicament. Now, I risk disappointing the elder." With a deep sigh, he gazed with eyes filled with helplessness and regret. Raditz, noticing the despondent expressions on their faces, furrowed his brow and exclaimed loudly, "What is with those faces? I haven't even truly made my move yet. Pay attention." As his words faded, a powerful aura radiated from Raditz, startling Vegeta. However, Vegeta quickly scoffed, "I can't believe your strength has advanced so rapidly, nearly reaching half of my level. But what does that power amount to against Frieza?" Before Vegeta could continue his derision, Raditz assumed a peculiar stance, squatting as if in discomfort, clenching his fists tightly. He unleashed his energy while bellowing, "Kaioken, times 10. With his roar, Raditz's body was enveloped in a violent, crimson flame, his power multiplying tenfold in an instant. At this moment, he had completely surpassed Piccolo. Vegeta stood in stunned silence, staring at the figure before him, filled with self-deprecation and fury. "I can't believe I haven't even reached half of your strength, yet I dared to call myself the mightiest scion. How utterly absurd." Frieza, observing Raditz's transformation, displayed no hint of panic. Rather, a smirk crept upon his lips, accompanied by a disdainful chuckle. "Ho ho ho, while you appear somewhat stronger than that Namekian. If this is the extent of your power, you have truly disappointed me." The atmosphere was thick with sarcasm and disdain, as if Latte's eyes were entirely beneath notice. Meanwhile, the crowd marveled at the remarkable enhancement of Latte's power, Yet only Son Wukong remained silent, his bright eyes fixed intently on Latte Eyes, as if anticipating something momentous. Suddenly, Latte Eyes' aura surged explosively once more, engulfing him in a fiery red blaze reminiscent of wild flames, while his long hair and tail danced wildly. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he bellowed, Kaioken, times 20. At this declaration, Latte Eyes' power skyrocketed to double its previous strength, leaving Piccolo and Vegeta utterly astounded, captivated by the spectacle before them. Son Wukong, however, beamed with joy, giving Latte Eyes an approving thumbs up. Simultaneously, Frisia's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement, reflecting his intense desire for this fierce confrontation. With a series of rapid punches echoing through the air, Frisia and Latte Eyes transformed into two black shadows, darting past each other with astonishing speed. Their movements were as swift as lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only a trail of flickering afterimages in their wake. Each collision unleashed tremendous force. As if the very air were being torn apart, Piccolo and Vegeta widened their eyes, fixated on the brutal exchange, fearful of missing a single exhilarating moment. They silently marveled, recognizing this as a true battle of titans, with each strike imbued with boundless power. In this fierce duel, Frisia exhibited his formidable prowess and ruthless combat style, delivering sharp and merciless attacks that afforded no respite to his opponent. In contrast, Latte Eyes, with his agile maneuvers and indomitable spirit, deftly countered Frisia's onslaught and launched his own retaliations. The battlefield was enveloped by their clash, a dazzling display of fists and legs intertwining, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Both warriors pressed on, refusing to yield, neither gaining a distinct advantage. At that moment, Frisia unleashed a powerful energy wave, prompting Latte Eyes to swiftly evade. However, Frisia seized the opportunity to employ instant transmission, reappearing behind Latte Eyes and delivering a kick to his back. Latte Eyes winced in pain, propelled forward, yet quickly regained his footing and turned to charge at Frisia once more. They were once again embroiled in close-quarters combat, their fists raining down upon each other like a torrential storm, each strike carrying immense impact. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, brimming with tension and excitement. Piccolo and Vegeta's hearts raced, uncertain of how this fierce battle would unfold or who would emerge victorious. The fight raged on, and Latte Eyes, with a flicker of movement, surged toward Frisia at an incredible speed. He extended his hands and grasped Frisia's shoulders with an iron grip. Frisia, taken aback, attempted to break free but soon realized the immense strength of Raditz. Seizing the moment, Raditz thrust his knee violently into Frisia's abdomen. Frisia, in pain, spat out a stream of blood. Enraged, he unleashed a surge of power, sending Raditz sprawling away. Scion Monkey, your name shall be etched in my memory. Raditz, is it? Sneered Frisia. Indeed, it is I, your Lord Raditz. How amusing this is. I have played with you long enough. Now, I bid you farewell. With that, Frisia's aura surged once more, amplifying the pressure and intensity surrounding them. Raditz, incredulous, gazed at Frisia, whose exterior appeared unchanged yet whose power had suddenly doubled compared to moments prior, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The limit of the Kaioken technique was 20 times, and even achieving that was a strenuous feat, placing excessive strain on his body. He realized he lacked the strength to withstand Frisia's current might, and despair began to seep into his thoughts. In that instant, Frisia materialized before Raditz, delivering a fierce kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Then, in a flash, Frisia appeared above him, executing a spinning downward kick that propelled Raditz towards the ground. Before Raditz could even land, Frisia was there again, kicking him back into the air, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of strikes upon him. Chapter 28. The Dragon's Wave. Piccolo finally regained his senses, witnessing Raditz being ruthlessly battered by Frisia, his heart swelling with shock and fury. Yet, he refrained from rushing to confront Frisia. Instead, he turned to search for Goku. He understood that only with Goku's strength could they hope to escape this dire predicament. However, upon turning around, he found Goku had vanished without a trace. He scanned the area, filled with confusion and helplessness, unable to discern Goku's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Vegeta too felt the overwhelming presence of Frisia, his legs trembling, rendering him incapable of standing. He could only slump to the ground. His eyes widened in fear as he gazed at Frisia, his heart laden with despair. At that moment, Frisia was ensnaring Raditz's neck with his powerful tail, lifting him high. Raditz's body appeared lifeless, devoid of any signs of vitality. Frisia bore a sinister grin, poised to deliver the final blow. Piccolo, frantic with urgency, sought other means to thwart Frisia, yet felt his own power was utterly insignificant against such a formidable foe. Vegeta found himself engulfed in profound terror, rendered immobile. At that critical moment, the sky darkened abruptly, as vast black clouds drifted in, swiftly enveloping the heavens. Subsequently, the thunder roared, its intensity increasing, while golden lightning flickered incessantly within the obsidian clouds, the thunderclaps echoing throughout the realm. This formidable spectacle captured the attention of Piccolo and his companions, while Frieza cast aside Lattice, drawn to observe this portent. In that instant, a beam of golden light surged from the distance, accompanied by a deep, resounding dragon's roar that reverberated across the land and sky. In the firmament, a colossal figure emerged, a gargantuan green dragon, towering thousands of meters high, with remarkably robust arms and 4 fingers curled into powerful fists, its tail extending majestically above the Dragon Balls. The emerald dragon raised its regal head, gazing down from the clouds like a divine being surveying the world below. Meanwhile, Dandy, somewhat astonished, turned to Goku and explained, "Mr. Goku, this is the dragon of Namek, Purunga, which translates to the dragon of dreams in the Namekian language." With a smile, Yukong remarked, "Oh my, the appearance of this dragon is truly magnificent, far more imposing than those on Earth. It is indeed worthy of being the homeland of the celestial deities of Earth, and its power must be extraordinary. It seems worth my efforts to traverse great distances. While Frieza and Lotties engage in fierce combat, I shall take the 6 Dragon Balls hidden by Frieza along with our own and seek the Elder. The Elder has requested your assistance in harnessing the power of the Dragon Balls. Fearing unforeseen mishaps, I brought you near the battleground, concealing my energy, and fortunately, just before Lotties' energy dissipated, you summoned the dragon. It was truly a close call." Purunga, with his blood-red eyes, proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I am Purunga, the dragon of Namek. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls may now state your wishes. Any wish can be granted, but you are limited to 3. On the battlefield, including the awakened Gohan and Piccolo, everyone was astonished by the sight of the Namekian dragon. Purunga possessed a colossal form, towering thousands of meters high, hovering majestically in the sky. Compared to the slender shape of the Earth Dragon, he appeared even more formidable and awe-inspiring. His robust physique was muscular and solid, with powerful, thick arms. Sharp black horns adorned his head and shoulders, enhancing his regal presence. Within his grand and towering form lay a strength far surpassing that of the Earth Dragon, seemingly capable of obliterating anything in its path. However, due to his massive shoulders and the horns on his large head, he deviated from the traditional dragon image, evoking a sense of peculiarity. Nevertheless, Purunga remained an awe-inspiring entity, his arrival undoubtedly introducing a new variable into this conflict. Upon hearing the dragon's voice, Frieza's eyes widened, a surge of uncontrollable excitement and anticipation welling up within him. He had been searching for the dragon for ages without success, and now, hearing its voice filled him with indescribable joy and exhilaration. Without hesitation, he took flight, racing towards the dragon with incredible speed, akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the sky. His gaze was filled with greed and desire, for he understood this was an opportunity to fulfill his wishes, one he would not let slip away. Piccolo and the others, witnessing Frieza's departure, did not attempt to hinder him. They were acutely aware of his objective and understood the vast power disparity between themselves and Frieza. Faced with such a formidable adversary, they chose to remain silent. In stark contrast, Vegeta's emotions were a tempest of urgency. He yearned to stop Frieza immediately. Yet, he was fully cognizant of the imbalance in their strengths, leaving him in a state of inner conflict and helplessness. Despite his anger towards Frieza's actions, he found himself reluctantly swallowing his rage, allowing Frieza to escape. Frieza's figure grew increasingly distant, ultimately vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. His departure provided a brief respite for Piccolo and the others. Meanwhile, Goku sensed that Frieza was approaching and promptly conveyed his 2 wishes to Dandy. Although the content of the first wish eluded Dandy's understanding, he readily agreed. However, he was reluctant to relay the second wish to the Eternal Dragon. Yet, Goku assured him that he would handle that individual himself and would not allow him to affect Namek again. This reminded Dandy of the Grand Elder's parting words. Remember to fulfill all of Son Goku's wishes. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Dandy then addressed the Eternal Dragon in the Namekian language, boldly proclaiming Goku's 2 wishes. Eternal Dragon, my first wish is to enhance Son Goku's bloodline purity to the legendary Super Saiyan level, and my second wish is for Vegeta to attain immortality. The dragon's solemn voice resonated once more. I can attempt to grant your first wish, but the second wish poses a greater challenge. I will require the power of 2 wishes to fulfill it. Are you certain? Wukong fixed his gaze upon the dragon, unwavering and resolute. I am certain, he declared, with dandy echoing, indeed, I am certain. Purunga, grant my wish. Very well, the dragon intoned, and as its voice resonated, its immense eyes suddenly glowed a fiery crimson. Subsequently, two formidable forces surged into the bodies of Wukong and the distant Vegeta. Your wishes have been fulfilled. Farewell. The dragon's deep voice reverberated through the air. And then its form began to gradually dissipate, transforming into countless twinkling stars before vanishing entirely. Yet, at that moment, a furious roar reverberated across the expanse. Damn it. Frieza, who had only just arrived, beheld this scene, his expression darkening ominously. His eyes widened as he fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls scattering and then turning to stone, plummeting to the ground. The flames of rage within him ignited to an unbearable intensity. You wretched wild monkey, how dare you thwart my grand designs? No matter who you are, you shall pay a grievous price. I will torment you in the most brutal and excruciating manner. Frieza bellowed through gritted teeth, his voice brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Chapter 29, New Abilities. The ceiling of power. Wukong paid no heed to Frieza, instead immersing himself in the surging power within, aware that his deepest desires had come to fruition. He cast a glance toward Vegeta, who was seething with frustration, and silently vowed, Vegeta, the perennial second, your wish shall be realized and fulfilled through me. At that moment, Vegeta, stealthily trailing behind Frieza, sensed an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. He felt as though he could attain immortality, vaguely perceiving the attire of the individual who had wished before the eternal dragon. Deducing it to be Wukong, and thus comprehending that the power he now possessed was the result of Wukong's wish to the divine dragon. Overwhelmed with excitement, Vegeta momentarily forgot Frieza's presence and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, Kakarot, I never imagined you would grant my wish, endowing me with this incredible vitality. I feel as though I shall never age, and my combat prowess has surged nearly twofold. I shall remember this favor, Vegeta shall not forget. As Vegeta finally beheld Wukong, he, like Frieza, was momentarily taken aback by the transformation. Wukong's tail had grown thicker and longer, its hue deepening to a darker shade, and his aura underwent a profound metamorphosis. Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of bloodline pressure emanating from Wukong, who exuded a primal and untamed essence. To his astonishment, Vegeta found himself harboring an inexplicable desire to follow Wukong, uttering words he would have deemed unthinkable. Kakarot, thank you. Upon sensing Vegeta's gaze, Goku immediately restrained his aura, astonished that Vegeta would express gratitude. Ah, it's no trouble, Vegeta, he replied. Frieza, witnessing their utter disregard for him, felt rage surging within him. You peculiar scion, known as Son Goku, how dare you betray me? You audaciously squandered the wish of the dragon, and now you shall face my wrath. Ha ha ha. Emboldened by the surge of power, Vegeta interjected before Goku could speak. Frieza, do not be so arrogant. I have attained immortality. As long as I breathe, I will one day bring you to your end. Oh, Vegeta, Frieza mocked. Do you truly believe you will leave Namek alive today? You are indeed a foolish wild monkey. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Vegeta charged at Frieza, only to be swiftly overpowered and mercilessly beaten. Goku, meanwhile, observed the battle, contemplating his own transformations. Growing bored with the ease of his victory, Frieza delivered a powerful blow that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, then callously stepped on his head, laughing mockingly. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you are still far too weak. I have just mastered your technique of sensing energy, and your strength barely amounts to 1/5 of that scion named Ratai's at full power. Such a pitiful wild monkey. At that moment, Goku began to comprehend the capabilities of his own body. Seeing Frieza mercilessly taunting Vegeta, he could no longer remain passive and unleashed an aura as formidable as Vegeta's. However, his energy bore a primal and ferocious quality. Hey, Frieza, release him. If you possess any courage, face me instead. Frieza, sensing the challenge from Goku, kicked Vegeta aside and turned to him. Your power may not be formidable, yet it possesses a unique essence that presents me with some pressure and danger. Moreover, you bear a striking resemblance to a scion I encountered before. Who are you truly? I am Son Goku, a scion raised on Earth. Earth, you say? Ah, yes. I recall releasing a young scion child heading to Earth when I obliterated planet Vegeta. So, it was you. I never anticipated your strength would rise to that of Vegeta. Although he remains no match for me. Do you think you can contend with me? Haha, Frieza, have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? Frieza scoffed. Super Saiyan? I thought you were going to say something else. That is merely a legend. Are you implying that you are a Super Saiyan? Not in my current state. But I can transform into one. What? A scion can only transform into a giant ape, can't they? Certainly not. Intrigued, Frisia replied, ha ha ha. Then I must witness this transformation. Hurry, show me. Wukong surveyed his surroundings, glancing at the bewildered dandy beside him and the motionless Vegeta sprawled on the ground. He spoke slowly. Transformations are permissible. However, we currently lack an audience. How can a splendid performance unfold without spectators? Would it be agreeable to wait for a moment? Frisia, growing impatient, retorted, wild monkey, you wish for me, the cosmic sovereign Frisia, to wait for you? Then you must first demonstrate some degree of strength. Since you wish to witness my prowess, I shall oblige you and reveal a glimpse of my might. Do pay close attention. In his heart, Wukong felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that summoning the dragon would enhance his bloodline and grant him the ability to seal his foundational combat power, allowing him to transform and amplify it further. It was truly tailored to suit his survivalist approach. He decided to confine his battle power to a level comparable to Vegeta's. Subsequently, he crouched down and shouted, Kaioken, 10 times. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped Wukong, and his energy surged tenfold, becoming wilder and more primal, as he smiled at Frisia. What do you think, Frisia? Is my power sufficient for you to wait a moment? Frisia erupted in exhilarated laughter. Oh ho ho, how amusing. Your power is remarkable, surpassing that of Ratai's by a considerable margin. You have certainly earned the right for me to wait. With that, he swiftly vanished from sight, hand in hand with Dundee, leaving behind the motionless Vegeta and a bewildered Frisia. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan sensed Wukong's formidable energy emanating from Frisia's direction, filling them with both joy and concern for Wukong's safety. After a moment of hesitation, Piccolo glanced at the unconscious, bloodied Ratai's and said to Gohan, Gohan, you too have sensed it, haven't you? Wukong's energy has suddenly become several times more powerful than mine, although I am uncertain why he has grown so strong. It must be related to his confrontation with Frisia. I will go to assist him. You stay here and watch over Ratai's. Yes, I am also worried about Dad. Please hurry, Uncle Piccolo. I will keep an eye on Brother Ratai's. All right, if anything arises, use the telepathic connection I taught you to reach me. As Piccolo prepared to take flight, he sensed Wukong's energy behind him and quickly turned to find Wukong accompanied by a small Namekian. Chapter 30. A further enhancement of power. With a cheerful smile, Wukong gazed at Piccolo and inquired, Hey, Piccolo, where are you off to? Daddy, I'm so relieved to see you well. Gohan exclaimed as he sprinted over, enveloping Wukong in a tight embrace. All right, Gohan, my dear, I'm perfectly fine. Moreover, I have brought you a new friend. Wukong gently stroked Gohan's head, his face radiating affection. Piccolo, wearing a look of confusion, approached Wukong and eagerly asked, Old son, what on earth is happening here? Just moments ago, we sensed your energy surge to a level even beyond mine, intertwined with an unfamiliar and wild essence. And what of that dragon? What transpired? Also, whose child is this? Wukong succinctly recounted everything he had just experienced to the two of them, remarking, Well, that is about the gist of it. Upon hearing this, Piccolo, filled with indignation, confronted Wukong, exclaiming, Fool, setting aside other matters. How could you allow that scoundrel Vegeta to attain eternal life? Have you lost your senses? Wukong gently patted Piccolo's shoulder, playfully exclaiming, Oh, Piccolo, do not be angry. I possess ample strength to keep Vegeta in check. I assure you that I will not allow him to act recklessly in the future. Rest assured, my actions are driven by my own considerations. Piccolo sighed in resignation, pondering, This fellow is always like this, evoking a mix of affection and exasperation. He shook his head, indicating his decision to let the matter rest, yet could not refrain from offering a word of caution. Very well, I concede to your prowess. However, should any troubles arise from this situation, do not blame me for not forewarning you. By the way, what was the source of your sudden surge in power just now? Is it, perhaps, a result of the dragon enhancing your lineage, akin to your current aura? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Wukong felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been contemplating how to elucidate his situation to Piccolo, but to his surprise, Piccolo had already provided a reasonable explanation. He promptly nodded and remarked, Indeed. You are remarkably astute, Piccolo. The formidable aura I exhibited earlier is indeed the result of the enhancement bestowed by the dragon, combined with the effects of the Kaioken technique, which accounts for its immense strength. As Gohan reminisced about the primal and wild aura exuded by Goku moments ago, he couldn't help but exclaim with excitement, Wow, Dad's presence was incredible and so impressive. It felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. He paused before continuing, but enough about me. This young Namekian boy named Dandy is a healer. Let him first tend to my brother, and then we shall seek out Frisia for battle. After a brief interval, Goku reappeared at the very spot where he had vanished, accompanied by Piccolo, Gohan, Dandy, and the enscathed laddies. Frisia, gazing at Goku, inquired, "Son Goku, how did you silently whisk that little Namekian away from right under my nose?" Wukong revealed a mischievous expression, playfully stating, "That is indeed a formidable martial technique. But I simply want to divulge it to you, he. Frisia gazed at Wukong with a silent incredulity, aware that this fellow would never disclose the nature of the technique. Consequently, he shifted his focus to Lotties, who stood behind Wukong. Sensing the potent aura emanating from Lotties, Frisia remarked with a hint of astonishment, "I never anticipated that you, whom I nearly vanquished, have not only recovered but have exponentially increased your energy threefold. This is truly surprising. Lotties, I never expected the combat prowess of you three scions to have escalated to such heights. It appears that your race possesses remarkable potential and adaptability. However, this is advantageous. Only the strong can be my worthy adversaries, providing me with excitement and delight." Lottie scoffed, retorting, "Humph, Frisia, I am now terrifyingly powerful. If you possess only the strength you exhibited in our previous battle, I could easily obliterate you with my full might." Upon hearing this, the corner of Frisia's mouth twitched slightly, yet he maintained a cold chuckle, saying, "Humph, do not be overly arrogant, Lotties. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" Lotties erupted in laughter, declaring, "Frisia, you cannot possibly think I jest. Let me assure you, I am no longer who I once was. My power has ascended to an entirely new echelon. If you doubt this, feel free to test me." With a menacing chuckle, Frisia remarked, "Had I not engaged with you, I might have thought you were merely boasting. However, after our encounter, I understand you, like Son Wukong, possess a technique that amplifies combat power. If your strength can indeed increase by 20-fold, that is undeniably formidable. Wukong beside you poses an even greater dilemma. Yet, my strength is not confined to this. Previously, I sealed my power out of fear of losing control due to its overwhelming nature. Now, I shall lift those restrictions and unleash my full might, though it will require a moment. I have waited for you. Now, grant me a moment as well." With that, Frisia began to emanate an intense energy, his muscles swelling and contracting as if under immense pressure. As Frisia's power surged, the atmosphere around him ignited, crackling with energy. Witnessing this, Lotties' smile gradually faded, replaced by a grave expression. This individual had concealed such immense strength, Lotties thought to himself in astonishment. Beside him, Piccolo widened his eyes, captivated by Frisia's ever-increasing aura, silently marveling at the display. "Incredible," he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Frisia, with his eyes tightly shut, was wholly absorbed in the process of lifting his seal. His body trembled continuously, as if enduring excruciating pain, yet he pressed on without faltering. Wukong and his companions sensed the ever-increasing aura of Frisia. Seizing the opportunity while Frisia was incapacitated in his explosive state, Wukong addressed Dandy, who was trembling and kneeling in fear beside him. "Dandy, do not be afraid. We are here. I surmise that Frisia still has considerable time before he fully releases his power. You should quickly tend to Vegeta." Dandy glanced at the motionless, battered Vegeta lying on the ground and shook his head. "No, I cannot save him. He is a villain." Piccolo slowly interjected, "Dandy, you should assist him. Although Vegeta may not be exceptionally strong, he can still contribute to our combat strength. Frisia's aura is becoming increasingly terrifying, and our time is limited. The more power we possess, the better." Dandy hesitated for a moment while looking at Piccolo, then reluctantly nodded. "All right, for the sake of my brother Nero, I will grant your request." With that, Dandy proceeded to heal Vegeta. Though Frisia could see and hear their exchange, he was bound by the necessity of releasing his full power and could do nothing but watch as the diminutive Namekian healed Vegeta. After a while, Vegeta fully recovered, rising to his feet as if nothing had happened. Observing the changes in his body, he exuberantly unleashed his entire aura and laughed maniacally. "Ha! What power is this? It is truly magnificent. That Namekian called Piccolo is no match for me now. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 31. Ignite. King Kai's Fist. Upon hearing his name mentioned by Vegeta and sensing the latter's aura, Piccolo refrained from contesting and instead marveled at the terrifying potential of the Scions. He silently mused. So this is the battle-hardened Scion race. Their reputation is indeed well-deserved. Frisia, in the midst of his transformation, also sensed Vegeta's restored aura and widened his eyes in disbelief, muttering, "How is this possible? Vegeta's combat power has more than doubled after his recovery. Those damn scions are truly perilous." A wave of unprecedented fear surged within him as he realized that the strength of these scions far exceeded his expectations. However, upon sensing Frisia's continuously strengthening aura, Vegeta's confidence evaporated instantly, replaced by sheer terror and despair. He staggered back a few steps, trembling as he exclaimed, "This is absurd. Frisia's power has escalated to such an extent, and it shows no signs of abating. This is terrifying. I have no chance of victory now. I must flee this planet." With that, he turned to escape the battlefield. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Well done, Vegeta. I never imagined you would become this strong." Vegeta turned in surprise, only to find Goku standing behind him, a smile gracing his face and a resolute glimmer in his eyes. Vegeta shrugged off Goku's arm, grumbling, "Humph. That damn cockroach. You won't fool me again. When I was lying down just now, I could feel your energy surging, far surpassing what I possess at this moment." At that very instant, after a strenuous effort, Frisia's form began to swell, muscles bulging, ultimately transforming into a colossal purple monstrosity. He suddenly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a golden light. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and suffocating aura erupted from within him, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from Frisia, both Raditz and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically. They realized that the Frisia before them was no longer the familiar foe they once knew. His power had transcended their wildest imaginations. Frisia cackled maniacally, "Ha ha 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 ha. This is my true form. My strength is simply too immense to control. Let me inform you. My battle power now stands at a staggering 120 million. So what do you think? Do you still dare to underestimate me? Prepare yourselves, you feeble beings. For your demise awaits." His gaze swept over Raditz and Goku, laden with provocation. Everyone felt the weight of Frisia's might. Gohan and Din were so overwhelmed by the oppressive energy that they collapsed to their knees. Piccolo assisted them, guiding them to a safe distance away from the battlefield. Raditz, believing himself to be the strongest among them with his 20x Kaioken, felt a surge of determination to protect his friends and family. He crouched low, shouting, "Kaioken," 20 times. In a fierce clash, Raditz unleashed his full power against Frisia, but even in his heightened form, he was no match for Frisia's overwhelming strength, ultimately succumbing to defeat after a brief struggle. Just as Raditz prepared to fight with all his might, Goku pulled him back, placing a firm hand on his shoulder and solemnly stating, "Brother, you have done more than enough. We all know you have given it your all. Rest now, and leave the fight to me." Concerned for Goku's well-being, Raditz asked anxiously, "Kakarot, are you truly confident in facing Frisia?" Goku replied, "I may not be in the best condition, but rest assured, I have mastered the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Just watch how I handle this battle." Hearing their exchange, Vegeta stepped forward, disbelief etched on his face. "Kakarot, have you been rendered foolish by Frisia's presence? Even I wouldn't dare claim to be a Super Saiyan. Yet you assert that you are one?" As Ryukong was about to respond to Vegeta, he noticed Frisia, feeling insulted by the disregard of these three. His veins bulging with fury, exclaimed, "You wretched wild monkeys dare to ignore me, the king. How much longer do you intend to converse? Hurry and summon Son Wukong to transform and engage me in battle." Wukong cast a sidelong glance at Frisia and, with a tone of playful mockery, remarked, "Oh dear. I seem to have forgotten about the illustrious Frisia. My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting. However, I have suddenly changed my mind. I shall refrain from transforming for now and instead allow you to witness my full power before I do so. Everyone, I am about to unleash my utmost strength. So brace yourselves for a considerable commotion and stand back." Observing the crowd retreating with a mix of skepticism and caution, Wukong took a deep breath, crouched down, and began to unleash his energy, tensing every muscle in his body as he bellowed, "Kaioken times 20. Wukong's entire being was enveloped in a blazing crimson aura, his energy surging instantaneously to a level rivaling that of the current Frisia, leaving everyone both astonished and elated. Piccolo, in a state of disbelief, remarked, "Old son, I never imagined you had been concealing your true abilities. It turns out you have grown so formidable. I thought your earlier display of power was your utmost limit." Raditz, equally surprised, inquired, "Kakarot, I used to believe I was the strongest among us. When did you become so immensely powerful?" As Wu Fan leaped with joy, he exclaimed, "Father's strength is astonishing. I never anticipated such might from you. Quickly, defeat that wicked Frisia. The others need not be surprised. I have also been training diligently in the gravity chamber, and with my recent wish to the dragon to enhance my lineage, I have gained significant augmentation. Coupled with this 20-fold Kaioken, it has rendered me remarkably powerful. Now that circumstances compel me to intervene, you can rest assured, I shall vanquish Frisia. Father, give it your all. Old son, be cautious. The rest is up to you, Kakarot. Frisia strikes with great ferocity, so remain vigilant. All right, everyone, have faith. Although Frisia was infuriated by Goku's sudden resolution to confront him, he could not afford to underestimate the comparable aura emanating from Goku. Witnessing Vegeta's words towards Goku left him incredulous. Ho ho ho, who would have thought the proud Vegeta would commend this scion? Yet, your might is undeniable. Shall we join forces to dominate this universe? I refuse. My sole desire is to defeat you. First, I shall warm up with the Kaioken, then transform, allowing you to experience the disparity in our power. Frisia sneered, ha ha ha, truly a savage monkey, declining my invitation. Even though your aura now rivals mine, it does not guarantee victory. Once I have defeated you, I shall eliminate everyone present. The battle was poised to erupt. Chapter 32, The Super Saiyan Transformation. As the words faded, both combatants sprang into action, their forms vanishing instantaneously, colliding in midair with a breathtaking velocity. Each impact unleashed tremendous energy waves, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Their fists clashed with the ferocity of a tempest, each strike imbued with boundless strength, leaving onlookers in awe. Their bodies continuously shifted positions, as if performing a magnificent dance. The clouds above were dispersed by the potent gust of energy, revealing a cerulean sky. Meanwhile, the ocean surged, generating towering waves that created a striking spectacle. The intensity of this conflict surpassed all imagination, with neither side yielding an inch. Their assaults grew increasingly ferocious, the sounds of their muscles colliding resonating through the heavens. Their gazes were filled with exhilaration and challenge as they reveled in this fierce confrontation. In this heart-pounding clash, both adversaries unleashed their full potential, employing an array of exquisite combat techniques and strategies. Their strengths were evenly matched, making it impossible for either to triumph easily over the other. However, it is precisely this exhilarating confrontation that renders the entire scene increasingly enthralling. Among the spectators below, few could discern the figures of the two combatants. Gohan, filled with concern, turned to Piccolo and asked, Uncle Piccolo, do you think Dad will be all right? Rest assured. Piccolo replied, have you forgotten that Goku possesses the ability to teleport? If we cannot defeat our opponent, we can still retreat unscathed. Realization dawned upon Gohan. You're right, Piccolo. I almost forgot about that. Wonderful, Dad should be fine. Vegeta silently observed the battle between the two, equally wishing for Goku's victory. Suddenly, Goku and Frisia simultaneously halted. Leaping backward, they gasped for breath, locking eyes with one another. Son Goku, you truly are formidable, Frisia gritted through clenched teeth. Frisia, you are no slouch yourself, Goku replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Frisia sneered, but this is still insufficient. Prepare yourself, Son Goku. He charged at Goku once more, unleashing an even greater power. Without a hint of hesitation, Wukong stepped forward. Their battle escalated to a fervent intensity, with each move imbued with cataclysmic power. The onlookers watched with bated breath, fervently praying for Wukong's triumph. After a while, having relished the exhilarating combat, Wukong took the initiative to distance himself from Frisia. Frisia, I have grown weary of this skirmish. I shall now unleash my full strength. Prepare to witness my transformation. Upon hearing that Wukong intended to transform, Frisia lost his desire to continue the fight, despite a flicker of anxiety regarding whether Wukong would indeed transform and whether that newfound power could be lethal. He masked his trepidation with a facade of nonchalance, chuckling, so you are finally going to transform. I wonder if it is true. Let me behold your true might. Could it be that Saions must transform to become Super Saions? It appeared that Kakarot had indeed mastered this transformation. It seems my Prince Vegeta has chosen wisely in aligning with him. I shall learn the art of transformation from him, Vegeta mumbled to himself. Is aware that Broly's Super Saiyan form possesses an exceptionally high amplification of power. He is confident that his own transformation would at least match Broly's level. Therefore, to avoid any unnecessary complications, he has chosen to seal his base power at around 2 million before transforming. It is noteworthy that after acquiring the bloodline of the Purunga, has gained the ability to seal his own power at will. Frisia, take heed. The thunderous roar of Wukong echoed across 100 miles. Ever since he had elevated his bloodline concentration using the power of Purunga's 2 wishes, Wukong remained oblivious to the true level of the legendary Super Saiyan within the dragon's gaze. He had never transformed before, leaving him uncertain whether his transformation would resemble Broly or take on another form. Suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder, and in the next moment, Wukong found himself enveloped by an inexplicable, blinding crimson light, severing all information from within. As the brilliant light dissipated, Wukong's height surged from 175 centimeters to an imposing 195 centimeters. His eyebrows and hair transformed to a dark green hue, while his pupils shifted to a deep crimson. The very environment around him seemed to fracture under the weight of his presence, exuding an aura of primal ferocity, shrouded in a dark red flame. Witnessing this transformation, everyone was left in stunned silence, including Wukong himself. This overwhelming and savage energy was beyond comprehension. The North Kai, who had been vigilantly monitoring the movements on Namek, was equally astonished by Wukong's unleashed power. Not only the North Kai, but all beings on Namek felt this energy, with Piccolo and others struggling to fathom the essence emanating from Wukong. Though not malevolent, it was undeniably primal and brutal, instilling an unsettling chill. Just observing Wukong's appearance could lead an unfamiliar onlooker to mistake him for a formidable villain. Vegeta was the first to sense Wukong's immense power. In an involuntary reaction, he knelt down, only to force himself back up, struggling to articulate, "Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Kakarot, you truly are formidable. The vengeance of our Saiyan race is entrusted to you." With those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As a Saiyan of royal blood, Vegeta was acutely sensitive to the purity of bloodlines, allowing him to distinctly perceive the primal and untainted essence that surpassed his own. An invisible pressure weighed upon him, causing every cell in his body to submit to Wukong. His strength waned entirely. Were it not for his indomitable pride, he would have knelt without hesitation. Instead, he clung to the last vestiges of his will to remain standing, and upon uttering his words, he fainted. Due to his mixed heritage, Gohan felt no intense aura of bloodline. Raditz' perception was somewhat stronger than Gohan's, yet it was far from the overwhelming presence of Vegeta. His body instinctively yearned to kneel, but he was able to maintain control and did not succumb to weakness. Wukong cast a perplexed glance at the unconscious Vegeta and replied in a tone imbued with magnetic charisma and a hint of audacious villainy. "Fear not, Vegeta. The mere Frieza shall be effortlessly vanquished by me." Raditz, regaining his composure, inquired with concern, "Kakarot? Are you truly my brother Kakarot?" Piccolo, in disbelief, questioned, "Old son, what on earth is your current predicament?" Gohan leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, Dad, you look incredibly handsome now." At that moment, Frieza beheld before him a figure clad in a torn orange martial arts uniform, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with dark green hair and crimson-red eyes. His features were exquisitely sculpted, and his physique was remarkably muscular, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. The dark green tail swayed gracefully in the wind, and Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he felt a surge of inner trepidation, he feigned composure, astonished by the staggering transformation of the Saiyan into a Super Saiyan. The power exhibited was overwhelming. Indeed, these wild monkeys could not be allowed to persist in this world. After experiencing his transformation, Wukong took a deep breath to calm the inexplicable surge of emotions within him. He turned to Frieza, displaying a sinister smile, and mockingly inquired, "Do I resemble a Super Saiyan?" Frieza felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, as he noticed Wukong's dark red eyes narrowing at him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. Chapter 33, The Subjugated Frieza in an effort to mask his inner turmoil and fear. Frieza contorted his face into a grotesque expression, exclaiming, "Damn wild monkey, hurry up and perish." He hastily launched an attack, seeking to eliminate Son Goku. However, at that moment, Goku's power had surged immensely, rendering him far beyond the easily subdued opponent he once was. He effortlessly evaded Frieza's assaults and chuckled, "Your speed is too slow, Frieza." Frieza, consumed by rage, lost all rationality and frantically assaulted Goku, yet each attempt was deftly dodged. He cursed vehemently, "Damned wild monkey. How did you become so formidable all of a sudden? This is infuriating." In this farcical battle, Frieza ultimately exhausted all his strength, losing his ability to fight. He was bisected by the very cutting discs he had unleashed, his body severed into 2 halves. Remarkably, even in such a state, he remained suspended in the air, poised to continue the conflict with Goku. Observing this tenacious adversary, Goku couldn't help but reflect, "You have already failed. Before you now lie 2 choices." He paused deliberately, leaning closer to Frieza's ear to whisper slowly, "Either submit to me or face death." With those words spoken, Goku awaited Frisia's response in silence. Frisia, upon hearing this, was instantly flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He glared at Goku with wide eyes, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, "I, Frisia, am the Emperor of the Universe. How could I possibly submit to you, a mere wild monkey?" However, Goku remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, "Do not be too hasty in your rejection, Frisia. Have you not always yearned for immortality? If you submit to me, I can fulfill that desire." He continued, "Just like Vegeta, who is now my dear friend. Furthermore, I will aid you in conquering other galaxies. The northern galaxy is far from sufficient. Additionally, I can bestow upon you a power increase of at least 1,000-fold. Of course, if you reject me, you shall find only death awaiting you. Yet, should you choose to submit, there may come a day when you can defeat me, right?" As Frisia listened to these enticing propositions, he felt a flicker of uncertainty within his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he finally resolved, "Very well, Son Goku. From this moment forth, I, Frisia, shall submit to you and follow your lead." Upon hearing Frisia's response, Goku beamed with satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. Now, depart from Namek and return to your headquarters to await further instructions." Frisia nodded, then enveloped himself and the severed lower half of his body with a wave of energy, soaring towards his colossal spacecraft. After a brief interlude, he boarded the vessel and departed from planet Namek, solitary in his escape. As Frisia's ship receded into the vastness of space, vanishing from sight, Goku finally exhaled in relief, reverting from his Super Saiyan form to his ordinary stature of 175 centimeters. Subsequently, he gracefully glided towards Gohan, Din, and Vegeta, who awaited him. "Father!" Gohan exclaimed with exuberance, resembling a jubilant little bird as he leapt into Goku's embrace. Wukong gazed affectionately at his son cradled in his arms, gently stroking his hair, his eyes filled with remorse. "Gohan, I am truly sorry for not coming to your aid in time and allowing you to be hurt." Wufan hastily shook his head, his gaze resolute and radiant. "Father, it's all right. Thanks to you, we have been able to survive. Moreover, it is through enduring this brutal battle that I have had the opportunity to transcend my own limits and grow ever stronger. Look, I have become quite formidable now." With that, he leapt from Goku's embrace and unleashed his powerful aura with all his might. Wukong, astonished, sensed the aura emanating from Gohan. Realizing that after the Grand Elder had awakened his potential, his combat power had astonishingly doubled, even without resorting to the near-death recovery method. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face as he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly, you are my son. Kakarot, I never anticipated you had grown so formidable." "You are always leagues ahead," Krillin remarked enviously. "Ah, no, Wukong replied, bashfully scratching his head. "Kakarot, to possess such strength and yet to conceal it. You ought to have informed me of your capabilities before my confrontation with Frisia. I nearly thought we were destined to depart from this world," Lottie chastised. "My apologies, brother. It is because of Dandy. Should you suffer grave injuries, Dandy could heal you and enhance your strength. I refrained from intervening merely to hone your skills. So please forgive me this once," Wukong hurriedly explained. "Very well, then let me inquire about something I was about to ask. Why did you allow Frisia to escape? Had you not just overwhelmed him?" Lottie's and the others, except for Piccolo, had not overheard the dialogue between Wukong and Frisia. "He can no longer pose a threat to Earth, and I wish to grant him a chance. If he can transform himself, perhaps the future may hold something different." Wukong replied earnestly. Piccolo and Gohan nodded in understanding, aware of Wukong's kindness and tolerance, and trusted that his decision was undoubtedly the right one. Meanwhile, Frisia piloted his ship, fleeing into the depths of the universe, filled with resentment and fury, yet tinged with fear. Fully cognizant that he could not defeat Son Wukong and had no choice but to escape from Namek. With a meaningful glance at Wukong, Piccolo remarked, "Lottie's old son must have his own reasons for acting as he did. We must trust his judgment." Following this, Piccolo fell into deep contemplation. "Indeed, brother Lottie's. Had it not been for father driving Frisia away, we would have perished long ago," Gohan concurred from the side. Lottie's pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, Kakarot. After all, it was you who vanquished Frisia, but I am concerned that by allowing Frisia to escape, he may return stronger and seek vengeance." With a resolute pat on his chest, Wukong assured, "Rest easy, brother. If that day ever comes, I shall undoubtedly vanquish Frisia once more." Hearing this, Lottie's could only nod in resignation. "In that case, I shall defer to your judgment. However, you must exercise utmost caution, for Frisia is an exceedingly formidable foe." At that moment, Vegeta, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to face Wukong, his eyes brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Kakarot, was that transformation of yours the legendary Super Saiyan? Wukong gazed at Vegeta, a flicker of anticipation shimmering in his eyes. One must elevate their combat power to at least 3 million, and then unleash a profound fury to trigger the Super Saiyan transformation. After experiencing the transformation once, through diligent training, one can gradually master it without the need for intense anger. Both you and Rithis have already attained the requisite battle strength. You merely await the right opportunity to transform. Chapter 34. Farewell to Namek. Upon hearing Wukong's words, an indescribable excitement surged within Vegeta. He had not harbored high expectations. Yet Wukong unreservedly shared such pivotal information with him, coupled with the sight of Wukong in his transformed state, exuding an overwhelming aura, and the intense Saiyan bloodline pressure that only he could perceive post-transformation, Vegeta found his astonishment beyond articulation. Furthermore, the realization that Wukong had assisted him in achieving his wish for immortality filled him with profound gratitude. He bowed deeply, sincerity resonating in his voice as he said, "Thank you so very much, Kakarot." This bow conveyed the respect and appreciation he harbored deep within. This gesture startled Rithis and the others, who gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. After spending some time together, they had come to understand Vegeta somewhat, initially perceived as arrogant and egocentric. He unexpectedly expressed such genuine gratitude towards Wukong, even performing a full 90-degree bow. At that moment, Wukong's lips curled into a subtle smile, pride swelling within him. I have finally managed to win over this proud prince. There's no need for such formality, Vegeta. We are now among the few remaining Saiyans. We should set aside past grievances, unite, and support one another. From this day forth, you are one of us, Wukong remarked with a warm smile. Upon hearing that Wukong would not hold his previous attacks on Earth against him, Vegeta's admiration for him deepened further. He was acutely aware of the immense threat and damage his past actions had inflicted upon Earth. Yet Wukong's magnanimous forgiveness and acceptance of him as a comrade left him profoundly moved. In that moment, Vegeta realized that standing alongside these formidable warriors might enable him to fulfill his aspiration of surpassing Kakarot and becoming the strongest Saiyan since his defeat on Earth. Just then, Dante suddenly exclaimed, his knees buckling as he collapsed onto the ground. "Oh no, the Grand Elder has just passed away." Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How is that possible? Wasn't the Grand Elder in good health just moments ago?" Tears streaming down his face, Dante choked back sobs as he explained, "In truth, the Grand Elder had long forewarned me that his time was drawing near. Moreover, the next Grand Elder has already been chosen. However, now that the majority of the Namekians have been slain by Frisia's army, the remaining Namekians are at a loss as to what to do. To my astonishment, the day of reckoning for the Grand Elder has arrived unexpectedly." Gohan swiftly approached, gently placing a hand upon Dandy's shoulder, offering words of solace. "Do not be disheartened, Dandy. We are here for you. My father once shared with me that on our Earth, there exist Dragon Balls that can resurrect those who have fallen at the hands of Frisia." Upon hearing these words, Dandy lifted his gaze, a flicker of hope illuminating his eyes. As Gohan and the others continued to comfort him, Dandy's spirits gradually lifted. He took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Goku. "Mr. Goku, on behalf of all Namekians, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your salvation of us and our planet." Wukong scratched his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment. There's no need to be courteous. It's merely a small effort on my part. Moreover, I must express my gratitude for the opportunity to utilize the Dragon Balls." At that moment, Gohan excitedly rushed over, grasping Dandy's hand tightly. Turning to Wukong, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, he exclaimed, "Dad, shall we take Dandy to Earth for a visit? And perhaps we could also revive that Namekian." Piccolo gently patted Gohan's shoulder and explained earnestly, "Gohan, this matter ultimately hinges on Dandy's own wishes. After all, the Elder has just passed away, and it may not be appropriate for him to leave his homeland at this time. Furthermore, the revival of the Namekian can be accomplished once we return to Earth." Dandy initially felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to respond to Gohan's proposal. However, upon hearing Piccolo speak on his behalf, a wave of gratitude washed over him, and he cast a thankful glance at Piccolo. Then, turning to Gohan, he spoke with resolute conviction, "Gohan, I appreciate your invitation, but I indeed have numerous matters to attend to on Namek, so I cannot accompany you to Earth this time. Rest assured, once I have resolved these issues, I will certainly come to visit you." With a smile, Wukong nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Gohan appeared somewhat disheartened, But he soon rallied, turning to Dandy with a cheerful expression. All right, Dandy, be sure to find us after you handle matters on Namek. We can celebrate our victory together and relish in delightful moments. Dandy nodded gratefully, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. He understood that although they were about to part ways, this bond of friendship would forever be etched in their hearts. Mr. Wukong, if it is possible, I would appreciate your assistance in resurrecting my kin with the Dragon Balls of Earth. Once they are revived, we would love to invite you over to celebrate our triumph, and I will also visit your world. All eyes turned towards Wukong, filled with anticipation and trust. Sensing their gazes, especially Gohan's eager eyes, he smiled gently. Certainly. However, there is no need for all of us to return to Earth first. I can teleport back for a brief moment, and then we can commence our celebration. Hooray! Gohan exclaimed, leaping with excitement, his face aglow with joy. Wukong extended a hand, signaling everyone to hold onto their bodies. The group moved forward, with Lottie's grasping Wukong's hand tightly, Piccolo clutching his right shoulder, and Vegeta gripping his left shoulder, while Gohan and Dandy joined hands, securing themselves around Wukong's legs. With all preparations complete, Wukong softly inquired, "Are you ready?" In unison, the group affirmed, "Yes." Then, with a swift whoosh, their figures vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind a desolate scene where only a gentle breeze whispered, as if recounting the thrilling battle that had just transpired. In the next moment, they materialized before the Shenlong, just in time to see Krillin and the others, their faces etched with anxiety, their eyes brimmed with anticipation and concern, clearly awaiting the return of Wukong and his companions. As Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, and Lottie's appeared before them, Krillin and the others rushed forward, their faces lighting up with joy. As soon as Wukong and the others appeared, Qiqi rushed forward, enveloping Gohan in her embrace. She meticulously examined his body, her voice tinged with tears as she cried out, "Gohan, you have finally returned. Are you unharmed? Did you sustain any injuries? I told Wukong not to take you, but he insisted on bringing you along. I was so worried, my dear. By the way, are you hungry?" Her tone was saturated with concern and anxiety, as if Gohan had just endured a harrowing trial of life and death. With great effort, Gohan freed himself from Qiqi's grasp, seizing her hand with delight. "Ah, Mom, I am perfectly fine. Father has been safeguarding me all along. We are both unharmed. We have vanquished that villain, Frieza. And I am not hungry, so you need not worry." His tone exuded confidence and pride, as if he were eager to showcase his growth and bravery to his mother. "Oh Goku, how could you leave us for such an extended period, abandoning us, an assortment of the elderly, women, and children, in this desolate place? I was utterly bored. Before you brought Krillin and the others, I was beside myself with worry. Do you have any idea what might have happened if we encountered unsavory characters?" Bulma lamented, emerging from the spaceship. Though her demeanor appeared somewhat irritable, it was predominantly laced with concern and dissatisfaction regarding Goku and his companions. Goku, with a sheepish grin, scratched his head and explained, My apologies, Bulma. I sensed there were no foes in the vicinity before departing. Should an extraordinary situation arise, I can return in an instant. Besides, did we not return?" Upon hearing Goku's response, Bulma's anxiety eased slightly, yet she couldn't help but pout, expressing her discontent. However, when her gaze suddenly fell upon Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed in the background, her eyes sparkled with excitement and her mouth fell agape. "Wow, Goku. Who was that handsome fellow? I had no idea you had such a dashing friend. Does he have a girlfriend?" Bulma inquired eagerly, completely forgetting her earlier grievances about their prolonged absence, now captivated by Vegeta, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. Wukong smiled helplessly, fully aware that Bulma would become infatuated upon seeing handsome men. He sighed and replied, "That is none other than Prince Vegeta, the scion who previously invaded Earth. I shall elaborate on the details later." He wished to soothe Bulma's emotions rather than delve into a comprehensive introduction of Vegeta's identity and background at that moment. "Well, fine then," Bulma retorted with a displeased glare at Wukong before discreetly casting a glance at Vegeta and returning to Qiqi's side. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who stood behind, heard Bulma's words and inwardly sighed, feeling he had encountered a rather troublesome woman. He quietly took 2 steps back to avoid provoking her. "Wukong, what was that all about? How could you be so terrifyingly powerful, and why have you adopted such a morally ambiguous demeanor? I worry you might have lost your way." Master Roshi gradually stepped out of the spaceship, voicing the very questions that Krillin, Tien, and the others were eager to ask. Just as Wukong was about to explain the matters they did not comprehend, Gohan excitedly burst forth, completely absorbed in his own world, chattering incessantly. "Oh, right. You surely do not know. After we left, we encountered a plethora of formidable foes, and so much transpired. In the direst moments, Dad suddenly became incredibly strong, absolutely dashing. And in an instant, with exuberance, Gohan animatedly recounted all that he had learned to his companions, including Krillin and Tien, who listened intently, occasionally expressing their astonishment. Seizing the moment, Goku cleverly utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. To his surprise, Mr. Popo had already prepared the Dragon Balls in advance and swiftly made a wish, successfully resurrecting the Namekian people. Just as Gohan finished explaining the situation, Goku returned, wearing a relaxed smile as he announced, "Haha, I've resolved everything." Upon hearing this news, everyone sighed in relief. Subsequently, Goku and Din led the group to the residence of the newly appointed Elder of Namek. The new Elder, Muley, greeted them warmly and expressed his intention to host a grand celebration in their honor. During the gathering, the Namekians offered them the most sumptuous food and performed lively dances. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with joy and gratitude. Wukong and his companions were deeply moved, sensing the genuine sincerity and kindness of the Namekians. On this unfamiliar planet, they received heartfelt gratitude and profound friendship from the entire clan. This gathering forged an even tighter bond among them, establishing them as significant friends in each other's lives. The celebration continued for an extended period, and as the final note faded away, everyone was immersed in an atmosphere of joy. Wukong and his companions embraced the newly appointed Elder Muley, conveying their heartfelt blessings and gratitude. Subsequently, they bid farewell to the new elder and returned to the vicinity of their spaceship. This gathering not only forged profound friendships among them, but also deepened their understanding of the culture and people of Namek. This experience would forever reside in their hearts, becoming a cherished memory. Chapter 35, Parting Ways. All right, everyone, now that everything has been resolved, Piccolo, please take Gohan, Krillin, and the others back to Earth on my spaceship. I wish to train for a while on another planet with Vegeta and Goku before returning to Earth. Wukong addressed the group. Dad, are you really not coming with us? When will you return to Earth? Gohan asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Wukong pondered for a moment. Perhaps in about a year. Wukong, do not let the title of the strongest in the universe corrupt your essence. I hope you remain the Wukong I once knew, Krillin said earnestly, gazing at him. In response to Krillin's words, Wukong chuckled. Rest assured, Krillin, I shall not change. Moreover, the universe is vast, and the title I have obtained by defeating Frieza may not be the ultimate truth. After all, there are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. Old son, you are indeed much stronger than I am now, yet that does not guarantee your superiority will persist. I shall reach your level and then surpass you, Piccolo declared. His expression one of defiance as he looked at Wukong. With a look of contentment, Wukong said to Piccolo, Rest assured, Piccolo, you will undoubtedly grow stronger than I am now. Of course, by that time, I shall not remain stagnant. I will certainly become even more formidable. Piccolo placed his hand on Wukong's shoulder and replied resolutely, Very well, old son, I eagerly anticipate the day when we both shall attain greater strength. Wukong smiled gently, then turned to everyone and said, Well, my friends, let us bid farewell here. Do not forget to diligently cultivate your skills, for in the future, even more formidable adversaries may arise. Everyone responded in unison, agreed. As Wukong approached Vegeta, he smiled and inquired, Vegeta, do you yearn to become more powerful? Would you like to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan? If you are willing, accompany me, I can guide you in your training. Without hesitation, Vegeta nodded and replied, Very well, Kakarot, I appreciate your assistance. Goku cast a final glance at the gathered individuals, his gaze settling upon Piccolo as he earnestly advised, Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and Dandy, let us part ways here. Piccolo, do remember to escort Gohan and Krillin back to Earth later. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye, Goku. Farewell, my father. Goodbye, Goku. Farewell, Mr. Goku. Let us depart, Vegeta, brother. Vegeta followed Goku and Raditz, soaring towards the spaceship of the Ginyu Force. With a furrowed brow, he looked at Goku in confusion. Kakarot, what brings us here? Goku replied, Vegeta, we shall embark on the Ginyu Force's spaceship to journey to other planets for training. These vessels will expedite our arrival to distant worlds. After considering that Frieza had vacated in a large ship and that Namek had few usable crafts left, Vegeta's skepticism dissipated. Are you prepared, Vegeta? Goku inquired. Indeed, I can hardly contain my excitement. A glimmer of exhilaration sparkled in Vegeta's eyes. The three of them boarded the Ginyu Force's spaceships, which then ascended according to the preordained flight paths. As Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta's spaceships vanished into the horizon, Piccolo slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over Gohan, Krillin, and the others. Well, they have departed. It is time for us to return to Earth. With that, Piccolo approached Dandy, sincerity illuminating his expression. Dandy, I am truly grateful for your assistance in our recovery. You are an exceptional Namekian. Please extend my regards to the elders of Namek and inform them of my honor in safeguarding Namek alongside them. We must take our leave now. Dandy looked up at Piccolo, her eyes shimmering with tears. Brother Nero. No, Brother Piccolo, it is my duty. As an Namekian, I am immensely proud to have such a powerful warrior as you among us. I shall certainly convey your greetings to the elders. At that moment, Gohan and Krillin stepped forward, grasping Dandy's hands tightly. Dandy, thank you. From this day forth, we shall be the best of friends. If you have the time, do come to Earth to visit us. Dandy nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with emotion. Of course, I will make time to visit you on Earth. You must also return to Namek to play. Exchanging glances, Krillin and Gohan replied in unison, absolutely. Well then, Dandy, we must take our leave. Take care, and goodbye. With that, they turned and walked towards the spaceship. The others also waved farewell to Dandy, their faces adorned with gentle smiles. Goodbye, Dandy. Dandy stood silently in place, gazing at the departing figures of Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others, his heart brimming with gratitude and reluctance. As the hatch closed, the trio boarded Goku's spaceship. With expert precision, Piccolo activated the vessel, which erupted with a blue flame from its rear, swiftly ascending through the atmosphere of Namek and vanishing into the inky blackness of the cosmos, heading towards their cherished home, Earth. After the ship had completely disappeared from his sight, Dandy stood motionless for a considerable time before softly uttering, "Thank you. Travel safely, and may fortune smile upon you." This journey would span yet another lengthy 5 days, but for the group, it hardly felt prolonged. Eagerly, the Z-fighters boarded the ship and dove into the gravity chamber to resume their rigorous training. They understood that only by continuously enhancing their strength could they better safeguard Earth and those they loved. Following their growth in a series of extraordinary adventures on Namek, each individual experienced a remarkable increase in power. During their voyage, when the group discovered that the spacecraft was equipped with a sophisticated combat power detection device, everyone was eager to test their abilities and ascertain the extent of their growth. After a spirited and lively power assessment event, they finally grasped the true measure of their capabilities. Krillin and Tian Shinhan achieved astonishing combat powers of 580,000 and 600,000, respectively. Gohan surpassed the million mark, reaching an impressive 200,000. Piccolo stood unrivaled with a formidable power level of 13,450,000. Yamcha and Kaiatsu were not to be outdone, boasting combat powers of 450,000 and 400,000, respectively. Upon understanding one another's strengths, the group immediately immersed themselves in gravity training. Despite their varying levels of power, they resolutely chose to commence their training under 25 times the normal gravity. Initially, some found the intense gravity challenging to adapt to, but due to their significant increases in strength, they quickly acclimated to this demanding training environment. Meanwhile, Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta's ship sped through the vast cosmos. Chapter 36. Returning to Earth. 5 days passed swiftly, and Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo finally arrived at Earth. After extensive training, they had successfully conquered the 100 times gravity of the spaceship's chamber, greatly enhancing their powers. During this period, both Krillin and Tian Shinhan made tremendous strides, each achieving an astonishing combat power of 200,000. Yamcha also displayed remarkable progress, reaching a power level of 900,000. Even Kaiatsu, typically the weaker fighter, demonstrated incredible potential with a power level of 800,000. Yet, the most striking achievement belonged to Gohan. The youngest warrior continues to grow through battle, and now his strength has reached an impressive 2,000,000, making him the youngest formidable force. Although Piccolo's enhancement is modest, with a power level of 14,000,000, he remains the strongest among them. As they return to Earth, new challenges loom on the horizon. In the face of future adversaries, they will require even greater strength to safeguard the planet. The results of their training will be pivotal in confronting impending crises. Piccolo and the others directly descended upon the grassy field of Bulma's home in West City. At that moment, Dr. Brief and his wife were already standing in the garden, eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Bulma and the others disembarked from the spacecraft, Dr. Brief approached with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Hi, welcome back, everyone." Gohan gazed curiously at Dr. Briefs and inquired him, "Grandpa Briefs, how did you know we would arrive now?" Dr. Briefs chuckled and replied, "Ah, you are Gohan indeed. The transformation in your appearance within such a brief span is remarkable. The youthful innocence has given way to a more gallant demeanor. Even before Goku's spacecraft breached the Earth's atmosphere, I had already received a signal from the ship. Through calculations and analyses, I was able to estimate its landing point, which is why I came out early to welcome you. You must have had quite the arduous journey. How was your adventure through the cosmos?" Gohan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Grandpa. Our journey has been relatively smooth, although we encountered some troubles on Namek. Thankfully, everything was resolved in the end." Before Gohan could recount the events on Namek to Dr. Brief, Bulma could no longer contain her complaints. "Namek is exceedingly perilous. Do you realize that your precious daughter nearly perished there?" Mrs. Brief, filled with concern, rushed over to grasp Bulma's hand, meticulously inspecting her body and anxiously inquiring, "Oh dear. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? What exactly transpired on Namek?" Tears welled up in Bulma's eyes as she spoke in a trembling voice. "You have no idea. As soon as we arrived on Namek, we were confronted by a malevolent fiend named Frieza, who proclaimed himself the Emperor of the Universe, along with his invading army. They ruthlessly slaughtered the Namekians, and even Gohan narrowly escaped death." Subsequently, Bulma recounted in detail the harrowing events that unfolded on Namek, including Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan and his fierce battle with Frieza, culminating in Goku's triumphant victory over the tyrant. After hearing this, Dr. Brief resolutely decided to host a welcoming ceremony and celebration of victory for everyone. During the gathering, all indulged in delectable cuisine and joyous moments, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. As Gohan, Krillin, and others engaged in playful banter and laughter, Piccolo stood quietly to the side, observing each movement with a hint of a smile of contentment on his face. This gathering became a moment for everyone to release their stress and celebrate their victory, allowing them to momentarily forget the pain and hardships of the past. Each individual was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere, savoring this rare tranquility and peace. Conversations flowed about various occurrences on Namek, when Chaozu voiced his concerns. "Everyone, do you think that the formidable demon Frieza won't return to invade Earth? Can Goku truly defeat him again? Will our planet be plunged into crisis?" Tian Shinhan remarked, "Chaozu, did you not sense Goku's aura or hear Gohan's stories? Goku has grown incredibly powerful, effortlessly defeating the mighty Frieza. He even declared that if Frieza dared to invade Earth again, he would surely vanquish him." Yamcha chimed in, "Indeed. Chaozu, with Goku as our formidable ally, Frieza poses no threat to Earth. Moreover, we need not worry about Frieza seeking revenge within a year. His recovery will undoubtedly take a significant amount of time, and Goku will certainly return." Chaozu apologized, "Forgive me, Tian and everyone, for my fear upon hearing tales of Frieza. I believe in Goku and his protection over us." After reminiscing for a while longer, the group had thoroughly enjoyed themselves and planned to depart. Before leaving, Tian Shinhan addressed everyone. "If it weren't for Goku, we might have vanished alongside Namek into the cosmos. We are still too weak. Therefore, I propose that upon returning home, we remain diligent in our training. No matter where we are, we must strive to become stronger to prepare for Frieza's potential return. In a year, let us gather here again to await Goku and share the fruits of our training. What do you think?" Krillin, Yamcha, and the others resolutely agreed to uphold this commitment. After bidding farewell to the others, Gohan, accompanied by Qiqi, made his way to the Baozi Mountain, just as everyone was preparing to depart. To the astonishment of Tien and the others, Dr. Briefs interrupted, "Qiqi, everyone, please hold on. I have a mysterious surprise for you." Although the nature of the surprise remained a mystery, they followed the doctor with eager anticipation into a large underground chamber at Bulma's residence. Upon entering, they were immediately awestruck by the sight before them. Several gravity chambers identical to the one on Goku's spaceship were arranged within. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, "Mr. Briefs, could this be the same gravity chamber as the one on Goku's ship?" Dr. Briefs nodded with a smile, proudly stating, "Indeed. These are independent gravity chambers meticulously crafted based on Goku's spacecraft. Long before Goku left Earth, he visited my home, showing me his spaceship and inviting me to study the internal structure of the gravity chamber. If possible, He hoped I could create more chambers for his companions to train in, thereby enhancing Earth's defensive capabilities. Faced with such an important mission, I readily agreed. Upon learning that this place had been prepared by Goku as a training ground, everyone was filled with joy and deep gratitude towards him. Although Piccolo did not outwardly express it, he harbored a profound appreciation for Goku within. At that moment, Krillin excitedly declared, "Goku is truly remarkable. He has thought of everything. We must train hard to astonish him upon his return." The others nodded in agreement with Krillin's sentiment. Subsequently, Krillin, Tien, and the others decided to train at Bulma's home, eagerly selecting gravity chambers suited to their needs. They were all filled with excitement, as if they could already envision a more powerful version of themselves in the future. As they each stepped into their respective gravity chambers, the sound of the door's sealing seemed to herald the arrival of new challenges and breakthroughs. Chapter 37. The Shimado team Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Din had not left Bulma's house. They were diligently training within the gravity chambers. The Brief family welcomed their presence and wholeheartedly supported their training endeavors. However, Piccolo preferred solitude and was not fond of crowded places. Thus, Dr. Briefs decided to place one of the gravity chambers into a capsule and gifted it to Piccolo. With the capsule in hand, Piccolo ventured into a desolate wilderness, embarking on a journey of solitary training. As for Gohan, he returned home to pursue a life of self-study. One day, while Gohan was deeply engrossed in his studies, Piccolo unexpectedly appeared before him without warning. Gohan, with a delighted expression, lifted his head and greeted Piccolo joyously. "Uncle Piccolo, you've come to see me. It has truly been a long time. What brings you here today?" Piccolo, with a grave demeanor, regarded Gohan intently and responded earnestly, "Gohan, why do you remain here? Engrossed in your studies? Do you not wish to join me in training? I hold your potential and talents in high regard. With proper guidance, you could very well become one of the most formidable warriors in the universe." Upon hearing this, Gohan, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered his gaze and replied softly, "I apologize, Uncle Piccolo, but I am not particularly interested in training or becoming the strongest warrior in the cosmos. In truth, I do not enjoy fighting. My aspiration is merely to become an esteemed scholar. I fear I may disappoint your expectations." Piccolo fell silent for a moment, shaking his head in resignation, and sighed, "Alas, if your heart is not in this, compelling you to train would yield suboptimal results. I had hoped to train alongside you, but if you lack interest, I must respect your decision. Very well, until we meet again." With that, Piccolo vanished without a trace. As Wu Fan gazed around, he could no longer sense the presence of Piccolo, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy and disappointment. He murmured to himself, "Farewell, Uncle Piccolo." Meanwhile, Piccolo returned to the gravity chamber in the desolate wilderness. Upon entering the chamber, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I hope this gravity chamber, with a limit of 300, will meet my training needs and allow me to achieve a breakthrough during this period." With that, he resolutely activated the chamber and immersed himself once more in the arduous training. Having journeyed from Namek to the cosmos for training, Goku, Rithis, and Vegeta finally reached their destination, the planet Adrat. This seemingly unremarkable planet concealed many mysterious powers. Upon their arrival, they immediately attracted the attention of the locals. Due to the Scion's distinct appearance, they were initially regarded as adversaries. However, once Goku and his companions clarified their intentions, the misunderstanding was swiftly resolved. The leader of the Adrat people, Supa, warmly welcomed them, saying, "We sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. We did not anticipate that the Scions had liberated themselves from Frisia's control and defeated that fiend. On behalf of the universe's inhabitants, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Wukong waved his hand and said, "Oh, please, there's no need for such courtesy. It is our duty. We have come here because we heard tales of your remarkable techniques and wish to learn from you. We kindly ask for your guidance." Supa smiled in response. "Not at all, Mr. Wukong. You and your companions are our esteemed benefactors. Indeed, our clan possesses several unique techniques, which we refer to as aspirations. In terms you might understand, it is a special form of energy control. Rest assured, we shall devote ourselves wholly to your instruction." Upon hearing this, Wukong and his companions displayed expressions of eager anticipation. They recognized that their visit to Adrat Star presented a rare opportunity for learning, and mastering these extraordinary skills would greatly enhance their strength. Thus, Wukong and the others remained on Adrat Star, immersing themselves in training with the hope of swiftly acquiring these new techniques. However, it was not long before they were discovered by minions of King Cooled, who promptly reported their presence to him. The minion knelt his body trembling slightly as he gazed up at King Goku, who sat upon his throne, his eyes reflecting profound respect and fear. He cautiously spoke. I pay my respects to King Goku. I have come to inform you of some significant developments on Adrat Star. King Goku was a towering figure. His unique curved horns commanding attention. His rugged visage, sharp eyes, and commanding presence exuded authority, with fine lines etched upon his face revealing the passage of time. Clad in a black battle suit adorned with gold and silver embellishments, his powerful physique was on full display, while his long tail swayed gently behind him. Upon receiving the news, he erupted into a fit of laughter that echoed throughout the palace. Ha ha, splendid. Those wretched wild monkeys have finally been found. Especially that Son Wukong. Daring to leave my son, Frieza, in such a pitiful state that he is still undergoing rescue and transformation. He commanded, you immediately notify the Shenron team. Have Shima lead her team to Adrat Star to assess Son Wukong's strength. Yes, my lord, I shall do so at once. The minion replied respectfully before swiftly departing. Watching his subordinate leave, Goku's face bore a sinister smile, his mind secretly mocking, Shima's potential poses too great a threat. If left unchecked, she may one day endanger my position. This is the perfect opportunity to use Son Wukong, who can defeat Frieza, to eliminate her. It's a flawless plan. Ha ha ha. It was revealed that Shima had been discovered by Goku long ago on a war-torn planet. At that moment, he observed Shima exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess and resolved to take her under his wing for training. However, as time passed, Shima's strength burgeoned, ultimately surpassing Goku's expectations. A sense of unease began to envelop Goku, as he feared that one day Shima might eclipse him and usurp his position. Nevertheless, due to concerns about his reputation, Goku found it inconvenient to confront Shima directly. After all, apart from himself and Frieza, few could rival Shima's formidable abilities. Thus, this opportunity presented itself as an impeccable chance for Goku to orchestrate an underhanded scheme to eliminate his concern. Upon their arrival at the planet Adrat, Shima's elite combat team unleashed a brutal massacre. The indigenous people rose in defiance, yet they were no match for the overwhelming might of their adversaries. In desperation, Super hurried to the side of Goku and the others, who were engaged in training, his face painted with alarm. Mr. Goku, we are in grave danger. Goku's special forces have invaded Adrat. Our warriors are utterly incapable of withstanding the attacks from those three. Please, we implore you to save us. Before Goku could respond, Lotties, unable to contain his fury, bellowed indignantly, damn it. That Goku is Frieza's father. I heard tales of his malevolence in my youth. He is truly a demon. Just like Frieza, how dare he extend his claws toward this planet? Rest assured, Master Super, we will find a way to thwart these villains. Indeed, ever since Goku emerged, the Saiyans have languished under his shadow, enduring relentless oppression and torment. I have long since grown weary of this existence. Vegeta echoed through gritted teeth, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. With a glimmer in his eyes, Wukong pondered for a moment before speaking. Since both of you have resolved to take action, I shall no longer impede your efforts. In this battle, you may unleash the fury harbored within your hearts. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity for you to achieve transformation. Vegeta and Lattice exchanged a glance, a flicker of determination igniting in their eyes, and without hesitation, they responded in unison. All right. They understood that this could be the pivotal battle that would enable them to transcend their limits and attain greater power. Beside them, Super, witnessing the willingness of everyone to lend a hand, wore an expression of excitement. He immediately grasped the hands of several companions, eagerly exclaiming, Splendid. Let us proceed. Hardly had his words faded when he tightly held on to them, hastily urging them onward. With a vigorous wave of his hands, the four vanished from their original spot in an instant. In the next moment, they found themselves on the battlefield, standing face to face with their impending foes. The first figure to capture their attention was a tall, muscular female warrior. She possessed distinctive purple skin, and her flowing white hair was styled into a high ponytail. Her deep, sharp blue eyes conveyed a resolute will. Clad in a black battle suit adorned with golden embellishments and lines, she emanated an aura of nobility and strength. This female warrior stood silently, exuding a chilling presence. Spotting Wukong and the others, she elegantly placed a hand on her chest, slightly bowed, and a faint smile graced her lips. You must be the legendary Saiyan, Son Goku. At long last, you have chosen to reveal yourselves. The wait has been arduous for us, but before we proceed, allow me to introduce myself. We are the Himmet team, under the command of King Goku. And I am the captain, Hima. At that moment, a figure appeared before them like a flash of lightning. This was a winged male warrior, with deep brown skin. lustrous black hair, and eyes that sparkled with bright yellow light. His wings were as white as snow and exceptionally broad. Dressed in a green battle suit accented with brown decorations and lines, he exuded a sense of wildness and freedom. The warrior nodded to Hema and spoke in a booming voice. I am Desert, a member of the Hemet team, but I prefer to be called Birdman Desert. My battle power is an impressive 4 million. Next, a towering male warrior emerged from behind Wukong and the others. His head was that of a fearsome lizard, covered in green skin, with tufts of black hair sprouting from it. His eyes burned like flames, and his mouth was lined with sharp, menacing teeth, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Clad in a blue battle suit embellished with green accents, he appeared both cold and cruel. This male warrior let out a raucous laugh. Ha ha ha. I am Husu, a member of the Hemet team. My battle power is a staggering 3 million. Now, allow me to share some exhilarating news. Our captain, Shima, has surpassed a combat power of 60 million. Prepare to meet your demise, you wretches. With that, Husu displayed a fierce grin, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. Chapter 38, Combat and Honor. Humph, such prattle. Vegeta sneered, his expression laced with disdain, as he had no patience for his opponent's incessant ramblings. With that, Vegeta's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind the Birdman, Shamo. Expressionless, he raised his arm and unleashed a powerful punch forward. In a mere instant, Shamo was unable to react. His body was completely pierced through. Blood gushed from his mouth as he widened his eyes, his face a canvas of disbelief. He struggled to utter a few words. How is this possible? You shouldn't be this formidable. Vegeta coldly retracted his fist, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential task. Shamo, akin to a marionette with severed strings, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any trace of vitality. Thus, Vegeta effortlessly eliminated Shamo, the most troublesome adversary of Team Shermat. Had he not been accustomed to fighting without restraint, he might have succumbed to Shamo's sonic attacks, finding himself in perilous circumstances. Damn it! Husu, witnessing the demise of his comrade, was engulfed in fury and immediately prepared to charge at Vegeta for revenge. However, at that moment, Lotties intervened, suddenly obstructing his path. Hey, you reptilian, I am your true opponent, Lottie said with a smirk, a hint of provocation in his tone. He recognized Husu's formidable strength but felt no fear. Instead, he eagerly advanced to engage him in battle. As Lotties clashed with the lizardman Husu, it became evident that Husu was no match for him. Pinning, Husu remarked, I never imagined this lesser-known scion could be so powerful. At this rate, I will meet the same fate as Shamo without even unleashing my full potential. I am not as foolish as he was. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. In the next moment, the lizardman's muscles swelled grotesquely as he boasted. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this? I possess transformation abilities. My combat power will double upon transforming. I now boast a staggering combat power of 660,000. Let us see how you can contend with me. Lotties, taken aback momentarily, then responded with a cryptic smile. Oh, that is indeed an impressive transformation, but fortuitously. I too possess a technique that amplifies my combat power. Lotties declared, Kaioken times 2. As a crimson aura ignited around him, the lizardman stared in shock at Lotties, whose power had surged twofold, his astonishment palpable. What? How is this possible? Isn't the Scion's power amplification only achievable through transforming into a great ape? How did you manage this? Lotties smirked devilishly. Heh, you are not worthy of knowing the reason. Fuming with anger and humiliation, Husu charged forward, exclaiming, Damn you! You accursed Scion! The two individuals promptly commenced a new round of combat. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Husu was merely being toyed with by Lotties, which incited further fury within him. He disregarded all else and resolved to exchange wounds for kills. Lotties, looking disdainfully at Husu's injuries, remarked, Have you been rendered foolish by my strikes? Even if you wish to trade your injuries for my life, you lack the requisite strength. It matters not. I am determined to end your existence. Moreover, my wounds will heal on their own. Even if you are stronger, you cannot slay me. As he spoke, all of Husu's injuries visibly mended at an astonishing rate, rendering him unscathed. Witnessing this ability, Lotties impatiently exclaimed, TCH, a racial talent? How bothersome. I shall incapacitate you in one blow. With both hands resting on his hips, Lotties gathered a surge of energy and unleashed it towards Husu, shouting, Kamehameha wave. Just moments ago filled with confidence, Husu, upon realizing the formidable nature of this energy wave, found himself with no time to evade. He could only brace himself with his hands. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain, and as he was engulfed by the energy, he cried out, "I refuse to accept this." With those final words, Husu was vaporized on the spot, reduced to mere ashes. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Wukong turned his gaze towards Shima and, with curiosity, inquired, "I am aware that with your strength, you could undoubtedly have saved your two comrades. Yet, why did you merely stand by as they were slain?" Shima resolutely replied, "Humph, their demise at the hands of others merely signifies their inadequacy. The law of the cosmos dictates that the weak are prey to the strong. Their deaths are a consequence of their own failings." Vegeta, upon hearing these words, could not help but commend, "Your awareness is commendable. The death of the weak is a result of their lack of power. The weak possess no value for survival. I share your perspective." As Vegeta spoke, Rithis was about to interject, but Vegeta's demeanor shifted abruptly as he retorted, "Humph. However, you are excessively cold-hearted, reminiscent of that scoundrel Frieza. Your presence irks me." In an instant, Vegeta charged towards Shima, with Rithis, aware of the latter's formidable strength, promptly following suit to engage in combat alongside him. Initially, the two found themselves at a disadvantage. The inhabitants of the Adrat Star began to fret for the safety of their kin. Supa, observing the scene alongside Wukong, posed a question, "Mr. Wukong, I have heard tales of your triumph over Frieza. Resolving this matter with Shima should pose little challenge for you. Why do you refrain from intervening personally?" As Wukong observed the two figures engaged in combat, a smile spread across his face. Indeed, this opponent proves to be quite formidable. It presents a perfect opportunity to thoroughly explore the potential of these two. Rest assured, Master Supa, should the situation spiral out of control, I shall intervene. With Wukong's assurance, the two continued to silently watch the battle unfold. Vegeta and Rithis were locked in a grueling struggle. Rithis began to gradually amplify his Kaioken multiplier, and upon reaching 4 times the Kaioken, he had already established a considerable distance from Vegeta. Though Vegeta felt an intense sense of frustration, he pressed on, yet gradually found himself unable to keep pace with the clash between Rithis and Shima. As Rithis escalated his Kaioken to 14 times, he became nearly equal to Shima in strength. Mid-battle, Shima, astonished, inquired, "How do you possess such immense power? What is your name?" With excitement coursing through him, Rithis replied while continuing to fight, "Haha, I am Rithis. You are quite impressive, but if this is all the strength you possess, it would be better for you to perish." Rithis bellowed, Kaioken, 15 times. Upon reaching this new multiplier, Rithis' power surpassed that of Shima, placing him at a disadvantage. Shima remarked, "Your strength is indeed remarkable. I was initially sent to eliminate Son Wukong, but I did not anticipate encountering a warrior as formidable as you by his side. It seems if I were to conceal my power any longer, I would face certain defeat at your hands." With that, he kicked Rithis away and began to unleash his energy, his aura surging dramatically. As Wukong observed the increasingly potent aura of Hima in the sky, he mused inwardly, "It appears that the original text contains insufficient details regarding Hima. I never anticipated that she harbored such formidable strength. It seems that Lotties may struggle to contend with her." Having amplified her energy, Hima gazed at Lotties with a sinister smile and proclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this, Lotties? I, too, can control my own energy. This is my true power. In the past, to prevent Kurd from intervening personally, I restrained my energy to 63 million. In truth, my combat prowess has long since reached 100 million. How will you respond?" Without hesitation, Lottie shouted, "I will give it my all. Kaioken, 20 times. Hima chuckled darkly. "Ah, I did not foresee that you possessed even greater strength. But if this is your utmost effort, it may prove insufficient." With that, the two resumed their fierce battle. After a tumultuous exchange, Lotties found himself vanquished. Unable to rise again, Vegeta, who had long been forced out of the fight, witnessed this moment and was consumed by rage. All the humiliation and resentment he harbored erupted in an instant. Vegeta bellowed with all his might, "Cursed be it! Why, even that wretched Lottie surpasses me. And this detestable Hima is even stronger. I refuse to accept this. Aya!" With his furious cry, the sky darkened and thunder roared. In the next moment, Vegeta's hair transformed to a vivid green, then immediately shifted to a brilliant golden hue. His eyebrows turned golden, and his pupils shifted to a light green. Engulfed in a blazing golden aura, Vegeta stood in disbelief, recalling the form that Goku had described of an ordinary Saiyan transforming into a Super Saiyan. And he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I, Prince Vegeta could never be left behind. I have finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Cursed Hema, your end is nigh. In an instant, Vegeta's figure appeared before Hema like a specter, his fist striking Hema's abdomen with the swiftness of lightning. Hema felt as if a colossal meteorite had struck him, an overwhelming force cascading over him, propelling him backward until he crashed heavily to the ground. Hema's consciousness began to blur, the world around him twisting into a distorted vision. Meanwhile, Vegeta looked down upon him with an icy gaze, as though regarding a pile of worthless refuse. Without mercy, he unleashed an energy sphere, the immense power vaporizing Hema's body along with a vast expanse of earth, leaving no trace behind. The faces of the Yardrat people lit up with ecstatic expressions as they witnessed Lotties and Vegeta defeat this formidable adversary, successfully saving their entire race. Supa, overwhelmed with gratitude, led his kin in expressing profound thanks to the three guests, pledging to devote themselves to teaching them the precise control and application of Spalito. Simultaneously, the warriors on Earth entered a state of intense focus, dedicated to enhancing their own strengths. Everyone is diligently training, striving to surpass their own limits. Time flows swiftly, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Yet for these warriors, every moment is a precious opportunity. At this juncture, the mechanical Frieza, accompanied by his father King Cold, embarks on a vengeful journey towards Earth. Meanwhile, Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta bid farewell to planet Yardrat, setting their course for Earth. Chapter 39. The fruits of a year's training. In the year 764 of the age of the universe, the warriors training on Earth suddenly paused in unison. As if they shared a profound connection, they lifted their gazes towards the same point in the sky, their eyes filled with vigilance and uncertainty. It was as if they could sense a formidable and malevolent force approaching from the distant horizon, causing the very earth to tremble. Tien, do you feel that? Krillin's voice betrayed a hint of tension, his eyes fixed intently on the distant sky, seemingly searching for the source of that mysterious power. Tien nodded gravely, responding, yes. Krillin, I sense two evil and powerful presences descending upon Earth. It must be Frieza. Indeed, one of them is Frieza's aura, but the other bears a resemblance to Frieza's energy, one we have not encountered on Namek. Krillin furrowed his brow, a sense of apprehension creeping into his heart. I'm so scared. Chaos clutched Tien's sleeve tightly, his body trembling slightly. This presence is terrifying, and Goku hasn't returned yet. Chaos was right. Krillin, Tien. Our situation is quite dire, Yamcha expressed his concern. Do not fear, Chaos, Tien reassured him. As long as we unite our efforts, we will surely overcome our foes. Yamcha, let us not forget why we trained in the gravity chamber a year ago. Tien clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. It was to prepare for this very moment. Though our adversaries are powerful, we have grown stronger as well. During the battle, you must hold Frieza off for a moment to create an opportunity for me. I will use the Mafuba to seal him away. Krillin smacked his forehead. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Rest assured, Tien. We will provide you with the chance you need. Yamcha nodded, acknowledging Tien's plan. They understood that this battle would be exceptionally arduous, yet they were prepared, resolute in their determination to protect Earth and all that they cherished. As everyone began to make preparations, time ticked away. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from above. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, Chaos, I'm here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, joy spread across the faces of Krillin and the others. They looked up to see Gohan descending from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. Krillin smiled, saying, Gohan, you've finally arrived. We were worried you hadn't sensed Frieza's presence. Gohan scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he confessed. Actually, I sensed it long ago, but my mother wouldn't allow me to come. She said it was too dangerous for children. I had to exert considerable effort to sneak out. I sincerely apologize for making you wait. Tien gently patted Gohan's shoulder and reassured him, it's all right, Gohan. The mere fact that you are here is what matters. You are now one of our vital forces, and shortly, we will rely on you and me to execute the battle plan. Subsequently, Tien succinctly outlined his strategy to Gohan, who listened intently and pledged his utmost cooperation. At that moment, Yamcha returned from seeking Dr. Brief. He rushed over, breathless, and announced to the group, all right, let us hurry and set off. We need to head to the landing site of Frieza's spaceship. Dr. Brief has already provided the precise coordinates. It is a desolate area perfectly suited for our operation. With that, Yamcha took the lead, and the others followed closely behind. They all arrived at the landing spot just as Frieza, King Cold, and their legion were emerging from their spacecraft in formation. Concealed behind a small hillside, the group discreetly observed the movements of the army. Tian approached Gohan and inquired, Gohan, which one is Frieza? Gohan furrowed his brow, carefully discerning the auras of those individuals before responding. I am not entirely certain, however, judging by the essence. It appears to be the shorter one among the two formidable presences. The other bears a slight resemblance to Frieza, yet is not Frieza. Tian, intrigued, inquired, why are you uncertain that the shorter one is Frieza? Gohan pondered for a moment and explained, it is because his appearance differs significantly from when he was on Namek. Now, half of his body has been replaced with mechanical components, whereas he was once a complete extraterrestrial. After hearing this, Tian Shinhan contemplated for a while and remarked, so, it stands to reason that he must have transformed the severed parts of his body into machinery, correct? Gohan nodded in agreement with Tianjin's conjecture. They continued to observe the movements of the army, silently vigilant and prepared for any potential circumstances. Tianjin, what should we do now? The anxious Jiaozi inquired. Tianjin fixed his determined gaze upon the group and replied, Jiaozi, do not fret. We shall act according to my plan. You will hold off Frieza and the other individual, while I will employ the sealing technique to confine them. Jiaozi, go and engage Frieza's forces. With your strength, they should not pose a threat to you. As for Yamcha and Krillin, you two must respectively distract the Tall One and Frieza. Gohan will remain in a state of readiness to support either side. Is that understood? The group responded in unison, understood. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside them, speaking, your plan is sound, but your combat power is insufficient. The group felt a jolt of apprehension and quickly turned to see that the newcomer was Piccolo, which brought them a slight sense of relief. They exclaimed, Uncle Piccolo, you've arrived. That's wonderful. Piccolo nodded and replied, yes, Gohan, I am here. Tianjin, brimming with excitement, remarked, excellent. With Piccolo on our side, our chances of victory have significantly increased. However, Piccolo disregarded Tianjin's enthusiasm and addressed the group. Tianjin's plan is commendable, but since I am now involved, we must make slight adjustments to our personnel distribution. After hearing Piccolo's allocation, the others nodded in agreement, and Tianjin did not object to the proposal. Just as Frieza's army was about to disperse, the group sprang into action. Piccolo and Gohan launched a surprise attack against Frieza and King Cold. Krillin swiftly maneuvered to the sides to support their assault and look for opportunities. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Jiaozi utilized their ultimate techniques to obstruct the advance of Frieza's forces. However, despite Jiaozi and Yamcha successfully halting Frieza's army, the surprise attack by Piccolo, Gohan, and Tianjin faltered. At this juncture, Tianjin had revealed his position and was compelled to confront Frieza, attempting to use the MAF-B to seal him. Unfortunately, Frieza's death beam obliterated the rice cooker that Tianjin intended to use for the MAF-B. Frieza cackled wickedly, oh ho ho. Is this not the Namekian who fought me on Namek? And you, the cursed Son Goku's son, and the little bald one. I still remember you. Are those your comrades? Let me see how formidable your combat power truly is. Frieza aimed his mechanical scanner at the Earth Warriors, exclaiming in disbelief. I can't believe that the weakest little brat has a power level of 2 million. The scarred one boasts 5 million. The three-eyed one 2 million. The little bald one has an astonishing 4 million. The Scion child stands at 5 million. And the Namekian has reached an astounding 20 million. Incredible. This planet boasts an astonishing number of formidable warriors, far surpassing the Jinyu force I gathered from the galaxy. However, you may still find yourselves in despair. After my modifications, I realized that I had yet to reach the prowess of Sun Wukong, thus I undertook further training. Now, my combat power rivals his at that time. An impressive 200 million. Frieza's voice reverberated through the air, imbued with unparalleled confidence and arrogance, as his gaze swept over each Earth warrior, his eyes glinting with scorn. Chapter 40. Future warriors and Z-fighters. Upon hearing Frieza's words, everyone clearly understood their own combat capabilities and rejoiced at their growth. Yet, simultaneously, they were engulfed by despair at Frieza's overwhelming power. They marveled at Piccolo's remarkable strength. His progress over the past year was truly astonishing. Knowing Gohan's previous combat power, Piccolo felt a profound disappointment and anger, as Gohan's advancement over the past year had been minimal. Gohan, what have you been doing this past year? Why is your progress so painfully slow? Gohan is acutely aware of his circumstances. Although he has devoted the majority of the past year to his studies and only occasionally engages in training, the results are far less remarkable compared to his peers, leaving him with a profound sense of guilt. In response to Piccolo's inquiries, Gohan bowed his head in acknowledgement of his shortcomings, saying, I am truly sorry, Uncle Piccolo. I do not have a strong affinity for combat. Rather, I aspire to dedicate myself to my education and eventually become a scholar. Thus, I have spent most of this year focused on my studies, only training sporadically. Krillin approached Piccolo's side and remarked, Piccolo, you should not be overly harsh on Gohan. He is still just a child, and he has already achieved considerable strength. In the future, he will surely excel. If he has his own dreams, we should not impose our will upon him. Instead, we ought to support him. In unison, the others echoed, yes, Piccolo, we should support Gohan. Piccolo, though irked, recognized the validity of their words and conceded, very well, I shall refrain from admonishing Gohan. Gohan softly expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, reassuring him, Gohan, simply pursue what you wish to do. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan's spirits lifted, and he joyfully replied, yes, Uncle Piccolo. Meanwhile, Frieza, who had been listening to their exchange, grew increasingly impatient. With a sinister chuckle, he remarked, oh ho ho ho, have you forgotten about me? The Emperor of the Universe? Though your fighting prowess far exceeds that of my subordinates, in my eyes, you remain nothing but a swarm of ants. From the moment you faced me, your futures were extinguished. Now, prepare to embrace your demise. With that declaration, Frieza unleashed a malevolent and overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spines of the Z warriors. Instantly, they fell into a state of alertness, bracing themselves for a life-or-death confrontation with Frieza. Piccolo instinctively positioned his arm protectively in front of Gohan, his gaze unwavering and composed. Tien, sensing the formidable murderous intent, unhesitatingly shielded Kaiatsu, declaring loudly, Kaiatsu, do not worry. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure you suffer no harm. With tears in his eyes, Kaiatsu responded, Tien, you need not go to such lengths to protect me. All that matters is that you survive. Tien offered a faint smile and softly replied, even in death, we shall face it together. We will never part. Just as Frieza prepared to strike, a peculiar spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky above. It resembled an elongated oval, supported by 3 mechanical legs, and shimmered with a golden radiance, its upper half composed of transparent glass. Frieza's movement ceased abruptly, his gaze fixated on the descending craft, which landed smoothly on the ground. As the hatch opened, a young man emerged. He stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a robust physique and well-defined musculature. His striking blue-violet hair was styled in a center part, adding to his handsome appearance. Clad in a blue waist-length denim jacket paired with black trousers, he carried a long sword on his back, exuding an air of mystery and strength. After stepping off the spaceship, he effortlessly transformed it into a capsule and stowed it away in a box. Then he gazed up at Frieza and the surrounding environment, his eyes revealing a blend of caution and curiosity. He appeared perplexed by the situation, yet was prepared to confront any eventuality. Frieza furrowed his brow, his gaze locked onto this somewhat familiar figure, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. His tone dripped with provocation as he inquired, who are you? What brings you here? Without a moment's hesitation, Trunks answered straightforwardly, I am Trunks, a scion, and you are the infamous Frieza? I have come today to take your life. Frieza's expression shifted slightly, his mind racing to retrieve memories of the scions. However, he did not recall the individual known as Trunks. With a disdainful chuckle, he mocked, oh ho ho, I do not remember any such scion as you. Nevertheless, since you dared to seek me out, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The corners of Trunks' mouth curled into a cold, cruel smile. He responded calmly, if you do not believe I am a scion, allow me to demonstrate it to you. With that, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and prepared to unveil his true power. At that moment, Trunks' body began to radiate a brilliant golden light. His hair transformed instantly into a resplendent gold, and his muscles became more defined. Opening his eyes, which glimmered with unwavering determination, he proclaimed loudly, Super Saiyan. Both Frieza and the Z warriors were rendered speechless by this sudden transformation. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Trunks. Frieza's expression turned ominously dark as he gritted his teeth and uttered, damn it, I never anticipated that there could be a scion capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Trunks proudly lifted his head, his gaze brimming with confidence as he coldly replied, now, you must believe I am a scion, Frieza. Your doom is upon you. No sooner had he spoken than Trunks erupted with formidable energy, charging towards Frieza. Observing the golden hair and eyebrows, the pale green pupils, and the golden aura enveloping Trunks, even King Cold, who had remained silent, was taken aback. This, indeed, was the true manifestation of the Super Saiyan passed down from their ancestors. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, a tinge of fear surging within him. The transformation he witnessed was more aligned with the ancestral descriptions than that of the Saiyan Goku. How infuriating. You truly are a Saiyan, and you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Despite his underlying fear, Frisia resolved to confront him, bolstered by his significant power increase. Both chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat, and after an intense exchange, Frisia realized he was merely slightly weaker than Trunks, which relieved him somewhat. However, just as he believed their strengths were comparable, Trunks suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind him in an instant. With astonishing speed, Trunks drew his sword and struck at Frisia, who could not react in time, his body being cleaved into numerous pieces. Subsequently, Trunks unleashed an energy blast that vaporized Frisia's remains. The series of events left the observing king of the Kurds and the Z warriors utterly astounded, rendering them motionless for an extended period, unable to regain their composure. After a considerable while, they finally emerged from their state of shock. Klin, Dumpling, Yamcha, and Dumpling erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing Frisia's swift demise, while the others gazed in astonishment at the formidable youth before them. The king of the Kurds, perplexed by Frisia's sudden death, furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet, he maintained an air of authority, speaking in a chilling tone. You dare to slay Frisia? Do you not realize he is my son, the bloodline of me, the Galactic Emperor, king of the Kurds? Trunks, with an impassive expression and eyes reflecting determination and resolve, fearlessly replied, Frisia has committed numerous atrocities. His death is well-deserved. A glint of calculation flashed in the king's eyes as he endeavored to placate Trunks, his tone softening. Young man, you are indeed impressive and worthy of admiration. To have defeated my son Frisia, I offer you a proposition. Should you choose to replace Frisia as my adopted son, I shall bestow upon you the power to rule the entire universe. In this way, we would no longer be adversaries but family. However, Trunks scoffed derisively, his eyes brimming with scorn. I have no interest in that. Do you think I would become a pawn for you, this malevolent emperor like Frisia? The king's expression shifted slightly, his gaze fixated on the sword in Trunks' hand, desperately seeking a justification for Frisia's defeat. He snorted dismissively, stating, It is only because of that sword that you were able to vanquish Frisia. Without that weapon, what are you truly worth? Trunks tossed the sword to the king of the Kurds, his eyes radiating confidence as he declared, Then watch closely. I can easily defeat you without it. The king, seizing the sword with delight, perceived it as a rare opportunity. Without hesitation, he charged forward, attempting a sneak attack. Yet, unexpectedly, the sword failed to wield any power in his hands, as if it had lost all its might. Instead, he was swiftly overpowered by a ki blast from the Super Saiyan Trunks. After vanquishing Frisia, the king of the Kurds, and their legions, Trunks briefly greeted the Z warriors, assuring them of his benign intentions and that he had come solely to seek Goku's assistance. Curiosity piqued, they inquired about his identity and origins, but he remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge a single word. Faced with Trunks' silence, the others ceased their questioning, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Nevertheless, Trunks' appearance left them in a state of shock and confusion. The immense power he exhibited commanded respect, while his enigmatic identity sparked countless speculations. Who could he be? Why was he searching for Goku? These questions troubled everyone, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. At that moment, Trunks suddenly spoke up with a look of bewilderment, inquiring, May I ask you all, do you know where Vegeta is? Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately perceived the crucial information and, intrigued by Trunks' question regarding Vegeta, responded, Oh, Vegeta? He left with Rithis to train with Goku on an alien planet over a year ago. Goku mentioned they would return after a year. And the time is nearly upon us. They should be back soon. Such a revelation filled Trunks with astonishment. He had never heard of someone named Rithis. And according to his knowledge, during this period, Vegeta would not have departed Earth alongside Goku. This series of discoveries led him to question whether this world was indeed the one he was familiar with. After a moment of contemplation, he ascended a small hill, quietly awaiting the return of Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 41. The origins of the mysterious youth. As time ticked by, everyone anxiously awaited the arrival. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the sky, followed by a dazzling array of light streaking across the horizon, accompanied by several resounding booms. 3 meteor-like beams of light breached the atmosphere, engulfed in fiery flames, and rapidly descended to the ground, creating 3 immense craters. Within each crater lay a single-person spacecraft, deeply embedded in the earth, and as the hatches opened, a wisp of blue smoke billowed forth. The landing site of these 3 vessels was remarkably precise, located not far from Trunks. Realizing Goku had arrived, Trunks approached the spacecraft without hesitation. "Mr. Goku, you've finally come. I've been waiting here for so long." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures emerged from the craters, landing steadily before Trunks. They were none other than Goku, Rethys, and Vegeta. The Z warriors quickly gathered around, and Goku, looking at everyone, greeted them warmly. "Hey, it's great to see you all again." As they focused their gaze, the 3 figures before them, Goku, Rethys, and Vegeta, were indeed the ones they had been anxiously awaiting, and the weight that had hung over them finally lifted. "Dad, I missed you so much." Wu Fan, overwhelmed with joy, leapt into Goku's embrace like a jubilant little bird, wrapping his arms around him tightly. Wukong wore a warm smile on his face as he gently patted Gohan's back. All right, Daddy is back. I have missed you dearly." "Have you been obedient at home this past year?" Wu Fan joyfully responded, "I am indeed obedient." "That's wonderful, truly wonderful." With a smile, Wukong gently placed Gohan on the ground, then turned to glance at the young man with the sword at his side, a flicker of curiosity evident in his eyes. Sensing Wukong's gaze, Trunks politely extended a hand, his voice tinged with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Greetings, Mr. Wukong. My name is Trunks, and it is a privilege to finally meet you today." Having recognized Trunks' identity long before, Wukong wore a subtle smile as he slowly extended his right hand, firmly clasping the young man's in a handshake, and feigned confusion as he inquired, "How do you know me? Who exactly are you?" Trunks' eyes swept over Wukong before briefly glancing at the stoic Ratus and the formidable Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed and an air of cold severity. Finally, his gaze settled on Vegeta's proud visage for a moment before shifting away. Approaching Wukong's side, he spoke somewhat shyly, "I apologize, Mr. Wukong, but I am not yet able to disclose my identity to everyone. If it would be acceptable, I would like to have a private conversation with you. What do you think?" Goku cast a glance at Piccolo, a slight smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. Observing this, Trunks offered a gentle smile and said, "Please follow me." With that, he soared towards a distant hillside, with Goku closely trailing behind. Upon landing on the slope, Trunks surveyed his surroundings and noted that Goku had arrived as well. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak slowly. "Let us convene here. What I am about to share may seem quite unbelievable, yet I assure you, these events are indeed real. I hope you will allow me to narrate my entire account before forming any conclusions. Is that agreeable?" Wukong nodded and replied, "Very well, speak your mind. I grant you this opportunity." With Wukong's permission, Trunks began to recount his tale. "My name is Trunks, a scion hailing from Earth 2 decades hence." Thus commenced Trunks' narrative, as he unveiled the myriad experiences and tribulations of his future world, including the emergence of androids, the extinction of humanity, and the days spent battling alongside his comrades. Upon concluding his story, Trunks suddenly posed a question to Wukong. "Mr. Wukong, I have a query for you. Are you capable of effortlessly transforming into a Super Saiyan?" After a moment of contemplation, Goku organized his thoughts and replied, "Indeed, however, due to certain unique circumstances. My transformation into a Super Saiyan differs from that of an ordinary Saiyan." "Please wait a moment, Mr. Goku." In an instant, Trunks launched an energy blast, striking a specific point in midair. A sharp sound resonated, and subsequently, a small robotic bee was obliterated, falling to the ground. "Mr. Goku, it is now ready." "Excellent. Let us commence," Goku said with a smile. "Mr. Goku, could you please transform into a Super Saiyan? I wish to witness the true prowess of a Super Saiyan." Trunks gazed at Goku, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wukong nodded in agreement, conceding to Trunks' request. Trunks transformed first into a Super Saiyan, his golden hair flowing in the wind, emanating a formidable aura. Wukong sealed his battle power at 3 million and transformed into his unique Super Saiyan, his gaze emanating unwavering determination and confidence. Upon witnessing Wukong's transformation and the aura he exuded, Trunks was momentarily taken aback. As he experienced Wukong's formidable strength, he realized that it far surpassed his expectations. "Such an overwhelming power, Mr. Wukong. You are truly remarkable," Trunks exclaimed. "Haha, Trunks, what do you think? Do you wish to continue the fight?" Wukong laughed heartily. "No, I have already sensed your immense strength. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself," Trunks replied. The Z fighters, watching from a distance, were still astonished by Trunks' transformation for the second time. However, When they beheld Wukong's extraordinary transformation, they were enveloped in an unfamiliar sense of awe towards him. The aura of Wukong has become extraordinarily powerful, instilling a profound sense of oppression and fear. Is this truly Wukong? How can he possess such formidable energy? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Is this the genuine strength of a Super Saiyan? It is utterly terrifying. Piccolo also expressed his astonishment. Amidst the collective amazement, Gohan hastily stepped forward to clarify, revealing to everyone that this Super Saiyan was, in fact, his father. Upon hearing this revelation, Tian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. So this is still Wukong? Tian gazed at the Super Saiyan before him, his eyes filled with admiration. Krillin, on the other hand, wore a face of sheer delight. Wukong, I never imagined you could grow even stronger. You are truly remarkable, Mr. Wukong. I feel that even with my utmost strength, I could not hope to match you. It seems my mother was right. Mr. Wukong is indeed the strongest warrior on Earth. Trunks sincerely declared. Upon hearing this, Wukong revealed a faint smile of amusement, yet quickly regained his composure, feeling confident in his own abilities. Who is your mother? How does she know about me? Wukong inquired, displaying a look of surprise. Trunks chuckled and responded, Well, Mr. Wukong, I forgot to mention earlier, my mother is Bulma, and my father is Vegeta. Wukong feigned surprise and inquired, Oh, is that so? What brings you to seek us this time? Trunks, with a grave demeanor, replied, I have come to this timeline to forewarn you that the androids will emerge in 3 years, and I also bring you a special serum. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Is it yet another android created by Dr. Gero? Trunks nodded solemnly and replied, Indeed, the androids manufactured by Dr. Gero 3 years hence. Wukong pondered deeply about the androids from the future. The warriors of Earth had all perished at the hands of these artificial beings. In the end, I was the sole survivor. During the battle 3 years from now, my father, Krillin, Piccolo, Tian, Chai, and Dumpling will all have fallen. Even my brother Gohan, in a desperate attempt to protect me, fought valiantly against 2 androids but ultimately met his demise. Wukong expressed a hint of surprise, inquiring, What about me? Why am I absent from the tale of confronting the androids? Trunks, with a serious demeanor, replied, Regrettably, Mr. Wukong, you do not engage in the battle. 3 years hence, you succumb to a heart disease, an ailment deemed incurable in your timeline. Even the magical Senza beans cannot remedy it. Feigning astonishment, Wukong responded, What? I die from an illness? How unfortunate. I truly yearn to engage in combat with them. Trunks gazed at Wukong, astonished. Mr. Wukong, do you not feel any fear? Not at all. The mere thought of battling formidable foes exhilarates me. Wukong beamed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Trunks could not help but express his admiration. Truly, Mr. Son Wukong, you hold a special place in my esteem. With that, Trunks produced a small vial from his pocket and handed it to Wukong. This is a special medicine. Take it when you feel unwell. And remember, in preparation for the impending battle in 3 years, ensure everyone trains diligently and strives to grow stronger. Wukong grasped the vial tightly in his hand, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Trunks. Thank you, Trunks, he expressed. Trunks returned the smile. Patting Wukong on the shoulder, no need for thanks. This is all for the protection of Earth. He then flew towards the others, bowing deeply with a serious expression and declared, The future of Earth rests in your hands. I have faith that you will safeguard our home. I shall return to join the battle in 3 years. Farewell. With that, Trunks tossed a capsule and turned to enter the time machine, activating its mechanisms. As a brilliant light enveloped the scene, the time machine gradually vanished from this realm. Chapter 42. 3 years later, in the wake of Trunks' departure, the group gathered around, eagerly questioning Wukong about Trunks' true identity. With a smile, Wukong turned to Piccolo and said, Piccolo, you must have heard everything just now, right? I am not particularly adept at summarizing these matters. Perhaps you could explain it to them. Piccolo nodded, aware that this was a significant task. Yet he still found it difficult to accept the news. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began, Very well, allow me to clarify. This revelation may astonish you. So please brace yourselves. The young man named Trunks hails from the future. In his timeline, Son Wukong has already passed away. Everyone, save for Wukong, has been slain by the androids created by Dr. Gero 3 years later. He traveled back in time using a time machine in hopes of altering the course of history. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the faces of the crowd were etched with disbelief. They had not anticipated the future to be so cruel. However, what troubled them even more was the fear that Trunks' future might unfold in their own world. Goku observed the anxious expressions of his companions, Dumpling, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tian Shinhan. With a reassuring smile, he said, Dumpling, Krillin, Yamcha, Tian Shinhan, there is no need for you to be overly concerned about the future of our timeline. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall undoubtedly triumph over the artificial beings of the future and all adversaries that threaten our Earth, safeguarding our home. Upon hearing Goku's words, images of his recent transformation involuntarily surfaced in their minds, a terrifying manifestation. The overwhelming and tyrannical aura seemed poised to shatter the heavens, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. This formidable presence starkly contrasted with Goku's current serene demeanor, rendering him virtually unrecognizable. This stark dichotomy was especially profound for those warriors of relatively lesser strength, as the impact was particularly intense. After all, Goku had merely unleashed a fraction of his energy at that moment. Should he unleash his full might, it was likely that the very foundations of the earth would quake in response. Goku regarded the two silent figures behind him, a subtle smile of confidence gracing his lips. He then turned to the crowd and spoke softly, All right, everyone, there is no need for excessive concern. In fact, I have some uplifting news to share. Both Vegeta and my brother Raditz have now mastered the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. Moreover, we have acquired some formidable combat techniques on other planets, significantly enhancing our agility. With the three of us united, our collective strength is more than sufficient to confront the threat posed by the androids, so please rest assured. Standing nearby, Vegeta felt a sense of comfort at Goku's recognition and praise, yet he refrained from showing it, letting out a haughty snort without further comment. Krillin approached Goku's side, extending a hand and earnestly saying, Goku, we are fortunate to have you here. Once again, we must rely on you to save the Earth. Wukong grasped Krillin's hand and, with a serious tone, reassured him, there's no need for such concern. I, too, reside on Earth. It is our duty. Moreover, with so many comrades fighting alongside us, victory is assured. His voice resonated with unwavering conviction, instilling confidence in their impending triumph. Tian Shinhan nodded appreciatively and echoed, Indeed, Krillin. Saving the Earth is our collective responsibility. Regardless of the strength of our adversaries, we must fight with all our might. Krillin, Dumpling, and Yamcha chimed in unison. You speak the truth. We will fight to the end. Their voices rang out, steadfast and resolute, embodying a spirit of unity undaunted by formidable foes. In that moment, they seemed to cast aside any discord or differences, united by a singular belief in safeguarding the Earth. Observing the fervor in his companions, Son Wukong smiled contentedly and nodded slightly in approval. He then presented Krillin with a capsule, saying, Krillin, within this capsule lies precious metallic material from outer space. Please deliver it to Dr. Brief, so he can enhance the gravity chamber for you and Bic. This will allow you to train in a significantly increased gravitational environment. Remember, time is of the essence. We must dedicate ourselves to rigorous training without delay. Now, we part ways here, but in 3 years, we shall reconvene at this very spot. Upon hearing Wukong's directives, the group responded in unison, understood. After a brief discussion about their respective achievements over the past year, Wukong approached Krillin. Krillin, I have a task for you. Take Vegeta to Bulma's house and train together in the gravity chamber. Can you manage that? Krillin hesitated. Casting a glance at the stoic Vegeta, his heart filled with trepidation. He was acutely aware of Vegeta's prideful nature, which would make collaboration challenging. Yet, recalling the vow he had just made, Krillin steeled himself and resolved to accept the challenge. Taking a deep breath, he firmly said to Wukong, Since this is your request, even if I am not fond of that guy, I will do my utmost to fulfill this task. After all, the stronger our combat abilities, the better it is for the protection of Earth and everyone. Rest assured, Wukong, I will give it my all. With that, Krillin turned to lead Vegeta toward Bulma's house. Vegeta immediately furrowed his brow, displeasure evident on his face as he retorted, Kakarot, I am the prince of all Saiyans. How could I possibly stay at someone else's home? Wukong, with a faint smile, fixed his unwavering gaze upon Vegeta and said, Vegeta, this is indeed an opportunity for you to grow stronger. Do you truly not desire it? Reflecting on Wukong's recent transformation, Vegeta felt a surge of submission within him, yet he stubbornly replied, Since you so earnestly implore me, this prince will reluctantly acquiesce. Despite his outward bravado, Vegeta's heart began to anticipate the forthcoming training journey. Upon hearing that Vegeta had finally consented, everyone bid farewell to Wukong, Gohan, and Raditz. Subsequently, Krillin, Din, Tien, and Vegeta set forth together to the Capsule Corporation in West City. Meanwhile, Piccolo chose to depart alone, intending to retrieve his spaceship first and then present it to Dr. Briefs. This way, they could enhance the gravity chamber of the ship to a higher multiplier, allowing for superior training. Throughout the journey, Vegeta remained silent, resolutely determined to surpass Wukong. He understood that only through relentless effort could he transcend that individual. After bidding farewell to everyone, Goku's gaze lingered on the direction in which Vegeta had departed, remaining fixed until he vanished from sight. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Goku's lips, revealing an unusual expression as he softly murmured to himself, "Vegeta, I can assist you no further." Upon reaching West City and encountering Bulma, "It will be up to you to seize the opportunity." With a puzzled expression, Wu Fan gazed at his father and inquisitively inquired, "Father, what is it that brings you to laughter? And what were you just speaking of?" Wukong smiled as he gently ruffled Gohan's hair, explaining, "It's nothing. I merely felt immense joy upon witnessing the spirited enthusiasm radiating from everyone." Wu Fan nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding, yet could not suppress his curiosity. But why does father wear such a peculiar smile? Is there something he is concealing from me? With a resigned shake of his head, Wukong expressed his helplessness, conceding, "Well, I was actually just contemplating that fellow Vegeta." Subsequently, Wukong elaborated to Gohan about the relationship between Vegeta and Bulma as described by Trunks in the future. Upon hearing his father's words, Gohan experienced a moment of clarity. "So that's how it is. I truly hope Uncle Vegeta finds his own happiness soon. Dad, let us hurry back. Mom must be missing you," Gohan said, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Once we're home, can you take me training?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Wukong was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Gohan, did you not express your aversion to fighting? What has prompted you to seek training now?" Gohan gazed steadfastly into Goku's eyes and declared, "Father, our family is affluent, and Mother has never forcefully urged me to pursue my studies. However, I aspire to become a scholar and hold no fondness for fighting. Consequently, I have not diligently trained. Yet now, I yearn to grow stronger, strong enough to vanquish all adversaries and safeguard both our planet and our family." Upon hearing this, Goku revealed a contented smile, gently ruffling Gohan's hair as he exclaimed, "Ha ha. Well said. Bravo, Gohan. You truly are my son. Since you aspire to grow stronger, I shall guide you in your training. Let us be on our way." With that, Goku, accompanied by Gohan and Raditz, simultaneously activated instant transmission and returned to their home on the Kaioken Mountain. After reminiscing about the past, Wukong revealed to Qiqi all that was to transpire in the future. After spending a week at home, he received Qiqi's consent. Subsequently, alongside Rithi's, he took Gohan away for training, indicating that they would return in approximately 3 years. Although Qiqi felt a twinge of reluctance, she ultimately acquiesced. Thus, 3 fleeting years passed, and the warriors of Earth gathered at the predetermined location. Chapter 43, A Reunion Between Mother and Son, New Insights. Year 767 of the Age of the Gods. Wukong raised his gaze to the heavens, where the sun hung high in the sky, marking the perfect moment. He then turned and strode purposefully into the Shenron spaceship. His eyes fell upon the Super Saiyan Gohan, who was deep in meditation, and he softly called out, "Gohan, today is the day. Let us depart." Gohan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Goku, and then rose to his feet, responding with a resonant and powerful voice, "Very well, Father." As Gohan followed Goku out of the spaceship, his steps momentarily faltered as he glanced back at the training room where he had resided for nearly 3 years. A wave of sentiment washed over him. He never anticipated how swiftly time would pass, and now the 3-year period had come to an end. "Father, 3 years ago, I never imagined that this place would become my second home." Wukong extended his hand, gently caressing Gohan's golden hair, his eyes brimming with affection. "If the opportunity arises, you must return here to continue your training, Gohan. Indeed, while the Arctic may be a tad frigid, I shall surely return. After all, this place holds cherished memories of training alongside my father, as well as the promise of even more arduous challenges. Moreover, the auroras in these glaciers are truly captivating." Gohan's gaze was resolute and brimming with anticipation. Gohan cast a glance towards the gravity chamber, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation and concern. He turned to Goku and inquired, "Father, should we invite Brother Raditz, who is still training in the gravity chamber, to join us?" Wukong followed Gohan's gaze, a thoughtful expression emerging on his face. After a moment, he spoke, This is a pivotal moment for his breakthrough. He must not be disturbed lightly. Let him focus on his training, and once he successfully attains his new transformation, he will undoubtedly seek us out. Wu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, signifying his understanding. Yet a tinge of reluctance lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware that Rithis was currently immersed in a crucial phase of training, requiring unwavering focus. Nevertheless, he harbored concerns that if he did not depart alongside Rithis, he might miss out on some significant moments. Wukong discerned the inner turmoil within Gohan and gently patted his shoulder, offering solace. Do not worry, Gohan. Lottie has already come this far. We must have faith in his ability to achieve this transformation. Furthermore, even if we depart ahead of him, he will swiftly catch up to us. Wu Fan took a deep breath, striving to cast aside the worries that plagued his heart, and resolutely declared, Yes, Father, I understand. With a gentle smile, Wukong encouraged, That's wonderful. Let us first return to see Mother, and then we shall proceed to the rendezvous point. After all, with our swiftness, the journey shall not consume much time. In Gohan's eyes flickered a glimmer of anticipation as he smiled and replied, All right, Father, let us first return home to greet Mother. With that, both father and son simultaneously raised their right hands, their index and middle fingers pressed together on their foreheads. In an instant, with a whoosh, their figures vanished from the spot, leaving behind only the dragon ship concealed deep within the glacier. On the sunlit Baobao Mountain, Qiqi was busily hanging out the laundry. Suddenly, an unusual sensation surged within her, prompting her to turn around abruptly. The sight before her filled her with a mixture of joy and surprise. Before her stood two familiar figures, emerging from the previously empty ground. Gohan! Qiqi exclaimed, nearly beside herself with excitement, and without hesitation, she rushed forward, enveloping the slightly shorter figure in a tight embrace. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she choked out, Gohan! My precious Gohan, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much, my beloved son. Gohan, held tightly in Qiqi's embrace, shared in the overwhelming joy, returning her hug with equal fervor, relishing this long-awaited reunion. Meanwhile, Goku, left to the side, expressed no complaints, silently observing the heartwarming scene of mother and son reunited. Wukong's gaze settled upon Qiqi, noticing her slightly emaciated figure, a reflection of her longing. A profound sense of guilt surged within him, prompting a deep reflection on his previous decision, which now appeared utterly absurd and selfish. In this moment, he truly comprehended the significance of family. Within the depths of his heart, Wukong contemplated, So it was. I have finally come to the realization that my previous attempts to persuade Qiqi into allowing me to take Gohan for training were misguided. Standing upon a moral pedestal and subjecting her to a profound inquiry of the soul, I now comprehend the absurdity and folly of such actions. A deep sense of guilt and remorse washes over me. I truly owe an apology to Qiqi. Qiqi scrutinized Gohan closely and noticed that he had grown significantly taller, his once youthful visage gradually maturing. Her heart brimmed with joy, yet as her gaze shifted to Gohan's hair, eyebrows, and eyes, an overwhelming sorrow engulfed her, rendering her speechless. Oh dear, my Gohan has gone astray, transforming into a wayward youth. Not only has he dyed his hair a striking golden hue, but he has also adorned himself with green contact lenses, and even his eyebrows have taken on a golden tint. Oh, how my heart aches. Upon hearing Qiqi's words, Gohan hastily clarified, Mother, I have not turned into a delinquent. This is actually a transformation unique to Scions, known as Super Saiyan. By assuming this form, my strength significantly amplifies. Qiqi gazed at Gohan's sweet smile, her worries gradually dissipating, and her mood lightened somewhat. So, Gohan, can you revert back from this transformation? Yes, Mother. I can certainly return to my original state. With that, Gohan closed his eyes, focused his energy, and in the blink of an eye, reverted to his normal form. As Qiqi observed Gohan's return to his usual self, she finally sighed in relief. It's a relief that you can change back. Gohan, you know, I was just worried that you might have been influenced by Raditz out there. Gohan tightly embraced Qiqi, a radiant smile lighting up his face. Mother, do not worry. I shall not go astray. I am your good child. Qiqi, gazing at Gohan's endearing demeanor, could not help but chuckle. You, my dear, are truly so considerate. She cast a glance around and inquired with curiosity, By the way, Gohan, where is Lottie? Why didn't he return with you? Mother. Brother Lottie is currently in a crucial phase of his training, so we decided not to disturb him and came back on our own, Gohan explained. Oh, I see. I thought he had already departed, Qiqi replied, nodding in realization. Curious, Qiqi asked, "So, Gohan, what have you all been up to these past 3 years?" Wufan joyfully replied, "Mother, over the past 3 years, we have engaged in extensive training, and there is more to share." Wukong quietly observed Gohan and Qiqi, eagerly exchanging stories of the myriad events that had transpired over the past 3 years, remaining silent himself. Qiqi and Gohan embraced tightly, conversing for an extended period before gradually parting ways. Noticing that Qiqi and Gohan's conversation was reaching a natural conclusion, Wukong slowly approached and greeted Qiqi, then softly suggested, "Gohan, you may return to the house first." Subsequently, Wukong and Qiqi stepped outside to commence their dialogue. As Wufan gazed through the window, he observed Goku sincerely apologizing to Qiqi, enveloping her in a warm embrace, offering her solace. Ultimately, Qiqi was touched by Goku's earnestness. She let out a gentle sigh, a flicker of tenderness glimmering in her eyes, and spoke softly, "Enough, no more apologies, I forgive you." Upon hearing these words, a joyful smile illuminated Goku's face as he looked at Qiqi with gratitude. They then entered the house together. Once inside, Qiqi exclaimed with excitement, "Please, take a seat. I will prepare a meal right away, and we shall enjoy it together as a family." Wukong and Gohan exchanged a knowing smile and replied in unison, "All right." After finishing their meal, Wukong glanced at the clock on the wall, mentally calculating the time, and felt it was nearly time to set off. Goku took a deep breath, turning to face Qiqi, his gaze revealing a hint of seriousness and determination. "Qiqi, this is how it is. That day is fast approaching," Goku stated calmly. Yet his tone carried an undeniable sense of urgency. Upon hearing his words, Qiqi's face reflected a look of concern. She comprehended the significance of the day Goku mentioned, and a wave of anxiety surged within her. "I understand, Goku. You must be extremely careful and ensure your safe return," Qiqi spoke softly, her voice imbued with care and unease. Gohan sat quietly beside them, attentively listening to the conversation between his parents. He comprehended the challenges his father was about to face. Yet deep within him lay a fervent desire to partake in the unfolding events. "Don't worry, Mom, we will be all right," Gohan reassured, attempting to soothe his mother's concerns. However, Goku suddenly turned his gaze towards Gohan, his expression revealing a hint of hesitation. After a moment of silence, Goku finally resolved to speak, saying, "Gohan, you need not join this battle. Leave it to us adults." Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. He could hardly fathom that his father would make such a decision, and a wave of disappointment and discontent surged within him. "Why, father? I have diligently trained and become quite strong. Why am I not permitted to partake in this battle?" Gohan inquired passionately, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance and confusion. Wukong, witnessing that he could not persuade Gohan, felt an inner urgency, yet he refrained from displaying it outwardly. Instead, he swiftly shifted his approach. "Gohan, do you recall what I previously conveyed to you? Your innate talent is extraordinarily formidable, even surpassing that of your father. Should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances in battle, it will be you who must stand as our rearguard. Furthermore, your mother requires your protection and companionship during this time. You are indeed our family's secret weapon. The moment for you to take the stage has not yet arrived. I ask that you remain patient a little longer, if you can." Hearing his father's words, Wu Fan felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Yet he chose to trust his father's judgment. After a moment of silence, he suddenly lifted his head, a resolute smile gracing his face as he spoke. "I understand, father. I will take good care of mother. You can fight with peace of mind." Seeing his son so understanding, Wukong felt an immense sense of comfort in his heart. He gently patted Gohan's head and then turned to approach Qiqi. Embracing her tenderly, he softly said, "Qiqi, I must take my leave now. Please take good care of yourself and Gohan." Qiqi held Wukong tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes as she whispered, "You must return safely." Wukong nodded slightly and then released Qiqi. He cast a lingering gaze at the mother and child before turning to depart. After sensing the auras of Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others, and confirming their locations, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 44. The reunion of the Z fighters. Yamcha walked over to Krillin while inquiring, "Krillin, do you think Goku and Gohan are running late? They wouldn't have forgotten our agreement for today, would they?" "Rest assured, Yamcha. Even if Goku forgets, Gohan, with his intelligence and seriousness, will surely remember. They might very well be on their way here right now. Let us wait a bit longer," Krillin replied with a smile. As Krillin observed Vegeta, Bulma, and the child in Bulma's arms, he regarded Yamcha with an odd expression. "But I must say, Yamcha, why are you so carefree? Bulma is such a wonderful and affluent lady, yet you drove her to break up with you, and then she married Vegeta. Now they have a son together. Vegeta, standing nearby with his arms crossed, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Krillin's words. Humph, little bald head, if I hear you speak of my wife's past again, do you believe I won't kill you? Even if you have trained in my home for 3 years, I harbor no fondness for you. Vegeta glared at Krillin, his tone laced with threat and fury. Krillin recalled the immense power and muscular form Vegeta exhibited 2.5 years ago when he transcended into the first stage of Super Saiyan for the second time. And a chill ran down his spine. He felt a shiver throughout his body, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Ah, Vegeta. I merely intended to jest with Yamcha. I absolutely meant no offense. I trust that with your broad-mindedness and lofty aspirations, you wouldn't mind such a trivial joke, would you? Krillin stammered, attempting to placate Vegeta's ire. Hearing Krillin's flattery, Vegeta's expression softened slightly, yet he maintained his proud demeanor. Humph, I shall let this slide this time. But consider it a warning. Should you offend me again, you will bear the consequences. Vegeta sternly issued a warning. Upon hearing Vegeta's response, Krillin finally felt a slight sense of relief, secretly grateful to have escaped a dire situation. However, nearby, Kaiatsu and Yamcha could not restrain their gleeful smiles, reveling in Krillin's embarrassment. Meanwhile, Tian and Piccolo remained serious, gazing into the distance as if indifferent to the happenings around them. Bulma, silently cradling the infant in her arms, wore a radiant smile of happiness as she stood beside Vegeta, gazing at him with deep affection in her eyes. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly sensed something amiss and turned sharply, noticing a figure that had quietly appeared in the clearing behind him. Looking at the individual before him, Piccolo calmly remarked, "Old son, it seems you have arrived a tad late." At this juncture, the others began to gather around, and Goku scratched his head, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Heh, the truth is, after finishing my training, I went home for a while and had a meal. After all, one cannot fight effectively on an empty stomach. Goku cheerfully greeted everyone. Hey, it's been a while. Krillin could not help but complain. You, of all people, promised to take Goten for special training. And then you vanished for a full 3 years. You didn't even say goodbye. If I hadn't asked Qiqi, I would have thought you left Earth. Goku quickly apologized. I'm truly sorry, Krillin. The special training was exceedingly rigorous and demanding. We didn't return home at all, so naturally, we didn't have the chance to meet up with you. However, Goku, just how strong are you now? We've all evolved significantly. Krillin inquired with curiosity, his gaze filled with anticipation. Hearing Krillin's words, the others also became intrigued, focusing their attention on Goku, including Piccolo and Vegeta. With a smile, Wukong surveyed the surroundings, sensing the unique aura emanating from each individual, and inwardly marveled at the evident enhancement of their strengths. Ha ha ha, it's not as if I've become exceptionally powerful. Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Over the past 3 years, I've primarily devoted my time to training Gohan in secret, and my own combat abilities haven't significantly improved. Just a slight increase. The others were momentarily taken aback by his words, but upon recalling Wukong's tendency to unleash his true power at critical moments, they speculated that he was likely concealing his strength once more. Nevertheless, as Wukong was unwilling to divulge further details, they refrained from pressing him, exchanging knowing smiles instead. Upon seeing Bulma and the child cradled in her arms, a smile graced Wukong's face as he cast an appreciative and reassuring glance toward Vegeta, as if to convey, "Well done, Vegeta, you too have become a father." Subsequently, Wukong approached Bulma, bent down, and gazed at the infant in her embrace. He gently teased the little one's face with his fingertip and said, "Greetings, Trunks, I am Son Wukong." Bulma and the others had anticipated that Wukong would be taken aback by the sight of Bulma's child. Yet they were unprepared for the fact that the true surprise lay within themselves. Of course, Piccolo was an exception, for he had been privy to this secret all along. Upon observing the expressions of bewilderment on everyone's faces, Wukong chuckled and elucidated, in truth, the enigmatic young man known as Trunks is none other than the Trunks who has traveled from the future, the very child of Bulma. Upon hearing Wukong's revelation, the crowd was left utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that the mysterious youth was indeed Bulma's offspring. The gravity of this news was overwhelming, rendering them momentarily unable to comprehend it. After a brief interval, they gradually regained their composure. Vegeta furrowed his brow. A look of dissatisfaction etched across his face as he inquired, "Kakarot, why did you not share such a significant revelation with me?" Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. I merely feared that it might impede your development. Moreover, at that time, you were yet to marry and start a family. Revealing such matters could have cast a shadow upon your path. However, now that you have embraced marriage and parenthood, let us not dwell on trivialities of the past. With that, he affectionately ruffled Trunks' hair, his smile radiant as ever. Bulma approached, feigning irritation as she remarked, Wukong, how could you? Had you informed me of this sooner? I could have been with Vegeta much earlier. Following her words, she shot Wukong a fierce glare, as if to scold him for not disclosing this matter in a timely manner. Upon witnessing this, Wukong promptly shifted the topic, saying, it is perhaps better not to know such matters in advance. By the way, how was the name Trunks chosen? Although Wukong endeavored to alleviate the awkward atmosphere with a new subject, he was genuinely intrigued by the question. Hearing Wukong's inquiry, Krillin immediately stepped forward, preempting Bulma, and remarked, speaking of which, we should tell Bulma about the mysterious young man we encountered. Once she saw his appearance, she became quite infatuated, and later, after getting together with Vegeta, she decided to name her son after that young man, hoping her child would grow up to be equally handsome. Cradling her baby, Bulma gently caressed his little face and, with a radiant expression of happiness, declared, indeed, my Trunks will surely become a great handsome man in the future, won't you, Trunks? As she spoke, she lovingly played with the child in her arms, her face glowing with maternal affection. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong murmured softly, this is rather intriguing. Does it imply that Trunks has given himself a name? I have never encountered such a notion before. Just as Wukong was lost in thought, Piccolo inquired, by the way, Wukong, where's Gohan? Why hasn't he come? It has been quite some time since we last saw him. At that moment, Krillin realized, indeed, Wukong. It has been 3 years. He must have grown quite a bit since then. Didn't we agree he would come? Without hesitation, Wukong replied, yes. Gohan has some matters at home and cannot come. We can handle this enemy ourselves. After all, it is a bit premature to place the weight of defending the Earth on such a young child. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien nodded in agreement with Wukong's words. However, Piccolo grasped Wukong's shoulder, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Wukong, you speak the truth, yet Gohan has already proven himself a capable warrior. We cannot perpetually regard him as a child. If the opportunity arises in the future, allow me to speak with him. Very well. After we neutralize the threat posed by those 2 androids, come to the Capsule Corp to find him, Wukong responded. At that moment, Vegeta, observing that the discussion had reached its conclusion, turned to Bulma and said, Bulma, you should take Trunks home. This place may soon become exceedingly perilous, and I do not wish for you to encounter any misfortunes. The others were taken aback by his words. They began to chuckle mischievously from behind, teasingly. Even Bulma was taken by surprise at Vegeta's concern. She playfully nudged him with her elbow and teased, Vegeta, are you actually worried about us? Vegeta's cheeks flushed crimson as he quickly turned away, stubbornly retorting, I am not. You can go if you wish. Bulma laughed heartily. All right, we shall take our leave. But do take care of yourself. With that, she turned aboard the aircraft. Suddenly, Wukong dashed forth to obstruct Bulma's path. Bulma, wait. The skies are perilous right now. It would be best for you to leave by car. The group exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by his words, though Bulma felt similarly confused. Her trust in Wukong led her to refrain from pressing for explanations. Instead, she retrieved a car capsule from her pocket and tossed it to the ground. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, a brand new vehicle emerged before them. Without hesitation, Bulma embraced Trunks, took the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away from the location. Chapter 45. The leap in Wukong's life level. Watching Bulma depart, Wukong and the others began their search for the androids that had appeared that day. They scattered, each embarking on their own search efforts. However, the lack of any detectable aura made their task exceedingly difficult, leaving them with little direction. Yet, Wukong stood apart. While feigning a search, he murmured to himself, you won't find anything with such blind searching. While I could effortlessly locate the androids without relying on sensing their energy, I choose not to rush. Let us wait a bit longer. It will be all the more exhilarating to make a grand entrance at a crucial moment. Since acquiring the divine cultivation method to elevate his life level from the dragon, Wukong has remained unwavering in his training. Initially, he focused primarily on enhancing his combat prowess, relegating the improvement of his status to a secondary concern. However, he has now achieved significant accomplishments. Goku sat quietly upon a stone, his gaze imbued with a sense of reflection. He slowly began to speak. Time passes swiftly. It has been quite some time since I arrived here. Although I have not devoted myself to enhancing my combat prowess over these past 3 years, the gravity chamber has swiftly completed the challenge of 500 times the normal gravity. However, I have come to realize that further increases in gravity may yield diminishing returns. Nevertheless, during the period of instructing Gohan, I have been afforded a splendid opportunity to dedicate myself to divine cultivation. Through my previous training and the accumulation of these 3 years, my status has long surpassed that of the Earth's deities, yet I have consistently failed to break through to the level of a supreme Kai. But today, I have finally succeeded. Not long ago, Goku truly comprehended Qiqi's inner struggles and challenges, recognizing his long-standing neglect and irresponsibility towards his family, which surged within him a profound sense of guilt and duty. This emotional transformation has bestowed upon him a renewed understanding of life, enabling him to overcome the final barrier and attain the level of a supreme Kai's existence. This not only granted him a significant extension of lifespan, but also endowed him with unique abilities and a status exclusive to the supreme Kai. Now, these abilities began to reveal their formidable power. After a while, Goku gently rose from the stone and softly remarked, "I feel the time has come. I must test my new abilities." With that, Goku closed his eyes, focusing his mind to perceive everything around him. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to transcend time and space, connecting with every corner of the solar system. Vivid images unfolded in his mind, revealing everything from distant planets to minuscule specks of dust, all laid bare before him. This was the first time Wukong utilized his ability to sense the surrounding environment, and he was utterly astonished, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness! What divine power is this? It's truly remarkable." However, he knew he needed to swiftly attend to pressing matters. With that thought, Wukong focused his mind and instantly pinpointed his target within the city, an android, who was single-handedly grasping Yamcha by the mouth and lifting him up, voraciously absorbing his energy. If my instincts are correct, that individual must be the legendary genius, Dr. Gero, also known as Android 20, accompanied by Android 19. Wukong mused to himself, "An opportunity has arisen." A sly grin crept across his face. In an instant, Wukong teleported, reappearing behind Dr. Gero, who was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Yamcha. Without hesitation, Wukong swiftly raised his left leg and executed a powerful kick to the side of Android 20's waist. The force of the blow sent Android 19 flying. Simultaneously, Wukong performed a graceful turn, thrusting his right elbow forward, landing a solid strike on the still-dazed face of Android 19. The two androids, caught off guard by the unexpected ambush from Son Wukong, were thrown far away. With astonishing speed, Wukong produced a Senzu Bean and presented it to Yamcha. His tone laced with regret as he spoke, "Yamcha, I apologize for my tardiness. Please, consume this Senzu Bean." After Yamcha swallowed the bean, his body gradually began to recover. He exhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Phew, thank you, Wukong. I truly believed I was doomed just moments ago." With a smile, Wukong replied, "No need for gratitude. As long as I am here, they shall not harm any of you." At that moment, sensing the fierce fluctuations of battle, the other Z warriors swiftly rushed to the scene. Piccolo, keenly aware of Wukong's unusual demeanor, was the first to inquire, "Old son, how did you perceive that the androids were attacking Yamcha?" Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the others cast curious glances in his direction. Wukong scratched his head, revealing a simple yet endearing smile as he explained, "Qiqi, actually, this is a technique I recently mastered. Now, I no longer need to rely on sensing the breath. I merely close my eyes and attune my heart to the surrounding environment, allowing me to vividly perceive images from every corner of the earth." The crowd gasped, their mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment and incredulity. Particularly, Piccolo, as a manifestation of the celestial deity, possessed a profound understanding of such abilities. In this moment, he was rendered speechless, unable to contain his disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Old son, are you saying that you can view images of the earth from anywhere? This power is astonishing. Even a celestial deity can only observe the happenings of the mortal realm from the divine hall. Has your level surpassed that of a deity?" Initially, the onlookers had not fully grasped the significance of Wukong's ability, but upon hearing Piccolo's explanation, they finally comprehended its profound implications, their astonishment deepening. As Wukong was about to elucidate, the two androids slowly rose to their feet and gracefully floated before the assembled crowd. Instantly, everyone assumed a defensive posture, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Yamcha hastily cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. These two beings are extraordinarily formidable, and they possess the ability to siphon our energy." Before them stood two peculiar entities. One was a corpulent creature with a rotund physique, disproportionately short limbs, and an odd body structure. Its round face was adorned with small eyes and a slightly flat, broad nose, while its ears, embellished with earrings, lay flat against the sides of its head. A vibrant orange had embellished with a red RR emblem crowned its head. It wore a black top paired with a light yellow vest, which featured red embellishments, complemented by a crimson belt. The lower half consisted of loose orange trousers, and it donned gray shoes with black soles, with a red device nestled between its palms. The other was a gaunt elder, tall yet exceedingly frail, his face etched with wrinkles and deep-set eyes. His white hair cascaded messily over his shoulders, accompanied by a white beard. He was clad in an orange shirt layered with a black vest, decorated with red accents, bearing patches and signs of wear, along with a red satin ribbon adorning the collar. A black hat emblazoned with the RR emblem of the Red Ribbon Army rested atop his head, while a red belt cinched his waist, and his lower half was draped in loose brown trousers, finished with gray shoes that also bore black soles. With a red device situated between his palms, the emaciated elder fixed a chilling gaze upon Wukong, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly spoke. "Son Wukong, we meet once more." However, before the elder could continue his monologue, Piccolo interjected with a cold scoff, stating, "You must be the androids. We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." The elder, momentarily taken aback by Piccolo's abrupt interruption, darkened in countenance, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, but his expression was predominantly one of astonishment and confusion. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "How did you come to know our identities, as well as the time and place of our appearance?" Piccolo, with a dismissive huff, replied impatiently, "Humph, do you truly wish to know the answer? That depends on whether you possess the requisite strength, such audacity. Since you are reluctant to divulge your knowledge, I shall not press you further. However, do not lament your decision," the elder declared, preparing to make his move. Wukong surveyed the surrounding architecture, his brow furrowed, and addressed the elder before him. "Let us refrain from acting hastily. The crowd here is rather dense. If a conflict were to ensue, it would inevitably endanger the innocent, and that would be quite unfortunate." The elder, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and replied, "Indeed, you make a valid point." Suddenly, a spark of electricity flickered in his eyes, and two formidable beams of light erupted from them, bombarding the vicinity while he let out a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha. In that case, I shall first eliminate the surrounding onlookers. That way, no one else will be harmed during our battle." Upon witnessing the scene, Wukong was immediately filled with rage. With a thunderous roar, he exclaimed, "Scoundrel!" In an instant, he appeared before the old man, raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the old man's face, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground. In a fit of rage, Wukong exclaimed, "I have already warned you against harming the innocent, yet you dare to proceed with such heinous acts. You are truly a deranged individual." The old man collapsed to the ground, his hat falling off to reveal his head. Although Wukong was somewhat aware of the elderly man's physical condition, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astonished. The old man's brain appeared as a translucent hemisphere, allowing a clear view of the intricately woven mechanical structures and circuits within, faintly illuminated by a gentle glow. His body had seamlessly merged with machinery, presenting an existence that transcended the ordinary. Slowly, the old man rose to his feet, retrieving his fallen brain and placing it back upon his head. He regarded Wukong with an icy demeanor, stating, "You are indeed impatient, son Wukong. Since you desire a change of scenery, I shall grant you your final wish, the opportunity to choose your own burial site." Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Wukong replied, "Whose grave it is remains uncertain. Let us proceed." With that, he soared into the sky, swiftly followed by Piccolo and the others. Chapter 46. The True Power of Piccolo. After flying for a while, the elder suddenly called out to Wukong, "Son Wukong, this shall suffice. Let us not squander any more time." Having spoken, he gently descended to the ground with his companions. Piccolo surveyed the surrounding desolate rocky terrain, pondering the enemy's intentions. Approaching Wukong with a smile, he remarked, "Wukong, it appears they believe this location is more advantageous for them. If they find themselves incapable of overcoming us, they may opt to conceal themselves, utilizing the terrain to evade our assaults, and might even contemplate launching a surprise attack." Upon hearing this, Wukong's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. "Humph, how arrogantly clever they believe themselves to be. Do they truly think they can elude my grasp?" He then turned to Piccolo and remarked, "Let us proceed and ascertain the true extent of their capabilities." With that, he descended without hesitation, followed closely by the others. As soon as Wukong landed, his gaze fixated upon the android before him, and he coldly remarked, "Well, this place seems quite suitable. It will serve as your grave." The old man, upon hearing this, revealed a smirk of derision, surveying his surroundings disdainfully. "Humph, with you, Son Wukong, along with Piccolo, Krillin, Tian Shinhan, and Yamcha, daring to utter such bravado truly. You are overestimating yourselves." A flicker of confusion crossed Piccolo's eyes as he sought to extract useful information from this enigmatic figure. Curiosity compelled him to inquire, You know Son Wukong, but you also know all of us. Who exactly are you?" The old man's lips curled into a sly smile as he fixated on Wukong, slowly responding, "Hehehe, considering that you are about to meet your demise at my hands, I shall indulge you. Son Wukong, do you recall the Red Ribbon Army?" Before Wukong could reply, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically, his voice brimming with rage and resentment as he continued, "I was once Dr. Gero, the scientific advisor of the Red Ribbon Army. It was your arrival that led to our Grand Legion's downfall, leaving me grievously injured. I thought I was destined for death. But fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to survive against the odds. Yet, all of this is thanks to you. In my quest for vengeance, I was compelled to utilize every means necessary to combat you, even transforming myself into this current form. Thus, you may refer to me as Android 20. Of course, I am not alone. Standing beside me is my fellow android, Android 19. Before the old man could continue, Wukong interjected, "Enough. Who wants to hear your tale? Just answer Piccolo's question." The old man's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, "Humph, you insufferable Son Wukong, still so impatient. Very well, since you desire the truth, listen closely. I am familiar with all of you because I specifically engineered a type of insectoid robot to confront you. This robot has quietly monitored your every move, meticulously collecting data on your combat styles and strengths. I utilized this information to create formidable androids, of which I am one. Therefore, not only do I know you, but I am well acquainted with each of your techniques. This time, you stand no chance of victory. Defeat is inevitable." Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression shifted slightly. Yet he remained unfazed and pressed on with his inquiry, "Did that insect follow old Son to Namek?" Dr. Gero's lips curled in a contemptuous smile as he replied, "Hehehe. Namek? I did not collect data from there, as it was entirely unnecessary. Your strengths have already been meticulously calculated and predicted by my most advanced computer. In a short time, you cannot possibly expect to make significant improvements. Even if you have indeed grown stronger, you remain under my control." Upon hearing these words, the crowd could not help but exchange knowing smiles. They all sensed that Dr. Gallo seemed unaware of the current circumstances, each face betraying a look of bewilderment. With a slight smile, Wukong remarked, "Oh, is that so? It seems you are yet unaware of what you have missed." Dr. Gallo, somewhat impatient, waved his hand and said, "Enough of this nonsense. Damn you, Son Wukong. Since you have obtained the information you sought, do not prolong this any further. Prepare to meet your demise." Undaunted by the threat, Wukong replied with a smile, "Then cease your incessant chatter. Let us commence the battle forthwith." Dr. Gallo, immediately incensed, bellowed, "Son Wukong, I shall take your life this very moment." With that he charged forward, intent on attacking Wukong. However, Wukong deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the assault, and exclaimed, Oh. I merely suggested we begin the fight, but I never claimed that I would be your opponent." Dr. Gallo looked at Wukong with a face full of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Wukong's words, and inquired, "Son Wukong, what is it that you intend to do?" Wukong, however, disregarded Dr. Gero, turning instead to Piccolo with a playful grin. "Hehe, Piccolo, what do you say? Shall you take on these two, or shall I eliminate them all at once?" A subtle smile graced the corners of Piccolo's mouth, revealing a hint of mystery as he replied, "Old son, it appears I cannot conceal my thoughts from you. You have indeed discerned my true strength. Since you so generously present this splendid opportunity to me, I shall not hold back any longer." With that, Piccolo exchanged positions with Wukong, standing before Dr. Gero and Android 19. A flicker of disdain gleamed in Piccolo's eyes as he provocatively addressed them. "Who among you dares to meet their demise first?" Dr. Gero sensed something amiss, contemplating the situation with unease. He fixed his gaze on Piccolo and then turned to Android 19, issuing a command, 19. "You must advance and teach this arrogant Namekian a harsh lesson." "Understood." Android 19 responded, swiftly propelling himself forward to face Piccolo. A foolish grin plastered across his face as he threatened, You ignorant fool, I will ensure you experience unimaginable suffering, making you wish for death. Come forth to battle." Android Piccolo roared, shedding his weighted clothing before unleashing a tremendous surge of energy, akin to a volcanic eruption. Instantly, a fierce gale swept through, scattering the clouds above. As the very atmosphere shifted in response, he charged at Android 19, surrounded by a faint green aura. Dr. Gero and Android 19's instruments began calculating at astonishing speeds, and upon their findings, they were taken aback. Just as the battle power of Piccolo was computed, Android 19 was sent flying by his opponent's blow. Piccolo's fist descended upon Android 19 like a meteor, carrying an unparalleled force. Android 19 attempted to defend himself, but soon realized he was utterly outmatched by this overwhelming power. He arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Humph, the strength of androids is merely mediocre. Piccolo scoffed. Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the data before him. Impossible. This cannot be true. How can Piccolo's battle power have reached 300 million? Krillin and the others were equally astonished. Although they were aware of Piccolo's relentless training over the past 3 years, they had never anticipated his strength would escalate to such a terrifying level, leaving them both amazed and elated by his newfound power. Chapter 47. The Pursuit of the Scions. The battered Android 19 struggled to rise, swaying as he attempted to regain his balance. Clearly injured, he gritted his teeth and snarled, "You wretched being, how could you be so powerful? You shall die." As he watched the approaching number 19, Piccolo offered a mix of admiration and disdain, stating, "Impressive. Indeed, your courage is commendable, yet that is all it amounts to." With that, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards his opponent with a single hand. Number 19 quickly halted, stabilizing himself and raising both hands to absorb Piccolo's energy attacks, relishing the moment as he remarked, Your energy is quite remarkable. Do send more. Only then can I grow stronger." "Oh, I had thought one could only absorb energy upon physical contact, yet it appears you can siphon energy from a distance as well. How intriguing." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Piccolo felt a surge of alarm. He could not permit his adversary to continue absorbing the energy he released unchallenged, lest the consequences be dire. After a brief yet intense moment of contemplation, he resolved to alter his strategy, opting for close combat as a more direct and effective means to confront this formidable foe. With a steely gaze, Piccolo summoned his strength, propelling himself forward with the speed of a released arrow towards number 19. His velocity was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Following this, he swung his colossal fist, imbued with the force of a tempest, crashing down upon number 19. The wind from his strike howled past, generating shockwaves akin to crashing waves against the shore. In the face of Piccolo's relentless onslaught, number 19 found himself retreating repeatedly, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Piccolo's fists fell upon him like a torrential downpour, producing a cacophony of sound. Under this storm of blows, number 19 could do little but struggle to withstand the assault, unable to formulate any effective defense or counterattack. Just as number 19 became disoriented and overwhelmed, Piccolo seized the moment, launching an immensely powerful attack known as the Special Beam Cannon. In an instant, Piccolo concentrated all his strength into his fingertip, where a dazzling radiance sparkled like a brilliant star. With a swift motion of his arm, that brilliance transformed into a straight beam of light, hurtling towards the head of Android 19 with breathtaking speed. This beam sliced through the air with the precision of a razor-sharp sword, striking directly at the brain of 19 with colossal force. Accompanied by a deafening roar, 19's head burst apart like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, and his body crumpled lifelessly, akin to a deflated balloon. Thus, Android 19 met his untimely demise, caught completely off guard. Dr. Gero gazed at Piccolo's battle, his mouth agape in shock, a visage of terror reflecting the end of the world. Piccolo, resembling an enraged lion, fixed his unwavering gaze upon Dr. Gero, his eyes alight with fierce determination and wrath, as if intent on incinerating his adversary. "Android 20, it is now your turn," he declared, his tone imbued with resolve and fervor, as if ready to unleash all his pent-up fury. Dr. Gero, startled, realized he was no match for Piccolo and began to contemplate his countermeasures, rapidly searching for potential strategies in his mind. At that moment, an audacious voice echoed from above. "Humph, that one do. This android is mine to deal with." Everyone looked up to see Vegeta descending gracefully beside Piccolo, dripping with confidence, yet tinged with disdain. "I never anticipated your growth, Namekian. It exceeds my expectations. But that Android 20 is my prey." Piccolo scrutinized Vegeta's eyes and replied, "It seems your power has indeed advanced significantly, possibly surpassing my own. Since you desire it, I shall not contest with you, It's all yours." With a dismissive wave, he stepped back, relinquishing his position. "At least you have some sense," Vegeta remarked, positioning himself where Piccolo had just been, ready to engage. Meanwhile, after a moment of deep contemplation and having overheard the exchange between Piccolo and Vegeta, Dr. Gero suddenly recalled the Scion's combative nature. He turned his gaze towards Goku, a sly glint in his eyes, and said, "Goku, I never expected you to become so formidable. I have indeed underestimated your power. However, I possess other dormant androids. If you have the courage, allow me to awaken them. What say you?" Krillin and the others sensed the impending danger. They understood this was Dr. Gero's cunning ploy. Yet they also recognized Goku's character. True to form, Goku responded without hesitation. "Very well, I will grant you the opportunity to activate the other androids. But we will follow you closely and maintain a safe distance." The group stared at Goku in astonishment, perplexed by his decision. Dr. Gero wore a triumphant smile, seemingly quite pleased with the outcome. Upon hearing this, Krillin furrowed his brow and retorted with evident concern, "Goku, you must not act so recklessly. This is exceedingly perilous. If even you cannot defeat these new androids, how are we to cope?" The other Earth warriors nodded in agreement, endorsing Krillin's perspective. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta interjected, "My view aligns with that of Kakarot. I have just witnessed it. These mere androids do not intimidate me. Engaging in battle with formidable opponents is precisely what we Scions aspire to." As Wukong observed the anxious expressions of those around him, he revealed a reassuring smile and spoke with unwavering conviction. "There is no need for concern. I am confident in my ability to defeat them. Moreover, I eagerly anticipate witnessing the true prowess of the so-called powerful androids that Dr. Gero has mentioned. Trust in me. I shall not let you down." The others, seeing his demeanor, could only acquiesce to Wukong's resolve. Dr. Gero was completely taken aback by Wukong's willingness to accept the proposal, and he couldn't help but let out a derisive snort. "Humph. It is indeed you, Son Goku. I must say, you are quite admirable. Should I commend your bravery or question your foolishness? Since you have agreed to my request, follow me." With that, Dr. Gero turned and soared toward his laboratory, while Wukong and his companions maintained a safe distance, closely trailing behind. Chapter 48. Father and son reunited shortly after Wukong's departure. A time machine flickering with an unusual luminescence materialized at the site of the battle between Piccolo and Android 19. Trunks emerged from the time machine, his eyes brimming with vigilance and apprehension. However, the desolate scene before him filled him with astonishment. Gazing at the wreckage and the devastated ground, Trunks pondered to himself, "What has transpired here? Have I arrived too late?" Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a deep pit not far away, where a vague figure could be discerned. Trunks' heart raced, and an ominous premonition flashed through his mind. Could that silhouette be? With a sense of trepidation, Trunks hastened toward the pit, bracing himself for the worst. Perhaps everyone had been slain by the androids. Yet, upon approaching and discerning the lifeless body, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Phew. That truly frightened me. I thought it was Mr. Goku." Inside lay a corpulent machine with pale pink skin, its nasal bridge punctured with a gaping hole, its body marred by countless wounds, and both arms severed at the shoulders, its face contorted in a terrifying grimace. Trunks furrowed his brow as he regarded the corpse. Who could this individual be? Is it possible that a new android has emerged? Understanding that his time-traveling presence could precipitate unpredictable changes and consequences in the past, Trunks recognized that this body was evidently not one of the androids he was familiar with. So, who exactly is this person? Could this new android have been spawned as a result of my arrival? Contemplating this, unease swelled within Trunks. Exercising caution, he resolved to take action. With determination in his eyes, he declared, "This thing should be utterly obliterated." Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, instantly reducing the corpse before him to mere fragments. Having neutralized this potential threat, Trunks let out a slight sigh of relief, though his expression remained grave. I must now locate Mr. Goku and the others to confront the imminent threat posed by the androids. Just as Trunks pondered where to search for Goku, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. It was a hearty laughter, brimming with confidence and vitality. Trunks widened his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "Ah, Trunks. It's been a while. You've arrived a tad late." The voice chuckled. Trunks, in shock, exclaimed, "Is that you, Mr. Goku?" "Indeed, it is I." Trunks anxiously scanned his surroundings, desperately seeking Goku's presence, but found nothing but emptiness, which filled him with confusion and concern. He quickly inquired, "Mr. Goku, how did you know of my arrival? And how are you able to communicate with me like this? What is happening? Is your heart condition acting up?" The voice of Goku resonated within Trunks' mind. Do not be anxious, Trunks. I have acquired some extraordinary abilities, allowing me to sense your presence and communicate with you telepathically. The situation is relatively favorable. Piccolo has successfully defeated Android 19, the rather portly android you encountered earlier, thanks to the medicine you provided. My heart condition has not flared up. Upon hearing this news, Trunks felt a surge of astonishment. Contemplating to himself, it appears my arrival has indeed had a significant impact on this timeline. He continued to inquire into the air, Mr. Goku. As long as you are safe, may I ask where you currently are? We are following Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 20, to his secret base. In search of Androids 17 and 18, a sudden wave of foreboding washed over Trunks, for he had heard tales from his mother about Goku and his father Vegeta, both of whom were undeniably fierce warriors. Anxiously, he posed a question to Goku. Mr. Goku, have 17 and 18 not yet emerged? Indeed, that is correct. Goku nodded in response. Trunks instantly grasped the implication, his face reflecting shock. So, does this mean they have yet to be activated? You must be planning to take this opportunity to destroy them, am I right? However, Goku chuckled and shook his head. Not quite. Our intention is to defeat them. But first, we must awaken them before engaging in battle. Trunks felt a tightening in his chest, his expression turning anxious as he quickly advised, Mr. Goku. I am fully aware of your formidable strength, but if it is possible to eliminate the androids without resorting to combat, that would be ideal. Rest assured, Trunks. I am confident in my ability to handle the android threat. Now, allow me to bring you here. Before the words had left his lips, Goku vanished. Trunks had no time to react before Goku appeared right before him. With a firm grip, Wukong seized Trunks' hand and spoke in a deep voice, "Follow me." Almost immediately, Trunks found himself momentarily disoriented, and when his senses returned, he discovered he was standing before Vegeta and the others. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this instant transmission? It's truly remarkable, Mr. Wukong." At that moment, a voice laden with arrogance interjected, "Humph, it's merely instant transmission. Why must you make such a fuss over it? How pathetic." Turning towards the source of the voice, Trunks saw Vegeta, arms crossed defiantly over his chest. Casting a scornful glance in his direction, quickly averting his gaze, Trunks found himself stealing glances at Vegeta, uncertain of how to respond. Upon gathering with everyone, Vegeta had learned that this time-traveling scion was, in fact, his own son, Trunks. Initially, he was taken aback and yearned for a deeper connection with his son. Yet, witnessing Trunks' hesitant demeanor ignited an inexplicable frustration within him. Humph, how could we scions be so timid? If you truly are my son, then lift your head high and do not act like a bashful little human girl. Upon hearing these words, Trunks understood that Vegeta was fully aware of his identity, and he felt a wave of tension grip his muscles. Straightening his posture, he responded loudly and earnestly, "Yes, Father." Vegeta, observing his son's anxious and overly cautious manner, found it increasingly intolerable. With a disdainful snort, he turned his head away, no longer willing to look at this offspring from the future. He muttered to himself, "Alas, this son is truly a disgrace to our scion royal lineage. In the future, I shall ensure that this son of mine does not become as weak and ineffectual." Trunks watched as Vegeta turned away, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He knew Vegeta's temperament well and chose not to dwell on it. Subsequently, Trunks turned to greet Krillin and the others with warmth. He was equally enthusiastic towards Piccolo, his master-esque mentor. Although Piccolo was not as proud or severe as Vegeta, he still maintained a certain sternness. After exchanging pleasantries, Trunks began to survey his surroundings, astonished as he remarked to Wukong, "Mr. Wukong, I can hardly believe you have truly arrived near Dr. Gero's base." Wukong nodded resolutely and proclaimed, "Indeed, we must await the arrival of androids 17 and 18 here." His gaze emanated a sense of determination and confidence. Trunks, still beset by anxiety, inquired, "Mr. Wukong, do you truly believe you can defeat the formidable androids 17 and 18? After all, they are exceptionally powerful adversaries." Trunks furrowed his brow tightly, his heart brimming with concern. With a gentle smile, Goku patted Trunks on the shoulder and softly reassured him, "Worry not, Trunks. I am utterly confident. Moreover, it is not solely I who can defeat them. Vegeta is equally capable." Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief, glancing at Vegeta with a flicker of doubt in his gaze. Cautiously, he sought affirmation from Goku, "Mr. Goku, is what you say truly the case?" It seemed he struggled to accept the words he had just heard. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression soured, revealing his impatience as he scoffed, "Humph, what is the matter with you? You trust Kakarot so readily yet doubt your own father? What nonsense!" As the Prince of the Scions, how could I possibly be inferior to an android? Trunks had long been informed by his mother of his father's proud and self-respecting nature. He realized that any careless remark about his father's strength, regardless of its truth, was inappropriate. Thus, he quickly retracted his statement, apologizing earnestly. "I'm sorry, father. I did not mean to imply you are weak, but rather I am concerned for your safety." Vegeta responded with a dismissive snort. "Humph. Just take care of yourself. My strength is sufficient to ensure my own safety." As Wukong listened to the dialogue between the two, he sensed that Trunks was in an awkward situation. So he stepped forward to mediate. All right, let us all speak kindly, for after all, you are father and son. Moreover, this is not the time for such discussions. I sense that the androids are about to emerge, and there are 3 of them. Dr. Gero has already been slain by one of these androids. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became alert, and Vegeta, disregarding Trunks' predicament, furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. Trunks silently vowed to protect everyone, determined not to allow anyone to come to harm. He clenched his fists, preparing for the impending battle, while the others also readied themselves for combat. Chapter 49. Love at First Sight. Son Goku muttered softly. "It seems the time has come. I have finally awaited this opportunity." His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if he had been longing for this moment for an eternity. After uttering those words, Goku inhaled deeply, sealing his combat power at 6 million. Immediately, he radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a Super Saiyan with a remarkable alteration. However, to everyone's astonishment, Goku swiftly reigned in this overwhelming energy, returning to a state of tranquility. The others, witnessing Goku's actions, felt profound confusion. They were uncertain of his motives and intentions. Yet they understood that Goku must have his reasons, so they refrained from further inquiries. At that moment, 3 strange figures emerged from the base, seemingly affirming Goku's words. These entities sent chills down Krillin and the others' spines, for they could not sense any aura from them. It was as if they did not exist in this world, instilling a sense of dread. As they stepped out, their gaze was immediately drawn to the crowd before them. One of the 3 figures advanced, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This man was enormous and exuded an overwhelming presence. His muscular physique was distinct and powerful, each muscle brimming with explosive energy, showcasing his robust form and extraordinary strength. His facial features were defined, with a sharp jawline and piercing eyes, complemented by a delicate nose, adorned with red embellishments on his temples and ears. He exuded an air of mystery. His hairstyle was unique, shaved on the sides, leaving a vibrant orange mohawk in the center, giving him a rebellious appearance. His eyes were deep and resolute, reflecting tenacity and confidence. He donned a battle suit of yellow, green, and black, the design both stylish and imposing, emblazoned with a prominent RR insignia. The overall impression conveyed a sense of power, coldness, and mechanical aesthetics, a perfect fusion of futuristic technology and artistry. Krillin and the others immediately became vigilant, assuming their battle stances. The tall man's azure eyes suddenly gleamed, as if capable of piercing through all facades, instantly revealing the identity of the individual across from him. He turned to his companions, gesturing towards the person opposite and remarked, 1718. It appears we need not specifically seek out Son Wukong. The individual before us must indeed be him. Although his appearance has undergone a tremendous transformation, I am able to ascertain his identity through subtle facial features. Beside him stood a well-proportioned youth, adorned with a striking red scarf. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the RR emblem, layered over a white long-sleeved shirt, complemented by denim jeans and canvas shoes. His long, black hair was styled in a center parting, enhancing his handsome visage. With a playful smirk gracing his lips, he fixed his gaze upon Son Wukong and said, "Ah, so you are Son Wukong. Not only do you appear striking and formidable, but your audacity to present yourself before us is quite intriguing. Wouldn't you agree?" 18? He then turned to the young woman beside him. Standing nearby was a stunning beauty, with smooth, lustrous, light golden hair that framed her face impeccably. Her deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the ocean, sparkled with a captivating allure, exuding an aura of mystery. Her features were delicately sculpted, her complexion fair and flawless, akin to fine jade, radiating a translucent glow. Tall and elegantly proportioned, her silhouette was graceful and harmonious, with a slender waist and curvaceous hips that accentuated her femininity. Clad in a chic black short-sleeved top and long trousers, paired with a stylish denim vest and a daringly short denim skirt, she completed her ensemble with knee-high leather boots that elongated her legs further. She embodied a vibrant and alluring charm that was impossible to overlook. Yet, At that moment, the enchanting woman gazed intently at Wukong, her expression distant, as if lost in a reverie. Noticing 18's distraction, 17 gently tapped her forehead and nudged her shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh dear, 18, what are you doing? Have you succumbed to infatuation?" After a few gentle prods, 18 finally snapped back to reality. Looking at 17 with a bemused expression and asking, "Huh? What is the matter? Did you call me?" 17 furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at 18. "I must ask, what is going on with you? I simply found Son Wukong's appearance too captivating, and I couldn't help but gaze a little longer," she confessed. As the 18th spoke, a delicate blush crept across her cheeks, her voice diminishing to a whisper. Her head gradually bowing as if she were reluctant to reveal her shy demeanor to others. The 17th gazed at her in astonishment, internally lamenting, "Could it be? Could my sister truly be in love? This is utterly unbelievable. Is the world about to end tomorrow?" He could never have imagined that his typically cold and unyielding sister would harbor such feelings for a man, just as everyone was enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. Lost in their own thoughts, the 16th suddenly shattered the silence, looking at Goku with a grave expression and declaring, "Son Goku, you must already be aware that we are the creations of Dr. Gero from the Red Ribbon Army, and our singular purpose is to defeat you." With a faint smile, Wukong gazed unwaveringly into the eyes of Android 16, responding with a light-hearted tone, "Oh, you intend to defeat me? We shall see if you possess the requisite strength." Android 16, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "According to my calculations, your current combat power stands at 250 million. Although this figure far exceeds the intelligence we have gathered, I must convey some unfortunate news. Android 18's combat power is 375 million. Android 17 boasts 400 million, and I myself possess a staggering 450 million. Regardless, you stand no chance against any one of us." Nevertheless, Wukong remained undeterred, smiling as he retorted, "Oh, it appears you indeed possess remarkable capabilities. However, I urge you to recalculate, for the intelligence at your disposal may not be entirely accurate." As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong unleashed the energy he had previously suppressed, a torrential wave of overwhelming power engulfing the surroundings. Krillin and the others felt this terrifying aura, nearly unable to breathe under its weight. Android 16's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the data display before him, his previously indifferent demeanor transforming into one of utter astonishment. "How is this possible? Unbelievable. Your combat power has surged to 600 million. Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately retracted and subdued his aura once more, a confident smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "So, what do you think? Do you still have the confidence to defeat me?" When number 17 heard the combat power reported by number 16, a wave of astonishment surged within him. Unable to contain himself, he grasped the arm of number 18 and retreated a couple of steps, turning to number 16 with a question. "Hey, number 16, could there be an error in your calculation of the combat power? Even if Wukong can continuously grow stronger, he shouldn't be this formidable at this very moment, right?" Faced with such skepticism, number 16 displayed a hint of worry and explained, "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. And I wouldn't dare to easily trust this result. However, my detector is the latest model, and it absolutely cannot be mistaken. After precise measurement, Son Wukong's combat power has indeed reached an astonishing 600 million. Piccolo gazed at Wukong in utter shock. "Old son, I never imagined you were holding back. That power just now was truly formidable." Krillin jumped with joy, patting Wukong on the back. "That's fantastic. I didn't realize you had become so powerful. I thought we were doomed, but it seems we are safe now. Thank you." "Wonderful, Mr. Wukong. I had no idea you were this strong. I worried for nothing." "With you around, I feel reassured," Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Tian Shinhan, feeling less elated, muttered to himself with a hint of self-deprecation, "Heh, Wukong. It seems I've been left far behind. I can only look up to your back now. Yet, your strength is a good thing. I will not give up. I will continue to train, keeping you in my sights." Yamcha, standing beside Tien, naturally overheard his words and lamented, "Yes, we have indeed been left far behind. We can only do what is within our capabilities from now on." Vegeta, observing Trunks' demeanor, scoffed, "Humph. Trunks, what is so remarkable about Kakarot's power? It's quite embarrassing for me. It's just a trivial amount of strength. I surpass it easily." Uncertain if Vegeta spoke truthfully, Trunks could only respond with a forced smile. "Right, father, you are quite impressive too." Vegeta nodded in satisfaction at Trunks. However, unlike numbers 16 and 17, Number 18's gaze towards Wukong had completely transformed. Her eyes now sparkled with hearts as she exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, Son Wukong, I can't believe you're not only handsome, but also incredibly powerful. I've made up my mind. I want to be with you." "Nanny?" Krillin's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief as he stared incredulously. "Nanny?" Tenix gazed in astonishment at the artificial being before him, utterly astounded by the words that had just been spoken. "Nanny?" Yamcha's expression mirrored that of Krillin, as if they were witnessing the apocalypse. "Nanny?" A flicker of uncertainty passed through Android 17's eyes, yet he swiftly regained his composure, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. "Nanny?" Tian Shinhan furrowed his brow, disbelief etched across his face. In contrast, Android 16 and Vegeta displayed little reaction, merely standing silently with impassive expressions as they observed the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Piccolo slightly knitted his brow, lost in contemplation as he endeavored to comprehend the true intentions of this android. Only Goku wore a subtle smile, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 50. The crisis averted. Goku scratched his head, pondering quietly that to simply acquiesce might be somewhat inappropriate. Thus, he beamed a radiant smile at Android 18 and said, "Qiqi, I appreciate your compliment. However, I am already with Qiqi, and our love is profound." Everyone else discreetly stepped aside, silently observing the interaction between Goku and Android 18. Upon hearing Goku's response, a fleeting shadow crossed 18's gaze, but it quickly transformed into a renewed sparkle. "It's all right. I can patiently wait until the day you are ready to embrace my feelings," she declared, gracefully moving to Goku's side and gently linking her arm with his. At that moment, 17 interjected, "Hey, 18, don't forget our identity. We are androids." 18 turned her gaze resolutely towards 17 and replied firmly, "I am fully aware of who I am, yet that does not diminish my feelings for Son Goku." She then redirected her attention to Goku, her eyes brimming with affection as she proclaimed, "Son Goku, regardless of whether you accept me, I shall always remain by your side." As Wukong observed the conversation reaching its pivotal moment, he sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He gently patted Android 18 on the shoulder and spoke earnestly, "18. I appreciate your sincerity, yet this matter is of great significance, and I cannot make a decision alone. At present, we have more pressing issues concerning your situation that require our attention. Let us first resolve these problems, and afterward, I would be delighted to invite you to my home. How does that sound?" Upon hearing these words, 18's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly replied, "That sounds wonderful. I am truly looking forward to visiting your home." However, 17, anxious, interjected, Oi, 18, do not agree to anything without consulting us first." With a smile gracing his face, Goku looked at Android 17 and Android 18. His tone resolute as he inquired, "You two have witnessed my strength, and that is but a fraction of my true power. So what are your intentions now? Do you wish to pursue those inconsequential tasks, challenge me, and face defeat? Or would you prefer to become my friends, accompany me to the Capsule Corporation, and indulge in delightful food and joyous moments?" Before they could respond, Goku added, "Oh, by the way, both Vegeta and I can instantaneously teleport, so any self-detonation on your part won't harm us. Moreover, my family is quite affluent, possessing numerous electronic entertainment devices and flying vehicles, not to mention a private mountain. Surrounding it are flowers, trees, and various small creatures, providing ample space for you to reside comfortably. What do you decide?" Upon hearing Goku's favorable living conditions, Android 18 found herself increasingly enamored, resembling a giddy child as she tightened her grip on Goku's arm and made a decision for the both of them. "Hehe, no need to consult them. They agree with me." Android 17 pulled Android 18 aside and whispered, "Sister, is this truly appropriate? I haven't made up my mind yet." Transforming into the authoritative older sister, Android 18 fixed her gaze upon 17, tugging at his ear as she exclaimed, "Oh, what is wrong with that? Do you have any objections to what your sister says?" Feigning discomfort, 17 adopted the demeanor of a younger sibling. "Ouch. Sister, be gentle. You're going to break it. I'll go with you, all right? I've long been intrigued by the electronic devices and flying cars. I merely reacted a bit slowly." Releasing her grasp on 17's ear, Android 18 placed her hands on her hips, nodding with a satisfied smile. "Well, it would have been better had you expressed that sooner. You're such a good brother." Cautiously observing her expression, 17 continued, "Sister, there's still a concern. I feel this is rather abrupt. After all, we've only just met, and moving into someone else's home seems rather inappropriate." Upon hearing this, Android 18 displayed a hint of discontent. Oh, why overthink it? Didn't Goku say his home is quite spacious? There are plenty of enjoyable things, and he is not only strong but also looks friendly. He wouldn't harm us. Besides, we are currently without a home. If we don't stay at his place, where else can we go? After a moment of silence, as if contemplating deeply, Android 17 lifted his gaze to meet 18's earnest eyes and spoke sincerely. Sister, I understand your reasoning, yet I still feel this may not be suitable. We are not well acquainted with Goku. Could this arrangement potentially trouble him? Upon hearing these words, number 18 felt a surge of emotion within her. Recognizing her brother's unwavering concern and kindness, she gently patted number 17 on the shoulder and smiled, reassuring him, Do not worry, dear brother. Since Goku has graciously invited us to stay at his home, it signifies his willingness to assist us. We merely need to ensure we do not become a burden. Furthermore, we can reciprocate his kindness by helping with chores and preparing meals. Number 17 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his sister's words. As he too wished to escape the life of wandering, he turned to Goku with a warm smile and expressed, Thank you for your generosity, Goku. We are more than happy to accept your invitation, and we look forward to your guidance. Meanwhile, number 16 calmly assessed the situation, gradually forming a conclusion. He spoke slowly. Since both of you have resolved not to engage in conflict with Goku, and considering my current capabilities are insufficient to defeat him, even self-destruction would be futile as he could easily evade it with his instant transmission. Therefore, I too have decided to join you. After all, I have a fondness for small creatures and the beauty of flora. Upon hearing number 16's words, number 17 expressed his agreement, recognizing it as a prudent choice. Well then, it is settled. Number 18 exclaimed with delight, walking over to Goku and linking her arm tightly with his. Upon hearing the words of the three individuals, Wukong erupted into laughter, patting his chest as he exclaimed, Haha, splendid. I wholeheartedly welcome you to my home. I shall host you splendidly. The bewildered Trunks widened his eyes, gazing at the unfolding scene with a sense of utter confusion. He rubbed his eyes in an attempt to awaken his senses. Yet the perplexity lingered. After a considerable moment, he finally regained his composure, staring incredulously at Wukong and Android 18, unable to restrain his curiosity. Mr. Wukong, what on earth is happening? How is it that the malevolent androids of my era have transformed into such beings in this time? With a deep sigh, Wukong gazed up at the sky, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes. I must confess, the specifics elude me, he lamented. However, from what I can ascertain, the artificial beings in our world do not possess the malevolence that characterizes those in yours. While this may seem peculiar, it is, in comparison to your realm, a relatively favorable outcome. Since you have come seeking assistance, you may train alongside Vegeta. His current strength has indeed surpassed the power I just demonstrated. Trunks nodded resolutely, expressing his willingness to heed Wukong's counsel. He cast a profound glance at the formidable yet benevolent scion warrior before him, a surge of gratitude swelling within him. As it is Mr. Wukong who speaks, I shall undoubtedly place my trust in his words. I will train here on Earth alongside my father for a time, and once I have become sufficiently powerful, I shall depart from this place. With a gentle smile, Wukong patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering him encouragement and support. He then turned his gaze towards Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the others, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Well, the crisis concerning the androids has been averted. You all may return now. I shall handle the remaining matters here, and it is time for us to bid farewell. As for you, Trunks, please accompany Vegeta back. I have a lingering feeling that this is not the end, and everyone must remain vigilant. Piccolo approached Wukong, furrowing his brow, and in a serious tone inquired, Old son, do you know something? Do not keep it from me. Wukong scratched his head, a faint smile of bitterness gracing his lips as he replied, to be honest, I am not entirely certain, yet I sense that something significant is on the horizon. Perhaps you could seek the wisdom of the celestial beings. You might uncover valuable insights. Moreover, I believe you should merge with him, for your combined strength would be formidable. Piccolo pondered for a moment, nodding slightly in agreement with the suggestion. He then cautioned Wukong, Old son, be vigilant. After all, we are still unaware of the true intentions of these artificial beings. Should you discover any ulterior motives, do not hesitate to inform us. Now, I must take my leave. With that, Piccolo turned resolutely and departed. As he watched Piccolo's retreating figure, Krillin approached Wukong and said, It seems we should also depart. Wukong, take care of yourself. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Android 18, who was linked to Wukong's arm. A flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He then turned and soared towards the direction of Came House. Tian Shinhan and Yamcha exchanged knowing glances with Wukong, silently nodding in agreement. Yamcha followed closely behind Krillin, while Tian Shinhan veered off in another direction, disappearing into the horizon. "Che, Kakarot, why did you allow Trunks to accompany me?" Vegeta exclaimed. "Oh, come now, let us not dwell on such trivial matters. After all, you are the wealthiest among us. Trunks is your son. Is there truly no place for him to stay? Humph. I know you were trying to provoke me, yet I cannot resist your taunt. When next we meet, I shall challenge you to a duel," Vegeta declared, before turning to Trunks, who was still deep in thought, and giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He then flew off, leaving Trunks to come to his senses. Trunks, regaining his composure, responded simply, "Oh, all right, father, I shall be there shortly." With a telepathic connection, Wukong conveyed, "Trunks, if you are eager to depart, you may still venture to the sacred temple, where a wondrous room of spirit and time awaits. Outside, a single day equates to an entire year within. I am confident that with Vegeta's prowess and your innate talent, you shall swiftly evolve to a level capable of confronting the threats in your world." Overjoyed by this revelation, Trunks responded, "That would be truly splendid. I am immensely grateful for your invaluable suggestion, Mr. Wukong. I shall take my leave with my father now. Farewell." Wukong chuckled. "Well, off you go. Vegeta is awaiting your arrival." Upon finishing his words, Trunks immediately soared towards the direction of Vegeta. Chapter 51. Wukong's home as Trunks vanished into the distance. Wukong turned to the android 18, who still clung to his arm, and gently remarked, "All right, the matters here are concluded. Shall we head to my home now?" Upon hearing Wukong's words, a radiant smile blossomed on 18's face as she playfully replied, "Certainly." Her eyes sparkled with a bright light, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, exuding an enchanting charm. This contrast rendered her even more captivating, causing Wukong to nearly lose his composure. He coughed discreetly, attempting to mask his inner feelings, while also reminding her, "Ahem, now, it is permissible to speak in such a manner, but once we arrive at my home, you must use your normal voice, understood?" 18 nodded softly, tightening her grip on Wukong's arm, and joyfully responded, "Got it." Wukong's arm was ensnared between two warm, soft entities. Despite being a seasoned individual accustomed to the tempest of life, he felt his heart race, temperature rise, and blood rush to his cheeks. He hastily extricated himself from number 18, maintaining a prudent distance, before glancing at number 16, who was supporting her forehead, and the nonchalant number 17. He extended his hand and cleared his throat. "Ahem, it's time for us to depart. You two, come here, grasp my hand, and I shall transport you instantaneously." "Oh." "Very well." Number 17 hesitated for a moment before placing his hand on the back of Wukong's hand. Once assured of the absence of danger, number 16 stepped forward and placed her hand on number 17's. "Number 18, you two, simply place your hand on number 16's hand," Wukong instructed. Casting a glance at the standing number 18, number 18 retorted, "So, any contact with your body will suffice, correct?" Her eyes gleamed with a mix of provocation and curiosity. "Indeed, direct contact or indirect contact between biological entities will suffice," Wukong replied, uncertain of the reason behind number 18's inquiry. "Then, I shall grasp this," she declared, promptly seizing the dark green tail that extended behind Wukong. Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed and perplexed, inquired, "Ah, well, this is indeed peculiar, but why are you grasping my tail?" The 18th, with a radiant and enchanting smile, clung to Wukong's tail, lifting herself slightly off the ground to match his height. She then leaned in closer, whispering alluringly into his ear, "Because your tail is not only long and thick but also quite firm, I find it quite appealing." Having uttered those words, she gracefully descended to the ground, gazing at Wukong with a captivating smile. Just that single remark sent Wukong, a seasoned warrior accustomed to countless battles, staggering back 2 steps, his heart racing wildly, nearly causing a nosebleed as he instinctively covered his nose. Hey, stop, that's enough," Wukong silently marveled, astonished by the audacity and initiative of Android 18. His heart raced increasingly, and a faint blush crept across his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure, yet his mind was incessantly flooded with the enchanting smile and words of Android 18. Wukong steadied his mind and, with one hand, formed a gesture reminiscent of Buddhist practice, murmuring softly, "It is inappropriate to display such behavior in front of the multitude outside. It is indeed unsuitable for children. A grave transgression, Amatba." The inquisitive voice of number 17, tinged with impatience and curiosity, inquired, "Hey, Are we leaving or not? What did your sister just tell you? You appear quite startled, retreating several steps while covering your nose. What was it you just said? And what is the meaning of that peculiar gesture you made? Along with your whispered mutterings? Wukong took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. I was merely talking to myself. Let us proceed." Number 18 smiled and replied, "Ahem, then let us go." "Very well, let us do this once more." As Wukong spoke, he walked back to number 17, extending a hand and swiftly grasping number 18's hand tightly. "At last, we can depart." Number 17 placed his hand gently upon Wukong's hand. "Finally, I can truly experience what is known as instant transmission." With that, number 16 also placed his hand on number 17's hand. Observing that everyone was ready, Wukong shouted, "All right, let us set off." As his voice echoed, a brilliant light flashed, and in an instant, the four figures vanished from their location. The next moment, they reappeared before a magnificent estate surrounded by lush flora and trees. "Wow, is this your home, Wukong? It's so grand and beautiful," number 18 exclaimed with delight. Gazing at the opulent villa and the extensive walls adorned with exotic flowers and plants, her heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Number 16 surveyed the surrounding forest with keen interest, appreciating the soft grass beneath his feet and the melodious chirping of little birds perched on the branches. Savoring the beauty of nature as if enveloped in a tranquil and harmonious world. "Wukong, I never imagined your family's circumstances were so splendid. You truly know how to indulge," number 17 remarked, a hint of envy crossing his face, yet more so filled with admiration for Wukong. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Wukong smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, indeed. Now, let us not linger any longer. Let us venture inside." "Yes, do hurry. I can hardly contain my excitement to see what lies within," urged number 18. Her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as her footsteps involuntarily moved forward. "Very well." With that, Wukong stepped ahead, and the grand iron gates opened automatically. A voice, deep and resonant, emanated simultaneously from the large vases flanking the entrance. "Welcome home, master." Wukong led the three companions into the courtyard, where their eyes were immediately drawn to a magnificent fountain accompanied by a lavish three-story villa in the background. At the center of the fountain stood three golden statues, depicting Wukong and his family. Number 17, gazing at the splendid scene, spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, exclaiming once again, "Ah, how delightful it is to be wealthy." He then turned to Wukong and teased, "You despicable, avaricious capitalist. I truly detest people like you who possess such riches. Not that you're excessively wealthy, ha ha ha." Wukong, upon hearing this, could only chuckle and scratch his head in response. Meanwhile, number 16 quietly reveled in the beauty of the small park flanking the courtyard. With its lush trees, melodious birds, fragrant flowers, and a quaint pavilion beside a babbling brook, all while his eyes reflected a profound appreciation for the serene beauty of nature. Number 18, her face alight with astonishment as she beheld the statues, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Wukong, is that statue in the center of you? Although it doesn't quite capture your current handsome visage, the craftsmanship is simply astounding." She excitedly pointed at the statue, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. With a triumphant grin, Wukong exclaimed, "Hee hee, of course. This is my original form, and what you see now is my transformed state." Number 18 gazed thoughtfully at Wukong and softly remarked, "Wow. I see now. This is your transformed appearance. I must admit, your transformation is undeniably both powerful and handsome. In comparison, your original form does seem rather ordinary." Wukong's expression became somewhat awkward. He scratched his head and, with a wry smile, inquired, "Well, if I were to present myself to you in that form, would you still choose me?" A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes, fearing that his original form might lack allure. After a moment of contemplation, Android 18 replied, "That question is rather difficult to answer. While your untransformed appearance is certainly charming, I might find myself more inclined towards that adorable little bald head." With a playful wink, a smile graced 18's face. Just as Wukong was at a loss for words, 18 suddenly leaned closer, her soft voice breaking into a gentle laugh, "Ahem. But now that I have chosen you, whether you transform or not, you cannot escape my grasp." Startled by her words, Wukong instinctively took a step back, yet simultaneously, he felt a sense of reassurance. Gazing at this beautiful and formidable android, he marveled anew at her boldness and confidence. However, the challenge in 18's gaze weighed heavily upon him, inducing a wave of pressure. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart, though a lingering unease remained. At that moment, Gohan emerged with Qiqi, and upon spotting Wukong, he joyfully leaped into his father's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're back." "Oh, Gohan. Have you been taking good care of your mother?" Wukong asked, supporting Gohan with one arm, his heart brimming with happiness. "Yes, I have been by Mommy's side the whole time," Gohan replied cheerfully. Qiqi, noticing Wukong's current appearance, looked on with a mix of concern and uncertainty, asking, "Wukong? Is that really you?" "Mom, don't worry, this is Dad's transformation," Gohan explained with a smile. Upon hearing Gohan's reassurance, Qiqi could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward. Leaping into Wukong's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, and amidst tears of joy tinged with worry, she cried, "Wukong, it truly is you. You finally returned. I was so worried about you. I feared that, like Raditz, some malevolent brother of yours had come searching for you." Wukong gently patted Qiqi's back and spoke softly. "Do not worry, I have returned. Am I not standing here quite well?" Qiqi lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Wukong. Her voice choking with emotion. "Do you know? Every time you leave home to battle, my heart is filled with trepidation, fearing that you may encounter peril. This time, seeing you depart truly frightened me." Gently wiping away the tears from Qiqi's face, Wukong reassured her, "It's all right now. See, I have returned safely. So there is no need to worry about me anymore. Besides, I have no other brothers left. Indeed, it's just wonderful that you are back safe." With that, Qiqi descended from Wukong's embrace, followed closely by Gohan. "It seems my wife is not particularly fond of this form of mine," Wukong remarked. As a brilliant crimson light enveloped him, in the next instant, the radiance dissipated, revealing Wukong in his original appearance. Smiling at Qiqi, he inquired, "Isn't this form more pleasing to the eye?" Qiqi, now smiling through her tears, nodded and reached out to caress Wukong's face, saying, "Yes. You look far more handsome as your old self." Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the figures behind Wukong, and she lowered her hand, looking at him with curiosity. "Wukong, who are these people? How did they come to be here?" Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile, "They are, in fact, the androids I went to confront today. But fret not, they no longer pose a threat and can be considered our friends. With nowhere else to go, I decided to bring them back to our home for the time being." Upon hearing this, Qiqi furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment. She then shifted her gaze back to the three androids, scrutinizing them closely. After a brief interval, a gentle smile graced Qiqi's face as she addressed them. "Since you are no longer villains and have nowhere else to turn, you are welcome to reside with us. Our home is quite spacious, and a few more individuals will not make it feel crowded. We warmly welcome you." Chapter 52. Seeking Consent. "Hello, I am Qiqi, and this is my son, Gohan." Qiqi greeted everyone with a radiant smile, her face aglow with happiness. "Greetings to you all." Wufan curiously surveyed the three individuals before him, his small eyes brimming with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. "Greetings, Qiqi. I am known as Lazili, but you may call me Android 18. Beside me is my twin brother, Android 17. Android 18 responded politely, her clear and bright gaze exuding a sense of gentleness and kindness. "Hello, Mrs. Qiqi. I'm Android 16. The tall Android 16 also bowed politely, greeting her with a deep, resonant voice that conveyed a sense of steadfast reliability. "Ah, splendid, splendid. Since we are all acquainted, let us not linger here. Please, come inside." Qiqi smiled warmly, enthusiastically inviting her three guests into her home. Upon entering, they were greeted by an interior that was both lavish and inviting. The spacious living room was exquisitely arranged, adorned with plush carpets, elegant furnishings, and an array of decorative pieces that lent an air of comfort and relaxation. However, what truly captivated attention were the opulent decorations. Golden lines adorned the walls, while a magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a dazzling glow throughout the room. The sheer luxury left Android 18 and Android 17 in awe, their eyes wide with wonder. Android 17 gazed around, intrigued by every detail. "Wow, this place is like a palace," exclaimed Android 18, her gaze lingering on the exquisite decorations, a twinge of envy blossoming within her heart. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Goku cheerfully beckoned, his hearty laughter radiating warmth. Qiqi approached, preparing a steaming pot of red tea, her gentle smile gracing her features as she softly said, "Take your time sipping. I shall prepare some food for you." With that, she turned and ventured into the kitchen, becoming busy with her tasks. Android 18 watched Qiqi enter the kitchen and stood up, wishing to assist, but Qiqi gently declined with a smile. Reluctantly, She returned to her seat beside Goku, while Android 16 strolled through the garden, savoring the essence of nature. Android 17, however, seemed uninterested in the surroundings, cheerfully addressing Goku. I want to engage in something entertaining. Wukong nodded in understanding, instructing Gohan to accompany Android 17 to tour his underground esports entertainment venue. Meanwhile, Android 18 settled onto the spacious sofa in the living room, quietly surveying the expansive room. She noticed that the decor was meticulously arranged, every detail reflecting the owner's dedication and taste. Turning to Wukong, 18 inquired with curiosity, Wukong, this house is quite large. Do you all reside here regularly? Wukong lifted the teacup, gently savoring a sip of the fragrant black tea, before responding with a smile, Qiqi, not quite. In truth, we do not reside here. Number 18 blinked in surprise, her curiosity piqued as she inquired further, then where do you live? Wukong set down his teacup and gestured towards the back door of the house, explaining, exiting through this door leads to a dense bamboo forest. In the heart of the grove lies a narrow path, approximately 100 meters long. If one follows this path, it culminates in a wooden cabin, which serves as our true abode. This cabin is somewhat smaller than our current residence and boasts a more simplistic and modest design. Why do you not reside here, then? The surroundings seem far superior to that of your current dwelling. Moreover, does that not render your present house superfluous? Inquired number 18, her brow furrowed in perplexity. The reason is that Qiqi has a fondness for wooden houses and is not particularly enamored with such opulence. Therefore, we typically reside there. As for this house, we primarily utilize it for hosting guests or holding banquets. Wukong elucidated, a gentle smile gracing his visage. Oh, I did not anticipate that, Mrs. Qiqi is one who favors simplicity and modesty. However, I find myself more enamored with this abode. Number 18 blinked playfully, her lips curving slightly upwards, revealing a hint of mischief as she bit into a banana resting on the table. Gradually leaning closer to Wukong's ear, she whispered softly, I believe this place exudes a vibrant sense of life. I truly enjoy it here. Upon hearing these words, Wukong's expression remained utterly unchanged. With an air of calmness, he smiled and responded, if it pleases you, then you may reside in this house. It is not far from our wooden cottage. Wukong's voice was calm and gentle, as if this were merely an ordinary matter. Upon hearing this, Android 18's eyes flickered with surprise, and she broke into a joyful smile, playfully inquiring, all right, but with such a large house, which bedroom should I choose? Then, with a seductive grin, she teasingly asked, shall we choose together? With a slight raise of her eyebrow, a hint of provocation glimmered in her gaze. Indeed, there are quite a number of bedrooms in this house. After we finish dining, I shall have Qiqi arrange them for you. Wukong replied with a smile. Sounds great. Android 18 responded with delight. Thus, the two enjoyed red tea and an array of fruits laid out on the table, engaging in light-hearted conversation. After a while, Qiqi emerged from the kitchen with the prepared dishes, and Wukong telepathically summoned a few people to join them for the meal. They gathered around the dining table, merrily relishing the delectable feast. Each dish had been crafted with care by Qiqi, bursting with flavors that lingered delightfully on the palate. Once satiated, Qiqi assigned the bedrooms to everyone. Android 18 chose a splendid room on the 3rd floor, relishing the elevated view that allowed her to gaze upon the breathtaking vistas of Baozi Mountain. Android 16 opted for the convenience of the 1st floor, allowing him easy access to the refreshing embrace of nature. Meanwhile, Android 17 preferred tranquility, thus settling into the underground esports lounge, equipped with a variety of gaming devices that would afford him endless enjoyment. After settling into their respective abodes, Android 16 and 17 retreated to their rooms to rest. Wukong urged Gohan to return first. Gohan turned and departed, intending to return to the small wooden cabin to continue his studies. Once Gohan had left, Wukong slowly began recounting to Qiqi the events of the day, narrating in detail his encounter with Android 18 and expressing his unwavering resolve to take her as his bride. Meanwhile, Android 18 stood nearby, sincerely conveying her affections for Wukong. Initially, Qiqi was not in favor of the idea. However, after Wukong and Android 18 earnestly implored her, coupled with Wukong's captivating tales of legendary heroes from times past, she ultimately acquiesced to allow Android 18 to become Wukong's concubine. Chapter 53, The Proposal. Wukong grasped Qiqi's hands tightly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Qiqi. I am truly grateful for your support. Android 18, with sincere intent, bowed deeply to Qiqi. Qiqi offered a faint smile and softly replied, there is no need for thanks. I have come to understand. She then leaned closer to Wukong's ear and whispered, however, it has been 3 years since we truly spent time together. Tonight, you must make sure to keep me company. Without hesitation, Wukong nodded in agreement. His excitement palpable as he exclaimed, no problem. Leave everything to me. This was certainly more like it, as a joyful smile finally graced Qiqi's face. At that moment, Wukong proposed, since it's still light out, how about the three of us watch a movie together? Upon hearing the suggestion, number 18 became exuberant and expressed her anticipation. That sounds fantastic. It's been ages since I've been to the movies. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if she could hardly wait to go. I concurred, noting that it had indeed been a long time since Wukong and I had enjoyed a film together. With her hands cupping her face, Qiqi's voice carried a hint of shyness as she expressed her satisfaction with the idea, eagerly saying, well then, it's settled. Wukong, relieved to see both of them in agreement, let out a sigh of relief. He had initially harbored concerns about being turned down, but was pleasantly surprised by their enthusiasm. I recalled that when we established the underground esports entertainment center, we had even constructed a screening room stocked with several commendable films. What kind of movie would you like to watch? Wukong inquired of the two. After pondering for a moment, number 18 admitted, I can't think of anything I want to see. With a resigned tone, she added, forget about me. I haven't engaged with this in so long that I have no recollection of what to watch. Perhaps you should ask Sister Qiqi. Upon hearing this, Qiqi contemplated briefly before responding, let's head down and see what DVDs we have. I haven't been down there in such a long time that I've forgotten what movies we have. Wukong agreed, that sounds good. I've also forgotten what films are in stock. He smiled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, I had already stashed away my little films. Soon after, the three of them boarded the elevator and descended to the basement level. As the elevator doors slowly opened, number 18 stepped out but abruptly halted. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed ahead. Her mouth agape, she was profoundly impacted by the sight before her. Above, a colossal and strikingly modern logo of the Wukong Esports Entertainment Center commanded attention. The logo utilized cutting-edge LED lighting technology, flickering and dynamically shifting in color, captivating all who beheld it. The high-tech glass door, which opened automatically, was adorned with blue and purple LED strips, resembling a mysterious portal to a futuristic esports realm. Number 18 was eager to step inside and explore. Upon entering, the interior decor left her utterly astonished. The establishment employs dark metal panels and stone materials, imparting a sense of solidity and refined texture. The lobby features a soaring design, with a ceiling height exceeding 6 meters, evoking an atmosphere of spaciousness and brightness. Uniquely designed chandeliers and grand artistic installations adorn the ceiling, showcasing an array of esports character models and enormous mechanical gears. These elements complement one another, creating a striking visual impact. The decor is imbued with a sense of technological sophistication, modernity, and high-end quality, leaving a lasting impression. Upon entering the interior, one can observe a VR experience center equipped with the latest virtual reality technology, allowing players to immerse themselves in the gaming universe. Additionally, there are luxurious private rooms and themed suites, each boasting a distinct style to cater to diverse preferences. These rooms are furnished with high-end computer equipment, comfortable sofas, coffee tables, and private restrooms, providing an indulgent experience. Curiously, the character 18 gazes around and inquires, Wukong, why is this place so vast? Wukong, feeling a touch of embarrassment, gently scratched his head and replied with a smile, Qiqi, you see, I never intended for it to be this grand. It's just that my power grew rather rapidly. When I was constructing this abode, I initially aimed to create a 2-meter deep pit covering an area of 100 square meters using my energy waves. However, I inadvertently miscalculated the force, resulting in a vast chasm of 10 meters deep and 500 square meters wide. Consequently, the house turned out larger than anticipated, and I transformed the surplus space into an underground esports arena. Upon hearing this, 18 realized the situation and nodded in understanding, then inquired further, oh, I see. But where did you acquire such wealth? To which Wukong responded, initially, a green-skinned demon lord bestowed upon me a trove of gold and treasures. Later on, as you can see, upon concluding his words, Wukong retrieved a stone from the small pond and cradled it in his palm. He gently closed his hand, only to gradually unveil it again, revealing that the seemingly ordinary stone had transformed into 3 resplendent diamond rings. From that moment onward, money became a trivial matter for me. Wow, what exquisite rings! Such remarkable ability! exclaimed number 18, her eyes shimmering with excitement. They are truly beautiful, Qiqi echoed, her admiration evident. Wukong, you have worked so hard over the years. Thank you for your unwavering support of my relationship with number 18. He gazed affectionately at Qiqi. With utmost care, Wukong took one of the diamond rings and tenderly placed it on Qiqi's finger, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qiqi felt tears welling in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and landing upon Wukong's chest. Do not cry, Qiqi. Everything will be all right, Wukong comforted softly. Gently wiping away her tears, Qiqi lifted her gaze, her vision blurred by tears, yet her lips curled into a smile of happiness. At that moment, Wukong suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, the attire of number 18 and Qiqi transformed into wedding gowns as white as snow, while his martial arts uniform morphed into a sharply tailored suit. Subsequently, as if conjuring magic, Wukong produced a vibrant bouquet of 99 crimson roses from thin air and presented it to Qiqi. With a flick of his finger, a cascade of delicate rose petals began to rain down from the sky. After completing this enchanting spectacle, Wukong knelt on one knee, gazing deeply into the captivating eyes of number 18, holding the glimmering ring with utmost seriousness. Lazuli, will you marry me? Faced with Wukong's unexpected proposal, number 18 was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing, but soon her joy overflowed, tears of happiness glistening in her eyes. Slowly, she extended her left hand, her voice gentle yet resolute, as she replied, I do. Wukong delicately adorned his left ring finger on the 18th with a resplendent diamond ring. Subsequently, the 18th tenderly placed another diamond ring upon Wukong's ring finger. The two embraced each other tightly, enveloped in the warmth and affection they shared. Beside them, Qiqi gazed at this scene, her heart brimming with emotion and joy. Upon observing her expression, Wukong gently beckoned and pulled her into his embrace. The three of them tightly embraced one another, relishing this rare moment of warmth. After a brief interlude, they gradually released each other, with Wukong's face radiating a blissful smile as he tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of the two women's eyes, playfully teasing, So, lovely ladies, shall we go watch a movie? Number 18 and Qiqi responded in unison with smiles. Of course, we must. Then let us proceed, Wukong replied, his face aglow with happiness. Indeed, the two women nodded in agreement. As they ventured further, they encountered a carousel, a pirate ship, go-karts, a haunted house, a CAF, a swimming pool, a karaoke room, and a screening hall, all of which left number 18 utterly astonished. Wow, is this the esports entertainment center you mentioned? I never anticipated there would be so many enjoyable attractions. It's so grand and magnificent. I have never seen anything like this. Everything looks so fascinating. Number 18 exclaimed with excitement. Haha, I'm glad you like it. You can come down and play here often, Wukong said with a smile. Yes, I will come down every day to play, Number 18 replied, her joy reminiscent of a young girl discovering new delights. All right, let us hurry to the movie, Qiqi said, her face beaming with happiness. Yes, yes, Number 18 echoed, her expression equally radiant. Then follow me, Wukong said, leading Number 18 and Qiqi into the cinema. He switched on the lights and then went in search of a suitable film. Qiqi found a seat in the middle, pulling Number 18 down beside her and leaving a space for Wukong between them. Wukong rummaged through the shelves of discs for a while, and subsequently retrieved several classic films to present before the two of them, allowing them to make their own selections. Among these films were The Kind-Hearted Sister-in-Law, Operations 749, Titanic, Harry Potter, Gamer, Despicable Me, and The Village of the Damned, among others. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiqi chose Titanic, after which Wukong fiddled with the player, and the movie commenced. Wukong sat between the two ladies, enjoying popcorn and French fries, while sipping on chilled cola. Each lady lovingly linked her arm with Wukong's, basking in the blissful sweetness of the moment as they watched the film unfold. Upon the film's conclusion, Wukong and Qiqi accompanied Android 18 to the esports arena, where they indulged in merriment for a while before the trio joyfully returned to the living room. Chapter 54. A perfect balance. To their surprise, the hour had grown late. I'm so sorry, I lost track of time, Android 18 remarked, glancing at the clock which read 11 o'clock. Not at all. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in ages, and it's all thanks to you, Sister 18, Qiqi chimed in with delight. As long as you are happy, Wukong said with a smile, embracing the two ladies around their waists. How annoying. Android 18 playfully nudged Wukong's hands away, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Oh, but you were the one who flirted with me first. Why the sudden bashfulness? Wukong teased, gently lifting Android 18's chin with his finger. Well, that's different. We've just gotten married, and besides, Qiqi is right here, Android 18 replied, turning slightly away, her face growing even redder. With a joyful laugh, Wukong exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I never expected you to possess such a side." Qiqi, observing the two, smiled silently as she reminisced about her own wedding with Wukong. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early tonight, number 18. I had promised to spend quality time with Qiqi. Wukong gently embraced number 18 and spoke tenderly. Qiqi waved her hand and interjected, "There's no need for that, dear husband. I hadn't anticipated such significant developments. You've just wed number 18. It would be best for you to spend the evening with her. We can catch up tomorrow." With that, Qiqi turned and made her way towards the back door. Hearing her words, number 18 felt a surge of joy, yet she addressed Wukong, saying, "Wukong, tonight you should return with Sister Qiqi. She has been awaiting you for 3 years. You can accompany me tomorrow evening." Wukong hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Well then, how about you rest well tonight? To make it up to you, I'll take you on a tour of the Eastern capital tomorrow." "Sounds great," exclaimed number 18, her earlier displeasure evaporating upon hearing Wukong's words. "See you tomorrow." As she spoke, Wukong unexpectedly leaned in and, catching her off guard, kissed her gently on the lips while wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Number 18 was initially taken aback, but then quickly responded with warmth, both reveling in the shared warmth of their lips, feeling as though time itself had come to a standstill. After a long moment, they parted, and number 18 playfully punched Wukong's sturdy chest, blushing as she said, "You're such a tease, stealing my first kiss like that." Goku grasped Android 18's fist and, without hesitation, embraced her, whispering playfully in her ear, "Hee, I shall seize even more from you in the future." Unfazed, 18 retaliated by pinching Goku's waist, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she replied, "For now, I shall allow you to have your way with me, but just wait until tomorrow night. I will show you how it's done." Wukong feigned pain, hastily retreating a step while exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch. Be gentle, it truly hurts." "Very well then. I shall see you tomorrow. Do rest well tonight." With that, Wukong turned and walked towards the bamboo grove. As 18 gazed at Wukong's departing figure, an indescribable sadness welled within her. She stood there for a moment before retreating to her bedroom on the 3rd floor. After lying on her bed for a while, a sudden knock echoed at her door. Suspecting it might be her brother returning after a long absence, she opened the door without a second thought. To her astonishment and joy, she embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Wukong, what brings you here? Did you not promise to accompany Qiqi tonight?" Wukong embraced her gently and said, "I just want to find Qiqi. She told me that since we are newlyweds, I must accompany you tonight before I return." "How delightful. I never expected Sister Qiqi to be not only beautiful but also so kind-hearted. I find myself increasingly fond of her." Upon hearing this, number 18 tightened her hold on Wukong, her joy evident as she exclaimed, "Hee, what about me? Do you not like me?" Wukong playfully lifted her chin with a smile, teasingly asking. Number 18 flashed a captivating smile, leaned closer to Wukong's ear, and mischievously whispered, "Now that we are alone, do you still dare to think about teasing me?" With that, she pulled Wukong into the room and deftly locked the door from the inside. Wukong was gently pushed to the bed, while number 18 sat beside him, her fingers playfully lifting his chin. With a hint of provocation in her gaze, she inquired, "I quite admire that ability you displayed a moment ago on the 1st floor, where you effortlessly transformed us into wedding attire. Can you conjure other garments as well?" Wukong swallowed hard, somewhat perplexed, and replied, "Sure, as long as I can envision it, I can don any attire. Now, do you wish to see me dressed up?" "Dear sister, any outfit will do, indeed." With a playful chuckle, number 18 leaned in closer to Wukong's ear, whispering in an alluring tone. Wukong's eyes shimmered with the brilliance of wisdom, as visions of various attires worn by heroines in films he had previously watched danced in his mind: sailor outfits, professional attire, nurse uniforms, superhero costumes, and the enchanting ensemble of a bunny girl, among countless others. Meanwhile, the door of the wooden house where Qiqi resided was knocked upon. Aware that Wukong was likely accompanying Android 18, she pondered who could be at the door at this hour. Upon opening it, she was elated to embrace the visitor. "Wukong, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be with Android 18 right now?" "I was meant to be with her," Wukong replied, returning her embrace warmly. "But she insisted that you have been waiting for me for 3 years and urged me to return. So, I decided to spend this evening with you and will visit her tomorrow night." Qiqi, hearing this, tightened her embrace around Wukong with joy, exclaiming, I never expected that not only is Android 18 stunningly beautiful, but her heart is also so kind. I find myself growing fonder of her each day. With a smile, Wukong remarked, Qiqi, it is wonderful that you can coexist amicably. I sincerely hope you will grow to embrace one another even more. Rest assured, my dear husband. We certainly will, she replied. Now, stop lingering at the door. Gohan has long since fallen asleep. Come inside, it's chilly out here. And I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. Qiqi, it is indeed lovely to be cared for by my wife. Wukong thought as he followed Qiqi into their home. After securing the door, Qiqi prepared a steaming bowl of noodle soup and presented it to Wukong with a joyful expression. Here you go, dear husband, enjoy it while it's hot. Although I know you were meant to accompany Android 18 tonight, I anticipated that you might return unexpectedly and be hungry. I prepared the soup in advance, and I'm so delighted you came back, and so early too. Wukong gently pulled Qiqi into his embrace and said, My dear wife, you have worked hard. Thank you. It is my duty, Qiqi replied, resting her head against Wukong's chest. Feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness, they leaned on each other for a while, and then Qiqi lifted her head and exclaimed, Oh dear. I completely forgot about the meat that is still cooking. I shall fetch it now, and the soup noodles are cooling down quickly. Let us eat before they lose their flavor. With that, she hurried to the kitchen to retrieve the meat. As Wukong savored his meal, he reflected inwardly, lamenting that it was the first time he had employed this proliferation technique. Had he not suddenly recalled this martial skill while traversing the bamboo grove path, he would have been at a loss for how to navigate the evening's circumstances. By the time Wukong finished his bowl of noodles and meat, Qiqi had tidied up the bedroom for their slumber and cleared the dining table. Subsequently, Wukong embraced Qiqi, and together they entered the bedroom. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Chapter 55. The wedding. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. The two Wukongs seemed to share a silent understanding as they arose early, harmoniously making their way to the bamboo grove, their figures merging once more into one. However, at the moment of their unification, Wukong suddenly winced, clutching his lower back with one hand while bracing himself against a nearby bamboo stalk, groaning in discomfort. Oh dear. This sensation is far more intense than I anticipated. I never imagined that Android 18 could be so formidable. Her perpetual energy truly lives up to its reputation. At this thought, Wukong shivered involuntarily, feeling grateful that he had successfully navigated the previous night's ordeal. While massaging his aching back, he murmured to himself, Krillin, you ought to be thankful to me. Otherwise, you would have faced great tribulation. It appears I must replenish my strength. They are likely still asleep. I should hasten to the eastern capital to procure some nourishing delicacies and perhaps bring back some treats for everyone. With that, Wukong executed his instant transmission, vanishing from the spot and reappearing in the bustling streets of the eastern capital. Upon returning home, laden with an array of delectable foods, he found everyone gathered around the dining table, ready to partake in their meal. Wukong meticulously arranged the food upon the table, then, with an air of mystery, addressed everyone. Qiqi, I have delightful news to share. Last night, I wed Android 18. Upon hearing this unexpected revelation, Android 16 remained notably composed, revealing little reaction. Meanwhile, the bride herself, Android 18, wore a serene smile. Only Gohan stared wide-eyed, perplexity etched on his face as he gazed at Wukong, struggling to comprehend the complexities of adulthood, yet displaying commendable restraint by refraining from further inquiries. In the end, the gathering erupted in congratulations for Wukong and Android 18, wishing them a joyous marriage filled with happiness and fulfillment. Observing the lack of a response from Android 17, Android 18 curiously remarked, 17. I anticipated you would be taken aback, yet you appear quite composed. With a smile, Android 17 replied, Oh, are you inquiring of me? I reside just one floor below. Can you guess whether I was present at the moment? I was engrossed in a game of League of Legends in my bedroom when I heard the commotion and happened to witness it. By the way, you looked quite lovely in your wedding dress. A faint blush crept across Android 18's cheeks as she playfully admonished, I assumed you had stepped out. Why didn't you make an appearance when you saw it? Android 17 shrugged, explaining, I merely wished to afford you both a bit of personal space, and besides, I was leveling up at the time. I couldn't let my teammates down. Android 18 seemed poised to retort, but Wukong hastily interrupted. All right. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Let us eat. I have summoned Master Rashi, Bulma, Tian, and all our friends. We shall embark on a cruise together to celebrate a proper wedding. Wukong's voice was imbued with excitement and anticipation, enveloping everyone in an atmosphere of bliss. Is that true? How wonderful. Upon hearing this, number 18's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Her spirits lifted to an extraordinary delight, even making breakfast taste more delectable. As dusk approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the surface of the sea. A luxurious cruise ship glided gracefully across the East China Sea, its hull shimmering in the glow of the evening sky. The deck of the vessel was adorned with wedding decorations, a riot of colorful flowers competing for attention, exuding delightful fragrances. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for attending the wedding of number 18 and myself. Today marks a significant occasion, and our wedding has concluded splendidly. I hope you all can relax and fully immerse yourselves in this joyous moment. Let us raise our glasses and celebrate this beautiful time together. Wukong stood upon the deck, clad in a pristine white suit, exuding an air of elegance and charm, with a smile gracing his face and a glimmer of happiness and contentment in his eyes. He raised a goblet of red wine high above, addressing the numerous friends and family below with a resounding and jubilant voice. Cheers to the newlyweds. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, their faces beaming with joy as they lifted their glasses in unison, celebrating this extraordinary moment. The clinking of glasses resonated with a melodious chime. As night descended, a bonfire was ignited, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of grilled delicacies. Everyone gathered together, reveling in the feast and the joyous moments shared. Yamu strummed his guitar, while Klin sang lively tunes. Master Rashi and Oolong danced to the rhythm of the music, as laughter and cheers echoed throughout the night. Wukong leaned gently against the partition, his eyes softly closed, savoring the gentle sea breeze and the essence of the ocean. Gazing into the distance, his sight traversed the vast expanse of the sea, settling upon the horizon bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind as he contemplated the path ahead and his connection with the tangible world. What could he possibly be pondering? A gentle voice floated in from behind him. As Wukong turned around, he discovered that Android 18 had unexpectedly positioned herself behind him. Gazing at him with an expression of curiosity, she gently tapped Wukong on the shoulder, her face radiating with a joyful smile. With a gentle smile, Wukong extended his hand and pulled Android 18 into his embrace. I was contemplating how wonderful it would be if every day could unfold like today, he mused. Feeling the warmth of Wukong's embrace, 18 found her heart softening, and as she closed her eyes to listen to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. She softly replied, "It surely will. We have many more blissful days yet to experience together." Just as they reveled in this tender moment, Bulma approached quietly, holding 2 glasses of wine, a playful smile gracing her lips as she quipped, "Ah, look at this newlywed couple, whispering sweet nothings. Come, let us drink." Wukong smiled as he accepted the wine cup, casting a grateful glance at Bulma. In truth, they had not conversed about anything particularly significant. They merely lamented the fleeting, dreamlike beauty of the moment. Being together with everyone truly brought him immense joy. Indeed, the days spent in their company were filled with happiness, yet it was a pity that Vegeta, that relentless training enthusiast, along with future Trunks, remained confined within the hyperbolic time chamber, unable to join them. Wukong lifted his wine cup, taking a delicate sip, and remarked with a sense of reflection, "Indeed, it appears that Vegeta has truly devoted himself to training the future Trunks, which is certainly a positive development. Fortunately, others have also gathered here." Bulma leaned against the partition, raising her cup and downing its contents in one go, expressing her sentiments. "Yes, Vegeta has indeed changed considerably. However, I did not expect to see Piccolo here as well. It seems he is here primarily to converse with Gohan, as they have been engaged in dialogue for quite some time." With a smile, Wukong nodded and explained, "Piccolo has long expressed a desire to converse with Gohan. He somewhat disagrees with my perspective on certain matters, and this presents an opportune moment for him to engage in discussion with Gohan." Bulma, her lips curving into a teasing smile, remarked, "Oh, is that so? Yet it appears they are enjoying their conversation quite thoroughly." Wukong chuckled helplessly. "Indeed, that boy Gohan can be rather stubborn at times." Bulma let out a light laugh. "Ha ha, it's up to you then. After all, he is not my child." Wukong awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled, "Qiqi, that's true. Well, let's not dwell on that for now. I shall not disturb you any longer and will join the others." With that, Bulma turned and departed. As she walked away, Android 18 gently grasped Wukong's hand and smiled, saying, "Shall we go as well? I need to visit the restroom." "Indeed, let us," Wukong replied tenderly, nodding as he took 18's hand, and together they made their way towards the crowd. Tian Shinhan promptly pulled Wukong aside, eager to engage in a drinking contest, to which Wukong readily agreed. Meanwhile, Android 18 accompanied Qiqi and Bulma to the restroom. A tipsy Krillin, his face flushed with intoxication, swayed his way to Wukong and plopped down before him. In a boisterous manner reminiscent of a drunkard, he exclaimed, "Wukong, you rascal! You are truly the envy of all. Not only do you have Qiqi, but now you've also married Android 18. It's utterly infuriating. And here I am, still without a girlfriend." Wukong poured a glass of detoxifying beverage for Krillin, saying, "Krillin, I am confident that you too shall find a wonderful companion. Come, let us share a drink." Krillin, lifting the glass, doubted in one go. "This isn't alcohol. Wukong, you scoundrel, you've deceived me." Wukong presented a platter of barbecued delicacies to Krillin, chuckling. "Ha ha ha, it seems you are quite lucid now. Come, indulge in this feast." Krillin accepted the offering, took a bite, and remarked while chewing, This is delightful, Wukong. You truly understand me." "Of course. We are, after all, good brothers," Wukong replied with a smile. At that moment, Piccolo approached, casting a bemused glance at the two and shaking his head in resignation. "You two are quite something," he remarked. "Hey, Piccolo, why not join us for a drink?" Krillin invited. Piccolo glanced at the wine cup, his brow furrowed. "I do not fancy alcoholic beverages. You may enjoy them at your leisure," he replied before turning to leave. "That Piccolo, always so unsociable," Krillin lamented. "Let it be. We shall continue our revelry," Wukong declared, raising his cup to clink with Krillin's. The gathering lasted until 10 o'clock, after which everyone departed, satisfied. Chapter 56. A new adversary. Upon returning home, Son Wukong employed his multiplication technique once more to create a doppelganger. Engaging in an extended and vigorous battle with Android 18 and Qiqi, this clash persisted until the dawn of the following day. As the sun rose, the two Wukongs awoke early, synchronizing their movements as they ventured into the bamboo grove, merging seamlessly into one. After attending to matters in the eastern capital, they returned home to share breakfast with their family, followed by a delightful shopping excursion. Throughout this time, they basked in the warmth and joy of family, enjoying a splendid day. When they eventually returned home, the clock approached 6 in the evening. At that moment, Bulma called, informing Son Wukong of a peculiar vehicle she had discovered in a universal capsule within a forest to the west, but Vegeta had yet to return. She hoped Wukong could assist in retrieving it. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong immediately grasped the nature of the item and responded without hesitation, "No problem, I understand. Bulma, please contact Krillin, Tien, and the others to gather at your home immediately. Inform them of the emergence of a new foe." "All right. I will reach out to them right away. I leave the retrieval of that item to you," Bulma acknowledged, recognizing the urgency as she promptly ended the call to prepare contacting the others from Kame House. Goku, accompanied by Gohan, soared gracefully through the sky, gradually making their way towards the direction where the enigmatic machine had manifested. Their ascent was serene as they traversed the heavens. At long last, they arrived at their destination, where Goku meticulously scrutinized the surroundings in search of any signs of the machine. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a colossal metallic structure standing silently upon the ground. As Wukong approached with Gohan, he confirmed that the moss-covered object before them was indeed the machine they had been searching for. Wukong placed the device into a capsule and then flew back to Bulma's home alongside Gohan. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Vegeta and future Trunks had just returned home as well. Moreover, the other Z-fighters had gathered in the living room. When they saw the machine that Wukong and Gohan had brought back, they all hurried over, curious to examine this enigmatic apparatus. They began to chatter excitedly, speculating about its purpose and origin. Bulma, after carefully scrutinizing the two time machines, one old and one new, was momentarily taken aback by a flicker of doubt. Turning to Trunks, she inquired with curiosity, "Trunks, you mentioned that the time machine was created by my future self, correct?" Trunks nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right. What's the matter?" Bulma furrowed her brow, pointing at the two time machines. "These machines are identical in structure, yet one is clearly aged, having been in that forest for some time. Have you ventured into an even more distant past?" Trunks shook his head in denial, stating, "No, I haven't. I'll check the markings I made and the time settings inside." With that, Trunks boarded the time machine and began a meticulous examination. After a thorough inspection, he displayed a look of astonishment and leaped down, addressing the group. "This is indeed my time machine. All my markings are intact. However, I only possess one time machine, and the time it indicates is 3 years after my original world, while the time I traveled from is 4 years ago, which corresponds to a year before my initial arrival in this world." "Ah, How is this possible? Bulma asked, summarizing. You mean to say that someone has utilized your time machine to travel back from a future even more distant than your original world? To a time much further in the past, right? Trunks nodded gravely. That is essentially the situation, but we have no idea who that individual could be. Additionally, we discovered this eggshell within the time machine, and we are uncertain of its nature. Could it be that this egg belongs to the traveler from the future? I recall seeing a large insect shell next to the time machine. I took a photo. Let us take a look. With that, Wukong retrieved his phone and displayed the photograph for everyone to see. Bulma examined the image, furrowing her brow, and quickly opened her computer to research relevant information. After a moment, she concluded, I have never encountered such a creature. Given the current ecological conditions on Earth, it is impossible for such a colossal insect to exist. Therefore, Wukong's hypothesis is quite plausible. The egg is likely that of the time traveler from the future, which will hatch, grow, and evolve into that insect before ultimately breaking free. At that moment, Yamcha suddenly exclaimed, Everyone, come quickly and watch the news. Reports indicate that an entire city has inexplicably vanished. The group quickly gathered around, their eyes glued to the television screen. Indeed, as Yamcha remarked, the entire city lay deserted, shrouded in an eerie silence. Krillin furrowed his brow, incredulously stating, The complete disappearance of a city's inhabitants without a sound is truly bizarre. The individual responsible for this must possess extraordinary power. Yamcha, filled with trepidation, added, This situation appears rather perilous. Can we truly contend with such a formidable foe? Anxious thoughts swirled within him. Trunks shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. In my world, I have never encountered such an extraordinary occurrence. This remains unclear to me as well. Tian, with a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. It seems we are on the brink of a challenging battle. He recognized the gravity of the situation, a surge of fierce determination igniting within him. Suddenly, Bulma recalled Goku's earlier mention of a new adversary and urgently inquired, Goku, the new enemy you mentioned, could it be that mysterious creature? Do you possess any knowledge? Goku responded, Well, I do have an unsettling feeling that a new enemy has emerged. I believe the disappearance of the city's populace is indeed linked to the being that emerged from that egg. However, I suspect its strength is not overly formidable, otherwise it would have revealed itself openly, so there is no need for excessive concern. At this juncture, Vegeta disdainfully interjected, Humph, regardless of the nature of the creature. Should it dare to show itself, I shall swiftly eliminate it. Suddenly, Gohan recalled his father's mention of a special ability and, filled with excitement, inquired, Father, aren't you capable of perceiving any corner of the earth? Can you locate that individual? Krillin, struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, Indeed, Gohan, you are quite astute. I cannot believe I overlooked that. Yamcha chimed in, Exactly. It is the same ability Goku used to detect the androids last time. I have a faint recollection of it. Trunks enthusiastically added, That would be splendid. Mr. Goku, please utilize that power to find out where he is. Goku, with a mysterious smile, replied, Heh. Locating that individual would indeed be a trivial task for me, but someone has already gone ahead. Tien, puzzled, asked, Who are you referring to? Our new ally. Kami Piccolo. Gohan responded, Kami Piccolo? Did he go with the Kami? Krillin asked, bewildered. Tien pondered, Isn't the Kami supposed to refrain from interfering in worldly affairs? Moreover, isn't the Kami's combat prowess rather limited? I hope Uncle Piccolo will be all right. I'm somewhat concerned he may encounter danger. Perhaps we should accompany him? Gohan expressed with a hint of worry. With a smile, Wukong gently ruffled Gohan's hair, assuring him, Rest assured, Gohan. The Piccolo of today is not the same as the one from the past. Do you remember when he fused with Nail on Namek? This time, he has merged with the Supreme Kai, which is why I refer to him as Supreme Kai Piccolo. His power has likely increased at least fivefold, rendering him more than capable of handling any peril. One could say the threat has been effectively neutralized. Chapter 57. Raditz Awakening, is that true? Gohan inquired, a look of delight spreading across his face. Indeed, absolutely true. So, you need not worry about him, Wukong replied with a smile. Gohan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Goku, expressing his desire to witness Uncle Piccolo's battle firsthand, eager to behold the might that his uncle now possessed. Trunks, standing nearby with a serious demeanor, interjected, Indeed, Mr. Goku, even if Mr. Piccolo's power has grown as you claim, I am concerned that the entity from the future may possess unique means of escape. If we all go, we can better prevent their flight. Vegeta, displaying impatience, retorted, Trunks, Do not forget that I can also teleport instantly. There is no need for Kakarot's intervention. Come, I have sensed Piccolo's energy. And he has indeed become 5 times stronger than before, making it a perfect opportunity for a spar. Very well, let us proceed together. Vegeta, you take Trunks ahead, while I accompany the others. The location where Piccolo recently lingered is precisely where that being is situated. We shall convene there, Goku proposed. All right, Trunks, let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta seized Trunks and placed 2 fingers on his forehead, vanishing instantaneously with a swift whoosh. As Goku observed the departure of Vegeta and Trunks, he turned to Gohan and spoke. Gohan, please lead everyone over there. I must return to the dragon ship briefly. I sense that your brother Raditz is on the verge of emerging from his slumber, and I will bring him along. We shall meet at Piccolo's location. Upon hearing this news, Gohan joyfully responded, yes, we will await your arrival at Uncle Piccolo's. Go ahead, Goku urged. Gohan gazed at Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, stating, everyone, hold on to my body. I shall transport you with instant transmission. Wow, I didn't expect you to have mastered Goku's instant transmission as well, Gohan. Your talent remains truly impressive. Krillin remarked, placing his hand on Gohan's shoulder. Well, it's not that remarkable. Although it requires some practice, it's not exceedingly difficult to learn. In fact, with time, you all could master it too. Besides, I have yet to reach my father's level of proficiency, Gohan replied, bashfully scratching his head and smiling. You're already quite remarkable. No wonder you are Goku's child. We appreciate your assistance, Gohan, Tien said, resting his hand on Gohan's other shoulder. Yamcha, with a slight smile, playfully grasped Gohan's hand and cheerfully remarked, Gohan, I never imagined you would become so powerful. If we encounter any danger later, be sure to protect us old-timers, all right? He concluded with a warm smile on his face. Gohan gazed at Yamcha, his eyes filled with resolve as he nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Uncle Tian Shinhan and Uncle Yamcha. If danger arises, I shall ensure everyone's safety. With that, he declared, let us depart now. Farewell, father. He gently waved his hand. Until we meet again. With a gentle smile, Goku gazed softly at Gohan, who, along with Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha, vanished in an instant. After their departure, Goku murmured to himself, well, it's time to pay a visit to my dear brother. He will surely be astounded by all that has transpired these past few days. With that, Goku's figure also vanished into thin air. In the Arctic, within the ice valley, the howling winds swept across the frozen terrain, the frigid air seemingly capable of freezing all life. Yet, amidst this extreme cold, a figure quietly materialized, none other than Son Wukong. Wukong extended his arms and took a deep breath. Ah, indeed, the air in this place is the finest. It seems that my elder brother has succeeded. As he felt the chill of the surrounding atmosphere, a wave of warmth surged within his heart. Wukong turned and entered a secluded ice valley. After pausing, he softly uttered, Dragon ship, disengage cloaking mode. In an instant, the empty space before Wukong transformed, revealing a colossal spacecraft that materialized from thin air, gradually descending to the ground with a deep, resonant roar. As the ship's hatch opened, a staircase descended gracefully, and the majestic voice of the dragon resounded, Welcome back, master. Aboard the dragon ship. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Wukong stepped aboard the spaceship. As he entered the cabin, his gaze was immediately drawn to a figure at the center of the ship. There, he beheld the golden-haired Raditz, eyes shut tight, peacefully seated in a lotus position upon the crimson floor, occasionally surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity. With a faint smile, Wukong approached Raditz and softly remarked, Brother, it appears you have succeeded. Congratulations. Ignoring the crackling arcs of electricity, Wukong gently patted Raditz's shoulder. Raditz opened his eyes and rose, exclaiming, Ah, Kakarot, you've returned. I have just recently achieved a breakthrough, and I must thank you for your guidance. Without your support, with my innate talent, I might never have attained this level. As he spoke, the electric arcs dissipated, and his hair returned to its original black hue. Wukong chuckled while scratching his head. Qiqi, what can I say? We are brothers. After all, it's only natural that we assist one another. How about stepping outside for a breath of fresh air? The world beyond has changed quite a bit. Haha. I was just thinking the same. After over 3 years of relentless training here, I feel like I'm suffocating. Where do you suggest we go? Raditz replied with a smile. Brother, why not join me outside? This spaceship isolates us from the outside world. Once you step out, you'll know exactly where to go, Wukong said mysteriously. All right. Raditz nodded eagerly in agreement. They then exited the spacecraft, one following the other. As they descended, Raditz sensed 2 powerful auras. Is that Piccolo and Vegeta? His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Wukong, questioning him. There is no mistaking it. That is definitely Piccolo's aura. And it seems to have grown significantly stronger. How did he become so formidable? And Vegeta, he has surpassed even Piccolo. Are they fighting? Raditz exclaimed. Indeed, brother. Piccolo has fused with the Supreme Kai, and the other presence must be the Super Saiyan at full power that I mentioned to you. Wukong explained with a nod and a smile. There is much more you're yet to discover. I'll share it all with you in due time. But for now, let us head over. Some intriguing events are unfolding. Absolutely. I haven't had the chance to stretch my legs in ages, and I must say, Piccolo's surprise has piqued my interest. I eagerly await our next encounter, Raditz declared, his fist clenched in excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. With that, Raditz placed 2 fingers to his forehead, and with a whoosh, he and Wukong vanished from their location in an instant. Chapter 58. The search for Cell. On a desolate island in the west, Piccolo and Vegeta faced each other, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Step aside. Have you not heard that Cell can grow stronger? Piccolo demanded, his brow furrowed, revealing his urgency and anger. Vegeta sneered, of course I have. That is precisely why I want to allow you to eliminate the newly matured Cell just yet. I want him to reach his perfect form before I defeat him myself. You are incredibly arrogant. If you continue down this path, you risk endangering all life on Earth. Letting Cell escape was an utterly foolish decision. Piccolo retorted, his face pale with rage, fists clenched as if ready to explode. My decision does not require your input. Vegeta smirked, a hint of disdain curling his lips. With that, Vegeta's body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging as he raised his fists and charged at Piccolo once more. Trunks and Gohan will certainly pursue Cell. You won't be able to stop me for long. Calmly, Piccolo responded, exuding an overwhelming aura. As his words echoed, he re-entered the fierce battle against Vegeta. The two clashed violently in midair, each encounter unleashing intense waves of energy. Their figures intertwined in the sky, occasionally descending and then soaring again, with the brilliance of the Wolf Fang fist illuminating the entire battlefield. However, it was evident that Piccolo held the advantage. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, leaving Vegeta gasping for breath. Stabilizing himself in the air, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yet, he maintained a composed smile. Quite impressive. I never anticipated you could overpower my Super Saiyan first stage second form. Nevertheless, this has heightened my expectations of you. Thus, as a reward, I shall take this battle a tad more seriously. Piccolo, wide-eyed and incredulous, questioned, What? Are you telling me you weren't exerting your full strength just now? Vegeta laughed heartily. Of course not. You should keep your eyes wide open. With that, his muscles began to swell dramatically before swiftly contracting, becoming more defined. An unparalleled formidable aura surged from within him, only to be perfectly contained moments later. Vegeta struck a provocative pose, confidently declaring, Before you stands, Super Vegeta. Gazing at Vegeta, Piccolo was filled with shock and awe. He murmured, Such power is simply unfathomable. I never imagined you harbored such formidable strength. What do you think? Do you still believe I cannot defeat the perfect Cell? Vegeta chuckled from the side. Perhaps. Your newfound power could indeed have the potential to vanquish the perfect Cell, Piccolo pondered, reluctantly conceding. Though hesitant, he could not deny the astonishment Vegeta's power inspired within him. Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed, Excellent, then you can merely observe and refrain from interrupting my plans. A confident smile graced his face. Just then, a familiar voice accompanied by applause resonated from above. Very well, I wholeheartedly support your ambition to defeat the strongest form of Cell. However, I must express my dissatisfaction with your approach. Both turned their gaze upward to see Goku and Raditz gradually descending before them. Goku smiled at Vegeta, while Raditz cheerfully greeted the two. Hi, Piccolo and Vegeta, it has been a while. Upon seeing Raditz and Goku, Piccolo's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he responded with surprise, Raditz, it's quite a rare occasion to see you. I thought you were in seclusion training. Upon hearing these words, Raditz's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, Alas, I have no choice. I have struggled for so long, but only recently have I succeeded. Vegeta, having reverted to his usual demeanor, gazed at Raditz with an air of arrogance, his tone laced with disdain. Raditz, I never expected you to take that step. At least you haven't brought shame upon our Saiyan race. At that moment, Goku interjected, Vegeta, do elaborate on your plan to transform Cell into his perfect form. Folding his arms confidently, Vegeta replied, My plan is quite simple, to prevent these beings from killing the current Cell and to provide him with an opportunity to escape. Once he fully evolves, he will undoubtedly seek me out for a battle, and as of now, my task is complete. Upon hearing this, Wukong did not feel satisfied. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently upon Vegeta's eyes and inquired, "Oh, is that so? It seems that Cell has not disclosed to you how he accomplished his subsequent evolution." "Has he?" Vegeta replied, "Indeed. I care not for the methods he employs. What matters is that he can transform into his perfect form within a short span." Piccolo interjected, "Old son, it appears that your unique abilities have granted you knowledge of matters unknown to us. Do not keep us in suspense. Please enlighten us." Wukong emanated a dark crimson aura, his gaze fixed intently upon Vegeta, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Indeed. The method for Cell to swiftly achieve his perfect form is quite simple. He must absorb androids 17 and 18, my dear uncle and wife. Thus, your plan is remarkably audacious." Super Vegeta. Vegeta shuddered, feeling an overwhelming pressure, and quickly responded, "I had no idea that Cell's evolution depended upon the absorption of 17 and 18. Had I known, I would not have allowed him to escape. Nevertheless, I have no time to pursue this matter further. However, I must warn you not to set your sights on my family. Otherwise, I may resort to some reckless actions. Do not forget that all your transformation techniques were taught to you by me. It would be wise not to stir up trouble, for I shall not let you off easily." With that, Wukong's aura dissipated, and he returned to the side of Raditz. Vegeta felt the oppressive force lift, his body relaxing as he let out a cold snort, choosing to remain silent. Piccolo inquired of Wukong, "Wukong, after that fellow fled, he concealed his energy. And everyone has gone in pursuit but may not succeed. Surely your ability can still locate Cell's position?" Wukong nodded, then closed his eyes to sense the positions of everyone present. After a moment, he opened his eyes and spoke, "Indeed, that fiend, Cell, is stealthily advancing towards the Baozi Mountain. Trunks and Krillin have just obliterated Dr. Gero's underground laboratory, while Gohan, along with Tien and Yamcha, is still on the hunt for Cell's whereabouts." Raditz, upon hearing these words, widened his eyes in astonishment, feeling as though the world had transformed during his absence. With incredulity, he inquired, "What? Kakarot, when did androids 18 and 17 become your wife and brother-in-law? And who is this Cell? Moreover, how is it that I am unaware of your capabilities?" However, Wukong did not immediately respond to Raditz's questions. Instead, with a grave expression, he informed him, "Brother, this is not the time for such discussions. You need only know that Cell is a villain of the same caliber as Frieza. Once we have dealt with Cell, we shall return home, and I will elucidate everything in detail." Hearing this, Raditz could only nod in agreement, though his heart brimmed with confusion. He chose to trust Kakarot's judgment. He then asked, "Very well, what shall we do now? I will lead you to Cell. Follow me." With that, Wukong extended a hand into the air. "All right." The three responded in unison, placing their hands upon Wukong's palm. With a flash of light, the four of them instantly vanished from their location. Chapter 59, The Cunning Cell in the Blink of an Eye. Wukong had brought the three to the foot of Baozi Mountain. "Look, there he is." Wukong pointed towards a figure not far away. Following Wukong's gesture, they beheld a creature whose main body was a deep green, its skin appearing rough, reminiscent of an insect's exoskeleton. Its head was relatively small, resembling that of a lizard, with large, protruding eyes laced with crimson veins, emanating an aura of coldness and malevolence. Its mouth resembled a breathing mask, lacking distinct lips, with serrated edges revealing sharp teeth. And it possessed no nose, only two small holes for respiration. Its fingers and toes were each comprised of three elongated, sharp digits akin to claws. The tail was slender and elongated, tapering to a sharp point, with irregularly distributed spots of lighter shades, a blend of pale green and yellow, exuding an air of eeriness. Overall, the creature's form was lean and elongated. Cell was stealthily hiding behind a tree, glancing furtively from side to side, seemingly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine, sending a shiver down his body, as though cold eyes were fixated upon him from the shadows, instilling a profound sense of unease. "Haha. At last, I have found you, Cell." At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from afar, shattering the tranquility of the surroundings. Cell was startled by the sudden sound. His body quivered violently, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. He swiftly turned around, his face betraying a look of terror, only to find Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta standing not far away. Upon catching sight of Raditz, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossed his eyes. Goku exclaimed, I never expected you would find me so swiftly. And who is that person beside you? Cell's gaze fell upon Raditz, his brow furrowing in curiosity towards the stranger. He is my brother, Raditz. Goku promptly introduced. Oh, I see, Cell nodded thoughtfully. I recall from my database that you were supposedly killed by Piccolo long ago. How is it that you appear here now? Have you been resurrected? With that, a sinister smile crept across Cell's lips, as if he were concocting some nefarious scheme. What? When was I ever killed by Piccolo? What nonsense are you spouting? Raditz retorted, his anger flaring as he prepared to strike. Wukong hurriedly stepped forward to intercept Raditz, exclaiming, "Oh dear brother, please remain calm. That individual, much like Trunks, has traversed from the future. Moreover, the future world he hails from is distinctly different from our current reality. It is possible that he has made an error." Raditz returned to his original stance and coldly snorted, "Humph, very well. Today, I find myself in a good mood, and as a magnanimous being, I shall not hold this against you. However, do ensure that your tongue is straightened before you speak next time. Could it be that this world truly differs from the one I originally inhabited?" Mused Cell, a hint of surprise in his voice. "No wonder you formidable beings are so powerful. This indeed exceeds my expectations." Piccolo stepped forward, ready to strike at Cell, his impatience evident as he remarked, "Enough of your prattle, you malevolent creature. There is no escape for you now. Vanish obediently." Cell's expression darkened as he gazed at Piccolo, filled with reluctance and fear. Yet he feigned composure, attempting to buy time. "Wait," he queried with a hint of panic. "Before I meet my end, I have one question. How did you find me?" Piccolo let out a cold laugh, reveling in his triumph as he replied, "This is all thanks to Wukong's unique ability. Even if you were to flee and conceal your energy, Wukong would effortlessly locate you. Therefore, surrender your struggle." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise and despair flickered in Cell's eyes. He had previously believed he could evade capture, but now it seemed all was in vain. So that is how it is, Cell thought, his expression one of disbelief as he had not anticipated Wukong possessed such prowess. Realizing his escape was impossible, he resolved to resort to old tactics, placing his hopes on the rogue Prince Vegeta. "Vegeta," he implored, "I have yet to attain my perfect form. Surely you do not wish for me to perish so easily? Once I achieve my perfect state, my power will be immensely formidable, to the point where I could even defeat you. You desire for me to become perfect, do you not?" Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed with a smirk. "Humph, pray tell. How do you intend to reach your perfect form?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Cell eagerly responded, "I merely need to absorb androids 17 and 18. And it will be swift. Once I have absorbed them, I shall instantly become perfect. If you could just delay them for a moment longer, I could locate androids 17 and 18, and then attain my perfect form. What say you?" At that moment, Wukong interjected, "Not a chance. You may not be aware, but android 18 is my wife, and android 17 is my brother-in-law. You shall not lay a finger on them." The word struck Cell with an astonishment that echoed for 100,000 years. After a contemplation lasting 2.5 seconds, Cell concluded that Vegeta would likely no longer be inclined to assist him. Even if he were willing, he could only fend off one adversary, leaving Cell with no chance of escape. Consequently, Cell took a deep breath. His entire form began to swell, muscles expanding to an even more formidable size, as he resolved to exert his utmost strength against the foe before him. "It seems you intend to resist to the bitter end," Piccolo observed, promptly elevating his own energy in preparation for Cell's impending assault. At that moment, Raditz suddenly grabbed Piccolo, signaling him to retreat. "Piccolo, I haven't fought in a long time. Allow me to step in and teach that scoundrel a lesson." Raditz's tone was laced with enthusiasm and anticipation. Piccolo furrowed his brow, glancing at Goku, who nodded in affirmation. He trusted Raditz possessed the requisite power to confront Cell. Thus, Piccolo withdrew to the sidelines, ceding the battlefield to Raditz. At that instant, a cunning smile unexpectedly spread across Cell's grotesque, contorted visage. He swiftly spread his fingers wide and raised his hands before his eyes, bellowing, "Solar flare." In an instant, an unparalleled brilliance erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, their eyes overwhelmed by the blinding light, rendering them momentarily incapable of sight. Chapter 60. Cell's regeneration plan. Seizing this opportunity, Cell abruptly pivoted, soaring away like a meteor streaking across the sky. "This is bad. That fiend is attempting to escape." Piccolo was the first to perceive Cell's intent, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he prepared to give chase. However, just as he was about to spring into action, Goku reached out to stop him. "Do not worry. He cannot flee," Goku replied calmly. confidence sparkling in his eyes. He continued with a measured tone, remember, as long as he remains on Earth, even if he attempts to conceal his energy, I can still pinpoint his exact location with my unique abilities. With that, Goku narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had already locked onto the direction of Cell's escape. At that moment, 5 voices echoed from behind Goku. Dad. Goku. 3. Mr. Goku. As Wukong turned around, he beheld Gohan accompanied by Krillin and 3 others, emerging from behind. Ah, everyone, you responded rather swiftly, Wukong remarked with a smile. Gohan cast a glance at Vegeta, who was standing with his arms crossed, and then turned to Goku, saying, Dad, we just sensed Cell's energy. I gathered everyone and used instant transmission to bring them here. What is the current situation? Where's Cell? Indeed, Goku. Could it be that Cell has escaped? Krillin inquired hastily. Yes, I was careless and got caught off guard by a solar flare. He seized the opportunity to slip away. Goku replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What? I can't believe Cell can even utilize my solar flare. I heard from Piccolo that he used the special beam cannon and Kamehameha before we arrived, Tien exclaimed in shock. To think he can wield others' techniques, what manner of creature is Cell? Krillin gaped in disbelief. He's quite the cunning adversary. It seems defeating him will not be an easy task. Raditz remarked, furrowing his brow with a serious expression. Piccolo, maintaining a grave demeanor, stated, in truth, this isn't insurmountable. I was too hasty earlier and only managed to relay a fraction of the information, based on the intelligence I gathered during my confrontation with him. Cell is the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, and his body is a fusion of our cells and combat data. This grants him the ability to employ all our techniques, and he can continuously evolve by absorbing energy from others. After hearing this, the group was once again left in stunned silence. However, Goku chuckled, Isn't he just a patchwork of abilities? There's nothing to fear, you needn't panic. Trunks, anxiously interjecting, urged, Mr. Goku, please ensure you eliminate this dangerous foe. Wukong nodded solemnly in response, assuring them, rest assured. I shall exert my utmost efforts to eliminate this foe. Gohan, with an expression laden with anxiety and unease, inquired, Father, what shall we do now? Piccolo reassured him, saying, Gohan, do not fret. Let us not forget Wukong's unique abilities. As long as we are willing, we can locate him at any moment, right, old son? With unwavering confidence. Wukong nodded and replied, Indeed, you need not worry excessively. That fellow shall certainly not escape my grasp. Trunks, brimming with anticipation, inquired, Mr. Wukong. Then where exactly is Cell at this moment? With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Wukong remarked, That fellow, Cell, has not strayed too far. Had he done so, you would have detected his absence long ago. At this very moment, he is concealed within a small cave nestled in the second hill ahead. It is truly amusing. I had clearly informed him of my abilities, yet he remains incredulous. Upon hearing this news, Yamcha was filled with excitement and eagerly exclaimed, That is splendid. Let us hasten to capture him. However, Wukong gestured for everyone to remain calm. Do not rush. That fellow is certain to be cornered. Moreover, my sentiments align with Vegeta's. I wish for Cell to achieve his perfect form before we decisively vanquish him. Suddenly, Piccolo interjected, By the way, old son, your mention of this reminds me. While I do not concur with allowing Cell to attain his perfect form before defeating him, what was that method you previously mentioned for enabling Cell to reach his perfect state without assimilating androids 17 and 18? With a mysterious smile, Wukong revealed a set of pearly white teeth, chuckling softly. Heh, it's quite simple. If I am not mistaken, that individual must possess the cells of our scion race as well as those of you Namekians, Piccolo. Piccolo nodded in agreement, responding, Indeed, that seems to be the case. However, what does this have to do with the other method that allows Cell to achieve his perfect form? His brow furrowed, Piccolo was filled with uncertainty. Wukong, without any preamble, directly stated, Of course there is a connection. When we scions recover from severe injuries or near death, our combat power significantly enhances. If my memory serves me correctly, Piccolo, your Namekian cells should have the ability to regenerate automatically, right? After saying this, Wukong broke into a smile. Upon hearing this, Piccolo suddenly understood, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes, and he quickly replied, I see now. How could I have overlooked this? So we can leverage this to allow Cell to reach his perfect form without needing to absorb androids 17 and 18. Wukong, while your idea may seem somewhat uncertain, it is worth a try. The others, aside from Piccolo and Wukong, were left bewildered, completely unable to grasp the meaning behind their exchange. Gohan, Filled with curiosity, asked Piccolo. What did you understand? I didn't catch on at all. Piccolo gently patted Gohan's head and explained. It's quite simple, really. Old Son intends to conduct an experiment to validate a rather fantastical notion. He plans to bring Cell to the brink of death and then allow him to recover, to see if he will continue to evolve. Upon a moment of enlightenment, Wufan exclaimed, "Ah, now I comprehend your words. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Aside from Vegeta and Raditz, who nodded in partial understanding, the others remained perplexed. Raditz inquired, Kakarot, did you not mention that the effects of the revival upon death would diminish progressively until they vanished entirely? Wukong's eyes shimmered with the glint of cunning. He, well said. However, Cell has yet to experience this. The results are sure to be remarkable. First, we shall bring him to the brink of death, then allow him to recover. Perhaps this will stimulate the cells within him to evolve once more, rendering him even more formidable. This is merely my conjecture. We can only ascertain its validity through experimentation. Come, follow me as I lead you to him. With that, Wukong and the others instantaneously teleported, vanishing from their original location. Chapter 61. Perfect Cell. Meanwhile, hidden within his cave, Cell suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and sneezed. What is happening? Could it be that my constitution is susceptible to illness? That shouldn't be the case, yet I cannot shake the feeling of being watched, as if something ominous has set its sights upon me. A sense of unease washed over Cell, as he sensed a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, observing him. This sensation made him uncomfortable, as if danger was encroaching upon him. Resolute, he decided to venture outside for a better view. Upon exiting the cave, he was met with an unsettling silence. Not a whisper of wind stirred the air. Cell furrowed his brow, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. At that moment, a powerful wave of blue energy suddenly manifested in the sky, hurtling directly towards him. Cell hastily attempted to evade it, but the blue light pursued him relentlessly, akin to a homing missile. Despite his utmost efforts to escape, the light drew ever closer, ultimately enveloping him completely. Cell's eyes widened in terror. He had never fathomed he would find himself on the receiving end of such a dreadful attack. In the blinding radiance, he was vaporized, the majority of his body vanishing in an instant, leaving only the remnants above his forehead. High above, Wukong and his companions descended slowly, their feet touching the ground as they gazed intently at the remnants of Cell not far ahead. Vegeta, brow furrowed, turned to Wukong with an air of confusion and inquired, Kakarot, this seems rather ruthless. What if Cell is unable to recover and dies right here? Upon hearing these words, Wukong revealed a faint smile, shaking his head as he replied, there is no need for concern. Cell possesses remarkable vitality, and this injury is inconsequential to him. Nearby, Piccolo, feeling a sense of relief, casually remarked, it would be for the best if he perished. It would simplify matters greatly and immediately eliminate the threat to Earth. As Wukong gazed at the writhing and regenerating mass on the ground, he turned to Vegeta and offered a faint smile. Rest assured, Vegeta, this creature's regenerative abilities likely surpass those of Piccolo. Such minor wounds should be no challenge for him. Let us wait and observe. At that moment, the flesh atop Cell's forehead convulsed violently on the ground, undulating as if it possessed a consciousness of its own, creating a scene both eerie and grotesque. The mass incessantly mended and grew downward, resembling a monstrous worm, sending chills down the spine. Witnessing such a grotesque and sanguinary spectacle, Krillin and Yamcha could no longer contain themselves, retching as their stomachs churned violently. Meanwhile, Piccolo furrowed his brow, fully aware that this sight was far too cruel for Gohan. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Gohan, shielding him from the horrific vision. Even the typically resolute Trunks turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Gazing at the distressed crowd, Wukong felt a pang of compassion and hastily spoke, you all should leave this place for now and come to my home for a while. Once my plan is executed, I shall summon you to return. After hearing this, Krillin retched again, his face paling as he replied, all right, Wukong. I shall leave this in your capable hands for the moment. With that, he covered his mouth, suppressing his discomfort, and flew towards Wukong's residence. Wukong. I am also following Krillin. Do remember to call for me later. Yamcha wiped the remnants of his sickness from the corner of his mouth, casting a complex glance at Wukong before resolutely trailing behind Krillin. Their speed was remarkable, as if they were eager to flee from this dreadful place. As Wukong surveyed the scene before him, a wave of helplessness surged within his heart. He understood that these individuals could scarcely endure such a sight. Yet there was little that could be done. He turned his gaze towards Gohan, who was shielded behind Piccolo, and the already turned away Trunks, letting out a silent sigh. Tianjin, please take Trunks and Gohan back for now. I shall call for you shortly, Wukong said to Tianjin, who remained unresponsive. After a moment of contemplation, Tianjin grasped Wukong's intention. Although he yearned to stay and assist, he was acutely aware of his limited efficacy in such a dire situation. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall meet again shortly. Let us depart, Trunks, Gohan. Trunks offered an awkward smile. I apologize, Mr. Wukong. I too find this scene overwhelming. I will take my leave now. With that, Trunks grasped Gohan's hand, following Tianjin as they departed from the scene. With a gentle smile, Wukong gazed at the departing figures. Inhaling deeply as thoughts crossed his mind, I should not have brought these individuals here, subjecting them to unnecessary suffering. Subsequently, he utilized his energy to hurl the grotesque mass still undergoing transformation into human form into the cavern. Addressing the remaining Vegeta, Raditz, and Piccolo, he cautioned them to remain vigilant, for the creature might launch an attack once fully restored. All right, the trio exclaimed in unison, each assuming a combat stance. After a brief pause, an arrogant laughter echoed from within the cave, accompanied by the sound of footsteps emerging. Ha 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 ha. This power is truly magnificent. I must express my gratitude to you, Son Goku. As they turned to investigate the source of the voice, they beheld Cell stepping out of the cavern. His appearance having undergone a remarkable transformation. He emanated an overwhelming aura, his physique now robust and strikingly handsome, a stark contrast to his previous lanky and grotesque form. He stood tall and imposing, with a perfectly proportioned figure, his light green skin smooth and glistening. The contours of his muscles were defined and flowing, with broad shoulders, a solid chest, and a taut abdomen. His head was small yet exquisite, featuring a full forehead and a sharp chin, his large, expressive eyes possessing dark pupils set against pristine whites, reflecting a cold confidence. His arms were long and powerful, muscles well-developed, with fingers that were slender and agile. Nails sharp as claws, his legs were formidable, with robust thighs and toned calves, and his feet bore unique patterns. A pair of black wings resembling those of an insect extended from his back, while his tail, sharp as a steel whip, retracted into the wings. A slight smirk graced Cell's lips, his expression radiating pride, with a glint of confidence in his gaze as he softly taunted, Son Goku. Are you satisfied with my current form? Wukong gazed at Cell, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes, yet he swiftly regained his composure. With a satisfied nod, he smiled and remarked, well, quite impressive. I must admit, I did not foresee you bypassing the second form to ascend directly to your perfected state. I thought it would require another round of my efforts, but it seems you saved me some time. Wukong's tone was relaxed, as if he were entirely unconcerned by Cell's transformation. Chapter 62, Piccolo vs. Cell. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Cell's expression shifted slightly, a surge of anger and disappointment swelling within him. He had anticipated that Wukong would react with fear or astonishment at his new form. Yet the calmness of Wukong's response was utterly unexpected. Through gritted teeth, Cell retorted, Son Goku, do not become too complacent. I am now in my perfected form, and that is more than sufficient to deal with you. With that declaration, a formidable aura emanated from him, disturbing the very air around them and conjuring a fierce gust of wind. As Wukong sensed the aura of Shenron, a satisfied smile graced his face. Now this is more like it. However, I believe there is still room for your evolution. How about a self-detonation? How do you know I am capable of self-detonation? Shenron replied, taken aback by Wukong's words, feeling an increased sense of caution. Without any concern, Wukong continued to inquire, you need not worry about that. Simply tell me whether it will explode or not. He chuckled, Son Wukong, how dare you underestimate me? It appears I must demonstrate my newfound power. With that, Cell charged toward Wukong with astonishing speed. Wukong swiftly dodged to the side, exclaiming, why do you get anxious when I merely speak a few words to you? I shall not let you escape, Son Wukong, shouted Cell, missing his punch and quickly turning to strike again. Just then, Lattice, transformed into a Super Saiyan, rushed forward to block the assault. Cell, I have already warned you that I will teach you a lesson. If you wish to confront Kakarot, you must first overcome me. Get out of my way. With a furious roar, Cell's energy surged dramatically, his white aura blazing like an inferno, prompting Lattice to retreat and create distance. It was unexpected that Cell's perfect form possessed such power. Very well, Lattice, step aside and allow me to confront him first, Piccolo said eagerly from the sidelines. Fine. But Cell's current strength does not pique my interest. You two possess similar energy levels, so I will grant you this exceptional training opportunity. With that, Lattice instantaneously teleported beside Piccolo. Thanks, Piccolo said, patting Lattice on the shoulder. Though your energies may be comparable, exercise caution. Cell may still be concealing power beyond what we perceive. Proceed with prudence, Wukong cautioned from the side. Understood, I will be vigilant, Piccolo replied. You, Piccolo. I finally have the chance to engage in a proper battle with you. Last time, you feigned weakness and tried to bait me. After your little game, you nearly ended my life. I shall repay the humiliation tenfold. Anger ignited in Cell's eyes as he prepared to face Piccolo. Enough with the chatter. Let us commence the battle, Piccolo declared confidently. Very well, as you wish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cell vanished from sight. Reappearing behind Piccolo and delivering a powerful kick. Piccolo reacted quickly, turning to block the blow. Cell, spare me these trivial tricks. Show me your true abilities, Piccolo said. His expression grave. He immediately distanced himself from Cell, soaring into the sky. Cell pursued relentlessly, leading to an intense exchange of offense and defense in midair, their muscles colliding before they separated again. In a flash, Piccolo appeared before Cell, fist clenched tightly, launching a fierce strike that stirred a gust of wind. Unfazed, Cell raised his hand and effortlessly deflected Piccolo's attack. Though startled, Piccolo did not falter. He swiftly adjusted his stance and struck again. Their battle was a fierce back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. The fight transitioned from the sky to the ground and back again, igniting a new round of pursuit and energy blasts. Piccolo hastily employed the princess technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Cell. Cell nimbly evaded, most of the blasts whizzing past him. With a mocking laugh, Cell taunted, "Ha ha ha, Piccolo, where are you aiming? None of your attacks have even grazed me." Piccolo smiled faintly and said, "Oh, is that so? Then watch closely." He then raised his hand, fingers spread wide, and shouted, "Gather." Suddenly, Cell realized something and quickly glanced behind him, only to find a multitude of energy blasts rapidly converging towards him, leaving him no time to evade. Damn it, I was careless. In the next moment, all the energy blasts struck Cell midair, engulfing his figure in a massive cloud of dust. Piccolo understood that such an attack would not be sufficient to defeat his opponent, so he swiftly placed 2 fingers on his forehead to gather energy, exclaiming, "Special beam cannon." The energy wave, imbued with Piccolo's full power, shot towards the center of the smoke, striking its target with precision. Before long, the dust settled, and Piccolo stood frozen in shock. No, this cannot be. Is this a Super Saiyan? Before him stood Cell, enveloped in a golden aura, his presence significantly amplified, unharmed and hovering in the air. A hint of admiration gracing his features as he smirked and proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, quite impressive, Piccolo. To force me to use this form, you possess some strength. However, you did not anticipate this. With Saiyan cells coursing through my veins, I too can transform into a Super Saiyan. This is where your journey ends." A jolt of surprise coursed through Piccolo. He had believed he could triumph over Cell, but at this moment, the chasm between them seemed insurmountable. Cell slowly continued, "Haha, did you not see this coming, Piccolo? I have surpassed you, becoming an even more formidable entity. Now, what means do you possess to halt my advance?" With a provocative stance, Cell awaited Piccolo's assault, exuding confidence in his newfound power. Piccolo gritted his teeth, determination shining in his eyes, unwilling to concede. "Damn it, Cell. Even if you have become a Super Saiyan, what of it? I will not give up easily." He charged at Cell once more. However, Cell effortlessly dodged Piccolo's attack and retaliated. "Piccolo, your strength is still far from sufficient." As his words echoed, a surge of immense energy erupted from Cell, sending Piccolo flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood, acutely aware that his body had reached its limits. Yet, he remained resolute, struggling to rise and prepare for another onslaught against Cell. Just then, Goku stepped forward to intercept Piccolo, tossing him a senzu bean, his expression grave. "Piccolo, you have done your best. Leave the rest to us. Rest assured, we are confident in our ability to defeat that fiend." Chapter 63, Raditz Versus. Cell after receiving the senzu bean, Piccolo consumed it and immediately regained his stamina and healed his injuries. He cast a lingering glance into Goku's eyes, revealing a trace of reluctance and resignation, despite his unwillingness to accept the reality. He understood that he was no longer a match for Cell and could only hope that Goku and the others would triumph over him. Piccolo seemed to have more to say, but ultimately exhaled softly. "Well then, I entrust the rest to you." With that, he gently descended to the ground and stood firmly beside Vegeta. Vegeta smirked slightly, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "Humph, Piccolo, it seems you have reached your limit. His tone was laced with mockery and disdain. Piccolo, however, disregarded Vegeta's provocation, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Goku and Cell in the sky. At that moment, Cell sensed Piccolo's scrutiny, turning to face him with a contemptuous smile. Looking at Goku before him, Cell smirked, his eyes glinting with cunning. Son Goku, are you finally ready to make your move? Wukong casually waved his hand, responding with a smile. Oh dear, why are you in such a hurry again? I understand your eagerness, but do take a moment to collect yourself. Your opponent is down there. It is your turn, brother. As he spoke, Wukong's gaze shifted towards Raditz on the ground. Finally, it's my time to shine. Upon hearing Wukong call his name, Raditz sprang into the air, positioning himself beside Wukong. Kakarot, fret not. I shall handle this Cell on my own. Raditz's face radiated confidence and pride, as if victory was already within his grasp. Vegeta, having watched the unfolding drama for some time, could no longer contain himself. He soared to Wukong's side, shouting indignantly, Hey, Kakarot. Why does that Raditz get to go first? I arrived before him. I should be the one to battle Cell. His eyes burned with fury, clearly displeased with Wukong's decision. Wukong, I recognize your formidable strength and your desire to showcase your power, he continued. But as the Prince of the Scions, shouldn't you make a grand entrance? It would be more advantageous for you to wait until Cell has grown even stronger before you engage. Wukong patted Vegeta's shoulder, his tone both teasing and laden with respect and trust. Although Vegeta was somewhat displeased by Wukong's words, he eventually nodded, reluctantly acquiescing to Wukong's plan. Impatiently swatting Wukong's hand away, he huffed, Fine, then. He then turned his gaze toward Raditz, a glimmer of menace in his eyes. Raditz, heed my warning. If you accidentally defeat Cell, you shall face my wrath. With that, Vegeta gradually descended toward the ground. Meanwhile, Cell had overheard Vegeta's remarks, and a surge of rage ignited within him. He felt deeply belittled and insulted by Vegeta's disdain. With fury, he charged at the descending Vegeta, fists raised, and bellowed, How dare you underestimate me? You shall pay for this insolence. However, Vegeta did not even glance back, just as Cell's fist was about to connect. Raditz suddenly appeared before him, effortlessly blocking the attack. With a cold demeanor, Raditz addressed Cell. Cell, I trust you've heard. Your current adversary is none other than me. Raditz. Cell glared at Raditz, his eyes flashing with rage. You, insufferable nuisance. Very well, I shall eliminate you first. Raditz smirked, replying. Then let us see what you are capable of. Upon concluding their dialogue, the two ascended into the lofty heavens, engaging in a fierce confrontation. They moved at astonishing speeds, colliding intermittently as their attacks and defenses intertwined seamlessly in a relentless pursuit. Employing every conceivable method of assault, they exchanged blows with a combination of fist and feet, each taking turns in offense and defense. Nevertheless, despite Cell's utmost efforts, his strength proved insufficient against Raditz, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. After yet another intense exchange, Cell could no longer endure the relentless onslaught and abruptly retreated, creating distance between himself and Raditz. He spat blood from his mouth, wiping the crimson stain from his lips. His gaze fixed intently on Raditz, who, with his golden hair and piercing blue eyes, emanated a composed yet dismissive aura. In a fit of rage, Cell shouted, Damn it. Raditz, I never anticipated your power surpassing mine. I am the epitome of perfection. How can this be? His voice brimmed with dissatisfaction and fury. As his exclamation echoed, his muscles began to swell rapidly, transforming his already formidable physique into something even more colossal. Simultaneously, his energy surged dramatically, an overwhelming force erupting from within, causing the very air around him to quiver. The golden aura enveloping him flickered violently, reminiscent of blazing flames. This formidable presence stirred up a tempest, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Once steadied, Cell charged once more at Raditz, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky with unparalleled might. Each step he took resonated with a thunderous boom, as if the earth itself trembled beneath his weight. Now this is interesting. Come at me, Cell, Raditz remarked, a glimmer of excitement gracing his lips as he observed Cell's transformation and renewed assault. In an instant, Raditz surged forward to meet him, his speed akin to lightning slicing through the air. The two collided like celestial bodies, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The impact generated shockwaves that swept through the surroundings, shrouding everything in dust and obscurity. Within the haze, the silhouettes of Cell and Raditz flickered in and out of visibility as they exchanged blows, each strike resulting in tremors akin to earthquakes. Cell's strength continued to escalate, his skin shimmering with a green luminescence, his eyes reflecting a frenzied combat spirit. Raditz, agile and evasive, deftly dodged Cell's onslaught while launching ferocious counterattacks. The battle intensified, each combatant refusing to yield. Ultimately, Cell unleashed a formidable strike, but Raditz sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to Cell's abdomen. Cell was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several mountains. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he roared in fury. Why? Why is this happening? Why can't I defeat you? Chapter 64, Vegeta vs. The combat form of Cell at this moment, Goku, who was observing from the sidelines, calmly remarked, "Since you have inquired with such sincerity, I shall graciously enlighten you. Raditz's current form is not merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. I refer to this form as the Super Saiyan Full Power." Ignoring the bewildered expression on Cell's face, Goku continued. "I wonder if you have noticed that your current colossal muscular form focuses solely on strength while neglecting speed. Moreover, much of your energy is exceedingly unstable, rapidly depleting during battle. In this state, you are no match for my brother's Super Saiyan Full Power. The Super Saiyan Full Power, on the other hand, is distinct. It not only bestows immense strength upon the user but also maintains swiftness, representing a true and comprehensive enhancement," Goku imparted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Cell contemplated. "I never realized that my excessive pursuit of strength had led me to overlook such a significant flaw. It seems I must make some improvements." Before he finished speaking, Cell closed his eyes tightly, and his body began to emanate a brilliant light, his energy soaring before swiftly condensing. His exaggerated muscles contracted, becoming more defined. Then, Cell abruptly opened his eyes, feeling the power within him, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. I never imagined your words to be true. This power is indeed my perfect battle form. I owe you a great debt of gratitude, Son Goku." Wukong sensed the formidable power emanating from his opponent, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he contemplated the situation. He marveled at the astonishing talent of Cell, far surpassing that of Vegeta and Raditz, who had spent considerable time mastering their transformations. This individual, however, had effortlessly acquired such prowess from a mere suggestion of his. Truly, his painstaking efforts in nurturing this warrior were not in vain. The strength displayed was indeed remarkable. He was eager to witness just how powerful Cell truly was. Raditz assumed a defensive stance, bracing himself for Cell's impending assault. With a thunderous roar, Cell unleashed a torrent of golden energy, surging towards Raditz with unstoppable force. Unfazed, Raditz met the challenge head-on, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. The battle raged on, each combatant delivering and receiving strikes in a relentless struggle. Wukong, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of astonishment. He had initially believed that Cell's recent mastery of the Super Saiyan form would leave him lacking in power. Yet, to his surprise, Cell's combat prowess was remarkably high, rivaling that of Raditz. As time progressed, the intensity of the battle escalated. Cell's strength continued to swell, gradually gaining the upper hand, with his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious, leaving Raditz struggling to defend himself. Ultimately, Cell seized upon a moment of vulnerability, delivering a decisive kick that sent Raditz hurtling through the air. Raditz crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. With palpable excitement, Wukong clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly remarkable, Sheru. Your progress is astonishing." Sheru, with a self-satisfied smile, replied, "Ha ha ha. I owe much of this to your guidance, Son Goku. Now, how will you respond to me?" With a mischievous grin, he continued, Your next opponent has been eagerly awaiting this moment. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta?" Upon hearing this, Wukong turned to see Vegeta, transformed into a fully powered Super Saiyan, poised and ready for battle. Vegeta erupted into laughter, declaring, "Ha ha ha. At last. It is my turn, Sheru. Are you prepared to meet your demise?" With that, he positioned himself directly opposite Sheru. Wukong tossed a magical bean to Raditz, who, upon consuming it, immediately healed his injuries. Expressing his dissatisfaction, he remarked, "Kakarot, you are aware that I am still capable of fighting. Why did you not allow me to continue?" Goku gently patted Raditz on the shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Brother, after all, both Piccolo and you have faced Cell, while Vegeta has yet to engage in battle. If you were to unleash that power and eliminate Cell, it would spoil the fun. Why not join me and Piccolo on the sidelines to observe the fight?" With that said, Raditz approached Piccolo, exchanged a knowing glance, and then took his place beside him. Cell, upon hearing Goku's words, expressed his dissatisfaction. Hey, Kakarot, did I hear you correctly? I have defeated Raditz, and you just claimed he could kill me? What nonsense are you spouting?" Wukong, reluctant to engage in prolonged conversation with Cell, lamented, it's nothing, really. I merely spoke in jest. You should promptly commence your battle with Vegeta. He is indeed stronger than Raditz, so exercise caution. Vegeta, with a dismissive flick of his finger, impatiently interjected, Cell? Cease your pointless banter with Kakarot and come forth to face me. TCH, Vegeta, you appear quite confident. Very well, I shall see what you are capable of. With that, Cell prepared to strike, when suddenly, Wukong tossed a senzu bean towards him, exclaiming, Cell, catch. Instinctively, Cell grasped the object. Recognizing it as the very sustenance Wukong had previously offered to Piccolo and Raditz, and without hesitation, consumed it. In the next moment, his injuries were entirely healed, and his strength significantly amplified. Feeling the surge of power, Cell inquired with curiosity, Son Goku, what is this bean? How does it possess such extraordinary powers? This is a senzu bean, a sacred healing remedy cultivated by the gods. You have already experienced its effects, and it is indeed quite rare, Wukong replied nonchalantly. Why would you give this to me? Are you not fearful that I might defeat you and annihilate all of humanity? Wukong remarked, I offer this to you, considering the amusement you have provided to Piccolo and Raditz. Vegeta would prefer not to engage in battle with someone who has exhausted their strength. Furthermore, I am unperturbed by your threats to annihilate humanity, for you shall never conquer us. Damn you, Son Goku. I shall make you regret those words. Cell retorted, his voice seething with rage. Vegeta, with an arrogant gesture, interjected, Hey, I don't have the luxury of time to waste on you. If you're going to fight, come over here quickly. Ha ha ha, just as I expected from you, Vegeta. You speak with such bravado. Let us see if you possess the capability to back it up. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, Cell charged towards Vegeta. Noticing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. With arms crossed and exuding immense confidence, he declared, Come on, Cell. Show me if you are worthy of being my opponent. Cell moved swiftly, and with a fierce shout, Vegeta met him head-on. Cell unleashed a flurry of punches, and Vegeta countered with his own. Their fists collided, producing a deep thudding sound, while energy waves intertwined in the air, enveloping the battlefield in a blinding brilliance. Cell then unleashed several energy blasts. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, immediately retaliating with a kick aimed at Cell's abdomen. Cell leapt back, gathering energy to launch an energy wave. Vegeta crossed his arms to defend. The energy wave exploded before him, yet he remained unscathed. Child's play. Vegeta bellowed, his golden aura intensifying as he surged with power. Chapter 65. The True Power of Vegeta. Subsequently, Vegeta concentrated energy in his hands, launching a barrage of energy spheres at Cell with astonishing speed. These spheres fell like a torrential rain, each bearing immense destructive force, aimed squarely at Cell. Cell nimbly leapt into the air, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Then, he dove down at great speed, attempting to strike Vegeta with his fist. Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. He had anticipated this move. Just as Cell was about to reach him, Vegeta instantaneously relocated to the side, avoiding the attack. He then unleashed his ultimate flash, a dazzling beam of light streaking towards Cell like a bolt of lightning. Half of Cell's body was vaporized, yet in the next instant, the vanished limbs quickly regenerated. Continuing their charge towards Vegeta, Indeed, you possess some skill. Vegeta sneered coldly, gathering his energy once more, poised to launch a new wave of assault. Cell, equally resolute, exhibited an eerie gleam in his eyes, his aura intensifying with formidable strength. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch, making it difficult to discern a victor. Their battle was exceptionally intense, each collision generating tremendous waves of energy, as if the very air surrounding them were being torn asunder. The figures of Vegeta and Cell intertwined in the sky, their punches and kicks weaving together into a breathtaking spectacle. Their powers were evenly matched, and neither could easily vanquish the other. Amidst the ferocious conflict, Vegeta gradually mastered several techniques, skillfully employing instantaneous movement and counterattacks to trouble Cell significantly. Meanwhile, Cell, with his formidable regenerative capabilities and versatile assault strategies, maintained relentless pressure on Vegeta. As time wore on, Cell's strength surged with each confrontation, while Vegeta began to find himself at a disadvantage, gradually succumbing to fatigue, his movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Cell unleashed a more ferocious onslaught, overwhelming Vegeta and leaving him defenseless. Under Cell's tempestuous barrage, Vegeta's injuries worsened significantly. However, Cell offered no respite, launching yet another powerful attack that sent Vegeta crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Vegeta's lips bled slightly, his eyes blazing with defiance and fury. With a swift retreat, His expression darkened as if drenched in despair, and he roared in anger towards Goku. Kakarot, I can no longer endure this. Cell has grown so powerful. Surely, I can unleash that kind of strength now? Wukong gazed intently at the figure of Cell before him, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding. Indeed, the time is nearly upon us. If you believe you can harness that power, then feel free to wield it. However, remember not to slay Cell, for there are others who must confront him to hone their own skills. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, a glimmer of contempt flashing in his eyes as he coldly replied, "Humph, what a nuisance. Rest assured, I shall spare his life." With that, Vegeta fixed his unwavering gaze upon Cell, exuding confidence and determination. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, a sinister smile spread across Cell's face, accompanied by an eerie, mocking laugh. He, Vegeta, have you been struck senseless by my blows? How audacious of you to think you can kill me. His tone dripped with derision, as if he possessed absolute faith in his own power. Vegeta wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharpening with fury, clenched teeth revealing his anger as he glared at Cell, hissing through gritted teeth, "Cell, you have thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to witness my true strength. A power that transcends the full might of a Super Saiyan." His voice resonated with unwavering resolve and indignation, as if he sought to rend his adversary into fragments. With a resounding roar, Vegeta's body trembled violently, an immense aura swelling around him. The fiery energy that enveloped him began to shift, transforming from flames into a jet-like form, his hair standing erect as lightning crackled around him. In that moment, Vegeta's aura surged explosively, the overwhelming energy fluctuations causing the very air to quake. The clouds in the sky were blown away, as if the entire world trembled beneath the weight of Vegeta's power. In a display of arrogance, Vegeta pointed at himself with a thumbs up, his voice echoing with pride and confidence. "Cell, do you see this? This is the might of your prince. I have now surpassed the limits of a Super Saiyan, ascending to the second level, Super Vegeta." At that moment, Cell was engulfed in shock and confusion. He could not comprehend how Vegeta had suddenly transformed into such a formidable form, his energy seemingly doubling. Within himself, Cell screamed in turmoil. Why? Why is this happening? How can Vegeta achieve this transformation? Why has his energy doubled? Why? However, when Vegeta noticed that Cell remained stationary, not making any move, he impatiently shouted, "Cell, awaken." "Prince." Shara finally emerged from his stupor, acutely aware of the suffocatingly powerful aura emanating from Vegeta. His complexion paled instantly, revealing a trace of undeniable panic. Yet, he quickly forced himself to regain composure, restoring his calm demeanor. With a resolute gaze, Shara glared ferociously at Vegeta, issuing a deep, menacing growl. "Do not think you can easily defeat me, Vegeta." With that, Shara, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his full strength and launched a ferocious assault on Vegeta. Vegeta, with a slight upward curl of his lips, displayed a confident and cold smile, as he felt an inexhaustible surge of power within him. His body brimmed with vitality and explosive energy. He effortlessly dodged Shara's attacks, as if Shara's movements had slowed to a crawl in his eyes. Following this, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force, rendering Shara utterly defenseless. Vegeta then swiftly closed the distance, showcasing astonishing speed and strength, mercilessly pummeling Shara. Shara was driven back relentlessly, lacking even the means to retaliate effectively, let alone mount a proper defense. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan at its second stage? Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a profound shock at Vegeta's overwhelming display of strength. At that moment, Shara seized an opportunity and suddenly kicked at Vegeta. However, Vegeta effortlessly caught the strike with a single hand and, in one fluid motion, hurled Shara away. Shara sailed through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 66. Shara's self-destruction. Struggling to rise from the ground, Shara trembled slightly, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Deep down, he understood that, following their fierce battle, he was no longer a match for the current Vegeta. Yet, how could he resign himself to such a fate? The burning desire for victory within him made surrender an unthinkable option. Clenching his teeth, his eyes glimmering with indomitable spirit, Shara fixed his gaze on Vegeta, poised to initiate another round of attack. However, Vegeta denied him the opportunity. In an instant, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing before Shara without granting him a moment's respite. Shara's heart raced with alarm. Before he could react, he saw Vegeta's hands gathering an immense energy wave. "Prepare to perish, Shara." Vegeta bellowed, his voice reverberating through the battlefield like thunder. He emanated a terrifyingly powerful aura, causing the very air around him to tremble violently. Then, he concentrated all his energy, poised to deliver the most lethal blow to Shenron, intending to reduce him to ashes. Just at that critical moment, Goku suddenly shouted, "Wait, Vegeta! Do not kill him." His voice carried a hint of urgency, as if there were something of great importance that required Vegeta to halt his actions. Upon hearing this, Vegeta forcefully reined in the energy wave he was about to unleash. His face was suffused with a sense of unwillingness and fury, casting a glare at Cell that seemed to convey the intent to slay him with mere eyes. Nevertheless, he ultimately heeded Goku's words and turned to soar into the sky. As Wukong gazed at Vegeta's departing figure, a sense of relief washed over him. Fortunately, it seemed that Vegeta had adeptly mastered the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to step in and manage the aftermath. At that moment, Cell suddenly bellowed at Wukong, "Son Goku, what are you doing? This is my battle. Your arbitrary interruption is an affront to me, a perfect being of this universe." Wukong hurriedly waved his hand in explanation, saying, "Oh no, you misunderstand. There are others waiting behind, and if that last strike had hit you, it could have been fatal. That would have put me in a difficult position. So I had no choice but to urge Vegeta to cease fighting. Please, do not take offense." After speaking, Wukong scratched his head, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, Cell erupted in furious outrage, bellowing, "You scoundrel! You still look down upon me. I am a perfect being of the universe. How could I possibly lose? If I cannot defeat Vegeta, then I shall take everyone down with me." As soon as his words fell, Cell's energy surged even further. His form began to swell like an inflating balloon, growing larger and rounder. This is bad. Cell intends to self-destruct. Piccolo quickly discerned Cell's intentions, his face turning pale with fear. He urgently alerted everyone, run. Meanwhile, Wukong contemplated inwardly, damn it, Cell has been forced into a corner so swiftly. This is truly despicable. Unfortunately, Trunks and Gohan have not had the chance to join the fray. The plan must be executed prematurely. I can transport Cell to any uninhabited planet within the solar system and return unscathed. However, that location should be more conducive to my rapid training and ascension in power. Without my protection, these individuals should be able to grow quickly. Thus, I shall proceed there. Experiencing death could prove to be quite enlightening. Perhaps I might even gain unexpected benefits. Just as Piccolo's words echoed, Wukong activated instant transmission with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. Appearing beside Cell in the blink of an eye, he extended a hand, firmly placing it upon Cell's massive form. In response, Cell revealed a sinister grin, laboriously chuckling, "Ha ha ha. Son Goku, you cannot stop me. You will all perish." Wukong disregarded the triumphant expression on Shenron's face and directed his gaze toward the distant mountain peaks, where a group of spectators had gathered. These individuals had previously departed but were summoned back to witness the battle by Wukong's telepathic abilities, including Gohan and the others. Subsequently, Wukong cast a glance at the trio of Lotties beside him and, with a gentle smile, declared, "Gohan, brother, and everyone, farewell." Although Wukong's voice was not loud enough to reach Gohan and the others from afar, it was peculiar that each individual distinctly heard his words resonate in their minds. As soon as Wukong's voice faded, both he and Shenron vanished from their location. "Old son, Kakarot," Gohan exclaimed, immediately employing his instant transmission technique to arrive at the spot where Wukong had disappeared. "Mr. Wukong, the crowd called out in unison. Yet he was nowhere to be found, leaving them in uncertainty about his whereabouts. They gathered around the place where Son Wukong had vanished, closing their eyes tightly and concentrating intently in an attempt to sense his lingering energy. However, after a diligent effort, they reluctantly shook their heads, indicating their fruitless search. Gohan bowed his head, tears streaming from his eyes as he softly murmured, "Father, where have you gone? Why did you leave us?" In that moment, he found it difficult to accept the reality, his heart filled with anguish and despair. Piccolo approached Gohan, gently placing a hand on his shoulder, offering solace as he said, "Gohan, do not worry. Though I have never witnessed the full extent of Goku's power, I can sense that it surpasses us all. Even in the face of Cell's self-destruction, he would not succumb so easily. He will surely return." Krillin stepped forward in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Gohan. I too firmly believe that Goku will not perish so readily. Let us wait here for a while. Perhaps soon, Goku will suddenly appear before us." Tien and Yamcha exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, endorsing Krillin's sentiment. Tien remarked, "We share Krillin's perspective. Goku has always been a resilient and insurmountable force. He will undoubtedly overcome this crisis. Gohan gazed at everyone with gratitude. Tears still brimming in his eyes, yet he managed to muster a faint smile. He spoke softly. Thank you all. Let us wait here a little longer. Hoping that my father can return safely. Vegeta, arms crossed, snorted disdainfully. That fool Kakarot loves to steal the spotlight. That was my battle. I should have handled Cell's self-destruction. He cast a dissatisfied glance towards the distant battlefield, clearly irked by Goku's actions. Chapter 67. Super Trunks' father, it is not your fault. None of us anticipated that Cell would truly self-destruct, especially not so abruptly. Now, we can only hope that Mr. Goku remains unharmed. Trunks, fully aware of his father's nature, understood that despite his father's words, he was internally reproaching himself for not managing the fight better. He stepped forward to offer comfort. Vegeta, how dare you criticize Kakarot? We were all caught off guard. Had it not been for Kakarot's swift speed, we would have perished along with the earth, lamented a distraught Raditz, anger flaring in her voice. At that moment, a crimson beam suddenly pierced through Vegeta's body, shocking everyone into disbelief. Quick as a flash, Trunks rushed forward to support his faltering father. They all turned towards the source of the beam, their faces etched with astonishment. To their utter shock, Cell stood unharmed, maintaining a pose with one finger pointed at Vegeta, a sinister grin curling upon his lips. Haha, damn Vegeta, I warned you I would not be defeated. Now, you shall rest. Cell boasted, his laughter reverberating through the air, laden with cruelty and indifference, witnessing his father in a state of near death. Trunks was flooded with memories of their 2 years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, his heart racing wildly. He yelled in furious outrage at Cell, you scoundrel. Why would you do this? You will pay dearly. Trunks' eyes were aflame, veins bulging on his forehead, his fist clenched so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his palms. Blood trickling from his fingertips. An immense aura radiated from him, his hair whipping wildly in the turbulent air, as if it sought to tear apart everything around him. His voice thundered through the skies, infused with unrestrained fury and murderous intent. He longed to rush forward and shred Cell into pieces, his gaze fixated on him, the flames of vengeance igniting in his eyes. Cell sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at Trunks, mocking, boy, do you truly believe you can do anything to me? How laughably naive. Trunks' fury reached a boiling point. He sprang to his feet, summoning every ounce of strength to shout, Cell, I will never forgive you. The sound was deafening, reverberating through the air. As Trunks' roar erupted, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A golden radiance enveloped him, his muscles swelled, and his hair turned a brilliant gold, marking his ascension to a Super Saiyan. Subsequently, his aura surged once more, propelling him into the first stage of the Super Saiyan's second form. Yet, Trunks did not halt there. He swiftly transitioned into the third form of the Super Saiyan, followed by the full power state. At that moment, his body began to tremble violently, a more potent aura erupting from within. His muscles expanded further, veins bulging, and an ominous sphere of energy enveloped him. The flames of his aura intensified, resembling a jet stream. His hair stood more erect, and lightning crackled around him. Cell, you shall perish, Trunks bellowed, raising his fist and charging towards Cell. His speed was akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Cell. Before Cell could even react, Trunks' fist struck his face, sending him hurtling backward. In a flash, Trunks vanished, reappearing as if by teleportation behind Cell. His speed was unfathomable. Before Cell could regain his footing, Trunks delivered another powerful punch to Cell's back, propelling him away once again. Trunks then materialized in front of Cell, delivering a fierce uppercut that sent Cell soaring into the air. Cell, in midair, attempted to adjust his stance, but Trunks denied him any chance. Swiftly appearing behind Cell once more and executing a spinning kick that sent Cell crashing back to the ground. Cell landed heavily, raising a cloud of dust. However, Trunks did not cease his assault. He ascended into the sky, unleashing a relentless barrage of rapid ki blasts towards Cell. These blasts descended like a torrential rain, each one packing tremendous power. The ki blasts incessantly struck Cell, creating massive craters in the ground, and dust swirled around them. Cell's form was completely obscured by the haze, rendering his condition indiscernible. Meanwhile, Trunks continued his onslaught, his fury and determination fueling an unyielding surge of power. Just as Trunks prepared to enter the smoke, a stern voice, familiar to him, echoed from behind. Trunks, your energy is far too unstable. You cannot unleash your full power like this. That voice sent a shiver down Trunks' spine. And he spun around abruptly, his eyes brimming with surprise and disbelief. Tears welled in his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away, striving to regain his composure. "Father!" Trunks exclaimed, his voice filled with exhilaration. He dashed towards Vegeta like a gust of wind, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Father, you are alive. This is wonderful." Vegeta, taken aback by Trunks' sudden embrace, furrowed his brow and replied with irritation, "What is it? Do you truly expect me to perish? Furthermore, do not encroach upon my personal space." Trunks, realizing his indiscretion, hastily released his grip, awkwardly scratching his head as he gazed at Vegeta, his face alight with ecstatic joy. "Of course not, father. I was merely overwhelmed with happiness and lost control of my emotions," Trunks explained, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Seeing you alive fills me with immense joy." Vegeta furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to Trunks' exuberance. Nevertheless, he sighed gently, his tone softening. "Enough of the sentimental drivel. In light of your recent efforts, I shall overlook your lapse." Trunks nodded, wiping away the remnants of tears, regaining his composure, and inhaling deeply to rejuvenate himself. Turning to Krillin, Vegeta remarked, "Thank you, little bald one. Your sins of being saved my life. That damn Cell nearly succeeded." Krillin chuckled sheepishly. It was nothing. We are friends. And it is only right to help." Upon hearing the word friends, Vegeta initially intended to retort, but he was interrupted by a voice. "Ha ha ha ha. This is the power of Super Saiyan 2. I have truly grasped its essence, thanks to you, Trunks." Chapter 68, Lightning Cell. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes drawn to the area where the explosion had just occurred. As the smoke gradually dissipated, they discovered the ground within a several-kilometer radius had suffered catastrophic damage, leaving behind an enormous, gaping pit. Astonishingly, however, the half-meter radius surrounding Cell remained completely unscathed. To everyone's astonishment, as they fixated on Cell, his energy suddenly surged dramatically. A brilliant golden aura erupted around him, shimmering like jets of flame, while his body flickered with lightning. In that moment, Cell exuded an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure, as if he had dominion over the very fabric of space. His eyes radiated boundless confidence and arrogance, suggesting he had become the sovereign of this universe. Trunks, his face a mask of disbelief, stammered, This is the Super Saiyan second level. How could Cell possess such power? His aura is even more formidable than mine. This is utterly impossible." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha finally regained their composure, swiftly turning their gazes towards Cell. They began to keenly perceive the overwhelming aura emanating from Cell, a force so potent and terrifying that it seemed to suppress the very fabric of space around them. To their astonishment, they realized that this aura indeed surpassed that of Trunks from before. This revelation left them utterly shocked, as they had never anticipated Cell could attain such formidable strength. Startled by the intensity of Cell's presence, Krillin gasped in disbelief. "What? How can Cell be this powerful?" he exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion and fear. He struggled to comprehend how Cell could suddenly possess such immense power, far beyond his wildest imaginings. Damn it! How could this guy become so strong? Tien gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open as they fixated on Cell, a fierce glimmer of anger igniting within them. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Tien could not help but feel a twinge of worry. No, it must be the result of Cell regeneration. Harnessing the traits of Saiyan cells, leading to a tremendous enhancement in power, Piccolo analyzed grimly. He furrowed his brow, contemplating how to confront the imminent crisis. The enormity of Cell's strength unsettled him, yet, as the wisest among them, Piccolo endeavored to maintain his composure and seek a solution. This is infuriating. Yamcha clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with rage. He yearned to charge at Cell and engage in a fierce battle. But reason cautioned him that such an impulsive act would only lead to certain doom. In that moment, Yamcha was filled with a sense of helplessness and resentment. Damn it. You will pay for this. Trunks roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan second grade, charging at Cell. Cell replied coolly, "Humph, you underestimate yourself." In the next instant, the figures of Cell and Trunks clashed repeatedly in the air, yet Trunks found himself at a disadvantage, constantly being overpowered. Realizing he was no match for Cell alone, Trunks swiftly distanced himself, halting the confrontation. "Cell, what on earth is happening? Didn't you self-destruct? How are you here, unscathed, and even more powerful? Where is Goku? Where is he?" Piccolo demanded, glaring at Cell with intense scrutiny. "Indeed, do tell us what you have done to my father," Gohan echoed, his gaze fixed intently on Cell, pressing for answers. In response to their inquiries, Cell displayed no hint of panic, smiling as he replied, "Ah, it seems you are quite eager to know. so I shall graciously enlighten you. As Sheru cradled his chin in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly striving to recall the events that had transpired. At that moment, I had opted for self-destruction, contemplating how to take the earth and all of you with me. In this manner, even in death, I could ensure your demise alongside mine. However, just at the critical juncture, Son Wukong suddenly appeared, teleporting me to a small floating island. I attempted to halt the self-detonation, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, I exploded. Pausing momentarily, Sheru appeared to ponder something before continuing. I had believed that this explosion would obliterate me completely, yet, to my astonishment, I did not perish. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself utterly alone, devoid of the floating stone and any trace of Son Wukong. I speculated that they might have perished. The reason I survived could perhaps be attributed to the undamaged core in my brain, enabling my body to reorganize and regenerate. How fortunate. A sly smile crept across Sheru's lips as he continued. Even more astonishingly, I have mastered your instantaneous movement technique. With it, I successfully traced your energy and returned to this place. Moreover, I have even grasped what you refer to as Super Saiyan 2. So, are you pleased with the new power I have manifested? What? Are you saying Wukong is truly dead? Krillin, unable to fathom the words he had just heard, widened his eyes in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. Damn it, how is this possible? Piccolo furrowed his brow tightly. His eyes filled with incredulity as he stared at Sheru, completely unable to comprehend how events had escalated to this point, his mind swirling with endless confusion and uncertainty. Wukong. The faces of Tianjin and Yamcha turned as pale as paper, their eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Memories of fierce battles, laughter, and heartbreaking moments shared with Wukong flashed through their minds, evoking an indescribable sense of melancholy. Little bald head, you heard correctly. Son Wukong is indeed dead. Sheru exclaimed triumphantly, a self-satisfied grin adorning his face, reveling in the anguish reflected in the expressions before him, deriving a twisted sense of gratification from their suffering. It can't be. It can't be. Dad is not in danger. No, you must be lying, right? It must be so. My father is not dead. You are definitely deceiving me. Tears streamed down Gohan's face, blurring his vision, his lips quivering uncontrollably as he grappled with the harsh reality of his father's death. His heart was engulfed by despair and helplessness, as if the entire world had lost its vibrancy. In this moment, the atmosphere struck Cell as particularly amusing, prompting him to revel in the pain of these individuals. With maniacal laughter, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha ha. That foolish Son Goku has sacrificed himself in vain. What a worthless fool. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 69. The Ultimate Gohan and Cell's Demise. Hearing Cell's words pierced Gohan with a mix of sorrow and fury, and he screamed with all his might, "You shall not speak ill of my father." Immediately, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power surging uncontrollably. As the world around him darkened, thunder and lightning cracking across the sky, the terrifying aura he emanated conjured a howling gale. Red lightning danced around him, and his golden hair stood on end. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha were swept away from the battlefield, while the others struggled to contain their energy, barely managing to remain in the fray. Is this truly Gohan's power? Piccolo too was blown back a short distance before regaining his composure, straining against the ferocious wind, incredulously uttering, "Could it be?" At this moment, Gohan emanated a terrifying aura, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt. His eyes brimmed with fury and determination, as if he were prepared to obliterate the foe before him in a single strike. "Master Gohan, you must hold on. I will assist you." Trunks, transformed into a Super Saiyan Level 2, attempted to rush forward to aid Gohan, yet he found himself restrained by an overwhelming force, retreating 2 steps and struggling to move from his position. Both Vegeta and Raditz, also in their Super Saiyan Level 2 forms, felt the immense pressure radiating from Gohan. This power, how could Gohan possess such remarkable potential? It left even me gasping for breath. Vegeta, enduring the tremendous strain, forced himself to remain composed, crossing his arms as he stood still, marveling, truly, he is Kakarot's son, possessing such terrifying strength. It is utterly astonishing. Raditz, compelled by the pressure to transform into a Super Saiyan Level 2, stepped back 4 paces, incredulously exclaiming, "I cannot believe this." Cell, too, was awestruck by Gohan's formidable presence. He quickly raised his hands to fend off the powerful energy, yet still found himself involuntarily retreating a step, exclaiming in shock, "Damn it, how is this possible? How have you become so powerful? I am the strongest, the most perfect being in the universe. I refuse to believe you can surpass me." Ah, Wu Fan can no longer heed the words of anyone. His mind is consumed by an endless torrent of rage and hatred. His eyes, utterly shrouded in fury, flicker with a chaotic intensity, as if he has lost all semblance of reason. Gohan positioned his hands upon his waist, forming a sunflower shape as he began to accumulate a tremendous amount of energy. His voice, low and imbued with a chilling intent, echoed, Kamehameha. As the final syllable escaped his lips, the terrifying energy gathered in his hands erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, hurtling towards Cell. The potency of this energy was formidable enough to annihilate everything in its path. Cell, witnessing this, dared not to exhibit any hesitation. He hastily unleashed his own Kamehameha with all his might. Yet, despite his utmost effort, he found himself unable to withstand Gohan's cataclysmic aura. The two energies collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. However, their standoff lasted but a fleeting moment before Cell's energy wave was utterly consumed by Gohan's Kamehameha. The immense energy emanating from Gohan surged towards Cell with cataclysmic force, as if intent on obliterating him entirely. Cell's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily extended his hands in a futile attempt to withstand the terrifying wave of energy. However, the moment his palms made contact with Gohan's energy surge, they were instantly vaporized. In a state of sheer terror, Cell watched as his body began to disintegrate, feeling an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. He emitted frantic howls. No. No, no, no. I am the most perfect being in the universe. I am supposed to be the strongest. I refuse to accept this. In that fleeting moment, the colossal energy wave, resembling a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, swiftly engulfed Cell's form. This overwhelming force spread across the ground, annihilating everything in its path with merciless precision. It did not cease there. It broke through the Earth's atmosphere and descended into the vast cosmos. As the energy wave departed, the once tranquil ocean transformed into a tempestuous sea. A profound fissure appeared on the surface, cleaving the waters in two as they surged dramatically to either side, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Sensing the complete eradication of Cell's presence, Gohan reverted to his normal state, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, possibly from the exertion of his power, as he teetered and fell. Piccolo, ever vigilant, swiftly appeared behind Gohan, catching him securely in his embrace. Gazing down at Gohan, Piccolo noted his pale complexion and faint breath, as if he were on the brink of vanishing. A swell of anxiety and concern surged within Piccolo. He understood the urgency of the moment. If action was not taken swiftly, Gohan's life could be in jeopardy. Without hesitation, Piccolo lifted Gohan and rapidly departed the battlefield, swiftly arriving before Krillin. Krillin, quickly. You must still have some Senzu beans, right? Give one to Gohan. Piccolo urged, his voice laden with concern for Gohan's well-being. Startled by the scene before him, Krillin snapped back to reality from the recent explosion, his mind in disarray. Upon hearing Piccolo's urgent call, he shook his head to clear his thoughts. When he beheld Gohan in Piccolo's arms, understanding dawned upon him, and worry etched across his face. Oh, I remember. Goku entrusted me with several Senzu beans earlier. There should be a few left. Let me find them. Krillin exclaimed as he began to rummage through his pockets. Ah, found one, he shouted joyfully, holding a Senzu bean aloft, and hurriedly passed it to Piccolo, his eyes shimmering with hope. Taking the Senzu bean, Piccolo felt a slight relaxation wash over him. Looking at Gohan, he softly urged, Gohan, hold on. We will save you shortly. Then, with great care, Piccolo bit into the bean, crushing it before feeding the fragments into Gohan's mouth. Here, Gohan, this is a Senzu bean. Eat it quickly. Bit gently called out to Gohan, hoping that the magical beans would swiftly take effect and save Gohan's life. Upon hearing that it was a Senzu bean, Gohan summoned the last vestiges of his strength and laboriously swallowed it. In the next moment, a remarkable transformation overtook his body. The once weary and battered figure swiftly regained vitality, an inexhaustible power surging forth. In the blink of an eye, Gohan had completely returned to his peak condition. That's wonderful. Gohan, you're all right, exclaimed Piccolo, his voice brimming with excitement. He then embraced Gohan tightly, a look of relief and joy illuminating his face. Gohan suddenly realized that he was being cradled in Piccolo's arms, and his face flushed with embarrassment as he shyly remarked, Uncle Piccolo, I have recovered. Could you please set me down? Chapter 70, The Search for a New God. Ah, in a moment of overwhelming joy, I completely forgot about this. Piccolo, struck by enlightenment, quickly and gently placed Gohan back on the ground. Gohan stood firm, turning to face the two with a deep bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Krillin. And Mr. Piccolo. Krillin, wearing a warm smile, stepped forward, placing one hand affectionately around Gohan's neck while the other landed with a hearty pat on his shoulder. Joyfully, he exclaimed, "Hee, Gohan, my boy, why the formality? I never imagined you would grow so powerful. What you did just now was truly magnificent. I even thought the apocalypse had arrived. We owe our thanks to you for saving the Earth. Indeed, Krillin is right. We all owe you our gratitude. You performed admirably." Gohan, Piccolo added, gently ruffling Gohan's hair, his eyes reflecting pride and admiration. Gohan's face flushed once again, and feeling a touch of embarrassment. He lowered his head and softly spoke, "And no, not at all. I am truly grateful for your assistance." At that moment, everyone else soared through the air, and Yamcha, waving his hands enthusiastically, shouted, "Gohan, we have arrived." Upon seeing everyone, Gohan's face instantly radiated with an innocent and joyful smile as he excitedly waved to greet them. "Huh, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, Uncle Raditz, Uncle Vegeta, and Brother Trunks, you have finally arrived." Hearing Gohan's voice, Tien inquired with concern, "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan replied with a smile, "Yes, I am completely fine now, Uncle Tianjin." Tian Shinhan approached Gohan's side, grasping his hand firmly, and with a look of concern, inquired, "Master Gohan, are you truly in good health?" Gohan smiled as he patted Trunks on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Yes, after consuming the sins of beans, I am fully restored. Do not worry, Brother Trunks. Furthermore, calling me Master feels rather peculiar. In this world, simply refer to me as Gohan." Trunks nodded, his expression turning serious as he replied, "Understood. Very well, Gohan. Gohan." The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere grew eerily cold. Gohan awkwardly scratched his head and softly murmured, "Well, let's leave it at that." Just then, Raditz approached, his face brimming with curiosity as he inquired, "Gohan, you were truly impressive just now. How did you manage that?" His words seemed to ignite a spark, drawing everyone closer, their eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Gohan slowly responded, "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I was overwhelmed with anger and then fell into a daze. When I regained consciousness, I found myself cradled in Uncle Piccolo's arms. And I truly have no recollection of what transpired." Upon hearing this, Vegeta suddenly scoffed, "Humph, well, the issue with Cell has been resolved. I shall take my leave." With that, he soared towards West City, vanishing from sight in an instant. Watching Vegeta's departing figure, Piccolo muttered with dissatisfaction, "That guy still has that foul temper." The others shrugged helplessly, finding amusement in Piccolo's reaction. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Although Cell has been vanquished by Gohan, should we not seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who perished at his hands? Yamcha proposed. Indeed, Goku and Krillin chimed in, with Krillin bowing his head, his voice tinged with sorrow and resignation. Hearing Krillin's words, the group was once again enveloped in sadness. Gohan, with his head bowed, began to weep. "Father, your tears flow endlessly, your heart heavy with grief. Now, Gohan, Yamcha and Krillin have already mentioned that those who have died can be revived using the Dragon Balls. You need not be so despondent. After all, this is Goku's first demise." Tien gently patted Gohan's shoulder in an attempt to console him. Trunks, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his excitement. "That's right. This world still has the Dragon Balls, which means all those slain by Cell can be brought back to life." A smile illuminated his face, and his eyes sparkled with hope. Trunks understood that as long as the power of the Dragon Balls existed, there was a chance to save those innocent lives. However, the joy that had briefly graced their faces quickly dissipated as Piccolo spoke with gravity. "Do not rejoice too soon. You are likely aware of my fusion with the Supreme Kai. Now that the Supreme Kai is no longer, the Dragon Balls cannot be utilized." Trunks anxiously inquired, What shall we do now?" In the depths of Gohan's heart, a flicker of hope was extinguished once more as he sorrowfully inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, is there truly no way for Father to be revived?" After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo replied, "It is not entirely impossible. We could journey directly to the new Namek, where we can utilize their dragon to bring Goku back to life. However, it is worth noting that only one individual can be revived at a time. Alternatively, we could seek someone capable of assuming the role of the Supreme Kai, provided that they possess expertise in the creation of Dragon Balls." With that, Piccolo fell into a deep reverie. This posed quite a dilemma. Who could they possibly find? Raditz, too, began to ponder the situation. Suddenly, Krillin had a revelation. Slapping his thigh in excitement as he exclaimed, "Eureka! I found him. That person can surely do it. How could I not have thought of this sooner?" Upon hearing Krillin's words, A glimmer of hope sparkled in Gohan's eyes as he eagerly grasped Krillin's hand and inquired, "Uncle Krillin, who is that person you mentioned?" Taking a deep breath to steady his excited heart, Krillin replied, "Gohan, do you not remember? It is Dandy, the remarkable Dragon Clan prodigy we encountered on Namek. The newly appointed Grand Elder informed us at the gathering that Dandy is the most distinguished talent among the younger generation of Namek, and he will undoubtedly create the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Gohan's face illuminated with surprise as he grasped Krillin's arm tightly, his excitement palpable. "Is it true, Uncle Krillin? If we can enlist Dandy's help, then we might be saved." Krillin nodded, determination sparkling in his eyes. "Indeed. As long as we locate Dandy and persuade him to assist us in creating the Dragon Balls, we can resolve the crisis at hand." Raditz, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Dandy? Could he be the Namekian child who made a wish to the dragon during the battle against Frieza on Namek?" "Precisely. If it is him, there may indeed be hope," remarked Piccolo, a glimmer of optimism crossing his features. He then lamented, "How could I have forgotten him? Regardless, let us proceed to the Heavenly Temple first, and then utilize instant transmission to bring Dandy here." "Excellent. Let us depart immediately," Gohan exclaimed with eagerness. Subsequently, he led Krillin, Piccolo, and Trunks, while Raditz accompanied Tien and Yamcha. With a swift whoosh, they vanished from their location. Chapter 71. The search for new Namek. Shortly after Gohan and the others disappeared, a man with an explosive hairstyle approached the collapsed ruins alone. He extended his robust arms to clear away the enormous stones. As the last boulder was removed, 5 figures emerged from beneath the debris: a stunningly beautiful woman, a strikingly handsome man, a burly giant, a man clad in a suit, and a photographer wielding a camera. Though they appeared somewhat disheveled, they seemed to have sustained no serious harm. "Are you all right?" the explosive-haired man inquired with a rugged voice. "We're fine," they responded in unison, weariness and resignation evident in their tones, their expressions listless as if they had just endured a catastrophic nightmare. They began to brush off the dust from their bodies, tidying their appearances. At that moment, they took notice of their surroundings, and the sight before them left them astounded. The beautiful woman, her complexion pale with fright, rushed to embrace the explosive-haired man, her voice trembling as she whimpered, "Mr. Satan, this place has become so terrifying. I am so scared." Her body quivered slightly, her eyes filled with dread. Satan, feeling the soft form of the woman in his arms, was warmed by a surge of comfort and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, it's all fine now. With me, Satan, around, there's nothing to fear." His words brimmed with confidence, as though he were the savior of this realm. The handsome man shook his head, a look of confusion plastered across his face as he queried, "Master, what exactly just transpired? What was that massive explosion? And those strange beings that could fly and launch energy waves? I have never seen anything like them before." As he spoke, he scratched his head, appearing thoroughly bewildered. "Indeed, Master," another hefty disciple chimed in. "Where has that demon cell gone? Weren't we supposed to battle him?" His eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Satan recalled those terrifying scenes, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he hurriedly wiped away the perspiration. He forced a smile and exclaimed, "Ah, ha 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 ha. Those were merely illusions. They must be aware that I brought the television crew to confront that demon. Hence their desire to showcase their prowess. In truth, they possess no real skill. Those explosions were simply prearranged traps and explosives. Such petty tricks were transparent to me. Ah. Ha ha." Satan endeavored to mask his inner dread with laughter, though his voice betrayed an unnatural quality. The man in the sunglasses and suit promptly presented the microphone to Satan, gesturing to the photographers behind him, and inquired, "Ah, ha 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 ha. So, Mr. Satan, I wish to ask, where have Cell and those peculiar individuals gone? We were all knocked out. What transpired?" A smug grin spread across Satan's face as he took the microphone, addressing the camera. "Ha ha ha ha. Well, I saw them employing various mechanisms and illusions, even resorting to heavy explosives, which caused you all to be affected and blown away. I was quite aggrieved." He then recounted his heroic exploits. "I approached those blonde fellows and taught them a lesson. They were thoroughly subdued and apologized to me, after which I allowed them to depart. As for Cell, he is quite a formidable adversary. I battled him for 300 rounds before finally vanquishing that wicked scoundrel. I hurried back to rescue you all. Ah ha 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 ha. Quite exhausting indeed." After uttering these words, a wave of fatigue suddenly washed over Satan. His legs weakened, and his body felt heavy. He collapsed to the ground, unresponsive. "Mr. Satan! 3 Master Satan!" To the crowd gathered around, calling out his name with concern. A beautiful woman rushed forward to check Satan's breathing, and upon confirming he was stable, she sighed in relief. The others speculated that Satan might have fainted from overexertion. But his vital signs remained steady, posing no immediate danger. Thus, they resolved to carry the unconscious Satan away from the battlefield to ensure he could rest properly. Within the divine hall, Mr. Bobo continued his usual routine, diligently sweeping the floor. Suddenly, Gohan, Piccolo, and others appeared before him. Mr. Bobo paused his sweeping, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Upon seeing Piccolo return safely, tears glimmered in his eyes. Lord of the gods, you have finally returned. Mr. Bobo is truly overjoyed. Bobo spoke with enthusiasm. However, Piccolo responded coolly, Mr. Bobo, from this day forth, please refrain from addressing me as Lord Kami. That old fellow has been assimilated by me, becoming a part of my power. The Kami no longer exists in this world. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Mr. Bobo did not express surprise. Instead, he smiled and said, Bobo understands, yet I still wish to regard you as Lord Kami, as I have always done, and to care for you diligently. Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly and continued. There is no need for that, Mr. Bobo. We have come to seek a new Kami who can create the Dragon Balls in order to resurrect Shenron. Surely, you do not oppose this endeavor? Bobo's vacant gaze revealed no emotion as he calmly replied, Bobo has no objections. I have witnessed many generations of Kami come and go. Whoever assumes the mantle of Kami, Bobo shall comply with the arrangements. As long as Mr. Piccolo resides in the Kami's temple, I shall have no dissent. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Krillin exclaimed with excitement, That's wonderful. Let us commence our actions swiftly. Meanwhile, Gohan nodded, closed his eyes, and placed 2 fingers on his forehead, attempting to sense their energy. After a moment, Gohan suddenly furrowed his brow, appearing anxious and unsettled. Trunks, noticing Gohan's unusual demeanor, quickly inquired, Gohan, what is the outcome? Gohan sighed, lowering his head slowly, a hint of dejection in his voice. It's no use. The distance between us and Namek is too great. With my current abilities, I cannot sense their energy. Trunks' expression darkened as well, but just then, Lottie stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Gohan's shoulder. It's all right. Allow me to give it a try. With that, Lottie's turned in the opposite direction, closing his eyes tightly, focusing intently to perceive the presence of the Namekians. Chapter 72. The Elder's approval. After shifting to a third direction, Lottie suddenly brightened with joy, exclaiming, I've got it. In this direction, I can feel their presence. Gohan, quickly try to sense in this direction as well. Perhaps you two will pick it up. Ah, splendid. We've finally found it. Let me give it a go. Gohan replied excitedly, following Lottie's guidance. Indeed, he soon felt the energy of the Namekians. Oh, I can feel it too. Krillin, come with me. Gohan shouted with exhilaration, grasping Krillin's hand as they vanished from sight. Well then, let us not dawdle. Let's search for the Dragon Balls. Lottie's remarked, gazing at the spot where Gohan had disappeared. Upon hearing this, Yamcha and Tien fell silent, while Piccolo sighed, expressing his resignation. Lottie's, you may not be aware, but without the Supreme Kai, not only can we not summon Shenron, but the Dragon Balls will also revert to ordinary stones. We currently have no means to search for them. What? Such a limitation exists? How troublesome. Then we must wait until Dandi becomes the Supreme Kai before we can seek the Dragon Balls. Lottie's frowned, crossing his arms, an expression of dissatisfaction evident on his face as he impatiently exclaimed, If you are referring to the Dragon Balls of the Earth, Bu has already gathered them. When the androids appeared, the Supreme Kai entrusted Bu with the task of collecting the Dragon Balls, and he is currently retrieving them for you. As soon as the words were spoken, Bu turned and walked towards the Supreme Kai's palace. Upon hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This is wonderful. As soon as Dandi takes office, we will be able to use the Dragon Balls immediately. Yamcha said joyfully, his face glowing with delight and his eyes sparkling with hope. Indeed, this significantly reduces everyone's revival time. It is truly splendid news. Tian Shinhan echoed in agreement. However, Piccolo remained silent, quietly observing the retreating figure of Bobo. Lost in deep contemplation, his gaze profound and sharp, as if pondering something of great significance. New Namek, a distant and enigmatic planet, lies on the fringes of the cosmos. Here, there are no bustling cities or throngs of people, only a serene and harmonious natural landscape. Since the exposure of Namek during the Frieza incident, this once obscure planet has captured the attention of various races across the universe. To avert future threats from the outside world, the newly appointed Grand Elder announced at the last assembly the relocation of his people to a new Namek. bidding farewell to Goku and his companions while awaiting the cooling period of the eternal dragon Porunga. Now, they have successfully arrived at this remote corner and have begun to rebuild their home. At this moment, the Namekians toiled diligently in the wilderness, cultivating the land and planting trees. The Grand Elder stands nearby, patiently guiding the efforts of the new Namekians. His eyes reflect hope and confidence for the future, as if this barren land will become the cornerstone of their flourishing development. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the Grand Elder's side. Their arrival alerted the surrounding Namekians, prompting several warrior Namekians to rush forward, shouting, "Quick! Protect the Grand Elder!" Armed with spears, they pointed towards the two strangers, solemnly demanding, "Who are you?" Their expressions were filled with vigilance, their weapons glinting menacingly, ready to confront any potential danger. At that moment, the Grand Elder finally recognized the identities of the two individuals, his face lighting up with surprise and joy. He quickly instructed his guards, "Step back. These two are our great benefactors from Namek, and I must personally extend my hospitality." "Yes, Grand Elder." The newly appointed warrior Namekians promptly sheathed their weapons, respectfully retreating into the shadows, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Seeing this, Krillin grinned broadly, waving enthusiastically at the Grand Elder, and called out, "Hey, Grand Elder Muley, it's been a long time." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder beamed with delight, responding, "Ah, Krillin and Gohan, it truly has been ages. Those were the new members of our clan. They haven't yet met you, so I apologize for any offense." As he prepared to bow an apology, Gohan, quick on his feet, stepped forward to steady the Grand Elder. With a gentle smile, Gohan spoke softly, "Esteemed Elder, there is no need for such formality. We do not concern ourselves with trifles. After all, a measure of caution is indeed prudent. Moreover, we are well aware of your unwavering commitment to the protection of the Namekians, which we deeply respect." Krillin nodded in agreement, glancing around with a sense of admiration. "Indeed, Elder, over the years, your tireless efforts to govern this planet and enhance its condition have not gone unnoticed. It has truly been a formidable task." "Ha ha ha, that is reassuring." The Elder's face beamed with a gratifying smile. His gaze shifted from Gohan to Krillin as he continued, "As for this planet, our ability to restore it to its former Namekian glory is greatly attributed to the assistance of Porunga. It is no small feat, indeed." After the laughter subsided, the Elder's expression turned serious, and he regarded Krillin and Gohan with earnest eyes. "By the way, your sudden appearance here must indicate some significant events occurring on Earth, correct?" Krillin, taken aback, looked at the Elder with curiosity. Can the Elder truly discern the situation on Earth? The Elder smiled faintly, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, and kindly elucidated, "Well, knowing might be an overstatement. I merely inherited a modicum of foresight from my predecessor. Recently, I sensed an ominous and powerful malevolence enveloping the Earth, suggesting that a great crisis is imminent. Thus, when you arrived, I surmised that you might be connected to this matter." Gohan nodded thoughtfully, secretly admiring the Elder's keen insight. He recounted in detail all that had transpired on Earth, including the horrific events surrounding Cell and the reason for their quest to seek the Dragon Balls. The Elder listened intently, his brow furrowing in concern. Once Gohan finished his account, the Elder remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "I never would have imagined that a demon more terrifying than Frieza could emerge on Earth. This battle appears to have been exceedingly fierce. Fortunately, you managed to thwart it. Otherwise, it would have posed a grave threat to the universe." He then broke into a warm smile. "As for your desire to seek Dandy as the new guardian of Earth, I believe he possesses the capability. After you have secured his consent, Dandy shall accompany you." Chapter 73, The New Guardian Dandy. "That's wonderful. My father and those slain by Cell can be saved," Gohan exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, our journey has not been in vain. We kindly ask the Elder to facilitate a meeting with Dandy," Krillin added, equally elated. "Of course, you are my esteemed benefactors from Namek. There is no time to lose. I shall arrange it immediately. Please, follow me," the Elder replied, soaring towards a towering structure. "Here we are," Gohan and Krillin said, hastily following the Elder. Upon reaching the grand edifice, the Elder opened the door and led them into a room. Inside sat a small boy with green skin and two antennae. Engrossed in a book, this was Dandy. "Dandy, look who has come to visit," the Elder exclaimed with a smile. Upon hearing the voice, Dandy turned towards the door, his face illuminating with surprise. "Ah, Gohan and Krillin, I can't believe you have come to Namek. This brings me such joy." He leaped down from his perch and warmly embraced the two visitors. At that moment, the Elder gently cleared his throat, capturing Dandy's attention. With a serious demeanor, he inquired. Ahem, Dandy, Gohan and Mr. Krillin have come here to request your assistance in becoming the guardian of their planet. What are your thoughts? Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, The guardian? Me? But I don't know how to do anything. The elder responded with a gentle smile, reassuring him. There is no need for such modesty, Dandy. You are the foremost prodigy of the Dragon Clan among the younger generation of Namek. All you need to do is revive the Dragon of Earth. Gohan, Krillin, what has happened to your dragon? Dandy inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Well, you see, Dandy, there has been an incident on Earth. Krillin quickly explained the situation to Dandy. All right, I understand now. If it will help everyone, I am willing to give it a try. I will do my utmost, Dandy declared, recognizing the gravity of the situation and nodding seriously. Fantastic, Dandy. With your help, we should be able to resurrect our Dragon Balls. Thank you. Gohan and Krillin expressed their heartfelt gratitude. No need to mention it. I am delighted to assist you. Dandy replied with a smile. Then we shall take our leave with Dandy. Once again, thank you, Elder Muley. With that, Krillin and Gohan bowed deeply to the elder. The elder waved his hand and kindly remarked, You are forever friends of my planet, so there's no need for such formalities. Farewell, esteemed elder. And thank you for your guidance, Dandy added, stepping forward to bow as well, tears welling in his eyes. I shall do my utmost. Yes, go forth. And do not forget to bond well with everyone upon your return to Earth, the elder said with a smile, gazing at Gohan and the others. I believe you shall succeed. Indeed, I shall, Dandy affirmed with resolute determination. All right, let us depart, Gohan declared, and with that, Krillin. And Dandy transformed into a streak of light and instantly vanished from sight. Within the Heavenly Palace, the atmosphere grew tense. Why haven't Gohan and Krillin returned yet? Surely Elder Muley has not caused them any trouble? Yamcha paced anxiously, filled with worry and doubt. I doubt it, although our interactions with the Elder have been limited. From my observations at the last gathering, he seemed quite willing to assist us, Tian calmly assessed. Rest assured, Elder Muley is quite approachable. Gohan should be back soon. Let us wait a little longer, Piccolo stated, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he meditated silently. Lattice recalled the warmth he felt when Elder Muley accompanied him for drinks at the gathering, softly remarking, Indeed, I too find that old fellow Muley to be quite amiable. At that moment, Gohan, accompanied by Krillin and Dandy, suddenly appeared beside Piccolo. Piccolo immediately noticed them, a surprised smile spreading across his face. Hey, Dandy. Long time no see. He greeted warmly. Dandy, slightly bashful, responded with a soft smile. Yes, it has been a while, Nairu. Brother Piccolo. His voice carried a hint of shyness and timidity. Subsequently, Dandy greeted everyone in turn. Bobo carefully placed the 7 Dragon Balls, now petrified, before Dandy and nervously inquired, Mr. Dandy, Lord God, these 7 stones are the Dragon Balls, but they can no longer be used. Could you possibly restore them to their original state? Dandy glanced at the 7 stones and nodded, saying, Yes, I understand. I never anticipated that the Dragon Balls on Earth would be so diminutive. However, restoring them poses no challenge for me. It may take me, given my capabilities, a duration of no less than 3 months and no more than 6 months to accomplish this task, he remarked, a hint of regret flickering across his face. Hearing this, Trunks inquired urgently, that sounds rather slow. Is there not a more expedient method? Dandy pondered for a moment and responded, There is indeed a method. If we had the model of the previous Shenron, I could restore the Dragon Balls immediately. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep contemplation. With Krillin scratching his head in thought, what shall we do? We do not possess the model of Shenron. In that moment, a sense of dilemma enveloped the group. Just then, Bubbles interjected, If it is merely the model of Shenron that is needed, I happen to have one here. It is a creation I crafted during my leisure time. I am uncertain of its efficacy, but I shall retrieve it for you. With that, Bubbles turned and entered the chamber. After a brief interval, Bubbles emerged, cradling the Shenron model, and gently placed it upon the ground. The group gathered around. Their curiosity piqued as they examined the model. Gohan gazed at the model, marveling, Wow, Mr. Bobo, I never anticipated your craftsmanship to be so exquisite. It is truly remarkable. Indeed, although the dragon's shape is somewhat peculiar, it remains functional. I can commence the ritual to restore the Dragon Balls right now, Dandy exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Bobo was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he gratefully replied, That is splendid. Bobo thanks you on behalf of the former Supreme Kai. Dandy, are you certain there are no issues? Piccolo asked, still somewhat apprehensive, seeking reassurance. Yes, rest assured, Brother Piccolo. Dandy confidently nodded, raising his hands and reciting incantations. Beginning to cast the dragon spell. Chapter 74. Goku's entrustment. All eyes were fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls glowing with an extraordinary radiance in the murmuring Dandy. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and anticipatory. Finally, with a resounding call from Dandy, the dragon model vanished instantaneously, enveloped in a brilliant golden light. As the golden glow gradually receded, the Dragon Balls reverted to their original orange hue. Dandy wiped the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his face. All right. This set of Dragon Balls is fully restored and can be used as before. Moreover, I have made some enhancements from now on. Each summoning of the Eternal Dragon permits 2 wishes. His voice resonated with pride and accomplishment. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in joyous exclamations. Indeed, Dandy, you have matured. Piccolo remarked, affectionately ruffling Dandy's hair, his face reflecting satisfaction. Thank you for the praise, Brother Piccolo. Dandy replied bashfully, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Hooray! The Dragon Balls are finally restored. Dad can be revived. Gohan exclaimed, leaping with joy, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes. And those who were slain by Cell can also be resurrected. This is truly wonderful. Trunks added, his fists clenched in anticipation. Dandy. Is the usage of these Dragon Balls similar to those on Namek or like those on Earth? Laddies inquired, perplexed. Yes, they function like those on Earth. Dandy affirmed with a smile. That is splendid. Let us begin swiftly. Yamcha urged, brimming with enthusiasm. I concur, too many variables can lead to unforeseen changes, Tien echoed. His gaze resolute. All right, I shall commence now. With that, Dandy concentrated, clasping his hands together, reciting incantations before summoning the Eternal Dragon. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Thunder rumbling as a slender green dragon emerged gracefully from the depths of the clouds, its sinuous body radiating a formidable life force. The majestic and resonant voice of the dragon echoed beneath the stormy sky. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, proclaim your wishes, no matter the desire. I shall grant you 2. Indeed, it is true. The dragon can indeed grant 2 wishes. How wonderful! Gohan exclaimed joyfully, his face radiating delight and anticipation. Well done, Dandy. Truly remarkable. Krillin echoed in excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Is this the dragon? It is my first encounter, and it is indeed colossal and majestic. Can it truly resurrect those who have perished? Trunks questioned incredulously, his gaze fixated on the magnificent being before him. Rest assured, Trunks, for the dragon. Reviving others is a trivial task, Piccolo explained calmly. Incredible. Trunks could not help but exclaim, his heart overwhelmed by the dragon's formidable power. Stop dawdling, let us begin. Lattice urged impatiently from the side. Oh, right. Dandy responded promptly, taking a deep breath before addressing the dragon loudly. Dragon, please resurrect all the humans slain by Cell. His voice resonated with strength and certainty, as if encapsulating all hope within those words. Your wish is quite simple, the dragon replied, its eyes suddenly gleaming with a brilliant red light. A multitude of souls waiting in the afterlife vanished in an instant, as if consumed by an enigmatic force. Your wish has been granted. What is your next desire? The dragon inquired, its tone solemn and grave. Gohan first glanced around, then attentively sensed the aura beneath the divine temple, yet he could not detect Goku's presence. Filled with doubt, he inquired of the dragon, Dragon, are you certain that everyone has been revived? What about my father? The dragon fell silent for a moment before directing his gaze toward Gohan and slowly replied. Son Goku himself has refused revival. There is nothing I can do about it. What? How could Goku refuse revival? What on earth is happening? Krillin exclaimed, his face a mask of bewilderment, unable to restrain his curiosity. Kakarot, what are you really thinking? Raditz furrowed his brow, his tone laced with concern and confusion. Lowering his head, Gohan's expression became one of despondency and sorrow. The others were equally astonished, exchanging glances, utterly perplexed. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in everyone's minds simultaneously. Gohan, brother, and all my friends, are you all well? Ah, it's Dad. Has Dad returned? Father, where are you? Upon hearing Goku's voice, Gohan was instantly filled with exuberance, eagerly scanning his surroundings in a desperate attempt to locate Goku's figure. Old son, what on earth are you up to? Piccolo's expression darkened, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Goku, is that truly you? We are all well. Where are you? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. Qiqi, I am uncertain if I can be considered well, given that I have passed away. I just reported to King Yema alongside Lord Kai and am currently communicating with you through him. However, I am fine. It is a relief to know you all are safe." Goku's hearty laughter echoed as if he were right beside them. "Kakarot, how did you meet your demise? With your strength, you should have been able to evade even Cell's self-destruction. Furthermore, why have you declined resurrection?" Raditz furrowed his brow, questioning with dissatisfaction. "Indeed, Goku. Why have you chosen not to return?" Yamcha and Tian Shinhan simultaneously inquired, their voices laden with confusion. With a hint of regret etched across his features, Wukong slowly spoke. "I did not anticipate that Cell would self-destruct so suddenly. In a moment of desperation, I instantaneously transported myself to Lord Kai's side. And before I could fully comprehend the situation, Cell had already detonated. I sincerely apologize to all of you, including Gohan, Qiqi, and Android 18. His voice conveyed profound remorse and regret. He then resolutely continued, "As for my refusal to be resurrected, it is because I wish to cultivate in the afterlife for a while. Rest assured, once I have completed my training, I will return. Gohan, during this time, I will rely on you to take good care of your mother." Upon uttering these words, a faint smile graced Wukong's face. However, Gohan could not conceal his sorrow and concern. He understood the significance of his father's decision, yet he also recognized Wukong's unwavering determination and belief. "Yes, I understand. I will do it," Gohan replied, fighting back tears and nodding resolutely. Chapter 75, The Resurrection of North Kai. Wukong added, "Oh, by the way, Trunks, I have something to send you." Trunks, puzzled, awaited in anticipation, uncertain of what Wukong intended to bestow upon him. At that moment, Trunks suddenly perceived the coordinates of a planet materializing in his mind, and he hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Wukong, what is this sudden appearance of planetary coordinates in my consciousness?" With a mysterious smile, Wukong explained, "This is the cosmic coordinate of the new Namek, which I obtained from Lord Kai. Your world should also possess a Namek. Before you depart, procure a spaceship from Dr. Brief. After you resolve the crisis with the androids, follow this coordinate to seek out Namek, and present yourself as a relative of Son Wukong. They will undoubtedly grant you the opportunity to use the Dragon Balls. First, resurrect Piccolo, and then use the Dragon Balls of Earth to bring back the others. Have I made myself clear?" Upon hearing Wukong's words, Trunks was suddenly enlightened, tears blurring his vision as he struggled to contain his overwhelming emotion. He forcefully wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, gazed up at the sky, and bowed deeply, his gratitude evident. "I am profoundly grateful for all you have done for me. I now understand, and on behalf of the people of our universe, I thank you once again." Wukong replied with a smile, "Qiqi, this is what I ought to do. I appreciate your perseverance in enduring such hardship all alone for so long." Trunks could no longer contain his tears, which flowed forth like a bursting dam. Gohan and the others were deeply moved, shedding tears of emotion. They felt an authentic joy for Trunks and were ecstatic about this beautiful conclusion. "Have you all contemplated what your next wish might be?" The voice of Shenron echoed once more, having waited patiently, yet the crowd seemed to have forgotten its presence. It was only then that they realized the magnificent dragon lingered in the sky, awaiting their wishes. They exchanged awkward glances and chuckled nervously, unsure of what wish to make. Consequently, they turned their gaze toward Trunks, deciding to bestow this precious opportunity upon him. "Mr. Goku, what is your wish?" "We are at a loss for what to wish for with this final opportunity," Trunks inquired, looking up at the sky and calling out boldly. Wukong took a moment to gather his thoughts, then communicated telepathically, "Indeed, I have a wish. Trunks, please convey to the Eternal Dragon that, aside from myself, I wish for the resurrection of all beings who perished due to Cell's self-detonation." "Understood, Mr. Wukong," Trunks replied. With that, he made the wish to the Eternal Dragon on Wukong's behalf. In an instant, the halos above the King Kai, Babris, and Girigiri vanished. The Eternal Dragon proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the Eternal Dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and soared across the globe. "Well then everyone, let us pause our conversation here. Gohan, please convey my apologies to Qiqi's number 18. I must take my leave. Goodbye." With that, Wukong concluded the telepathic exchange with Gohan and the others. Outside the King Yama's hall, the King Kai shed tears of gratitude, saying, "Oh, thank you so much, Wukong. I feared you might forget us." Wukong waved his hand casually and inquired, "To put it plainly, this is all my doing, and I shall take responsibility for it. Alas, the King Kai planet has yet to recover. Should we proceed to the Grand Kai's planet? Unfortunately, we have no other options. Let us spend some time there. It will be beneficial for your training. Come, let us depart." The King Kai sighed in resignation before soaring forward, with Wukong and his two companions hastily following suit. As they flew, the King Kai asked, "By the way, Wukong, in the story of Cell you recounted earlier, you mentioned the place where Vegeta trains with Trunks. What is that location?" Wukong smiled and replied, "The place is indeed the room of spirit and time. The flow of time there is vastly different from that of the outside world. One day outside equates to an entire year within." The King of Worlds exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow, I never imagined there could be such a wondrous place on Earth. Have you ever stayed there? Please, enlighten me about it. Are there any restrictions?" Wukong reminisced about that period with a sense of nostalgia, exclaiming, "In a lifetime, the total time spent within cannot exceed 2 days outside. The gravity resembles that of King Kai's planet, yet the environment is exceedingly harsh." With that, King Kai and Wukong boarded a plane heading towards King Kai's planet. But Beerus and Qiqi remained in the underworld, unable to join them. Within the Hall of the Gods, everyone gathered closely. Trunks spoke softly. "Well, the crisis with Cell has finally concluded. Everyone, I must return to my original world." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Krillin exhibited a hint of surprise and quickly replied, "Are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay a few more days for some fun? We could go out together." Gohan chimed in, Yes. Brother Trunks has never visited my home." His eyes sparkled with reluctance and anticipation. Trunks sighed in resignation, expressing, "Alas, I have lingered here far too long. My mother is waiting for my return in that world. She must be quite worried about me." At that moment, Yamcha could not restrain himself from asking, "So, Trunks, when do you plan to leave?" Trunks turned to gaze at the distant twilight, contemplating before responding, Probably tomorrow morning. So much has transpired today, and night is fast approaching. Furthermore, I need to request a spaceship from my grandfather. Even after defeating the androids in my world, it would take time to construct a spaceship." His expression revealed a trace of concern. "Then how about we host a celebratory feast tonight?" Tian Shinhan suggested with a smile. "I think that's a splendid idea. I am in favor." Lottie, who had remained silent, eagerly nodded in agreement, her eyes shimmering with excitement, seemingly yearning for the gathering. "That proposal is indeed delightful. Let us hold it at my home in West City. My mother will be pleased to hear about the gathering. If anyone has matters to attend to, feel free to return. We shall convene at my house at 8 this evening. Everyone must come," Trunks declared, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation, as if he could hardly wait for the grand celebration to commence. "I will return briefly to fetch the dumplings and then head straight to West City," Tian Shinhan announced. Chapter 76. The pain of parting. We must first return to the Kame house and bring Master Rashi, Oolong, and Pure along. Klin and Yamcha exchanged a glance, and Klin stepped forward to speak. Both wore smiles that reflected their anticipation for the gathering. It was evident that they understood Tian's intentions. This assembly was not merely a celebration of victory, but also an opportunity for everyone to unwind, particularly to uplift Gohan's spirits. "I must also return home briefly to convey my father's news to my mother and Aunt 18. Gohan lowered his head, a shadow of sadness enveloping him, fully aware of the difficulty in voicing his thoughts. "Very well, I shall accompany you," said Latus, firmly placing a hand on Gohan's shoulder. He understood the significance of this news for Gohan and hoped to offer him some measure of support. "All right, then we shall meet at the appointed time. I must return to prepare. Farewell." With that, Trunks turned and departed. Following him were Krillin and Yamcha, who waved goodbye to Gohan before also taking their leave. The last to exit was Tien, who quietly observed Gohan, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes, yet he chose to depart in silence. Gohan gazed at Piccolo with curiosity and inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, why did you remain silent just now? Surely you plan to attend?" Piccolo offered a faint smile. He was not particularly fond of such gatherings. However, upon witnessing Gohan's eager expression, he gently ruffled Gohan's hair and reassured him, "Fear not, Gohan, I shall be there." "Wonderful. And do not forget to remind Dandy and Mr. Bobo to come as well." Gohan's face broke into a smile, thoroughly delighted by Piccolo's response. "Indeed, I shall make every effort to attend," Dandy joyfully replied. He was aware that this gathering would be a joyous celebration, and he yearned to partake in it, sharing splendid moments with everyone. "Well then, everyone, we shall take our leave for now. Until we meet again." With that, Gohan and Raditz vanished from sight in a flash of instant transmission. Gohan and Lottie arrived home. "Mother, I have returned," Gohan said softly. "Gohan, you're back." Qiqi greeted him with a smile. "How did the battle go? Was it successful?" Gohan hesitated momentarily but ultimately resolved to unveil the truth to Qiqi. "Mother, father has passed away." Qiqi's smile froze upon her face, She stood there dazed, rendered speechless for an extended period. Although Kakarot has departed, we possess the Dragon Balls, which can resurrect him at any time. However, Kakarot wishes to train in the afterlife for a while before he returns naturally, Raditz interjected. Mother. Gohan called out with a hint of concern. Qiqi inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. It's all right, Gohan. You have done remarkably well. Father will undoubtedly be proud of you. Gohan could no longer hold back his tears, lamenting that if only he had reacted more swiftly, he might have saved his father. Qiqi gently embraced Gohan, offering solace. This is not your fault, Gohan. You have already done your utmost. Amidst the profound sorrow, Android 17, Android 16, and Raditz were enveloped in grief, while Android 18 fought back her tears to comfort Qiqi. Subsequently, they all made their way to the party venue, where numerous friends had gathered. Upon witnessing the swollen eyes of Qiqi and Gohan, everyone instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. However, they refrained from dwelling on the matter and endeavored to uplift the atmosphere. Piccolo stood silently to the side, observing Gohan interact with his friends, his heart brimming with emotions. Though he struggled to articulate his feelings, he profoundly understood the immense impact of Goku's passing on Gohan. As the gathering reached its conclusion, when discussions turned to future aspirations, Gohan expressed without hesitation that, in addition to aspiring to be a scholar, he intended to honor his father's legacy by continuing his training and safeguarding his family and friends. Piccolo, upon hearing this, felt a deep sense of satisfaction and resolved to support Gohan wholeheartedly. The celebration continued late into the night, with everyone eagerly agreeing to reconvene at Bulma's house the following noon to bid farewell to Trunks as he embarked on his journey home. Thereafter, they each returned to their abodes to rest. At noon the next day, the group arrived promptly at Bulma's residence, gathering together in a warm and spirited atmosphere. Just then, Dr. Brief emerged from his laboratory, holding a small box, which he presented to Trunks. My dear grandson, the spaceship you requested is ready, contained within this capsule, along with some supplies and provisions for your journey. Trunks, flushed with excitement, joyfully embraced Dr. Brief and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. Oh, no need to mention it. You are my treasured grandson, Dr. Brief replied, beaming with affection. Trunks then approached each person to bid farewell. Though everyone was reluctant to see Trunks depart, they understood the significant responsibilities he bore and that he could not easily forsake them. Thus, no one attempted to persuade him to stay, instead silently wishing him safe travels. Trunks, be sure to take care of yourself out there. All right? Bulma said, cradling little Trunks in one arm while holding the young man closely with the other. Her eyes filled with concern and care. Trunks felt the warmth of his mother's love and reassured her. I understand. Mother, please take care of yourself as well. He then bent down to playfully tease little Trunks, his eyes filled with affection, softly saying, I'm glad to have you, little Trunks. Grow up quickly and protect our family well. Little Trunks gazed up with his big, sparkling eyes, looking at his brother, making adorable sounds of delight. The voice seemed to comprehend Trunks' words and expressed agreement. This endearing sight elicited a chuckle from Trunks, who playfully poked the cheek of little Trunks. At that moment, Vegeta, clad in a floral shirt and leaning against a tree, cast a glance at Android 17 and the others nearby. With a tone imbued with pride, he addressed Trunks. Trunks, make sure to thoroughly deal with those androids. His words conveyed disdain for the enemies and trust in his son. Upon hearing his father's command, Trunks' expression shifted to one of seriousness as he nodded vigorously, affirming his commitment to the task ahead. He fully understood the gravity of this battle, which not only concerned the safety of himself and his family, but also the fate of the entire planet. Androids 17 and 18, upon hearing Vegeta's words, did not respond. Yet their expressions betrayed a flicker of anger, not towards Vegeta, but towards the version of themselves in Trunks' world. After all, during the gathering the previous day, they had learned of the malevolence and moral depravity exhibited by their counterparts in another parallel universe. Unable to tolerate such conduct, they felt an overwhelming urge to venture into that world and personally eradicate those wicked androids. Chapter 77. The future world. Trunks sat quietly within the time machine, his gaze reflecting a blend of reluctance and gratitude as he took a final, heartfelt look at the crowd below. With a slight smile and a wave, he said, Thank you all for your care and support during this time. I will forever hold it in my heart. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell. Farewell. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices rich with blessings and a sense of parting, as their goodbyes resonated. The transparent glass dome of the time machine slowly closed with a soft mechanical hum. The time machine then began to ascend gently, radiating a brilliant white light. In the blink of an eye, it whisked Trunks away, vanishing from this time and space, leaving behind a profound silence. The onlookers silently watched the direction in which the time machine had departed, their hearts filled with nostalgia and longing. Despite knowing that Trunks had his own mission, they harbored deep respect and well wishes for this brave and kind-hearted youth. In the distant future world of the Great Trunks, the year was 784 AD. Shidu, a city that once thrived in unparalleled splendor, now lies enveloped in a haunting silence. Charred automobiles and crumbling edifices sway precariously beneath a somber sky, where the biting cold wind sends shivers down one's spine. The streets are littered with debris and shattered buildings, while the once adorable stuffed bears that adorned doorsteps have succumbed to tattered despair. The city appears to have endured a cataclysmic disaster, erasing all traces of its former vibrancy and liveliness. In this realm steeped in desolation, only a half-destroyed semicircular structure remains defiantly upright. Suddenly, a brilliant white light radiates from beside the structure, and a time machine bearing the figure of Tian descends gently to the ground. Has this place also fallen victim to an assault? Damn it! Tian gazes at the desolate surroundings, furrowing his brow, his eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety and unease. He hastily disembarks from the time machine, his mind swirling with questions. No, it cannot be. My mother should be safe. I refuse to believe otherwise. Tian murmurs to himself, resolutely making his way toward Bulma's basement. As he walks, he repeatedly urges himself to remain calm, to not succumb to panic. Yet, the sight before him fills him with profound anxiety and worry. Taking a deep breath, he strives to quell his tumultuous emotions. He understands that the priority now is to locate his mother, to grasp the situation at hand, and hasten toward Bulma's basement. Each step feels burdensome, as if he bears the weight of the entire world. At long last, Tian arrives at the entrance of the basement. He cautiously pushes open the dilapidated door and steps into the shadowy corridor. Mother, he calls softly, his voice trembling as he traverses the darkened space, hoping to uncover a clue. Inside, instruments lie shattered, severed wires flicker with sparks, and no trace of any presence remains. As he ventures deeper into the concealed lower level, Tian's gaze is instantly drawn to a familiar silhouette. His heart steadies, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he softly exclaims, "Mother, I have returned." Upon hearing this voice, Bulma jolts, visibly startled. She swiftly turns around, her face lighting up with a joyful smile, and strides forward to envelop Tian in a warm embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "Tian, welcome back." Trunks found solace in the warm embrace of his mother, his heart brimming with happiness and contentment. However, as he lifted his gaze to meet her eyes, he noticed the presence of numerous silver strands in her hair and the deepening lines etched upon her face. A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and his eyes moistened, tears welling at the corners as he choked out, "Mother, you have worked so hard." Bulma, momentarily taken aback, sensed the concern woven into her son's words. A wave of warmth surging within her, she gently caressed Trunks' face, offering a tender smile. "Ah, my son has grown up, learning to care for others. Do not move. Let me take a good look at you." With that, Bulma extended her hands, lovingly pinching Trunks' cheeks, scrutinizing his features with great affection. "My son, how have you suddenly matured so much?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. She then measured his height with her hands, joyfully declaring, "Wow, you have grown so tall. You have transformed into such a handsome young man." "Mother, I spent 2 years in a place called the hyperbolic time chamber with father, where one day outside equals a year inside. So naturally, I have grown quite a bit," Trunks replied with a smile. His gaze revealed a hint of maturity and steadiness, as if he had withstood the test of time. "Oh, you spent such a long time with Vegeta? Come, tell your mother all about that world and Vegeta." Bulma eagerly took Trunks' hand, guiding him to sit beside her on the sofa, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, eager to learn of her son's experiences in another realm. Trunks nodded slightly and began to elaborate. "Well, that world differs in many ways from our past. The environment, the characters, and the events are all unlike what we are familiar with." As Trunks recounted his tales, Bulma listened intently, occasionally gasping in astonishment, as if she were transported to another world, sharing in her son's adventures. "I learned so much in that world. Not only combat skills, but also insights about life and responsibility. These experiences have fortified me and enlightened me about many of life's truths," Trunks continued. In conclusion, he reflected, "In essence, that is how it was. Although it exists as a parallel world to our timeline, I have gained a great deal. His tone conveyed a sense of fulfillment and pride. After hearing him, Bulma sighed deeply, filled with wonder. It truly is remarkable. I never thought parallel worlds could exist. Trunks, you have endured much as well. She grasped her son's hand tightly, offering her unwavering support and encouragement. Trunks smiled gently, feeling the warmth and love emanating from his mother. Mother, may I inquire about the situation outside? Have the androids attacked here? Trunks anxiously inquired. Damn it, you guessed correctly. Fortunately, we were forewarned of their movements and managed to relocate most individuals to the underground shelter. Thus, the casualties were minimal, though the surface suffered considerable damage. Bulma sighed in response. Chapter 78. The golden-haired warrior. These wretched androids are truly intolerable. Fear not, mother. The androids are no longer my adversaries. Once I ascertain their location, I shall swiftly eradicate them. Trunks declared, his fists clenched and his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Bulma, heartened by Trunks' words, felt tears well up in her eyes. My son has truly matured. His speech increasingly resembles that of that person. By the way, mother, I have brought a substantial amount of food. Let us distribute it among the individuals in the underground shelter, he stated, producing a box filled with capsules and handing over the ones containing food to Bulma. What a considerate child you are. Come along with me. Bulma gently caressed Trunks' head before leading him toward the shelter. The shelter was overcrowded with men, women, and children. Their faces haggard, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Upon witnessing Bulma and Trunks' provisions, a flicker of hope illuminated their expressions. Bulma distributed the food to each individual, offering reassurance. Do not worry. We shall endure this hardship together. Gratitude welled in the eyes of the crowd, tears glistening with appreciation. Trunks assisted in distributing the food, yet his heart brimmed with anger and determination. The suffering of these innocent souls fortified his resolve to eliminate the androids and safeguard the Earth. Once the situation in the shelter was addressed, the two returned to the laboratory. However, at that moment, Bulma received an urgent message. The androids were attacking East City. Trunks immediately rose, his expression grave and resolute. Mother, I must go. Bulma gazed into her son's steadfast eyes, her heart heavy with worry. Very well. Be cautious on your journey and return safely. Trunks nodded, subsequently transforming into a Super Saiyan at full power, emanating an overwhelming aura. In an instant, he became a streak of golden lightning, soaring toward East City with incredible speed. Bulma gazed at the direction from which Trunks had departed, her eyes betraying deep concern. She recalled her husband, Vegeta. Had he still been alive, he would undoubtedly take pride in their son's growth. In East City, the inhabitants were far less fortunate than those in West City, having received no advance warning of the androids' impending assault. The arrival of the androids plunged this city into chaos and terror once more. Pedestrians fled in every direction, shrieking as they sought refuge, while the androids mercilessly unleashed a massacre, staining the streets with blood. If West City resembled an apocalyptic scene, East City had already transformed into a vision of hell. Trunks rushed forward, his heart racing with urgency, fully aware of the time constraint. He had to halt this tragedy as swiftly as possible. He darted through the clouds, driven by a singular conviction to protect the people and annihilate the androids. Run. Run a little faster, put in some effort, and perhaps you might escape. Android 17 cackled, firing energy blasts at a fleeing man in a suit, intentionally missing to prolong his flight. Don't stop running. I've had my fun. 17 taunted, relishing the sight of the terrified man darting about, filled with exhilaration and satisfaction. Upon hearing 17's words, the suited man's face drained of color. He halted, desperately glancing back over his shoulder. And no, please don't kill me. I beg you. He stammered, trembling in fear, but 17 remained unmoved. Beg me? How utterly laughable. 17 scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Android 18 approached, frowning as she coldly admonished 17, hurry up. Your twisted amusement should come to an end. 17 shrugged in resignation, replying, fine, if you insist, then let us conclude this. With that, he turned away, leaving the terrified man behind. Believing he had narrowly escaped death, the suited man sighed in relief, but the next instant, he sensed a powerful energy wave surging from behind. With a thunderous blast, he was struck by a formidable energy wave, his body instantaneously vaporizing into thin air. 18 observed the scene with impatience, remarking, 17. You always toy with others' lives, it's quite despicable. The number of lives you've taken exceeds mine, 17 replied with a slight smirk. TCH. Those feeble humans can only blame their weakness for their demise. If they lack the ability to protect themselves and their families, they deserve to be eliminated, 18 retorted, a flicker of indifference crossing her gaze. Indeed, you have a point, 17 chuckled in agreement. On the 17th, he nodded in agreement, believing that the world inherently favored the strong while discarding the weak. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed through the air as a bullet casing fell from above him. Immediately, a furious voice erupted, "You wretched artificial beings! You have slain my wife, my children, and my beloved grandson. You demons!" An elderly man was trapped within an overturned car, brandishing a revolver and vociferously directing his wrath at the 17th. His eyes brimmed with hatred and fury, as if he wished to rend the two artificial beings before him limb from limb. "Ah, it appears there is still a survivor," the 17th mused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, an immense force surged from his palm, drawing the revolver from the old man's grasp into his own. "Let us use this weapon to conclude your life," he said, caressing the revolver as though it were a treasured work of art. Skillfully, he loaded the weapon and aimed it at the elderly man, who stood merely 3 meters away, his eyes wide with terror and despair. Understanding that he could not escape the clutches of death, he resignedly closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. Just then, a sharp gunshot shattered the stillness of the air. Bang! The old man flinched but felt no pain. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find a tall figure before him, the golden-haired, muscular youth who had once saved them. "Are you all right, grandfather?" Tenanx inquired with concern, his gaze filled with warmth and kindness. The elderly man widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Tenanx. "You, the golden-haired warrior. Is it truly you? You are alive. Thank goodness. Please save me." Chapter 79. The Annihilation of the Artificial Beings. Tenanx smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, grandfather. I am here to protect you." He then turned to confront the 17th and 18th, his demeanor shifting to one of unwavering resolve. Recognizing the figure who shielded them from the bullet as Tenanx, both the 17th and 18th displayed expressions of astonishment. "Oh, you have defied death once more, a truly indomitable spirit," the 18th remarked with incredulity. 17th. "How could you have failed to eliminate this pest last time?" The 17th, taken aback, scoffed with a hint of mockery. "It seems you have underestimated him. How intriguing." The 18th's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face as he shouted, "This is impossible. I had nearly extinguished his life. How did he survive? Curse Scion. What secrets do you possess?" The air was thick with astonishment and uncertainty. However, Trunks paid them no mind, directing his attention to the elderly gentleman trapped beneath the vehicle. He swiftly approached the front of the car and carefully extricated the old man from his predicament. Upon realizing that the elderly man was largely unharmed, Trunks exhaled in relief and reassured him, "Do not worry, dear sir. I am here to protect everyone. This place is perilous. You must leave at once." The old man, overwhelmed with gratitude, nodded fervently in thanks, exclaiming, "Yes, thank you, golden-haired warrior." With that, he turned and hurried away into the distance. At that moment, Android 17 let out a furious roar. "You bastard! How dare Trunks disregard us, even allowing that filthy old man to escape in our presence? You will perish." With that, 17 unleashed a blast of energy towards the old man in an attempt to thwart his escape. Yet, Trunks, with remarkable swiftness, extended a single hand, effortlessly catching and extinguishing the energy blast. Fury etched on his face, with flames of anger flickering in his eyes. Trunks bellowed at Androids 17 and 18. "Androids 17 and 18, your adversary is me. You wretches, steeped in malevolence and bloodlust, today marks your demise." His voice resonated with unwavering resolve, as though he sought to unleash all his pent-up hatred. "Ha ha, is that so? Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" 17 smirked, his lips curling in derision. His gaze brimmed with confidence and mockery, as if he deemed Trunks' abilities utterly inconsequential. "Indeed, if you cannot even defeat me, how could you hope to vanquish both of us? How laughable," 18 remarked, her arms crossed and her tone icy. A hint of disdain colored her words, suggesting she viewed Trunks' challenge as nothing more than a farce. Yet, undeterred by their taunts, Trunks did not respond. Instead, he slowly spread his arms wide before bringing them together. A surge of formidable energy began to coalesce in his outstretched palms. "Oh, this stance appears to herald a new technique," 17 mused, narrowing his eyes to observe Trunks' transformation. Though still retaining an air of indifference, "We shall not evade. Let us see if your so-called new move can inflict any harm upon us, shall we, 18? He challenged. "Indeed," 18 replied, a sinister smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with provocation. In that instant, Trunks unleashed the amassed energy wave towards the two androids, shouting, "Ultimate Flash!" The two individuals, who had just moments ago been basking in triumph, suddenly found their smiles frozen in place as a colossal wave of energy, exuding an aura of terror, loomed before them. A profound sense of impending doom surged within their hearts, and it was too late to evade the oncoming threat. They could only hastily raise their hands in a futile attempt to shield themselves. The instant that tumultuous wave of energy made contact with their palms, their hands were instantaneously vaporized, yet the relentless energy continued its merciless advance. Number 17's eyes widened in disbelief, his face betraying utter incredulity. What manner of power is this? How can this boy possess such dreadful energy? I have no idea. I do not wish to perish. Number 18 cried out in terror, her voice saturated with despair and fear. Damn it, I was too careless. I cannot accept this fate. Accompanied by number 17's final anguished roar, his voice was abruptly silenced. In the next moment, the figures of the two androids were completely engulfed by Trunks' terrifying wave of energy, their consciousness plunging into darkness. In the fleeting second before their annihilation, memories of their previous words resurfaced in their minds. TCH, those feeble humans, if they are slain, it is only due to their own weakness. That is indeed true. And in the next heartbeat, their forms vanished without a trace. As Trunks gazed at the spot where the two androids had once stood, he fell into a reverie. Recalling the cherished moments shared with his mentor Gohan and the heart-wrenching scene of his sacrifice to save him. With a heart-wrenching wail directed towards the heavens, tears flowed unbidden down his cheeks. Regaining his composure, he smiled faintly and addressed the sky. Gohan, Father, and everyone, I have avenged you. He raised his gaze to the azure expanse above, as if he could see through the clouds to his former comrades. Upon returning to his home in West City, Trunks joyfully pushed open the door. Bulma, upon hearing the sound, emerged from her room. Seeing her son return, she immediately inquired, "How did it go, Trunks?" Her eyes were filled with both anticipation and concern. Trunks looked at his mother, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Mom, I succeeded. I have eliminated androids 17 and 18. Bulma's eyes widened, tears instantly welling up as she trembled with emotion. "Really? Trunks, you truly did it?" Memories of her parents, Vegeta, and other friends who had fallen to the androids surged within her, evoking an indescribable mix of exhilaration and sorrow. Trunks nodded, gently patting his mother's shoulder, saying, "Yes, Mom. I have fulfilled my mission and avenged Gohan, Father, and everyone." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Bulma threw herself into Trunks' embrace, weeping openly. Trunks held her tightly, softly reassuring her, "It's all right, Mom. It's all over now. We can finally live in peace." Bulma, with tears streaming down her cheeks, lifted her gaze filled with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Trunks. If it weren't for you, we might have never escaped the shadow of the androids." Trunks embraced his mother tightly, smiling gently as he replied, "It was my duty, Mother. I could not allow my father and everyone else to have sacrificed themselves in vain." In Chapter 80, the instantaneous defeat of Cell, the mother and son wept together, finding solace in one another as they savored this hard-won victory and tranquility. After a moment, Bulma wiped her tears and cheerfully exclaimed, "Now, we must celebrate." She quickly picked up the phone to share the joyous news with the nation. Initially, people were skeptical, but as time passed without any reports of android activity, they gradually came to accept the truth that the androids had been vanquished. Cities across the globe erupted with jubilation as people flooded the streets, cheering and celebrating this hard-earned triumph. Fireworks lit up the sky and songs filled the air. The entire world was enveloped in a sea of joy. The following day, the sun rose as usual, and people began the arduous task of rebuilding their world. "Trunks, thanks to the resources you brought, the time machine is fully powered and ready for your departure," Bulma said, handing him a universal capsule. "Thank you, Mother." Trunks replied gratefully as he accepted the capsule. They then made their way to the front lawn. Trunks tossed the capsule onto the ground and stood still, waiting. With a soft click, the time machine materialized before him. Trunks gazed at the time machine in awe, remarking, "I can hardly believe it's ready so soon. I wonder what everyone is doing in that timeline." "Be sure to return promptly." Bulma gently caressed Trunks' cheek and spoke softly. At that moment, Trunks suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious as he said to Bulma, "Mother, you should head back inside." "Oh, has my son found a girlfriend? Should I come to see you off? Where is she? Let me take a look." Bulma, taken aback by Trunks' words, showed a hint of surprise but quickly teased him. nudging his chest lightly with her elbow, winking and raising her eyebrows in inquiry. Trunks remained silent, his expression stern as he stood resolutely, his eyes darting towards the back, as if sensing an impending threat. Noticing his demeanor, Bulma instantly recognized the gravity of the situation and anxiously said, "Be careful." With that, she swiftly turned and ran back into the house. Trunks stood still, his gaze unwavering and sharp. Slowly, he turned to face the corner of the wall and called out loudly, "You may come out now, android cell." As his voice faded, a figure slowly emerged from the corner of the wall. It was a humanoid creature with green skin and black spots, unmistakably the first form of Cell. With a smile gracing his lips, he clapped his hands in praise, exclaiming, "Impressive. You managed to find me, but how did you come to know my name?" Trunks scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes as he coldly replied, "Humph. Not only do I know your name, but I am also aware of other matters, such as your intent to kill me and seize the time machine to travel back and become your perfect form." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Cell's face betrayed surprise, and he queried in confusion, "What? How could you possibly know my plan? Also, I have been unable to locate androids 17 and 18 in this world. Have you killed them?" Trunks nodded, his expression unchanging as he answered, "Yes." "Very well. Then I shall have to eliminate you before using the time machine to travel back." Cell suddenly spoke with a chilling tone, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Trunks scoffed again, "Enough with the nonsense." With that, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, exuding a formidable aura as he thrust his hands towards Cell. A powerful gust of energy surged forth like a hurricane, sweeping Cell away and casting him onto a deserted island. As Cell rose from the ground, Trunks was already standing before him. "Qiqi, impressive strength. If I were to absorb you, my power would surely ascend to new heights." Cell licked his lips, gazing greedily at Trunks, his eyes filled with desire and ambition, as if he envisioned the opportunity to become a far more formidable being. Unfazed, Trunks spoke with unwavering strength, "Let us see if you possess the capability." With that, he leaned forward, transforming into a lightning-fast figure that instantaneously appeared behind Cell. Without warning, he delivered a fierce spinning kick that struck Cell with tremendous force. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Cell's body involuntarily soared into the sky. Trunks then raised both hands, palms facing upward, as a golden light began to coalesce in his palms, directing it toward the airborne Cell. The energy within him surged wildly, enveloping his entire being in a blazing golden flame that intensified with each moment. With a fierce roar, he shouted, "Huh?" A colossal beam of energy erupted from his hands, racing forth with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly engulfing Cell, who was still rotating in the air, caught off guard by the inertia. In his final moments, Cell's face contorted with disbelief, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury, as he let out one last, anguished cry, This is impossible. I have not yet achieved my perfect form. I refuse to accept this." Tinkas gazed at the dust swirling in the sky, the corners of his mouth curling upward in a disdainful smirk as he remarked, "Is that all there is?" With that, he turned and soared into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a desolate landscape and a cloud of dust. Shortly thereafter, Tinkas arrived at the subterranean laboratory, the lair of Dr. Gallo, where he radiated an overwhelming aura. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, obliterating all the equipment in the basement, including the supercomputer, ensuring that no dangers remained. After completing this task, Tinkas swiftly flew homeward. In the city of West, at the doorstep of Tinkas' abode, a beautiful woman stood anxiously, awaiting his return. She was none other than Tinkas' mother, Bulma. "Mom, I'm back." Tinkas' voice echoed, and upon hearing her son, the weight that had burdened Bulma's heart lifted, and a look of relief washed over her face. She hurried forward, concern etched in her features, asking, "My child, are you unscathed? Have you been injured? Let me see." As she spoke, Bulma examined Tinkas closely, fearful of missing any sign of harm. Tinkas smiled reassuringly, "Mom, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." With that, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, gently caressing Tinkas' face, her eyes brimming with maternal love. Chapter 81. The World Martial Arts Tournament, was that a formidable enemy you faced? Bulma inquired softly, her expression tinged with worry. Just a creature that had hidden away and developed. But fret not, mother, I have dealt with it. The earth poses no threat anymore," Tinkas replied with a grin, patting his chest confidently. "I'm glad to hear you're safe," Bulma said, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. She stepped forward and embraced Tinkas, her voice filled with warmth and concern. Tinkas reciprocated the embrace tightly, savoring her warmth and affection, and smiled as he said, "Mom, I must be off to share the good news with everyone. I will return shortly." "All right, go ahead." Bulma released him, her smile tinged with both reluctance and blessing. Together, Tinkas and Bulma stepped onto the lush lawn of their front yard, bathed in the gentle sunlight that enveloped them in a comforting glow. As they bid each other farewell once more, Tinkas waved his hand and cheerfully declared, "I'll be back soon." In that moment, Bulma gently nodded, reminding him to be cautious. Trunks smiled, then turned and entered the time machine, taking his seat at the controls while waving farewell to Bulma. As the time machine powered up, the glass canopy slowly closed, and the vessel ascended gracefully, emitting a brilliant white light before abruptly vanishing from sight. Bulma remained standing in place, gazing at the spot where the time machine had disappeared, silently praying for Trunks' safe return. Though she recognized his formidable strength, a mother's worry for her child's safety always lingered. In the year 767, under the bright sunshine and a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers, Mrs. Brief stood joyfully in her garden, watering the vibrant, luscious blossoms with a watering can, her face adorned with a contented and blissful smile. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of white light streaked across the sky, prompting Mrs. Brief to look up in astonishment as a time machine gently descended onto the lawn. As the glass canopy opened, Trunks emerged from within. "Why, isn't this my dashing Trunks? It's been such a long time," Mrs. Brief exclaimed, joyfully rushing forward to embrace him tightly. "Ah, it's been ages, Grandma Brief," Trunks replied, a hint of embarrassment in his smile as he returned the embrace. "Come inside, dear. Let us chat for a while," Mrs. Brief warmly invited. "All right, thank you," Trunks nodded with a smile, following her indoors. Upon entering the living room, Mrs. Brief urged Trunks to sit and handed him a glass of water. "So, Trunks, how have you been? Have you encountered any dangers or difficulties?" she inquired with genuine concern. "Everything is well, Grandma. There's no need to worry about me," Trunks reassured her. "That's good to hear. By the way, Bulma is upstairs. Let me take you to her," Mrs. Brief said, rising and leading Trunks toward the staircase. Upon reaching the upper floor, they found Bulma seated on the sofa, cradling little Trunks in her arms as they enjoyed a movie together. Hearing footsteps, Bulma turned her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Wow, Trunks, you're finally back," she exclaimed, leaping up in excitement to embrace him tightly. "Mom," Trunks called softly, savoring the warmth of his mother's embrace. "It's been too long, my son." "I missed you dearly," Bulma said, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. "I missed you too, Mom," Trunks replied, holding her close. Mrs. Brief watched the heartwarming scene with a smile of satisfaction. "All right, you two catch up. I will go prepare some snacks for you," she said as she left the room. Madame Brief smiled as she left the room. Bulma, pulling Trunks onto the sofa, began to inquire about his recent experiences. Trunks recounted in detail how he had vanquished the androids in that alternate timeline. Bulma listened intently, feeling a swell of pride for her son. "Trunks, didn't you say you would return right after defeating the androids? Why are you only back now? We were all so worried, thinking you might be in grave danger." Bulma chastised, her eyes wide with concern. Trunks scratched his head, looking perplexed as he replied, "Huh? I did come back right after defeating the androids. It's only been 2 days, hasn't it? 2 days? You've been gone for 3 months. We were all on edge waiting for you," Bulma exclaimed, her tone urgent. Trunks furrowed his brow in disbelief. 3 months? That can't be right. It was definitely only 2 days on my end. I came back to share the good news. Bulma tilted her head, pondering for a moment before responding. "Well, it seems there might have been a minor issue with the time machine. I'll help you check and adjust it later. It'll be fine," she said reassuringly, patting Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks nodded, though he couldn't help but murmur, "This is strange. How could this happen?" He contemplated silently, sensing that things were becoming increasingly convoluted. Yet, since his mother was the expert in such matters, he decided to trust her for the time being. "Oh, by the way, since you defeated the androids, we should celebrate. Tomorrow is the World Martial Arts Tournament. Today is the last day to register, and the competition starts tomorrow. Vegeta is too busy training to sign up, so I'll take you to register. After the tournament, we can all go on a family trip," Bulma said with a smile. Trunks, astonished, asked, "The World Martial Arts Tournament? That sounds quite exciting. Are Gohan and the others participating?" "Absolutely. Except for the training Vegeta and the newlywed Lottie's, who is off on her honeymoon with Ties. Everyone else will be there," Bulma exclaimed excitedly. "Wait, you just mentioned a sister? When did I ever have an aunt? I've never heard of her before, and when did she get married?" Trunks was taken aback by the sudden revelation, his eyes wide and filled with confusion as he looked at Bulma. With a resigned sigh, Bulma replied, "So the last time she visited was 5 years ago. She came back to inform us she was alive and then left again. In the past 15 years, I've hardly seen her. Just last month, a week after you left, she unexpectedly returned from an adventure in space, and a month later, she mysteriously married Lottie's. They are currently on their honeymoon in the cosmos. As for why you haven't heard of her, it's likely due to the existence of parallel worlds." Trunks scratched his head again, a mix of disbelief and regret washing over him as he exclaimed, "What? It is indeed marvelous. I have an aunt in this world. And she is even married to Uncle Rithies. I never expected such a turn of events, and it's a pity I couldn't meet her. Ah, never mind. There will surely be opportunities in the future. Let's hurry and sign up," Bulma remarked, shaking her head. "Yes, let us go," exclaimed Trunks, his excitement palpable at the thought of participating in the martial arts tournament alongside Gohan. The following day, the audience, contestants, and our esteemed sponsors gathered. Greetings to everyone present. Thank you for attending the World Martial Arts Tournament. The event, sponsored by the affluent Mr. Qian Duo in celebration of his son's birthday, aims to provide a platform for martial artists from Earth to showcase their prowess. The competition rules align with the traditional format of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet the arenas are diversified and incorporate advanced technological elements. Standing at the center of the arena, the host energetically proclaimed, "Distinguished spectators, contestants, and our honored sponsors, welcome. At this exhilarating moment, we come together to witness the Grand World Martial Arts Tournament, generously funded by the wealthy Mr. Qian Duo. This is not merely a celebration of martial arts, but a confluence of spirits and ideas. The tournament is designed to allow martial artists from across the globe to exhibit their skills and charisma, while also providing the audience with a feast for both the eyes and ears. We have meticulously crafted diverse arenas and employed sophisticated technology to ensure a spectacular contest, allowing the audience to revel in this martial arts extravaganza. Here, we behold outstanding competitors hailing from all corners of the world, each demonstrating extraordinary skills and remarkable talent. Through their sweat and dedication, they embody the true essence of martial arts and showcase the spirit of a martial artist. We eagerly anticipate their performances in the upcoming matches, hoping to witness a series of breathtaking displays. The preliminary round features 200 participants, divided into 8 groups competing on 8 mobile arenas in mixed battles. Falling into the sea below results in disqualification. The last person standing on each platform is declared the winner, advancing to the semifinals. Ultimately, 8 contestants will face off in one-on-one duels to select 4 victors who will enter the finals, where they will compete against 4 invited extraterrestrials in a unique venue. The ultimate champion will earn the opportunity to spar with our great hero, Mr. Satan, and capture a memorable photograph, along with a reward of 250 million zeni. The runner-up will receive 100 million zeni. Finally, let us collectively anticipate this martial arts feast. May every contestant perform to the best of their abilities and deliver an unforgettable martial arts exhibition for the audience. Let us witness the thrilling moments of this competition and experience the allure and power of martial arts. Thank you all. Let the tournament begin. Chapter 82. The semifinals. With a resounding command from the host, numerous competitors ascended to their designated platforms. Thus, the stage was set for a fierce melee to commence. How fortunate I am to have been spared the company of those formidable adversaries on the same platform. Once the outcome of the skirmish below is determined, I shall effortlessly prevail against the last contender and secure my place in the semifinals. Yamcha lay languidly atop a slender, 10-meter-high pillar at the center of the arena, stretching contentedly. However, in the next moment, the platform tilted slightly, and several fighters engaged in a fierce struggle inadvertently collided with the central pillar. Caught off guard, Yamcha lost his balance and plummeted into the sea below, thus being eliminated from the competition. Alas, how could I have fallen? I was far too careless. Had I known better, I would not have reclined upon this precarious structure. Yamcha's upper body emerged from the water, his face expressing regret as he sighed. In contrast, the other competitors demonstrated remarkable prowess. Krillin, Tien, Trunks, Piccolo, Gohan, and 3 other contenders successfully advanced to the top 8. How splendid! Fortunately, the preliminary round was not overly challenging. If I can endure a little longer, even securing the runner-up position would grant me a staggering 100 million zeni. The mere thought fills me with exhilaration, Krillin exclaimed with excitement after advancing through the preliminaries. Yet, in the next instant, he glimpsed the list of other competitors who had progressed, instantly feeling his confidence wane. To make matters worse, upon discovering that his opponent in the semifinals would be Piccolo, he was nearly paralyzed by fear. The semifinals commenced with the clash between Trunks and Tien. As Tien stepped onto the platform, he addressed Trunks. Trunks, I am well aware of your formidable strength. Therefore, I have resolved to give my all in this battle. With that declaration, he promptly removed his shirt. I look forward to our match, Trunks replied courteously. Without delay, the two soared into the air, engaging in a breathtaking close-quarters combat. Trunks seized the moment, delivering a powerful kick to Tien, who struggled to maintain his balance. Their intense confrontation left Satan seated in the SVP spectator section, drenched in sweat from anxiety. After a protracted period of fierce combat, Trunks decided to abandon his reservations. He believed that to ensure his opponent felt both fairness and respect, he must fully unleash his true power. Thus, he addressed Tien. Uncle Tien, it is a pleasure to battle with you. Since you have exerted all your effort, I too must give my utmost, such as the respect due to a great martial artist like yourself. Upon hearing those words, Tian Shinhan smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary prowess possessed by the young man before him. The opportunity to engage in combat with such a formidable opponent was indeed a significant delight in life. Without hesitation, he responded, Haha, splendid. Let us engage in a fierce battle. Seizing the moment, Tian Shinhan inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful surge of energy with a forceful thrust of his hands. He bellowed, Qiqi cannon. A colossal wave of energy erupted from his palms, hurtling towards Trunks with astonishing might. However, despite the immense power of this attack, it appeared feeble in the face of Trunks' absolute strength. Trunks stood resolutely, absorbing Tian Shinhan's assault. In an instant, he darted out of the billowing smoke with lightning speed, materializing behind Tian Shinhan. Without mercy, Trunks launched a formidable punch that struck Tian Shinhan squarely in the back. This blow, akin to a thunderous storm, sent Tian Shinhan soaring through the air, plummeting into the ocean. As a splash erupted, Tian Shinhan sank beneath the waves, marking the conclusion of this fierce confrontation. Next to take the stage was Gohan, who was set to battle the wrestler Youth. Upon seeing his opponent was merely a callow youth, Youth's face broke into a disdainful grin as he arrogantly shouted, Hey, what is this nonsense? My opponent is just a child. What kind of absurd matchmaking is this? He then crouched slightly, preparing to swiftly conclude this farcical match. However, in the next heartbeat, Gohan suddenly let out a fierce shout and, with astonishing speed, raised his leg to kick Youth. Youth's body shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling several hundred meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. Thus, Gohan effortlessly triumphed over his opponent, bringing the battle to a swift end. The next match was announced, Krillin versus Piccolo. Upon hearing this declaration, a wave of anxiety surged through Krillin's heart. He muttered to himself, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, do I really have to go up? Will I suffer a terrible defeat? Should I really step onto the stage? But then, not participating would be utterly humiliating. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Krillin finally resolved to gather his determination. He forcefully slapped his cheeks in an attempt to invigorate himself. Subsequently, he inhaled deeply and charged towards Piccolo, who stood at the edge of the arena, eyes closed in meditation. Regrettably, overwhelmed by anxiety, Krillin failed to perceive the situation ahead, narrowly missing Piccolo's cape and plummeting directly off the stage. He flailed his limbs in the air like a frog tossed into water, gradually ascending to the edge of the platform before falling again. Observing this spectacle, Piccolo furrowed his brow and extended his arm, grasping the collar of Krillin's uniform and effortlessly tossing him back onto the stage. With a look of disdain, Piccolo remarked, Humph. I expected more from the contestants of this tournament. To think you forgot to utilize the most basic levitation technique, your skill level is appallingly low. With that, Piccolo leapt off the stage, forfeiting the match and soaring away. The host, witnessing Piccolo's departure, paused for 2.5 seconds before regaining composure and exuberantly announcing, Piccolo has forfeited. Krillin is the victor and advances to the finals. Oh, what a relief. That was truly nerve-wracking, Krillin exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He then cast a lingering glance at the departing Piccolo before turning away from the arena. Watching Gohan and the others excel, Satan felt a twinge of fear rising within him. He knew he could no longer remain passive. Thus, he devised a plan to feign a stomachache and stealthily slip out of the castle. However, as he stepped outside, he was spotted by the enthusiastic crowd, leaving him no choice but to begrudgingly return to the SVIP audience room. Chapter 83. The onslaught of the Bojack Legion. At that moment, the fourth Group S battle concluded, and the martial arts tournament approached its final showdown. The host ascended the stage, announcing with excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the ultimate confrontation of this martial arts tournament. Let us welcome the contestants to the stage." Following this, the host elaborated on the rules of the finals. Each contestant would drive a small car to their designated arena, where formidable extraterrestrial beings from the galaxy awaited them. The contestant who could defeat these aliens at the swiftest pace would be crowned the champion of this martial arts tournament. Upon hearing this rule, Krillin, who had previously felt disheartened, was instantly revitalized with excitement. He meticulously analyzed the host's words and joyfully realized that according to this rule, he need not engage in combat with Gohan or Trunks to achieve victory. With this revelation, Krillin leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Wow, this is fantastic. Haha. Now I have a chance to win the championship." Subsequently, everyone embarked in their respective vehicles towards different competition arenas. Klin's platform was situated near a volcanic crater, surrounded by flowing molten lava. Not far away, he spotted an extraterrestrial beauty with cascading orange waves and aquamarine skin. Awestruck by her adorable presence, Klin found himself at a loss. "Oh, my opponent is such a charming girl. How should I proceed?" His heart was tumultuous, uncertain of how to confront this enchanting figure. Reluctant to inflict harm yet unwilling to concede the match, he resolved to observe her abilities and combat style before making a decision. What Klin did not anticipate was that this seemingly delicate girl was, in fact, a thorny rose. With a melodious giggle, she introduced herself. My name is Zanjia, and you can perish now." Before Klin could comprehend her intent, Zanjia executed a graceful leap, landing behind him, and delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring through the air. Caught off guard, Klin felt as if he were a kite severed from its string, hurtling backwards unexpectedly. The sudden onslaught took him by surprise. He had never fathomed Zanjia possessed such strength and velocity. A searing pain radiated from his back as he involuntarily propelled forward, desperately attempting to regain his stance, but it was too late. Zanjia swiftly followed up with a series of heavy punches, each strike landing squarely upon Klin. He was overwhelmed by an immense force, and darkness enveloped his vision as he was unceremoniously flung away. Finally, he crashed against a distant boulder, collapsing helplessly onto the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, the other contender in the finals, a sumo wrestler, found himself in a desolate arena amidst a barren desert, surrounded solely by swirling sands and scorching sunlight. Standing on the platform, he glanced around, puzzled. Strange, where is my opponent? Oblivious to the impending danger, he remained unaware. Suddenly, he sensed a faint movement behind him and turned to investigate. In that instant, an adversary concealed beneath the earth launched a surprise attack. A pair of powerful arms emerged from the ground, seizing the sumo wrestler's neck with a vice-like grip, hoisting him into the air. Terrified, the sumo wrestler fought desperately to free himself, but his efforts were in vain. Choked and unable to breathe, he succumbed to asphyxiation. The orange-haired assailant discarded the sumo's lifeless body carelessly aside, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Approaching the camera, he revealed a row of gleaming white teeth and cheerfully proclaimed, "Qiqi. Greetings, Earthlings. I am Peter, a member of the Bojack Legion, and your demise is imminent." Upon finishing his words, he raised his foot and crushed the camera beneath it. At that moment, the audience in the stands witnessed this scene on the display screens, their faces turning pale with fear as they panicked and scattered in all directions, plunging the entire venue into chaos. The organizers were equally taken aback, their expressions filled with terror as they turned to the staff beside them, exclaiming loudly, "What on earth is happening? The alien warriors that just appeared are not the ones we had previously arranged. Where have our people gone?" I don't know. I will investigate immediately," stammered the employee, trembling with fear, who then fell to the ground in shock. He hastily scrambled to his feet and rushed out of the SVP audience room, rolling and stumbling in his haste. Outside, the audience area had descended into utter disarray. People were screaming and shouting, desperately attempting to flee from this terrifying place. Some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to move, while others pushed and jostled each other, resulting in injuries from falls. Trunks found himself in a sea of flowers, surrounded by a picturesque landscape adorned with vibrant blooms, the air suffused with fragrant aromas. He inhaled deeply, savoring the beauty of nature, when suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged towards him. Sensing the peril, Trunks reacted swiftly, leaping to evade the powerful energy wave. Upon landing, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and finally spotted the source of the attack, a mysterious figure perched on a nearby branch. The figure bore a long sword, with blue skin and hair resembling that of an orange crab, exuding an air of both beauty and coldness. Trunks, taken aback, furrowed his brow and questioned, "Why are you trying to kill me? Isn't this just a regular competition?" The figure responded with a chilling laugh. "Oh, a regular competition, you say? Let me enlighten you. Your counterfeit opponents have been killed and replaced by us. We are the true extraterrestrials." Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, "Who are you?" The figure replied, "I am Gogeta, a member of the Bojack Legion." "What? Why are you doing this? What is your ultimate goal?" Trunks inquired, increasingly astonished. "Humph. You are not worthy to know." Gogoya replied with disdain. Without hesitation, he charged towards Trunks with remarkable speed and fierce intent. After exchanging a few brief blows, Gogoya swiftly unsheathed the sword at his waist and unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful strikes towards Trunks. However, Trunks adeptly dodged each attack and seized the opportunity to counter. They raced across the surface of the lake, and suddenly, Gogoya halted in his tracks, standing firm as he sheathed his sword. In an instant, the playful demeanor he had displayed vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness as he stood still, unleashing a thunderous roar that transformed the surrounding water into towering columns that shot skyward. Once the water columns dissipated, the transformation was complete. Gogoya's muscles surged, and his once orange hair blazed into a vibrant red. Chapter 84. Gohan's initial display of power. Meanwhile, Gohan was traveling in a small car, which was abruptly destroyed mid-journey. It ultimately plummeted into a realm strewn with enormous candies. At that moment, the entire area resembled a torrential downpour, with colossal blocks weighing several tons crashing down in a frenzy. Wufan gazed ahead with keen vigilance as a diminutive adversary, swathed in fabric and bearing blue-hued skin, gradually emerged. This foe let out a chilling laugh. "Qiqi, not bad for a little brat like you." Wufan's gaze was imbued with seriousness and vigilance as he questioned, "Who exactly are you? Among the 4 opponents I have encountered, none bear any resemblance to you. What are your true intentions?" "Ah, considering you are on the brink of death, it matters little to share this with you," the figure replied with a sinister chuckle. "I am Buchan, a member of the Bojack Legion. We hail from an extraterrestrial race known as the Hella Tribe, and our purpose in coming to Earth is to wreak havoc here." Buchan continued with unabashed mirth. Upon hearing this, Gohan was taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure. He understood that this was not the time for fear. He must confront the adversary before him. Meanwhile, Bujin grew increasingly arrogant, extending his hands to wield his supernatural powers, manipulating the enormous clock hands behind Gohan in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Gohan swiftly retreated to create distance, simultaneously unleashing a surge of energy that shattered the colossal pointer. As Gohan engaged in a fierce battle with Bujin, the organizers finally recognized the gravity of the situation. They urgently convened to devise a strategy and ultimately resolved to enlist Satan to address the enigmatic contestants. However, as the reigning world champion, Satan was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these extraterrestrials, and without hesitation, he chose to evade the confrontation. He hastily dashed into the restroom, feigning a stomachache to escape the impending crisis. Meanwhile, Trunks continued his struggle against the adversaries, yet it was evident that the enemy had unleashed their full might. In a balanced fight, Trunks found himself at a disadvantage. He suffered a significant blow, crashing to the ground and groaning in agony as the foe drew a sword, poised to claim Trunks' life. At that moment, Trunks could no longer endure the torment. He had reached his breaking point, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. He delivered a single punch that pierced through the enemy's chest, sending the villain to meet his demise. However, as Trunks turned to retreat, he was unexpectedly ambushed by another foe, striking a critical blow that rendered him unconscious in an instant. Meanwhile, Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber, suddenly sensed his son's peril and dashed out, soaring towards the source of the malevolent energy. On the Supreme Kai's planet, the North Kai, who had been slumbering, abruptly awakened, his face etched with terror as he gazed into the distance. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from afar, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Startled, the North Kai leaped up and quickly approached Goku, who was meditating amidst the rocky outcrop, urgently exclaiming, "Goku, something is amiss. Earth is in grave danger." Gohan and the others are facing an enemy led by Bojack, the nefarious galactic warriors. These foes possess immense strength and are exceedingly troublesome. Upon hearing this news, Wukong remained seated in serene composure, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation. Gradually, he opened his eyes and calmly regarded the North Kai. In a soft voice, he inquired, "Oh, is that so?" The North Kai, noticing Wukong's unflappable demeanor, felt a surge of irritation yet continued to elucidate. Many years ago, the four Kais of the East, West, South, and North engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Bojack and his ilk, ultimately sealing them beyond the fringes of the galaxy. However, due to your inadvertent act of bringing Cell to the Kai's planet, I met with an unfortunate demise. Now, Bojack and his companions have shattered their seal and returned to the world, with Earth tragically becoming their first target of assault. Upon hearing the words of the North Kai, Wukong chuckled softly and reassured him, "There is no need for concern, esteemed Kai. With Gohan and Vegeta's formidable strength, they should be more than capable of handling the imminent crisis. Should Gohan find it in his heart to refrain from eliminating the adversary, Vegeta will undoubtedly have his back. Well then, since you are so composed, I too shall remain unperturbed. I suppose I will return to my slumber," the North Kai said, nonchalantly departing with his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, Gohan had incapacitated Bujin, murmuring to himself, "These foes are not particularly weak. I should first check on Uncle Krillin and Brother Trunks." With that, he swiftly soared towards the direction of Krillin and Trunks. Upon his arrival, Gohan discovered Krillin and Trunks lying unconscious on the ground. Anxiety gripped his heart as he approached to examine them, relieved to find no fatal injuries. Just then, a towering man with blue skin and a menacing visage, accompanied by a voluptuous woman with aqua skin and a blue-haired man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, approached Gohan. The menacing figure regarded Gohan curiously, stating, "This young lad appears quite extraordinary. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bojack. The two behind me are my subordinates, Zanya and Piqin, along with Bujin, who is yet to return after his failed attack, and the comrade who was slain by your companion, Gokwa. We are the Bojack Brigade. And now, you shall meet your demise. Attack." No sooner had he spoken than Zanya and Piqin surged forward towards Gohan like arrows released from a bow. Gohan remained unfazed, his figure flickering as he swiftly engaged in a fierce aerial battle with the two adversaries. The exchange was relentless, each combatant refusing to yield, resulting in a stalemate that persisted for some time. As the minutes wore on, Gohan began to grow increasingly impatient. He took a deep breath, exuding an overwhelming aura, which was soon accompanied by a radiant transformation into his full-powered Super Saiyan form. With a sudden and powerful punch, he unleashed a formidable gust of energy that sent Zangya and Peter crashing to the ground. "What? You are astonishingly powerful. This is simply unbelievable," Bojack exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. "It is not that I possess unparalleled strength. Rather, your subordinates are merely too weak. If you wish to settle this matter, why not take the opportunity to engage me yourself?" Gohan's expression was grave, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes on Bojack, displaying no hint of fear. Suddenly, Tien and Yamcha descended from the heavens, landing firmly beside Gohan. They swiftly surveyed their surroundings and immediately assumed a battle-ready stance. Without hesitation, the two launched themselves forward, charging at the recently risen Zangya and Peter. However, it was not long before Tien and Yamcha were left battered and bruised, collapsing heavily to the ground, their consciousness slipping away. Chapter 85, Prince Vegeta arrives. Gohan felt a flicker of anger surge within him, and without hesitation, he charged forward, ready to engage in a fierce battle with his adversaries. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Bojack swiftly entered the fray, attempting to thwart Gohan's offensive. Nevertheless, Gohan exhibited astonishing prowess, holding his own against three opponents with remarkable tenacity. The four combatants clashed relentlessly in the air, their energies intertwining in a spectacular display, rendering the scene extraordinarily intense. Gohan exerted himself to unleash a powerful shockwave, yet it was effortlessly deflected by Bojack. Immediately thereafter, Peter, positioned behind Bojack, swiftly extended his hands to execute the princess technique against Gohan. This unexpected assault caught Gohan off guard, but with his agile reflexes, he managed to evade the majority of the onslaught. At that moment, Bu also arrived on the battlefield, promptly employing his unique skill to firmly restrain Gohan's body, rendering him immobile in midair. Gohan struggled fervently to break free from his restraints, yet he found himself momentarily unable to escape the grip of Bu. In the next instant, a small car descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Bu with great speed. Bu swiftly evaded, allowing Gohan the opportunity to liberate himself from Buu's control. Simultaneously, Peter unleashed an energy blast, obliterating the car in an instant. Satan, descending from the sky, shouted loudly as debris from the vehicle struck a concealed camera. This unforeseen turn of events caused those observing from the outside to abruptly lose all surveillance and understanding of the battlefield, just as Gohan remained suspended in midair. Caught off guard and unable to retaliate, the four galactic warriors, in an almost seamless coordination, launched him from the barrier into the external environment. They swiftly encircled Gohan, commencing a relentless assault upon him. Gohan's fragile frame bore the weight of fists akin to torrential storms. At that moment, Bujin seized yet another opportunity, freezing Gohan in midair. Just as Bojack prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a powerful shout resonated from the heavens. Magic attack like cannon. A formidable wave of energy swiftly pierced through Bujin's body, causing him to collapse immediately, lifeless. Upon witnessing the scene, Gohan swiftly evaded Bojack's assault and distanced himself from the remaining three adversaries. With exhilaration, he called out loudly towards the direction from whence the energy wave had emanated. "Uncle Piccolo, you have finally arrived." Piccolo stood atop a tower, his white cloak billowing in the wind, his gaze imbued with depth and resolve. He bestowed a faint smile upon Gohan, his lips curling slightly with a hint of satisfaction. However, his expression soon turned grave. "Humph, it is fortunate that I am here, Gohan. You possess the ability to vanquish them, yet you have hesitated to act. Your naivety is astonishing. Mercy towards your enemies is the greatest cruelty to oneself. If you do not eliminate them, they will inevitably seek to end your life. Do you understand?" Gohan lowered his head, a flicker of self-reproach and guilt crossing his eyes, and softly replied, "Yes, I understand, Uncle Piccolo." At that moment, the earlier violent tremors finally roused Trunks from his unconsciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing Gohan before him, rose to his feet and inquired, "Gohan, you have arrived. What is the current situation?" Gohan nodded and recounted the events in detail to Trunks. "I see. I have just engaged in battle with these individuals before me." "Indeed, Gohan, I comprehend. However, I believe you are not yet prepared for a true clash with the enemy. Allow me to take charge." With that, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his gaze sharp as he directed it toward Peter and the others. "Have you two finished your conversation? How long must we delay this battle?" Peter, growing impatient, boldly charged toward Gohan and Trunks. Yet, he was abruptly halted by a blast of energy that struck him mid-charge. The group turned their attention to the source of the energy, where Vegeta approached with an air of arrogance, striding confidently toward Trunks. "Trunks, I have heard you have already vanquished one foe, and Piccolo has also taken down an opponent. Now, it is my turn," Vegeta stated coolly. "Father, what brings you here? We can handle this situation." Trunks replied, a mix of joy and self-reproach evident in his voice. "Humph, spare me the chatter. I come and go as I please. Neither of you will take these opponents from me. It has been a long time since I experienced a worthy battle," Vegeta declared, clenching his fist with a crackling sound, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Very well." Trunks and Gohan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resigned agreement. They then retracted their energy, returning to their normal states, and replied in unison, "Understood, Father." "Hey, who exactly are you?" Bojack could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. It seemed that this man before them exuded a formidable energy, surpassing even that of the young warrior they had previously encountered. Upon hearing Bojack's words, Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile. With a slight widening of his stance, he transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, enveloped in a faint golden aura. Clenching his fist and pointing his thumb toward himself with an air of assurance, he proclaimed, "Oh, are you inquiring about me? I am the Prince of the Saiyans, Super Saiyan Vegeta." "What? Your power is indeed greater than that of the boy we just fought. How can this be?" Bojack exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he sensed Vegeta's transformed energy. "Humph, nothing is impossible. I have been training and fighting relentlessly. If you do not come to me, then I shall come to you." Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smile. No sooner had he spoken than he leaned slightly forward, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Peter as if teleporting. In the next instant, a graceful spinning knife hand severed Peter's head from his body, blood gushing forth from the severed carotid artery like a fountain, splattering everywhere, as Peter's lifeless form slowly collapsed. Vegeta turned around and flashed a wicked grin at Bojack, saying, "He, your subordinate truly is pitifully weak." Bojack and Zhangya's expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly retreated to distance themselves from Vegeta, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Bojack erupted into laughter. Aha, impressive. I didn't even react in time. Since you're so formidable, I shall not hold back any longer. In the next moment, Bojack's muscles swelled rapidly, his hair transforming from black to a brilliant red, exuding an overwhelming aura far surpassing his previous state. Folding his arms, he shouted at Vegeta. It's not only you who can transform to enhance your power. I can do so as well. Chapter 86. The Comedic Galactic Crisis, however. In the face of Bojack's provocation, Vegeta merely raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain gracing his features as he replied, "Humph. Your current strength finally resembles something. But who told you that I can only transform once?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Bojack upon hearing this, yet he feigned calmness as he retorted, "What? You can still transform further? That's impossible. You won't deceive me so easily." Despite his words, doubt began to seep into his heart. "Humph. Then widen your eyes and behold." Vegeta scoffed, and with a thunderous shout, his aura surged to an even greater magnitude. Dazzling lightning flickering around him as his entire being was enveloped in a golden, jet-like flame. Simultaneously, a powerful whirlwind erupted from behind him, scattering the surrounding ruins of buildings. "This is impossible. I refuse to believe that someone as powerful as you exists. Zanya, go and test that guy's true strength." Bojack exclaimed in a panic, his voice trembling. His complexion pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he instinctively retreated. From behind Zanya, he launched an energy sphere, propelling the screaming Zanya toward Vegeta. Zanya screamed in terror, attempting to halt her advance, but it was already too late. "Humph. Seeking death." Vegeta observed Zanya rushing towards him, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, before he effortlessly unleashed a sphere of energy towards her. Zanya, noticing the projectile hurtling towards her, attempted to evade it. However, the velocity was too great, rendering her escape futile. Thus, she found herself ensnared between two energy blasts, with no avenue for retreat. In an instant, a thunderous explosion ensued, and Zangya was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle, became agitated and swiftly turned to flee. "Ha! You shall not escape," Vegeta bellowed, instantaneously materializing before Bojack. "Do not presume to bully me. I am a formidable tyrant of the galaxy, and I shall fight with all my might." Realizing there was no escape, Bojack resorted to desperation, twisting his torso to gather energy, his entire being enveloped in a fierce white aura, generating shockwaves as he launched a devastating punch towards Vegeta. Vegeta merely extended a single finger, effortlessly intercepting the blow. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he scoffed. "Is that all you can muster? You scoundrel. Take this." Bojack's chest heaved with rage as he continued to exert himself, enhancing his power. He unleashed a barrage of fearsome punches, the sound of sonic booms resonating through the air. Yet, each strike was effortlessly deflected by Vegeta with a single finger. With a mocking gaze fixed upon the panting Bojack, Vegeta's smile widened further. "Since you have exhausted your strength, it is now my turn, you wretched fool." No sooner had he spoken than Bojack, caught off guard, felt Vegeta's fist penetrate his chest. In a hushed tone, Vegeta whispered, "Trash belongs amongst the refuse." In the wake of Bojack's terror-stricken expression, Vegeta's fist radiated a blinding light. Bojack sensed the impending doom. "No. Please." Before he could finish his plea, his body was engulfed by an explosion, dust and debris swirling around him. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta stood with his back to the onlookers, Bojack's form having already disintegrated into ash, scattered by the wind. "Huh. What a pathetic excuse for the Bojack Brigade," he declared. "Trunks, I shall take my leave." Before anyone could respond, Vegeta soared away with the swiftness of lightning. "TCH, that Vegeta, always showing off," Piccolo remarked, turning his face away in exasperation. Trunks, gazing at Vegeta's retreating figure, could not help but smile. Gohan, stroking his head, sighed, as expected of Uncle Vegeta. He has grown considerably stronger compared to 3 months ago. "Humph. Gohan, how can you criticize others? If it weren't for your leniency, Yamcha and Tien wouldn't have been injured, and this battle would have concluded long ago. Reflect on this when you return." With that, Piccolo soared into the sky. Gohan gazed in the direction of Piccolo's departure. Murmuring in regret, Uncle Piccolo. Trunks consoled him, saying, "It's all right, Gohan. This isn't your fault. You are still quite young and unable to summon the resolve to eliminate your foes. Just because you cannot do so now does not mean you won't be able to in the future. Do not dwell on it. I have the sins of beans that Mr. Goku gave me. Let us distribute them to everyone and then leave this place." "Yes, That sounds wonderful, Gohan replied joyfully. After awakening the others, Gohan and Trunks provided them with the sins of beans, and together they departed from that location. Once all was settled, it came as no surprise that everyone unanimously credited Mr. Satan with the defeat of the nefarious extraterrestrials. The organizers awarded the championship prize to Mr. Satan, while Trunks, who had vanquished one of the aliens, received the runner-up prize. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. Within the villa of Bulma in West City, a grand gathering was underway. The spacious and luminous courtyard was adorned with an array of delectable dishes and beverages. As laughter and merriment filled the atmosphere, clad in an exquisite evening gown, Bulma stood at the center of the stage, raising her goblet of red wine high. Her face beaming with joy as she toasted to Tien, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Krillin, and others below her, exclaiming, "Come, let us raise our glasses together." The crowd responded enthusiastically, lifting their glasses in unison and proclaiming, "Cheers." Their voices resonated throughout the courtyard, brimming with joy and fervor. Tien and Yamcha savored the fine wine while engaging in discussions about martial arts. Master Roshi enjoyed his drink alone, occasionally bursting into satisfied laughter. Krillin, Puar, and Oolong took to the stage, singing and dancing with abandon, eliciting waves of applause from the delighted audience. As Gohan, Trunks, and Android 17 gathered around, they relished the exquisite barbecue, indulging in delightful conversations, radiating warmth and camaraderie. Meanwhile, Android 18, Qiqi, and Bulma sat nearby, engaging in cheerful chatter, their laughter ringing like silver bells. In a quiet corner of the courtyard, Android 16 observed the scene with a gentle smile gracing his face. The atmosphere was harmonious, with everyone immersed in joy. However, at the opposite end of the courtyard, Piccolo and Vegeta appeared somewhat out of place, leaning against two grand trees, their arms crossed defiantly, eyes closed in contemplation. The gathering continued into the afternoon as the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue across the courtyard. At this moment, Trunks rose to bid farewell, announcing his return to the future. "Goodbye, everyone," he waved. The group approached him, exchanging warm embraces, handshakes, and heartfelt blessings. Bulma stepped forward, enveloping Trunks in a tight embrace, her eyes brimming with reluctance. "Trunks, please take care of yourself," she whispered softly. "Don't worry, Mom, I will," Trunks assured her. Before turning towards the corner of the courtyard, Dr. Briefs had already prepared a plethora of new materials and resources for Trunks. With gratitude, Trunks accepted these precious gifts, placing them into a capsule. Once everything was ready, he retrieved a capsule from his pocket and threw it forcefully ahead. A brilliant light flashed, revealing the time machine before the gathered crowd. Bulma offered a gentle smile, saying, "Trunks, rest assured, I have meticulously checked and repaired the time machine. It will function flawlessly. The 3 days you've spent here will only equate to a mere 3 days in your original world. So there is no need to worry about the 3 months in between." Trunks beamed with joy, gratefully embracing Bulma once more. "Thank you, Mom," he exclaimed, then turned to enter the cockpit of the time machine. Seated within, Trunks gazed through the transparent glass at the gathered friends below, gently waving his arm with a warm smile. "Farewell, my friends, until we meet again. Please take care of yourselves." The crowd responded in unison, "Safe travels." As the time machine powered up, the glass canopy slowly descended, accompanied by a subtle tremor. Gradually, the time machine ascended, emitting a dazzling white light before vanishing without a trace. Watching the spot where the time machine had disappeared, Bulma couldn't help but shed tears. She understood that this farewell might be eternal, yet she held on to hope for Trunks' safety. Chapter 87. Gohan's High School Life Year 774, Age of Earth. 7 years have elapsed since the last invasion of the Bojack Legion, and the populace has returned to a life of peace and happiness. However, once accustomed to tranquility, the foolish among humanity begin to multiply, such is the nature of mankind. Nestled in the eastern mountainous region of the continent lies a serene city known as Satan City. Though misguided, the citizens firmly believe that Mr. Satan saved the Earth, and thus he has ascended to the status of a global hero. Consequently, they renamed their city in his honor. Over the span of 7 years, this once backward locale has been transformed by various capitalists into a bustling metropolis, rivaling the grandeur of neighboring East City. At this moment, however, a bank within this city is embroiled in a robbery. "Hurry up and hand over the valuables." "Do you wish to die?" barked the leader of 4 masked robbers, who then fired shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Oh no. In the ensuing chaos, the terrified citizens fled, while the bank staff, with no other option, filled the robbers' bags with cash. Meanwhile, A 16-year-old Gohan was journeying to Satan City on his flying Nimbus to attend high school. After dismounting, he soon encountered the 4 robbers exiting the bank. Wufan, of course, would not stand idly by. However, in order to conceal his identity, he transformed into his Super Saiyan and swiftly emerged, effortlessly incapacitating the fully armed quartet with a few deft strikes. As Wu Fan took a few steps forward, a young woman with black hair styled in twin ponytails obstructed his path. In a manner reminiscent of a tomboy, she inquired, "Hey, do you know who was responsible for what just happened? Surely it couldn't have been the police, could it?" He replied, "I have no idea. I was merely passing by. Qiqi, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." As Gohan beheld the adorable girl clad in a white t-shirt and black shorts, a rush of crimson swept over his face, and he nervously uttered a response before hastily fleeing the scene. How vexing. She had come all this way. Who could she possibly be? The girl, visibly irked, remarked upon the incident. "Ah, it was Miss Videl. I just saw it." That little old man recognized her as the work of the Golden Warrior. The elderly gentleman quickly interjected. "Always the Golden Warrior. Humph. His speed is remarkable, and his strength is immense." He swiftly dispatched those bandits and then vanished. "By the way, I noticed that the Golden Warrior's attire bore the same emblem of Orange Star High School as yours." The old man added, "Could it be that he is from our school? Is there someone like that among us?" Videl, startled by the revelation, began to ponder deeply. In the classroom, she inquired of the nearby muscular blonde bully, Sharpner, "Could you possibly be the Golden Warrior?" "Unfortunately, I'm rather occupied and have no time for such trivial matters," Sharpner replied nonchalantly. As the surrounding students engaged in idle chatter, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Rin, who wore spectacles, entered the classroom and cleared his throat. "Ahem, everyone. Please pay attention. Today we have a new student joining our class. Come in." "Hello, everyone. I am Son Gohan. I look forward to your guidance," Gohan shyly announced. Upon noticing Gohan's striking appearance and physique, several girls in the class began to whisper among themselves. The teacher instructed Gohan to choose a seat. A golden-haired vixen beckoned him to sit beside her, and Gohan obliged. The golden-haired girl greeted him. "Hello, I'm Arisa, and the girl next to me is Videl. Her father is Mr. Satan." Gohan had only encountered Satan once during the incident with Bojack, and he was taken aback to learn that Satan had not only defeated Cell but also vanquished Bojack. When he heard that the girl was Satan's daughter, his astonishment grew. The three engaged in casual conversation, during which Gohan mentioned that his home was over 1,000 kilometers away. Upon observing Gohan's attire, Dilly immediately began to question his true identity. Had it not been for the blonde youth's remark that Gohan appeared to be a weakling, Gohan would have struggled to maintain his fade. Meanwhile, the school bully intended to make things difficult for the new student. When the English teacher posed a question, he called on Gohan to translate the text. However, to the bully's surprise, Gohan proved to be an undeniable academic prodigy, effortlessly reciting the English text as if it were second nature. During the subsequent physical education class, when a classmate hit a home run in baseball, Gohan leaped into the air, soaring several meters high to catch the ball. With a casual throw, he sent the baseball hurtling with such force that it knocked a fellow student out of the ring, leaving everyone below utterly astonished. Gohan soon realized that his previous performance had been rather extraordinary. He then took up a baseball bat to hit the ball. In a bid to allay any concerns others might have about him, he intentionally refrained from swinging the bat and instead caught the incoming baseball with his face. However, his lack of reaction startled everyone present once again. Considering Gohan's display during physical education class, Dilly began to question Gohan's true identity. Thus, during the afternoon dismissal, Dilly stealthily followed Gohan, intending to uncover how he managed to return home from a school located 1,000 kilometers away. Yet, Gohan had already noticed Dilly's pursuit. At a certain corner, he vanished from her sight and soared to the rooftop of the building. To dispel Dilly's suspicions, Gohan pondered deeply on his way home and eventually arrived at Bulma's house. After greeting Bulma, he explained his request. "Aunt Bulma, I hope you can create a suit that conceals my identity as a vigilante, ideally one that can be donned automatically at the press of a button." Bulma, with her genius inventor's confidence, replied, "Is that all? This is a trivial matter for me. Just wait here for a moment." With that, she promptly entered her laboratory. While Bulma busied herself with her creation, Gohan encountered the now 8-year-old Trunks, who joyfully approached him, exclaiming, "Hey, Gohan brother. Long time no see. It's been 6 months since you last came to play with me." Gohan gently ran his fingers through Trunks' white hair and, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "Qiqi, I have been quite busy revising lately. Just not long ago, I completed my review of high school knowledge. Aunt Qiqi was concerned that my self-study at home might lead to depression, so she enrolled me in a high school in Satan City to study and make friends. Today marks my first day of classes. Oh, I see. I have heard that the new city has become quite developed. By the way, Gohan, it has been nearly a month since Wu Tian, Wu Yue, and my cousin Janae last visited me. How have they been? What have they been occupied with lately? Tinkus, seemingly accustomed to Gohan's casual arrogance, replied calmly. They are all quite well, but they have become utterly engrossed in watching animated series, hardly stepping outside their home. Gohan recollected his mischievous cousins, Qiqi, and his sister, Qiqi, along with Goten, the trio of playful rascals, and sheepishly scratched his head. Chapter 88, The Scion Masked Hero. At that moment, Vegeta fortuitously emerged from the training room. 7 years had elapsed, yet the Scion Prince still wore a scowl, casting a fleeting glance at Gohan. He remarked nonchalantly, "It seems you haven't completely squandered these years. Not too shabby." Of course. I promised Uncle Piccolo that while I pursued academic knowledge, I would also dedicate time to training. Although I invest more time in studying, I occasionally train with Uncle Piccolo, and when Brother Raditz returns to Earth, I engage in combat training with him as well, Gohan said, bashfully running his hand through his hair with a smile. Just don't forget to train. With that, Vegeta resumed his training. 2 hours later, Bulma completed the items Gohan had requested. Gohan pressed a button on his watch, and instantly, a battle suit materialized on him. He dashed excitedly to the mirror to admire his new attire. Wow, this outfit is truly remarkable. Aunt Bulma, you are amazing. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Bulma replied, beaming with pride. Observing Gohan's comical poses in front of the mirror, Trunks appeared somewhat speechless. With the battle suit in hand, Gohan could hardly contain his exhilaration and promptly set out to right wrongs and uphold justice. Upon soaring through the skies, Gohan observed a sports car recklessly careening along the road. Without hesitation, he descended before the reckless drivers, bringing their wild escapade to an abrupt halt. The furious drivers, clad in their flamboyant attire, shouted at Gohan, "Who do you think you are, you eccentric fool? Are you seeking death?" They promptly exited their vehicle, eager to confront him. "You are endangering lives with your reckless driving. This is utterly unacceptable," Gohan proclaimed, his sense of justice ablaze. The two irate racers demanded, "Who are you to challenge us? What gives you the right?" It was at this moment that Gohan realized he had yet to bestow a name upon his new ensemble. Reminiscing about the superhero films his father had taken him to watch during his early childhood, he recalled the vivid impressions left by the protagonist's daring feats over the 3-year span. Suddenly, he found himself awkwardly dancing before the two street racers, exclaiming with fervor, "Dun dun dun. I am the messenger of justice, the Scion Masked Hero." The street racers initially reacted with discomfort, soon struggling to contain their laughter. Faced with the mockery of a name he had painstakingly concocted, Gohan, in a fit of frustration, stomped his foot, causing the very pavement to fracture beneath him. The sheer force of his outburst left the two street racers utterly astonished, prompting them to vow never to race again. Gohan returned home clad in his battle attire. "Mother, I am back," he announced. Is that you, Gohan? How could you possibly dress in such a manner? This is utterly inappropriate." At that moment, Goten, the second son who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, emerged from his bedroom. Upon witnessing Gohan's outfit, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, brother, your outfit is so cool." "Hee, isn't it?" Gohan replied with a proud smile. "Indeed," Goten said, circling around Gohan, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Watching the two brothers, Qiqi shook her head in exasperation. Yet a hint of satisfaction glimmered in her gaze. "All right, Gohan, quickly change into something more appropriate. Dinner is nearly ready. Goten, please go to the villa and fetch Aunt 18 and Goku's daughter, Qiqi. The meal will be ready soon," Qiqi instructed. Gohan and Goten exchanged a knowing smile, after which Gohan swiftly dashed back to his room to change his attire, while Goten set out to summon others. After a brief interlude, Android 18 entered, accompanied by two little girls clad in identical dresses, carrying a meal she had prepared. The two girls greeted everyone cheerfully. "Hello. Greetings to you, Gohan brother." Wufan gently patted the heads of the 6-year-old girl with golden pigtails, Jinhua, and the 5-year-old girl with short black hair, Janae, and said with a smile, "Hee. How are you both? Come and join me for dinner." The family gathered around the table, savoring the warmth of a delightful evening meal together. Gohan recounted his experiences from the day prior, captivating everyone's attention. The following day, I attended school. Gohan, clutching his messenger bag, stood at the doorway, bidding farewell to Qiqi and Goten. Be mindful of the aircraft, Qiqi advised. Understood. With a resounding beep, Gohan transformed into the Scion masked superhero. How splendid. Brother. You look so handsome. Qiqi. Quite impressive. Isn't it? From now on, let's have Aunt Bulma craft you a similar outfit. And the flying Nimbus shall be yours to command. With that, Gohan soared into the sky. Wu Tian watched with joy as he waved goodbye to Wu Fan. Your brother is truly delighted. Now he can transform at will, Qiqi remarked. With the cloak, Wu Fan's flying speed was astonishing. And it wasn't long before he reached the rooftop of the teaching building to revert to his original form. Upon returning to the classroom, he overheard his classmates discussing the exploits of the Scion masked hero who had thwarted the activities of the speeding gang the previous day. However, they mocked his attire and even misnamed him, prompting Wu Fan to correct them without hesitation. At that moment, Bidali's intelligent wristwatch beeped, signaling an emergency. A nearby bus had been hijacked, and the police sought Bidali's assistance. Without delay, she dashed out. Alyosha informed Wu Fan. Bidali is also overflowing with a sense of justice. Her strength likely surpasses that of her father, Mr. Satan, which is why the police frequently call upon her for help. Hearing that Bidali was formidable, Wu Fan thought to himself, isn't she in grave danger now? I must follow her to ensure her safety. Thus, under the guise of a larger identity, he ascended to the rooftop and transformed into the Scion masked hero, soaring towards the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, the robbers had breached the police's defenses and were fleeing in the bus. Bidali, piloting a plane, pursued them, skillfully maneuvering through a hail of bullets. She positioned her aircraft directly above the bus, then leapt down, crashing through the window and delivering a powerful kick to one of the robbers. A fierce struggle ensued as she swiftly incapacitated the driver as well, but soon the bus careened off a cliff. In that critical moment, Wu Fan arrived just in time to halt the bus's descent, rescuing the passengers inside. Everyone expressed their gratitude